Hello and welcome to our long, I think 12 hours, if I've done the math right, live stream where we are going to be pushing some donations, if at all possible, for the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, which is a charity group that runs basically disaster relief. In this case, for the COVID-19 virus, but they've also done a lot of good work, especially in the Louisiana flooding in 2016. We'll be talking more about them. We're bringing on a whole host of people to do this. So part of the live stream is, you may be in tough financial straits right now and you cannot donate. That's okay. If you can, that's also good. But we're also here to create community, right? In this age of social distancing, we're trying to undistance through the internet a little bit. Dima, did I capture that, or am I screwed up?
You have, but I don't think you're far enough away from me. This is not 6 feet.
Okay, well, yes. At some point, we have to limit our social distancing. You are in my, I guess you're in my inner circle then. Maybe it's like the friends and family plan, and you have to pick who's in your inner circle.
You can only trust 10 people in your life from now on.
Right.
That's basically what the government's telling you.
So, right, Carrie, you must be in the second circle because you're out through the internet and not here. How you doing, Richard?
I'm doing all right, thank you.
I don't know. Rick just coughed right before we went live, so I think he's a vector.
Right.
No, I actually cough all the time. I have a permanent sinus problem, so which is a problem. If you're out in public and you say, no, it's not. Trust me, it's just my usual disability.
So there was a meme on the internet that said coughing in public is the new screaming Allahu Akbar. Do you agree?
Yeah.
I like the other one where it said I used to cough to cover a fart, and now I fart to cover a cough.
Alas.
That's pretty good. So how are you managing Armageddon over there?
I'm managing it well. I mean, I work from home, so I had to cancel a few things, but nothing too tragic. So I'm very lucky in that regard. A lot of people are getting hit a lot harder by this than I am.
Okay.
So far, I mean, who knows in the long term how it'll affect me, but for right now, I'm okay.
All right. So for those who may not know Richard, very famous atheist in the atheist movement, been to MythCon, famous for being up on stage for Sargon of Akkad, and taking a beating, but then just bouncing back like a shmoo. And I think pretty much everyone won that believes that you won that debate. So that's kind of cool. So how do you think we're managing our response to this? And also, did God deliver this virus?
Well, you would think God would be better at making viruses than this. But anyway, there's much worse diseases that could be plaguing the earth right now. If this was like Ebola, for instance, that would be a different story. What was your question about
how do you think we're managing the virus?
How the U.S. is handling it?
Yeah, I mean, are you on board? Do you feel like, come together? What's your thoughts in general?
Well, I think it's a wait and see sort of situation. I completely understand everything that's being done. And, we'll get more data within 2 weeks. We'll have a sense of what to do after that point. But frankly, within 30 days, we're going to have some very interesting data because we have different states implementing different levels of response at different times during their infection. So we'll actually have differential data to see which measures worked, or how much they worked, and so on. So it's going to be fascinating that you don't normally get to run a massive nationwide experiment like this.
Right.
To see what will happen.
But isn't there a lot of pressure on different states to kind of fall in line with what the federal government wants to do?
Well, the federal government's been very vague as to what exactly they want states to do. States have been taking the lead on this, and so they've been just looking to each other to see, well, this guy's doing this, and this government's doing this, and it's been very ad hoc, which has resulted in this sort of inconsistency in response. But that's going to generate information for us eventually as to which responses are too extreme and which not, which then we can use in future cases if we run into this again.
Okay, is that why people are out in spring break, in Clearwater Beach, while most of New York is on lockdown?
Yeah, and the Bay Area too was, I think, the first region to actually attempt the extreme lockdown measure. And then there's the question of like how successful are these measures anyway? I mean, just because the Bay Area says do X doesn't mean everybody's doing X, you know. So that also has to be studied and measured. But we'll get data on that too. We'll have tons of information about traffic and things like that.
Yeah, over in Europe, like both Britain and Denmark wanted to follow a policy of quarantining the high risk and then just kind of let everybody else get the disease, and then maybe. I don't know if they were counting on this overwhelming the health system, but the idea was that at least 1/3 of people are going to have mild symptoms, are going to recover, and then have antibodies, and then at least you have a partial herd immunity, and you don't have to complete slowdown of the economy. They backed off from that. Like, have you followed that situation
the UK
at all?
Backed off. No.
Well, and I believe Denmark.
Yeah,
did too.
they're. The thing is that doesn't really work because that percentage of the population is still a vector for everybody else. That's the problem, really, is that you can't cut yourself off from your grandparents, right? Or for every old person. Like, it's almost impossible to actually maintain a successful quarantine. So that's why you need to try and quarantine as much as possible so that basically the amount of gateway that the horse can run through is as small as possible, rather than trying to isolate a specific part of the population. But again, I think we'll have data on this. I think you've already got a situation where many places where they're not implementing social distancing protocols, where the elderly are doing their best to quarantine themselves, for example. But then we've got the situation in the U.S. where we're seeing a rise in deaths and hospitalizations of younger patients. So this idea that it only affects the elderly is actually turning out not to be true. So there are complicated matters in this, but it's only been really like a week or 2 weeks since we started even looking at doing anything about this. So we're having like one thing drop day after a day of some news of what's happening in terms of response. So we're not really going to have good data on this for at least 2 weeks more.
If you put a microscope
30 days would be the best
onto anything, you're going to get an abnormally. If you shine a light on any problem, you're going to be scared. If we, on a consistent basis, every day in Ohio, in Wisconsin, wherever we are, if we were to be reporting vehicular deaths, like traffic accidents, on an hour-by-hour basis, it just doubled.
That's true, but...
It went. I mean, you'd go insane. But, you wouldn't get into a car.
Well, yeah,
people are sheep.
But that's the difference between raw numbers and rate of death, but that's a whole other problem. The issue is that no one is proposing social distancing as a permanent social policy. It can only work on a short term, and only is useful at the beginning of an outbreak. Like this would be pointless once the horse is out of the barn, basically. So the objective of this is to be able to get the limited 100,000 ICU beds that we have to be recyclable through all of the patients who need them. We don't even have 100,000, frankly, because we have most of those are actually filled with people who need it for other things. So we actually have built no capacity to handle a crisis like this in the United States because we've relied entirely on private sector, and private sector just lives right near the red line of maximum capacity. They have no additional capacity to take on a sudden huge influx of patients. We just haven't built that in our country.
Right. It costs a lot to staff it. The reason why the hospitals don't have a lot of empty beds is you have to staff them, and it just drives up cost.
Yeah, but couldn't you say the same thing about a state-run system? I mean, Italy is beyond fucked, and
that was
and they have a completely different model.
So compare Italy to like Canada or the UK, for instance. So Italy did hose it. And that's what we can learn from. Like, look at what they did wrong, and they reacted too late. Was the problem, which is the whole point of trying to like slow the curve down so we don't end up like Italy. Right now we have doubling of cases and deaths in the United States every 3 days.
Well, yeah,
so
but
if that continues,
but that's also due to increased testing. So that's kind of a misnomer too. It's not that.
Yeah, those cases were already
there. It isn't because I'm talking about hospitalizations and deaths. You don't need to test anyone to see whether they're hospitalized or dead, right? So testing can only tell you who has it and isn't hospitalized or dead, which is also useful. But the problem is the number of hospitalizations and deaths. Those are the things that are actually going to stress our medical system. And so looking at that and seeing those double every 3 days, I can understand why health professionals are really concerned about this if we don't get on top of this
But
now.
I have a hypothetical for you. If I tell you something that scares the shit out of you, give you vague symptoms that could be applicable to an innumerable amount of viral, even bacterial infections, okay? And then I say, if you get this thing, oh my God, the world is going to end. Well, the first time that you cough, assuming you're a sheeple, you're going to run to the hospital. Now, it's better in this country because we don't have single payers, so you're going to think twice, like, what's my insurance bill going to be, blah, blah, blah. But if you run to the hospital and you don't have it, now you're surrounded by the other morons who went there who also have something. Again, I don't want to.
You can't get in the hospital right now.
I don't want to disparage
the social
sick.
messaging now and even political messaging is don't do that.
Well,
that's
correct,
why we've got. If you notice, there's like a widespread use of call-in. Diagnosis is now being promoted everywhere. We're actually telling people don't do this. It's in all news outlets. It's part of our public health response plan. Is to actually
it's
inform
fantastic.
people that this is not a good idea for you to act like
You're
that.
How many people are going to listen? That's my question. Is what we learned from Italy was that 99% of their deaths were not due to corona. Even though they did this 99%.
High.
That's what the latest statistic was.
What he meant is I know what I think you're saying is in 99% of the cases, everyone that died from a COVID-19 infection in Italy had an underlying precondition. Only 1% got killed with no underlying precondition. You could say that was absolutely
they
correct.
had something else. They had a flu. They had another virus. They had some other.
They had COPD or they had
that actually
diabetes.
doesn't matter to the math, right? All that matters is our medical system going to get overwhelmed?
Correct.
It doesn't matter whether it's by healthy people or people who already have underlying conditions. Yes. We want to prevent the overwhelm. That's right. That's what happened to Italy, and that's what we want to not be like.
Well, my question would be, if let's say that no one had said anything. And this would have been like, there's a crazy variant of the flu out there, blah, blah, blah. How many of those people would have actually gone to the hospital that had or how many of them would have stayed home and tried to self-treat?
Well, it doesn't matter, right? Because once you get the spread going, if you don't have social distancing, you get a doubling of cases, doubling of actual hospital admissions, not people just going to the hospital and complaining, but actual people who actually need to be in the hospital because they're dying.
Yeah, people don't go to the hospital.
Actual deaths will get a doubling every day rather than every 3 days, right? So that's the objective is to get that curve down. That's the only reason we're doing any of this. Like no one imagines that we're going to prevent everyone from getting it. I mean, everybody's going to get it eventually. All we can do is slow it down so that we can actually handle it and actually have the capacity to take care of this. And the fact that the U.S. is so massively unprepared for this is really a national security issue that should have been addressed a long time ago.
No, I think to answer your question, Dima, you go to the hospital when you're shortness of breath. When you can't breathe, that's when you go to the ER. So eventually that people would be going to the ER that's saying, I can't breathe for some reason. And then if you need a ventilator, then, there's a shortage of ICU beds and ventilators. Now, what about like when they talk about dampening the curve, I'm not hearing enough about raising the line. Right? Because that's what we could be doing, too, is not, we're trying to get the curve down, but we should also be trying to raise the line, too.
What do you mean by raise the line?
Get
capacity.
Raise capacity. Raise capacity for ventilators and
and
the other pieces like the intermediate care that's needed.
But here's, big problem. A huge amount of our medical supply comes from China. So we haven't built capacity. We don't have, as the United States, we do not have the ability to handle a crisis like this. And that is actually a serious problem that we should address in the long run. We need to actually have native domestic capacity to handle a crisis like this, because this isn't even the worst that could happen. There are much more worse pandemics that could hit us in the future. And if we can't handle this one, we're really screwed.
Maybe
even more
this is a good thing. I mean, there was an Ebola scare a few years ago, but it was so not serious that
we quarantined it. We prevented it getting into the United States and spreading because we were on it. That was the thing. Is like we were totally on top of it from the beginning with adequate testing and everything and proper quarantine protocols. We caught that one and stopped it, but we completely fumbled this ball, and now the horse is out of the barn. There isn't really any way we can go back to doing what we did for Ebola for this.
Well, short of a lot of small businesses closing, which is obviously deaths is the worst, but that's definitely the secondary worst thing. I mean, this does shed light on the fact that people don't fucking wash their hands, that the medical system is ill prepared, and
I think it sheds light on the fact that if you look at like Europe, actually most of the first world can handle this more than we can, because they already have in many cases mandatory 30-day vacation. So they're used to having people stay home for 30 days and still getting their salary and stuff like that. We don't even have a conception of that in the US. Unless you're in the military, then you get 30 days free vacation a year. But that's from a bygone era. Vacations have been destroyed. So that people think like, oh gosh, 2 weeks, that's impossible. The rest of the world is saying, no, we do that all the time. Yeah. That's not even a problem.
But the rest of the world also has.
That's another problem where we've really created our economy in such a way that we can't buffer and handle things like this.
But the rest of the world has double-digit unemployment. So, that's also a problem.
Yeah, but they still do fine. Their economies are great. If you look at Germany, for example, UK, Canada, Australia, Japan.
No, well, we'll see. I mean, a lot of our economies are interdependent. So I think everybody's economy is
well, there will definitely be a recession because of this. There's no doubt about that. Same as when, if you talk about another virus, which was the securities fraud that resulted in the last crisis that hit us in 2008. We're gonna run into that again too. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, a little bit different in that it was a liquidity problem. We don't have a money liquidity problem right now. We have an uncertainty problem. And I think that's the hardest thing to deal with.
Well, actually, we do have a money liquidity problem. That's why the Federal Reserve is dumping trillions of dollars into low-interest loans into the banking industry to prevent the liquidity problem from getting ahead of us.
I think it's to try to stimulate the economy. I mean, right now, who wants to make a loan?
It's to rescue the credit market, because the worst thing that can happen is credit dries up. And that's what happened in 2008 is that credit just vanished. And so they had to bail out tons of people because private sector was too squeamish to actually loan any money to anybody. So to prevent that from happening again, they're making tons of money available to lend so that the credit market doesn't crash.
Right,
and
but
so they're trying to stay ahead of that.
But who's going to lend in this economy?
We have better capacity to do this if we dealt with national debt earlier. There are many reasons we were so unprepared for this. We need to be dealing with the national debt so that we have a bigger capacity to actually buffer crises like this. And this is the only crisis we're going to face in coming years.
The nice thing is that we seem to kind of be learning from these. So
that's true.
I don't know. I mean, we looked at the 08-09 financial crisis. We're ahead of the potential liquidity problem this time. And I am seeing a few things like if we're going to bail out another industry, already people are saying, hey, these fuckers aren't, like Mark Cuban said, if we bail out the airline industry, they shouldn't be allowed to ever buy back stock afterwards.
Right.
Now, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly,
they probably won't do that, but they might do a statute of limitations of, I don't know, 10 years, 20 years they can. That's brilliant. The fact that people are already thinking ahead.
Yeah.
This didn't happen in 09.
Before the things happened, but you're right. Yes, I am glad that we're learning from things. We're not making the same mistakes over and over again, at least.
Right. So anyways, what on donations? Any super chats here will be donated directly to the charity. So if you do want to send a super chat and you want to get your voice in there, screw around with us, please do it. That's going to go directly to the Center for the
Disaster Philanthropy.
Yes, the Center for Philanthropy. This charity does not like my tongue, right? My 12th cranial nerve is not doing very good on this.
It's
right?
the
that innervates the tongue.
That's the hard word. Philanthropy. Disaster Philanthropy. It's
How
a lot
about
of syllables.
Philanderer? Can I say that? Is that the same thing?
Yes.
That's not the same thing at all.
Remember Michael Scott on The Office? He's like, I've always considered myself such a big philanderer. He's like, I love giving to charities.
They should check the website out and check out their annual reports. The Center for Disaster Philanthropy does some really interesting things. So they basically aggregate money and give out grants to help people buy businesses, organizations to buy supplies and so on. They're part of many organizations that work together to make these things happen.
Right. And it sounds like they follow this all the way through. Instead of just throwing money as a quick fix on the problem, they're also managing the cleanup.
I actually went and spent some time on their website and reading their annual, because it's a nonprofit organization, so they actually have to publish reports and things. And so I was looking through all their stuff, and they make good judicious decisions about how to deploy the money, and have been very effective at doing this for years, which, that's have a good reputation at that.
Yeah, they do. They do it the same way as, I think, like the honest pro-life argument, and that is that you would offer money and say, hey, look, there's another option over here, but we will not only fund your pregnancy, prenatal, all of that, but we're going to continue to help you postnatal, and we're going to keep helping you until you tell us to quit. And in that kind of thing, like that I have no problem with that kind of pro-life argument. That's, I think, actually very good.
Oh yeah,
we should fund that along with Planned Parenthood.
That would be a free market solution to
it is. It is
to abortion frequency.
Yeah, I think that's the honest way to do it, because I think you can't just say don't do it. You make the choice so good that they can't refuse. That's I think that's good activism on that end. Now, what I don't see is like activism on the pro-choice end of, like, say you're in Alabama and they just put in essentially a ban. Right? Where's the charities that says, hey, if you need these services, we'll fly you to California? Instead, no, it's they all want like a government solution. Why not a charity solution?
Well, the problem is that if you throw it onto private money, well, first of all, it's our human rights issue, right? So to say that we should sacrifice human rights and force people to spend millions of dollars of private money instead, obviously that's got things backwards. We should be defending human rights, not replacing it with these solutions that they're first of all expensive and not very effective. Who can take several days off to fly out of a state to get an abortion and come back? I mean, these are unrealistic solutions to a human rights problem.
Why not? But if you're going to call it human rights problems, now you've augmented the pro-life argument and saying that, God, this is a human life issue.
Well, that's exactly the debate we should be having, is that the actual human rights of the actual existing conscious human actually matter more than one that doesn't even have a brain yet, much less, and even if it has the brain, it's not conscious yet. So we're not even talking about an actual person. They're not even a citizen yet. They don't even have rights yet. They don't get to vote. But
that's all true for a person in a coma.
Is the debate we should be having. It's like, no, that's not what human rights is about. Human rights is about people who are actually consciously existing and actually have lives that matter. They're actually making decisions. And that's what human rights is about. Are your decisions being restricted, or are you being allowed to make decisions for yourself? Even when we're talking about children, they're still cognitively aware and are building themselves as persons. That's completely different from a fetus. And the idea that human rights extend to fetuses just doesn't rationally follow. And that's, and I agree, that's the debate you can have, but that is the debate we need to be having, and actually bring it about. It's about human rights and who gets them and why. Why are human rights?
Doesn't that seem like a winner take all?
God, they're important because of actual social consequences to the persons that exist.
Not I wouldn't say, by the way, necessarily winner take all. And Rick, you're a good person to ask this, because I've been thinking about this for a long time. I don't have a response to the pro life position, because it does bring up a good point, is that fundamentally we have to get down to the sanctity of human life. And as a pro-choicer, I have to admit that I don't put in as much credence into it as someone who's a pro-lifer. That at the end of the day, the argument's going to fall there. And then I'll be like, okay, I'll be the asshole in the room. That's
kind of weird. No, there's no such
explain
thing as
how
sanctity of human life. That's a religious thing that's made up. What makes life
like
valuable is the fact that it can be experienced. If you can't experience life, then you aren't meaningfully alive, right? And that's even the potential. Let's say you're in a coma. You would still have the potential to come out of that coma, and the information that constructs you as a person still exists and is still intact.
Yeah, but why can't I say that about a fetus?
Yeah.
So then it's the same exact argument.
So you can't what? I'm sorry,
You
what?
could say that about a fetus.
A fetus has a potential to be human given time.
Yeah,
So-
but potential isn't actual. I mean, yes, that means it has potential human rights, not actual human rights, right?
But that's true for the same.
So-
the coma person only has potential.
No. Coma person already exists. They already have a personality.
So you're
They've already had
grandfathered
experiences, they've
in
already
because
been alive,
because
and
you
they-
had
it's just
human.
basically in storage, essentially.
You're grandfathered
comparable to a
in
fetus
when
at all.
you.
It would be closer to a brain dead person, right? Like if a brain dead person, you can pull the life support off of them. There's no human rights issue there. Fetus is more comparable to that because the fetus has no organized personality inside of it yet.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a good way to structure the argument. So, repeat why is sanctity of human life strictly a religious construct?
Well, the thing is, like, try to defend it. First of all, what does sanctity even mean?
Yeah.
Secondly, why does it matter? Why are we supposed to care about this, whatever you're calling sanctity? The moment you try to defend these points, there is no defense. Unless you get to things that actually exist and actually you can point to that actually matter.
No, you're going to get into biblical text where they say that humans are more important than, pigs or whatever the hell. And so, and then at that point, you're having a religious conversation rather than anything else, right?
I mean, that often happens, yes. Oftentimes, if you push to why do these things matter, they don't have an argument at all. They just say, well, they just do. They resort to some sort of moral Platonism, that there's just some sort of moral ideal and there must be something wrong with you if you don't understand it. It's like, but if you can't defend it, if you can't explain why it's true, you really shouldn't be believing it.
Right, but
and so you really do need to get at the bottom of why do you even care about the sanctity of human life? What does that mean to you and why does it matter? And then once you've done that, then you can start looking at the factual world and see, does this even apply anywhere? And whether it does or doesn't will be a product of the facts of the case, not sentiments or assumptions.
Well, what restrictions would you be okay with on abortion?
Well, I've actually written about this. I had a debate with an atheist, a pro-life atheist, a long time ago. It's still available on the secular web. You can go find it. My position is exactly the same as Roe v. Wade, which, by the way, I highly recommend people read the entire Supreme Court decision because it's a brilliant survey of the history of the issue and the philosophy of the issue. It's actually some pretty good philosophy writing on the subject. And they're the ones who came up with the 3-trimester model. The first trimester, it's no one's business. Second trimester, the government can be concerned for the safety of the medical procedures for the woman. And in the third trimester, the government can be interested in the safety of the near-term fetus. So third trimester, elective abortion, it would be completely sensible for the government to prevent that. But that's almost no cases, right? So like almost no abortion is third trimester elective. And there's a difference between, medically necessary abortion and elective abortion, which pro-lifers often try to ride right over. But obviously in terms of medically necessary, that's self-defense. Obviously you should have a right to defend yourself against something that's killing you, for example. And if you read what the Supreme Court actually said for Roe v. Wade, they created this 3-trimester model, and I don't have an argument against it. They have good history behind them, good philosophy behind them, good science behind them.
Who was it that you were debating? So if folks want to look it up, they can. Do you remember?
Her last name is Roth. I can't remember her first name.
Oh, they'll figure it out. Carrie or Roth debate. Okay.
Carrier Roth debate, it's out there.
That's perfect.
So what about a lot of hubbub was made in Virginia when they were saying, okay, we're going to make exceptions for certain third trimester things. Like, why is it so necessary to then, if the government can be interested in a fetus's viability in the third trimester, why push for this absolutely no restrictions thing? It seems like the extremist argument on abortion I'm not familiar with
that particular law. I mean, the reason some people want to do that is because they're worried about slippery slope, right? They're worried if they allow the government, but then also it's the thing is like if they allow the government to do certain things, they're worried it will do more things. Now, I think that's an excessive argument. I would disagree with them. I would say it would be completely fair for the government to say we're going to stop elective abortions but allow medically necessary abortions, and it's the doctor's opinion as to what is medically necessary. So the government isn't acting like it's a doctor and knows the particular patient history. So that's the kind of thing that we should be okay with. But the problem is that people who try to get these laws passed try to go farther than that. They try to actually ban all of it and even prevent medically necessary abortions. And so the people who are reacting against that want to shut that down. And so their way of doing it is say, no, it's none of your business, stay out of it. Now that in doing that, they're going against the Roe v. Wade decision, actually. And I think, but that's mostly, it's the result of this political game that's being played, where the pro-lifers are trying to use one argument to do more than is morally allowable or politically that should be done. And then the people are reacting by trying to block that entirely. And so you have two positions that are created by politics rather than actually sitting down and thinking about what should we actually be doing.
But why don't you favor my solution
I think that
then?
Happens in all subjects.
My solution is a pluralistic solution to where some states are going to have heartbeat bills like Alabama. Others like California, New York, there's no way that they're going to pass any significant restriction on abortion.
There should not be a heartbeat bill. Heartbeat has
but
nothing
either way, you
to
could get around it by the pro-lifers in the strong blue states are going to need to advocate for the programs that I was saying, like choose us, we'll pay for everything, but it's your call. But please consider us. And then the ones in Alabama can say, hey, we'll take you, we'll fly you to Texas or wherever, California.
There's a whole other way to look at this. It's like, let's say that you actually think abortion is a problem. You want to solve abortion? We have scientifically proven ways to do this. Free IUDs. We saw it in Colorado. There was actually a test run. You want to see a massive reduction in abortion? Make IUDs freely available, and other birth control technologies freely available. Teach kids and teens how to use and the importance of using birth control technologies, including condoms, rather than this abstinence only.
I'm totally with you.
Like do those things, and like you're saying, actually create charities. Put your money where your mouth is that will actually support mothers in both, like you said, the prenatal care, even like child care, all of that. Do that. If that will create a huge reduction in abortion. If you really want to reduce abortions, that's how you do it. Yep. Outlawing it is just a stupid way to try and use the force of the government, try to use state violence to get what you want. Is in this particular issue is ironically the stupidest idea.
Isn't this?
So they should just actually do things that will reduce abortion, and there's many ways to do that don't require using violence against people.
Yep. I like that. It's a pluralist solution.
Doesn't it seem less and less of a problem? That's my question. I mean, I feel like the zeitgeist is turning against not in states that are passing it, because that's old guard still putting that through.
No, I think. It's the backlash phenomenon. And I always use this example with Islamic terrorism, for example. Zakaria did a talk on this once, where he was pointing out that as conservative Islam becomes less powerful in its own countries, Islamic terrorism increases. So the extremists become more and more violent the less they get their way. Mm-hmm. So that, in fact, if you look at like the Islamic world, you still have these like oppressive regimes, but the populations are slowly drifting towards secularism or towards liberal Islam, but they're just under the thumb of these governments and these extreme, conservative regimes. But even then, like, most victims of Muslim terrorism are other Muslims because they're not extreme enough, right? So the extremists will go and kill the liberal Muslims that aren't backing them, or at least the centrist Muslims, or however you want to define it, doesn't matter. The same thing happens now. It's like like you said, like the support for abortion liberty, for example, is increasing. The extremists, the pro-lifers, are losing, and so they're resorting to more and more extreme measures to try and get their way. They tried terrorism for a little while, that didn't work, and so now they're trying to, like you said, manipulate old guard stuff. We saw the same thing with homosexuality. They were losing the gay marriage and gay rights debate. So what did American Christian evangelicals do? They went to Uganda, got the Ugandan government to institute execution of gays. Because they couldn't do it here, so they went there and got it done. And that eventually got this, I think it's rolled back into life imprisonment, but still they got their way over there. They got to suppress gay people through the force of the state. They just couldn't succeed here, but they get more and more, they're losing more and more, so they become more and more extreme in how they try to use tactics. And so you see more of this, these abortion laws and stuff coming through, but it is kind of like the death throes of the movement.
But you can't get Uganda to do that if there's an already an existing and well-accepted, like, homophobia that's already present in that population.
Yeah, but they didn't have death penalty or life imprisonment laws. It was the evangelicals that went there and lobbied for it. So they're actually they're actually going out of their way to try and oppress gay people in other countries. Even it's the most astonishing bigotry I've ever seen. But to go back to the other thing, another problem is that there's a lot of, like, especially in conservative states, there's a lot of ways of taking away abortion access that are under the radar. So, for example, making it very difficult to run an abortion clinic, so that there's very little abortion access. Even though it's not illegal, the access is being taken away. And people don't notice that because you don't notice something until you need it. So it's only when someone needs to get an abortion that they discover that there aren't any abortion clinics in their state, right?
And saying that they need
so if people don't notice what's going on, it's easy for these people to engage in machinations, to take rights away from you,
right,
if you're not paying attention to what they're doing.
Yeah, so the biggest way they do that is admitting privileges at hospitals. So, that's a license a physician can't get. And the other one is width of the hallways. So because you're like a medical procedure, you need to have something as wide as a normal ASC. Yeah, that they're basically using all of the red tape laws. This is a good reason to be against regulation, because regulation is now being used against you. Well, in this case, it's being used against your position.
Be against bad regulation, yes. The abuse of regulation, absolutely. I have an article on
this. But the same regulation is what held up the reason why our test kits don't happen. Are all regulation.
You go to my blog, richardcarrier.info, and just type in government regulations. I think that will find it. You can find my article on the entire philosophy of government regulation and what the proper response is to bad regulation. Is not the elimination of regulations, it's the elimination of bad regulations.
Okay, fine. No, I agree. I tend to agree with that, yeah. But everyone's going to disagree over what's bad. But, you should always think when regulations are going to go in that, what could go wrong? The enemy of good is better sometimes. Just think of the other side.
Yeah, if you have evidence, sure.
Richard, I want to not that we're in our daily lives talking about fucking coronavirus enough, but I wanted to shift it back to that because you're the resident expert on all things atheism.
Okay, not really, but okay, go on.
No,
depends on what you mean by atheism.
You're an atheist deity.
Yeah, you're a figurehead.
Atheist philosophy.
You're an atheist golden calf.
I thought it was interesting to talk about how this versus other disasters that we've seen in the past. How much has religion played or not played a role? I, for example, have not heard anything. Very recently, I just saw an article, something about the Pope asking God for, a cure for the virus, but I hadn't heard for the longest time any religious takes other than Mike Pence praying in the office the very first day of the outbreak. It's really kind of been under the radar. So from your perspective, have we really kind of transcended religion and it's really, really taken a back seat, or is it still very much in the forefront?
No, I think you're right. And that's been happening. We've been noticing that a lot lately on many issues, but yeah, you're right. This is kind of like the first most visible example of that. I mean, if you can find it if you go looking for it. I've seen articles, and there's no consistent response by the religious on this, and some started being like denying that it exists while others were actually working to get their congregations tested, so there's like very different responses, but they're all secular pretty much. I mean, obviously they're doing their praying and all of the religious things that they normally do, but the responses are generally being framed now in secular responses. Like, do we just congregate and say fuck it and pretend that disease doesn't exist, or do we get our congregation tested? Like, these are all secular responses. These are not really religious responses.
Isn't that amazing?
They're sort of layering that on top of their religious.
But the fact that we've gotten here, I don't know. I mean, this has to feel like a win.
I don't know. It's too early to say. Who knows? Well, where we'll be 6 months from now. Let's wait and see what the total impact of all of this is.
So we got a super chat. It wasn't anything written, but from Bertrand Kurt Russell. I thought you skin that incense carrier and see where it gets you, boy. Right? Kurt Russell from Tombstone.
Nope.
Right?
Oh,
we're combining
yeah,
Bertrand
yeah.
Russell, and that's what the incense carrier. I said
I'm a
throw
Snake
down, boy.
Fan myself, if we're going to Kurt Russell.
It's a deep cut, Brian.
It's a deep cut, but come on, is Tombstone not like the best Western that's ever come out?
No,
it's
better Western. Oh, come on, you can't beat Good, Bad, and the Ugly, or even the Outlaw Josie Wales.
Dude, I don't like Westerns.
I don't know.
I can't help you. No, 310 to Yuma. I like that one.
That was pretty good, yeah.
That was like
I
the
wouldn't
only
list
one
it
that
as
I've
the
seen.
best, but it was
And
good.
Back to the Future 3, does that count?
That counts as a Western, yes.
Oh, Johnny Ringo, looks like somebody walked over your grave. There's too many good lines in Tombstone.
All right, what was the question though? Someone was asking a question.
No, I mean we were on the topic of do we feel like we've won, and we as in secular people who don't want to.
Oh, we haven't won yet. We're gaining ground.
And
we're seeing evidence of that.
Well, of course, there's no winning, but I haven't seen a lot of thoughts and prayers. It's been so under the radar.
That is a good point. Like George Bush probably would have been all over the thoughts and prayers.
That's what I mean.
Theme.
And that hasn't been well, and he said God bless America, but that was about it. That was like, for National Day of Prayer. That was the most that he did.
Right.
I think that
that's brilliant.
The religious arguments are actually that they've gone into a place where they need to be more savvy than just everybody believes God exists. You have to kind of, if you're going to make a religious argument, you really need to say why you need religion, right? Because it's just not enough to say, but of course there's a God, right? It's almost like that's being acknowledged, and that instead they'll say, it gives you purpose. We're giving you a community. It's a goal that we're driving for. This is a philosophy that if you follow will improve your life.
Dude, that's fantastic. That's where we should be at.
But
I'm completely fine with that.
That's the liberal religious view, right? That's liberal Christianity you've described.
I know,
Conservative Christianity is you're going to hell, you need salvation, and
that's hardcore.
But how many of those are left?
I know lots of conservatives that think like this.
About 36% of the U.S. population.
That seems high.
Yeah, I know, it's scarily high, and it's high relative to other first world nations. We're still,
of course, yeah.
I mean, we're 80% Christian. We're almost half of them conservative Christians, but we're like way crazier conservative and Christian than all the rest of the first world. I mean, although there's still plenty in. Like I did a conservative Christian radio show in Canada just a couple of years ago, just a few years ago. So they're around, and I know like the Jehovah's Witnesses are evangelizing in the UK, and but their main target now is the third world. That's where you see the evangelical movement is trying to thrive. Seventh-day Adventists,
so
for example, are gaining ground in South America.
Do they knock on your door, the Jehovah's Witnesses?
Yeah.
And do you invite them in?
No,
oh my God! I thought you would love. I invite them in every time.
Of course you would.
And every time they show up, and I don't know. It's like almost a reason to believe in God. It's always on a Saturday morning, and I've always been out partying real hard, and I'm very hungover. So I answer the door, and I kind of don't know who it is. So it's almost like for the first minute, I think they're my friends, and I realize that they're not. So I just sober up with them. I get a coffee. They ask if I have a Bible. I bring down the Skeptic's Annotated Bible. They all ooh and ah over it because they've never seen it. And they're like, oh, this is great. You know, I'm a little bit educated in the Bible. Nothing close to you, but man, they ooh and ah, and like you argue for about 45 minutes, and then they're like, we got to go. And then you're done, and you're mostly sober after 3 cups of coffee at that time.
Me, I would either be sleeping or getting work done. So I've actually, in the past, I've tried literature exchanges. I've tried to offer them, I'll give you my literature if you take mine, or if you give me yours, and they always refuse. They never. I think they've been trained to not accept literature from targets.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, one of the times I felt really bad because they, I come in and like 45 minutes goes pretty fast. It was cold out, and I'm like, I remember there were 2 people in the car, and they turned the car off, and I'm like, they're getting cold. And I was like, why do you have to go? They're like, oh, well, so-and-so's still in the car. And my, Dan Weeby and our ex-JW friends, I told us, I was like, why'd they leave those people in the car? And he goes, no, they were watching them. They're the ones watching to make sure that the other people are actually making the sales calls.
Yeah.
So which duty do you want? Do you want to be in a cold car, or do you want to be the proselytizers? That's a tough call to make if you're in the Jehovah's Witness.
I think if you believe in what you're pitching, then it must feel good, because you're saving. I don't know. I'm trying to put myself in the headspace of
for sure.
Well, they're really nice, and the thing is, they're very open to a lot of my questions, and that's really interesting. They're almost complimentary to it. But then, what my ex-JW friends will say is, the more and more you get in, the less tolerant they are of these questions. And then they'll say, kind of put that aside. That will become more clear the more and more you study and read. And by the time you're in that far enough where you're allowed to ask those questions, that question isn't allowed to be asked.
Yeah, and they'll also put in control beliefs. They'll have stories that are designed to scare you into not asking questions. So one of my girlfriends is ex-Jehovah's Witness as well. And that's the best, by the way, if you want to know what it's like, what they're thinking, what the mindset is of someone who's a Jehovah's Witness, go talk to an ex-Jehovah's Witness, because they were there. They can tell you about what it was like and what it felt like and what their motivations were. But she said there was a story that they would tell everybody back when she was in the church. And it's this tale about this teenage girl and boy, and they go into the woods to talk. They're romantically interested in each other, and and they get very intimate in terms of, talking about the things they care about and stuff. And then eventually the boy gets comfortable and saying, I have these doubts about God, and the I have all these questions. And then the girl will like say, yeah, let's talk more about that. And then they talk about that, and then she goes back and rats him out. And says, this guy's got, so he basically gets punished and outed and all this stuff. It's totally made up story, but notice if you tell the story to everybody, they're thinking, oh shit, now I can't like confide in anyone because they might out me, right? And so what does this do? This suppresses questioning. It suppresses interpersonal communication at a serious level. And so it allows them to control people better. And so this is how religion is so pernicious.
So, well, Margaret Delvan, hey, she's been to a bunch of the MythCons. I've partied with Margaret before. How's it going? She asked, like, what would Jesus do about COVID-19?
Oh, and by the way, hello, Margaret. Nice to hear from you. What would Jesus do? Well, the comic book.
Or
Jesus
what would he do about the spread of COVID-19? I think is what.
If Jesus were really God, he would just eliminate it.
Done.
But if Jesus were merely a secular rabbi promoting social justice stuff, he would be all about how the rich should give away their money to help the poor deal with the crisis. That would be the whole message of Jesus.
Well, how did he deal with plagues in the Bible? He healed people, right? But were there any plagues that he got in on?
No. Jesus never actually cured any illness. Like he would randomly heal random people, but like not cure the disease. Like you might. Of course, he never cures anyone with cholera, even though that was one of the deadliest diseases that killed the most, especially kids back then.
Leprosy sounds cooler.
Like
to
Jesus,
be fair,
came up and healed one kid with cholera. He doesn't even do that. But even if he did, that's not curing cholera. Like, can you just cure cholera? Like, why not save 10,000 kids instead of just one kid? Like, it's the gospel stories are so perverse if you actually think about them as history, as if people actually believed this is how God would behave if he was down here on earth. I mean, if you really think about it in context, it's insane. Whereas if you actually had godlike powers and were in Palestine in the first century, oh man, the things you'd be doing, like, oh shit, this cholera is horrible. Let's get rid of cholera. Okay, cholera is done. Oh, malaria, fuck, that's really bad. Okay, no more malaria. One thing after another.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying that he would then put in like an antivirus then to knock out the virus, right? Nothing could be simple.
Well, he's God. He doesn't have to have an antivirus. He could just wish it away.
I know, that's what I mean.
The
but
Star
let's
Trek
think of a clunky.
With that one guy who wiped out the entire species of the Hearthnok because he was omnipotent and he just wished that they would not exist, and so they all throughout the entire universe they ceased to exist. I mean that's what God could do, presumably. I mean, he doesn't really need vaccines.
Okay, so this is the Q solution. Right, just change the gravitational constant of the universe.
Right. Yes, right. Another good Star Trek analogy.
Yes, that is a good one. And he's like, well, we can't just do that. And he's like, Data goes, what I think Geordi is saying, Q, is that changing the gravitational constant of the universe is beyond our technical capability. It's just, I love that Star Trek humor. Like, most people look at me weird. I'm like, that's comedy. The reason why Star Trek is so beloved is it's comedy.
We can't get through one episode without you making a Star Trek.
All right, does anyone in the chat like give some props to like Star Trek being wonderful comedy, or you can mock me if you don't agree.
I will.
But see a vote. So Mr. K pops in here is going back to the Uganda piece. Says that he actually remembers this. He said Ugandan constitution prohibits discrimination of all kinds on those grounds. There's no quorum when the law was signed. The problem he's saying is the former British colonies have all these 1950s language in their criminal codes. Is that what? How do you respond to that?
I don't know enough about that, the minutia of that.
Okay,
so can't respond.
No, but interesting. But what I'm saying is that if you're going to do something, you have to have this underlying. You've got to stoke underlying fears that exist. Right, you can't go into a culture that's not very homophobic and just stir up homophobia. But you can stir up fears that already exist.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now it's possible to stir up the fears, but that's the longer process.
Yeah.
But absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Africa in general has inherited a lot of colonial ideas that came from the British, right? So the British were the ones who were castrating and jailing gay people. Well, we were doing that all the way up until the 1940s still. So that's fairly recent history. There are people still alive who were alive when that was still being done.
Okay.
It's fear of the unknown.
Now, to give though, what do you think? What do you make of there was a professor that wrote a book called, or at least a paper, that the case for colonialism, right? Because yes, colonialism does bring in these things, but it also essentially gets rid of African animism, right? That's still practiced to a small degree, but generally, like, the ideas of health and hospitalization, more modern medicine were adopted there. As opposed to a lot of mythos. So I mean, there's not all bad things. Or am I deeply
like
bad
saying,
for saying that?
Hamas runs charities that feed the starving. Is that an argument for Hamas? No.
No. Okay.
Right. So I
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, there are ways colonialism could have been done that would not have been as destructive and unjust as it was. That just isn't what happened, right? So like you can theoretically have a moral and just version of colonialism, but we just didn't do that.
Okay. And just to Mike right here, Thomas Sheedy and Michael Trollan popped in and both agree with Star Trek is amazing comedy and is excellent philosophy. Do you think that a lot of people would get, like, take the religion from Star Trek or have that be like a moral precept? I mean, do cultures do that? Could you get your moral precepts from stuff like this? It seems like a lot of people. I hear a lot of people my age saying that Star Trek, they get their morality from TNG.
No, I think certainly it is a cultural vector for moral beliefs and moral ideas and moral reasoning. Absolutely. I mean, fiction has been doing this for ages, right? Like that's not new, but it's of course mass media makes it more powerful in that respect. Definitely true. So a lot of people, even like there's ex-Christians, will tell you. Many of them will say like it was sci-fi that got them out of Christianity, that made them rethink the morals and the thoughts of their religion. So sci-fi can be a powerful vehicle for all sorts of things. Yeah. I support it. I support science fiction.
Yeah. But what about too? Like with the science fiction, we have these same myths. So you have a myth arc in Star Trek, right? All of this stuff is not real. But yet these stories help teach a message. So are you okay with religion in like a Jordan Peterson way that says, okay, like the stories aren't meant to be literal, but are meant as allegory?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson goes a little bit farther than that. But and also I don't really agree with a lot of the stuff he says. People who want to read that, I have a whole article on Jordan Peterson on my blog.
I so disagree with that.
reality.
But you're saying there's some truth to that argument.
The analogy is there's a huge string of liberal Christianity that does this, that they say that the Bible is, you should not take it literally true. It's only the moral of the story that's relevant. I mean, there are believing Christians who actually seriously advocate that. It's a good idea in principle. It's just the Bible is a terrible book to do that with. Hector Avalos wrote a book called The End of Biblical Studies that interestingly has like a whole section on liberal interpretations of the Bible and why they're just as stupid and dangerous as the conservative ones, but for different reasons. Certainly, what we should do is what we do with like Star Trek, where it's not religion. We're not assuming that it's infallible. It is an exploration of human life that we can draw lessons from or criticize. But we treat it as that. It's just that. It's not scripture. It's not something you can't question. But it's something that's useful and that you can use in your culture for moral advancement and so on. That's absolutely true. Fiction should be conceived in that way. It's useful for thinking through moral problems, and we use fiction for other things too, epistemology, metaphysics, and so on.
I had a thought about just this conservative religions. Are they going to stick around just like cults do, even when people don't understand why they're even doing something? I mean, 2016 we had the Allison Mack sex cult, that whole thing developing. All of the people in it knew that they were in a cult, that it was insane, that they were doing dumb shit, and still they did it. So
yes, I think we'll always have this problem.
Well, the thing was, it was Allison, right? Allison
I don't think that was the big reason why. I mean,
no, but she was the wholesome character. You would expect this from Lana Lang, right? But you didn't expect it from Allison.
I think that the whole idea is that the rational people listen to these stories or to any of the Jonestown or any of these other cults, and you're like, how the fuck is it possible that people are so stupid that they went along with this? But you're going to have some percentage of the population that are just very agreeable, that are susceptible to dumb ideas. And you're always going to have that till the end of time. So hopefully we're on downward curve.
It's also lost people who don't have any well-developed way to develop their own philosophy. Like, they've not been taught how to develop their own philosophy of life, much less an evidence-based philosophy of life. And then, life gets difficult, or they're, struggling financially, or they're struggling emotionally. And those are the people who often fall into these cults. There's a good documentary. I can't remember what it's called, but it's about Jim Jones. It's all about the Jim Jones thing. And it really shows you why and how people got seduced by this guy. And you can see it from their point of view, it makes sense. But it does work on pre-existing conditions, right? If you're already predisposed to believe a faith healing act is real, that can be used to manipulate you into putting more faith into a particular leader than you probably should, for instance, or a particular ideology than you probably should. So that's religion has always used that kind of anchor. Political ideologies do it now too, but without the supernatural element. They'll play off of bigotries or other assumptions and things that you already have. If you have a pre-existing condition that can be exploited emotionally or whatever, ideologies can do that as well, and not just a religious problem. But that's because human brains suck. Like, our brains are very badly designed. If you go to, I tell people this all the time, if you go to Wikipedia and type in list of cognitive biases, there's a whole page called list of cognitive biases, hundreds and hundreds of these things. The brain is terrible. So we have to accept the fact that our natural intuition is not reliable, and we have to take steps to software patch that. And I just think not enough people are taught that or learn how to do it.
Okay, cool. We'll transition, Richard, last question over here. I'm gonna fire out that we saw in the chat. Do you like tax exempt status for religious? Would you say that they should lose their tax exempt status, or are you okay with it, or certain conditions?
I think it's largely a non-issue, except for a few minor things like the fact that they get parsonage exemptions to property tax and so on. But in reality, what would happen if you got rid of tax exemption for churches? They would all reorganize as 501s and not pay taxes anyway, right? So the only thing that would change is that they would have to report their income. They would have to have reports of income and expenses sent to the government and delivered to the public. That they would just make public their finances. That would be really the only thing that would change. And maybe they might be more susceptible to fraud charges and things like that if they're doing things that violate charity laws. So it would have a small effect, but it wouldn't have the huge effect that people think that taxing the churches would do. You'll never get to tax the churches. The only thing you'd ever get to do is somewhat financially regulate them, which is kind of what we don't want to do, or at least kind of what Congress doesn't want to do. So in the long run, I don't think that's such a big issue. There's way worse things to worry about, like giving churches exemptions from safety laws in their schools, for instance. That's a bigger problem than whether they're paying taxes.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Interesting. That's an interesting look. I hadn't thought about it that way before, so I like it.
I had a follow-up, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be
Sean's
able to
poking
ask
at
it.
us.
I know. I see him. He's evil.
Michael Trollan and Ian Miles Cheong are coming on next, so thanks, Richard, for joining us.
Yeah. Do you want me to drop out now?
Dr.
Do you want me to hang out
Richard
and transition,
Carrier.
or what do you want me to do?
No, that'd be
All right.
awesome. Yeah,
Tell us where we can find that stuff on the website if anyone wants to take a deeper dive into this real quick.
Into which things?
Into that website. Is it Richard Carrier Info?
Oh yes, yeah, my website. All things Richard Carrier. You can find it richardcarrier.info. .info. That you'll find my Twitter feed, Facebook feed. You can buy my books there, read my blog. I teach courses every month. You can learn about how to do that online there, nice. and so on. And
you seem to respond to chat, so they can actually interact with you as well. So comments, you're very good about responding to them. So yeah. Richard, always great to talk to you, man.
Hold on, are we able to hang or
yeah?
Oh, because you got all right, fine. I guess.
All right, so I have to drop.
Unfortunately, otherwise. I don't know why. We'll talk about how we keep doing this because I'd like.
He wanted to have the Ed McMahon move you over to the other couch.
Yeah, I want to do this as a hang and just move over, and then what was that?
We
you
can do that.
Well,
Okay,
then let's
Sean
do that.
can do that.
If Richard's got time, then that's awesome.
Yeah, if Richard, if you've got the time, we've got.
I won't stick around too long. I've got a date with my parents and niece to play video games.
All right.
Across 2,000 miles. But
okay. I was gonna say why.
That's right. I was gonna say if you've got the time, we have the coffee and the Jameson.
Wait, do we?
But yeah, my
Jesus
thinking
Christ.
was I would just say hi to the next crew and transition for you guys, and then I can head out.
For sure.
Okay. All right. Sean is going to do that.
Hold on.
So wait, what video games too? Like, first of all, it better be good video games. Not
No. See, it's actually board games, but through the internet. So
like
we're
which
gonna do
ones?
Ticket to Ride. Is a popular board game, and we play it through the internet.
Oh, is that one of the board game, like one of the more
it's a board
nerdy strategy? Okay,
yeah, the ones that you
I
don't.
mean, yeah,
play.
it's strategy light, but yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay,
it's
so
not like terraforming Mars, which is like massively complicated, but super fun.
While Sean is trying to figure this out, I'm gonna ask my follow-up, and this has to do with what we were talking about, the non-taxable shit, as well as these organizations. If all of these religious organizations are basically cults, which is basically around a cult of personality, then how is Jordan Peterson any different than a cult leader but with non-nefarious purposes?
Well, I mean, it depends on how you're going to colloquially define cult,
What
right?
up,
Cults
guys?
usually have more specific features such as actual control beliefs, like trying to isolate you from your friends and things like that. So usually when we talk about cult as in the negative sense, there's a list of criteria that are much more specific. And most religions are not personality cults. Most religions are ideologies. Personality can be useful for driving an ideology. I don't know to what extent. I mean, Jordan Peterson you can call, I guess, a personality cult in the colloquial sense. But it's not a cult in the
100%.
sort of pathological sense necessarily. I mean, it might be, just a bad ideology with an overly charismatic person that people trust too much. But I mean, there's lots of those. It's you could pick Austin and name a bunch of people that have done the same thing.
Hey guys, welcome.
Michael Trollan, Ian Miles Cheong, how's it going? I think we have
How's
the
it going?
split screen
Good.
here.
This was a
Thanks for
perfect
having me
time
on.
to enter the conversation. I'm trying to change Richard's mind on Jordan Peterson.
I have to say,
What's
his stance in Jordan?
a completely well. First of all,
He does
Ian,
not
your
like
camera,
him.
Your camera is amazing. Like
Thank
that
you.
is-
Yeah, I have to
that's a
agree.
Beautiful camera.
It is gorgeous.
No, I am not a fan of Jordan Peterson. I think he's a total crank. And anyone who wants to know why I think that, I have an extensive article on this on my blog, which I mentioned earlier in the last hour. So yeah, you can go to my blog at richardcarrier.info and then just search.
Okay, well,
Jordan Peterson
if
and
you
find
had
it.
the 1 minute sales pitch in the elevator and you had to
No.
convince somebody, give us your 1 minute pitch.
Oh no, I'm not.
Oh, you can't do it? I mean,
I don't know where to
sales is
begin.
often reduced to this.
Don't know where to begin, huh?
Pseudoscientific. He's even a bad scientist, and he's actually a scientist is his real profession. He's not even good at that. It's just how do I describe it? It's just a lot of bad ideas based on fallacies, which is wrapped around like a very simple, perfectly fine moral code. If you look at like the basics of what he wants people to do, it's the same things that everybody tells everybody to do in all ideologies pretty much. So it's not really that unique. But what he stacks on top of that that I think is problematic and pseudoscientific and
If people,
not as introspective.
But
and thoughtful as
is
it
it
should be.
pseudoscientific? I mean, they went into either Holland or the Netherlands or Denmark, and he was doing his self-authoring program, and it was actually they have good data that it's bringing up, like it was helping the people that were on the bottom. It was like the immigrant men.
Well, yeah,
that-
this is the.
And
this is
there's
the
good
clinical
data. That's
stuff,
not
right?
unscientific,
The clinical
is it?
psychology stuff, which is about taking responsibility for your life and rethinking your life and putting focus on particular aspects of what you should be doing. That's clinical science. That's well established. Everybody's, he's not the only one doing this. So, this is how therapy works.
But that's what
basically.
I mean. But
there's no evidence.
There's a different way to sell a diet or a gym.
The public, right? Like the public understands what he's saying, because the public doesn't really understand it when, say, some other shrink says it, because they're putting it in too academic terms, right? The way that Jordan Peterson does it is it puts it out into the public that in a way that most people can understand it. That's why I find it useful.
There's plenty of resources that do that aren't Jordan Peterson, right? So you don't really have to do Jordan Peterson.
But what's wrong with it? It's like if I make a gym,
all the stuff he stacks on top of that.
If my goal is to like get people to work out, right? And for some reason I have a pink polka dot gym and everybody loves that and everyone's working out. Who cares if it's like campy and weird? Like people are working out.
No, that's not even the problem. I don't have any issue with that. So those aren't the issues. It's the weird ideological beliefs, the Jungianism, the claims about psychedelics, the God stuff, like his weird religious beliefs, and then of course the way that he kind of doesn't adequately criticize bigotry and bigoted worldviews, and even kind of like gives them cover.
Adequately. He sure does. I mean, he talks about, he brings up the Holocaust a lot, right? And in no uncertain terms does he make it clear that it's a bad thing.
That's an example of where he gets the history all wrong, and in fact in a bad way, where he's completely incorrectly describing how Nazism arose, and thus actually misinforming us about how to prevent that from happening again. That's a really good example, and I use that example as one of the ones that I talk about in my article. So that kind of captures the whole thing, is like he's doing it wrong and in a way that's actually bad. So like just saying Nazis are bad is not helpful. You have to talk about like, how did Nazis become Nazis if we don't want to become Nazis ourselves? And you have to give people correct and valid information about that if you want to do that. And he doesn't. He gives completely incorrect information that actually gives cover for Nazis, not deliberately. He's not doing this on purpose. It's just what he's teaching is not helpful for that particular goal.
And cover for modern day Nazis?
Well, I'm using Nazi as a metaphor for all forms of fascism, bigotry, and extremism, right? So, not just specifically the members of the Nazi Party or whatever, but, right?
Which are all dead, except for a couple of guards, in prisons or something.
Can you give an example of him providing cover?
No, not offhand right now. What I suggest people do is go, because it's complicated to explain how this works, like how he gives an incorrect explanation of the history of Nazism. And it's through that whole narrative that is actually misleading and actually covers up the actual problems that lead to Nazism. And there's no way to do this in a 1-minute pitch. So I suggest people go to my blog and then look at that. And that's just one example. The stuff with the psychedelics and the stuff with the lobsters and all the bad science that comes out of this too. The really bad use of EvoPsych, for example. There's many examples.
I've got a beef with him. It's the whole carnivore diet. That needs to stop.
Come on, he doesn't even pitch it. He just talks about it loosely.
That's the least. I'm not so worried about. I mean, I agree that is a
it's
bad
the worst
idea.
one. It's the worst one. I mean, like when Joe Rogan is talking about it, and I have tremendous respect for Joe Rogan, right? He was like, "Oh yeah, I shit myself constantly."
In this day and age, that is a bad thing.
For this diet is exactly to something Richard said earlier, right? Our brains are not wired very well. For him, his daughter was struggling with that issue for many, many years, tried everything every doctor they went to could come up with. Yeah. She switched to a meat diet, and probably for other variable reasons, it went away, right? But he associates it with the meat diet.
Yeah, I mean,
and how do you bypass that in your mind?
Right. Yeah, that's difficult. Well, there's a scientifically valid way to do this, which is diet minimalization, where you stop eating
elimination.
Correct. And then you start adding, and then you start to discover what food is reacting badly. But even that you can have false correlations. So you got to be worried about that too. Like this, anyway. That's a whole other issue of science and nutrition.
I think this would be a good follow-up. We should all go read Richard's article and then do a single session just on that.
I would love that. That would be a great idea. And then I would reread it myself, and then I'd be up, I could really be up on it and stuff, and reread the sources and things.
He's fallen out of the mainstream, obviously, for his own, health and wellness reasons. But, I still think, when cults of personality arise, they can either be used for nefarious purposes or mostly for good purposes. And while, Richard, rightly so, we should be nitpicky with anyone who rises to prominence. I think you did a good job of it.
Yeah.
at
Yeah,
the end
right,
of the,
right.
at the end of the
I agree
day,
with that.
like
You can use your
know,
charisma for good or evil.
Yeah.
That's
And-
totally
and-
same as any weapon or tool.
My argument would
If you've
be,
seen-
you know, if
Go ahead, finish that.
if it's decreased the amount of suicides, if it's helped people pull their shit together, you know, even if it has some undertones of whatever the fuck. At the end of the day,
Well,
it's been a
the same
good
as
net
all
result.
medicine, right? Like you look at traditional medicine, you have to eat some particular root to cure some disease. The root might have all these side effects. There's only one active ingredient in there. So if something works, you go figure out what that active ingredient is and get rid of the other stuff. And that's the way we should do with all ideologies as well. It's like, if there's something that works, let's figure out why it works and how we can adapt.
But then you
got to
find another motherfucker who's going to go out there and have the same charisma. I mean, if it's Michael, if it's whoever, you know, you got to go out there and now preach to the masses and use those positive, I don't know, charisma elements.
And I think Sean, actual Justice Warrior, in the chat just threw down the gauntlet and said, "I'll read it." You know, you know,
Nice.
you're
Yeah,
like,
this is a
I'm
whole- this is
I'm
a
your
whole episode right
Huckleberry.
here.
Yeah, could be.
I got 2 guns, 1 for each of you. So
Okay,
another
is that another
tombstone.
Western?
Guys,
Jesus
I
Christ.
have to make lunch and get ready to play board games with my family through the internet. So I am going to bid you farewell and give you guys the rest of the hour to chat about what are you guys going to chat about. And then for everyone, give them a reminder. We're here to try and encourage people to donate to the Center for Disaster Philanthropy. So anyone who's watching, if you've got a little bit of money, anything you can give them, they're a really good organization that basically parcels out grants for buying of supplies and various other resources to other organizations and people and businesses that need it in disaster. And they've been doing it for years, so they're professional, good charity at this. So for those who can donate. And I guess there's links under the video. There's some way for people to do that, or you can just go straight to their Center for Disaster Philanthropy website and donate directly.
Yep, that's right. And they do a good job of not only delivering, like in flood assistance in 2016, like delivering the immediate things that you might need is when you're displaced, is some place to sleep, but also afterwards in rebuilding of homes and in the things that you need to get back into your home and get your life back to normal, which, you know, floods can be brutal and can take a long time. So it's important not to just like give them cots and treat the immediacy. And now we have a plane crash and nobody cares about the flood. So yeah, it's important to kind of follow up. So,
yeah, it's excellent. So I recommend that to everybody, and I'm going to say goodbye to all. Thanks for joining, and I was glad to be here.
Thanks, Richard.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Later. God, Ian, I can't get over how good your freaking camera is. It's like
I know.
It's like a portrait.
Thank you.
It's got a
Sean,
blur effect going on.
Can we step
yeah,
our game up?
okay.
This is
def.
embarrassing.
Actual bouquet. Oh yeah. It's in case you must know, it's the Sony A7 III. It's a DSLR, and it's got a Zeiss lens. So you want to get one of those? Yeah.
Okay.
Can get quality like this. Yeah.
This Logitech is not gonna cut it.
No, definitely not.
This fucking webcam. Oh,
How are you guys using a Logitech? I mean, you're like an actual production. You have a studio and you have a Logitech.
yeah.
Come on.
well, you know.
Yeah, I see the mixing board and everything. What?
Hey, but Hulu, here I come. Like, screw you,
I have website
cable.
clients who have that happen to them. When they reach their bandwidth limit, the site just goes offline.
Yep.
No warning, we'll give you a little grace period, just off.
Wow. Yeah,
Basically.
that's something else. So, geez.
Actually happened
looks like
to
we're back
my
on the
website
stream.
once. Yeah, actually happened to one of my websites once where
Yeah.
the credit card didn't refresh it automatically like it's supposed to every year. And I had no idea until it went off. It just went off one day. And it's like, oh, cool. Everything's dead now. I have to remake everything. Nice.
No warning. Wait, did they delete the files?
No, they didn't delete anything.
Okay.
But I did have to reconfigure the site, right? Because it's WordPress. And it just disabled everything. So it was down for like an hour. And I mean, it's not too bad. But still, it was a pain in the ass. I wish it just told me.
Not bad. Jeez.
You could have gotten a warning. It's your host.
Or it could have been like $250. You know, I can see them getting a little rankled over that. But $6.
I don't.
Come on.
$6. Yeah, it's amazing. They'll do it for a penny. It's not about the amount. Right?
I know. And
I
it,
don't think.
Bill.
who knows where that came from? Like,
You missed a bunch of great conversations that we were having.
Yeah, we
while
did.
we were offline.
all right. So,
Amazing stuff. We'll bring it back here. We'll bring it back.
yeah, bring it back.
Don't worry.
Fill us in.
Absolutely. Oh
So
my.
what I
what
was
were we
going to
talking about? The
transition
first thing we were
this,
talking
though.
about is all Jordan Peterson, right? It would be great to take on this topic with Richard. One of the key things that I think Jordan Peterson does very well is he does address a new form of bigotry that I don't hear Richard cover quite
Against
enough.
straight white men.
Richard, if you're listening, which is this rise in bigotry against three groups: the men, the white people, and the Jews. I shouldn't have put "the" in front of them. That sounded terrible. Men, white people, and Jews are all seeing a huge rise in bigotry coming from the left. And Jordan Peterson on that topic is crystal clear, and I think has, to Richard's point, he's coming from a strong moral center on that topic.
Yeah, and I think
right.
that's a good point. And there's a divide in atheism, and part of this was Richard gets a lot of flack for being part of Atheism Plus, which was a kind of a hardcore social justice splinter group with atheism, and then it died and
destroyed
petered
atheism.
out. It destroyed itself. It destroyed itself, right? And so
It's
people
not a
are
movement
like,
anymore. It's back to pre-2000 days.
But what happened was,
gone.
rather than kind of making their own movement and taking over that way, their movement died. But then it seemed like they got a hold of the leadership, and then essentially you couldn't have an atheist organization unless you subscribe to these certain principles, which is, I think, the reason our group got kicked out of the club. Right? According to Conservapedia, it said that the organized atheist movement died the day MythCon 4 was held. So, and now recently,
congratulations, well
yes,
done,
now that
gentlemen.
is Conservapedia, right? And they're mocking us as they do it, but it's kind of funny. But
that was sort of the moment. I feel like that was the high water mark of the split. Since then, the progressives have taken over the organized movement that existed before a lot of the existing organizations and are doing basically a witch hunt to remove people. And the rest of us are having to coalesce something outside of that. As you all know, that's why I helped co-found an organization called Atheists for Liberty. The idea was to give a home to everyone who's not an atheist progressive. That's center left, center independent, center right. There's centrists, everybody who felt like they didn't fit in that community where, I don't have to give the examples, but when people do panels, they don't list their credentials as academics, they list their identity categories. And those are their credentials to be on stage. And a lot of people disagree with that.
Her. He/her.
Sure. Disabilities count toward your right to be on stage. It is this sort of, rather than judging people by their behavior and their accomplishments, they're judging people by their immutable characteristics. And tens of millions of atheists disagree with that topic. That's why they, at least that's one big slice of the pie of why the atheist movement split.
Yeah. No,
and speaking of
unwritten, it wasn't written. But go on. Go on, Mike.
Oh yeah. Speaking of pronouns and immutable characteristics and the weight, right? The undue weight that it's placed upon them. In the face of coronavirus, in the face of this pandemic, it doesn't seem like these things matter anymore, right? They seem like irrelevances, right? They are, if anything, the product of privilege, right? We were so privileged that these were the issues that mattered to us. And now, if you look at what everybody's talking about, no one's bringing up pronouns, no one's bringing up, special, what do you call it, snowflakes or safe spaces. Like, no one cares about this stuff. It's not.
It's really declined. There is one topic that they've been bringing up that's right along these lines, which is that if you call it Chinese flu or Wuhan virus, you're now being racist.
Right, yeah, I love that one. Especially me being Chinese, I call it the Chinese virus because it's from China, and I'm trying to hold the Chinese government responsible. Now, keep in mind, Trump didn't even call it the Chinese virus until China and its diplomats, or I think its ambassador, even said that it was an American virus, right? Yeah. They were the ones who tried to pin the blame on America. Yeah, so he's just fighting back. And the media is more than eager to take him down because they are so woke, they're so caught up in their the previous paradigm that they are taking China's side. Now, China lied and people died. Tens of thousands of people are going to die, maybe even more, potentially more, and hopefully not, but potentially more. And it's because China refused to shut its borders, refused to shut down its airports, refused to let the WHO and the CDC in to check. They were lying to people. They were lying to investigators. They said that this coronavirus doesn't transmit from person to person. It's just a fluke that a whole bunch of people got sick. It's just a fluke that we made a whole bunch of doctors just disappear, right? Just pay no attention. Everything's just going to be fine. And sure enough, It's not fine. Trump was the first to basically signal a message, right? He banned flights to China on January 31st. Now, he should have gone farther. He should have banned flights to every other country that was taking in flights from China. He didn't, and that's why we have the current situation. And that's not his fault. He was doing this in the midst of an impeachment, one that he won, by the way. Mm-hmm. So, say what you will about Trump, whether you don't dislike his character, whether you think he's crass, but the man has leadership qualities, and right now he's leading, and the Democrats hate to see it.
Yeah, I do think that's true. Often, early on, they called this the Wuhan flu or the Wuhan virus, yep. Right? Now, you may or may not know whether Wuhan's in China, and but either way, they called it that in the same way that we called this the Spanish flu. You're just where it was initially recognized. So, and it's weird. He's doing that only because there was an ambassador or somebody from the foreign ministry that tweeted out that there was actually the undercover American army releasing this virus, right? Now, okay, yeah. maybe it's a rogue minister. Maybe it's a rogue minister, but Xi Jinping and the authorities have not done this. So let's say Betsy DeVos goes crazy and says, this is the policy, right? And she's way off base. Trump's allowed to say, actually, no, that's not our policy, and correct it, right? But the Chinese government has not corrected this guy's tweet. So this just leads, what they need is they know they're going to look bad on the world stage. So they need a conspiracy theory for the allies to believe. That's what they're doing, and that's why they're not disavowing it. I mean, he's smart to fight back. That's what Chinese virus is. It's fighting back against the conspiracy.
They manage messaging a lot. From what I've seen in China, the BBC did a fantastic piece where they were invited by the Chinese government to come and look at some of their re-education centers where they were putting Muslims and a lot of other groups that don't buy into the party line to, re-educate them. And China was trying to show the world that they are happy, the people are dancing, the people are cheerful, but the BBC wanted to go further. So they came back after hours and they looked at photos of that center prior to when they showed up to record, like using satellite imagery and so forth. And they found that China had, obviously spruced up the place. They replaced an empty concrete lot with a, happy looking park. And they had all these shots of people smiling and dancing. But afterward, they showed that they were busing people in and out and clearly just trying to manage messaging. And the person who was in charge, that's the one that's the one. Nice. Yeah. The person who was in charge of it got chewed out for not managing messaging properly.
Right. Wow. I mean, that's what it's called, right? A Potemkin village, a sort of make-believe fake village. The Russians used to do that. They were masters at this. They would make a completely fake city and show people that life in the USSR was a wonderful place.
North Korea is pretty good at doing this now.
Yeah.
Right.
You ever watched that movie, The Interview? The one that's set in North Korea?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's what happens,
Fake story.
And that's what's happening. Yeah.
Can we all just agree to call this the Kung Flu and just call it a day?
I'm down. It's fine.
The Kung Flu is that'll fly. I saw somebody respond to to a tweet about how you can't call it the Chinese virus, and what did she call it? Chop fluey. Just terrible. A lot of people react this way when they're told they can't do something. They take it to an extreme.
Some people are going really bad. Like they are, they're not stopping at China's bad or that China's asshole. Donald Trump don't touch China. Like that's funny, right? It's Chinese guy saying that. They're, some people are taking it way too far. They're saying that all Chinese people are bad. All Chinese people eat bats. It's like, no, majority of Chinese people, myself included, we see someone eating a bat on a video and we think, my God, that's gross. This is backwards. It's making us all look bad, okay?
But Ian,
Stop it.
That's a good question is the proponents of this that say that this is all bad, they're like, there are people that take it to the extreme. So there's folks in Kansas that say we're safe here because we don't have a lot of Chinese people here, or there's videos of people getting attacked in the streets because they happen to be Asian. Are those things going to happen? This is my opinion. Those things are going to happen regardless because people are just fucking assholes.
But didn't those things happen before he started calling this the Chinese virus?
No, they did.
So these are. This is already built in. So
Philadelphia is a good example of this. This is something that is not talked about in the media at all. But there is huge gang violence from young, I would say, African American and Hispanic males in Philadelphia who are attacking Asians, anyone of Asian descent. It doesn't matter if you're Chinese, and this has been happening for years and years and years, because they see, and this is not entirely their fault either, because the Asian communities in Philadelphia are seen as taking over local businesses. They own all the grocery stores, and they add all this bulletproof glass.
They're the new
despite
Jews.
Opening up a store, right?
They're
Like
the
in
middleman
middle of the
minority.
hood.
Yeah.
Dude, they're the
Well,
new,
as Thomas Sowell says, they're the middleman minority. This used to be largely Jewish businesses, but now it's mostly Korean businesses.
Right. And they both get attacked, right? The Jewish people and the Asians, mostly Koreans, Chinese, and Japanese, are the ones, whose businesses get attacked. The people there get robbed a lot, and the kids obviously get bullied in school because they come from these middleman minorities. They don't really have a place to fit in, and they're being attacked not by racist white people or Trump supporters with MAGA hats saying this is MAGA country. Like that never happened. Juicy Smollett is a liar. I pronounced his name like it was French or something. Yeah, Juicy Smollett.
He's the French actor.
he's Juicy Smollett.
Juicy Smollett. Smollett, yeah.
I know, but that's great
no.
how that the African
Dave
Americans
Chappelle
don't
effect.
want to class it, so
Chappelle
they've
effect.
made him as the French actor. That's
No,
great.
It's Dave Chappelle that did it.
Well, yeah, but that's the idea. But
Yeah,
they because Black Americans are very different. Like Black Americans are unique. It's not the same as Black Europeans or Black Africans. They're a unique subgroup, and they have their own flavor. And they're saying, no, you're not part of us. You know?
Yeah.
I do think you made a good point earlier that the idea that people associate it with Chinese people and then attack people, discriminate against people, etc. on that basis, that is a problem, right? That's something worth addressing. But I don't think making public statements saying that calling it the Chinese flu is now racist is the way to address that topic.
Absolutely not. Yeah, that offers cover for China. China runs with it.
Yeah.
China's like, oh yeah, Trump is racist. You all need to disavow him. You need to get rid of this racist president. That's how they treat it because it works in their favor. But it's really nothing racist about calling it Chinese virus. Yeah,
Right,
they have.
They've made that exact statement, publicly releasing statements on Twitter from an official organization saying that it's racist.
Well, yeah, but in a post-woke world, Corona world, that's the only woke headline that actually plays. So if you have this innate need to express your wokeness, you can't talk about safe spaces anymore because your house is a safe space, right? You're already fucking distancing. So what are you going to attach yourself to? Oh, the China thing. Let's all tweet about that.
Right.
It just makes sense. It's an outlet.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez doing that, right? That exact thing.
Yeah.
This is the topic we're talking about when people are struggling with money and the economy's tanking. That just doesn't seem like an effective topic, right? A top priority.
I thought
she reversed stance. I saw her reversing stance because she and Ilhan Omar, of all people, right? Ilhan Omar, the president's fiercest critic, are saying Trump has shown leadership. He has shown leadership.
Wow.
They said that. And
Well,
I was like,
Andrew
I find that
Cuomo
so hard
said
to
the same
believe. I have
thing.
to Google that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild how positions are shifting.
Sure
But
enough.
these daily briefings that he's doing are hilarious.
I love them.
They're entertaining because it's Trump.
I haven't watched.
Oh my God!
I
You
love
need
it.
you
I watch
need
every
to.
What is he
one.
doing? What's
Well,
funny?
he's clownish, but that's just his persona. He's the the way he calls on people, the way he answers questions, the fact that he's got 7 people behind him and you're watching their faces as he's talking, they can't keep their shit together because he's insane. It's so funny. And obviously, he's got good people around him, which is good. But I like the Twitter reactions after the fact. So the very first one, and I was going to get your guys' take on this, is he brought up Sam Walton, the CEO of Target, I can't remember, 3 other organizations, Roche, whatever. He's like, listen, this thing is fucked. I've brought a bunch of leaders of private industry in because private industry is going to be able to handle this better. And I'm watching this going, this is phenomenal. This is the first time I've seen the government actually listening to people who can do something about it because the federal government is incompetent in everything. And then I went on Twitter and people are going, I don't need the head of Walmart on the TV right now. I want to listen to my government. And I'm like, you're fucking insane. How is this? How are people saying this?
Yeah, that blows my mind, right? Because Walmart runs one of the largest supply chains in the world, not just the country, the world. Why wouldn't you want to bring them on board? Why
They're
wouldn't you want to
experts.
bring Jeff Bezos on board? These guys are brilliant. These guys are masters in their field, and they can do a job that's a million times better than anything the government can come up with. So why wouldn't you want to enlist them, right? Draft them in.
It's a good point. So real quick, I'm just going to interject. So Merck, thanks for the $5 super chat. And I think I knew who Merck is. He goes, here's my part.
Hey, Merck.
Not much. Times are tough. Keep doing the good work. Merck's we should have him on to teach us survival skills.
Yeah.
Good
friend of mine, Merck.
Yeah, he knows
Nice.
a lot about that. Real good guy. Thanks so much. But I mean, yeah, it's a point is, yeah, right now times are tough, and having these guys that that know how to manage global supply chains is how you're going to get your frozen pizzas. That's how you're going to get your toilet paper, which is not on the shelves right now. I mean, they're going to keep this thing going. Look at World War II. How many industries changed their industry from making pots and pans for houses, and now it needs to be military style? Or I don't know, all these car companies saying, okay, I guess we're making planes now. Right, or we're making tanks. We've never made a tank before, but we need to make tanks. Like converting their industry. Elon Musk said he might be able to do this to convert some of his factories to make respirators. Ford has also said that they can do this, and I think you need industry to get patriotic and say, okay, what can we do? Do we need more hospitals? Because we're supposed to flatten the curve, right? But why not also try to raise capacity?
We need prefabs.
Yeah, raise the line here, because we have to stay under that line that we saw. But if we raise the line, that will also give us a lot more leeway, and we won't maybe have to sink the economy as much as we're doing. And like obviously, when you're building that kind of stuff, certain sectors of the economy are actually, there's going to be jobs there. If we're building a lot more hospitals, we're finally going to say, hey, guess what? We got to build a lot of hospitals. Construction people, we're going to hire. And
Amazon is hiring 100,000 people right now. Amazon's hiring 100,000 people by like the next 2 weeks. So that's fantastic.
I don't know if that's a good thing, because their conditions are pretty.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Well,
right. Ian and I were talking about this while we were offline. That a lot of people are unable to make their weekly food bill or their monthly rent right now. You know, we have friends that are comedians. No one's going to live shows. We have friends who drive Uber or cabs, and nobody's taking rides. A lot of these kind of industries where people make their paycheck week to week, the gig economy in general is completely tanked. And a lot of people, I mean, you can see the desperation in people's eyes on the street. When I go outside in New York City and I see cab drivers, they're waiting outside buildings, and they look like they're just screaming please internally as people walk by. Yeah. I'm really worried about how that is going to affect very quickly, you know, the entire sanity of society, starting from people who, you know, live paycheck to paycheck. I think we need to come together and find solutions for that, even if it's expanding soup kitchens, things like this. Make sure people aren't struggling to eat. Make sure people, I don't know how we're going to solve the rent issue, but
we have to get patriotic there too. Well, I mean, I don't like always regulations and making the government want to do this, but I think that especially when you have Donald Trump he's not Reagan, right? But he does have a way of, he has a certain base, and that's Bernie Sanders is too. So when you talk, a certain amount of people will listen. He could put a lot of political capital and pressure on people to say, hey, everyone needs to be patriotic. Ask the banks not to call in their loans. Ask lessors not to call in their lessees. And back up some of this, maybe, you know, to make sure that bank is still feasible. Okay, well, then we'll provide a loan to the bank so they don't call them in. And I think that's what they can do, and say, look,
corporations are doing that.
We're not going to tell you to do this. We're going to make it. But we are asking you as a patriotic American to please do this. And, man, with social media the way it works, you know, and you've got a base, I bet people will get in line. You know,
what you need to do is that wouldn't be enough. Like, that is one part of it, like one half. The other half is that he needs to institute a sort of like a universal basic income for this short period of time. Right? It doesn't have to be indefinite. I don't think it should be indefinite. It'd be too unfeasible to manage. But it should be something like $2,000. Like that's what he's proposing. Like, he proposed $1,000. It was just a number he came up with. But now he realizes he needs more. Like Steve Mnuchin says that $1,000 will not be nearly enough. It needs to be a lot more than that. So maybe 2,000. Bernie Sanders is saying 2,000. So now it's funny, right? You have a capitalist and a socialist, supposedly, saying the same things, right? Saying the same things
Yeah.
because they want to save the economy. And I see a lot of libertarians on Twitter saying that, oh, we should never help anybody, right? Like the market can fix itself. The market wasn't designed for a pandemic. It's not going to fix itself. A lot of people will starve to death if we just let the market work itself out. That's not how it works. It takes too long for the market to do anything. So it needs a stimulus.
Well, I
That's
know
where
that,
the government steps in.
You guys
Well,
aren't
but
socialists.
Also, libertarians are talking about community, right? They're talking
Yeah.
about getting your local community banding together. If you have a neighbor who's not eating, et cetera, that sort of stuff. Just to give them a little bit of credit. It's not purely Chase Bank, forgiving your minimum credit card payment for a month, which they're doing, by the way. Chase is doing that.
Very nice of them. Yeah.
But also it is about kind of local community, and I think we've lost sight of that. We've become so used to these big government programs, our forced retirement program through Social Security, so we don't really have to think about it much. We at least have a minimum, with our Medicare, Medicaid, et cetera. We've gotten to the point where it just seems like, oh well, a program will take care of us, and we've lost sight of our local community. I'd like to see a little bit of a return, or at least a resurgence of local community, as well as sensible government support.
That's good. And again, when we were talking about, I thank Merck for that $5 super chat, but I forgot to quick throw in a mention of where that's going. So that's not going to us or the live stream or Myth Informed, as much as I think we're a cool organization. We're putting all super chats and giving it to the Center for Disaster Philanthropy. I have to slow down when I say that. So this is an organization that helps manage this crisis. They helped the Louisiana flooding in 2016, and what they do is partner with a lot of the on-the-ground organizations to follow through. So initially give people shelter if you're kicked out of your home, but also manage this as you go back in, helping rebuild houses that are now wrecked with flooding, if certain people don't have enough insurance, allowing, getting people's kids to school if you're out of work, because this will affect the whole community. They'll hang around for the 6 months necessary to get life back to normal, which is, I think, a good idea, rather than throwing a quick money and, okay, well, let's just make sure that people have enough, cots, and then you forget about it when the next crisis pops up, because these things are going to take a long time, and this COVID-19, whether we like it or not, is going to take a while to recover from, and it's unfortunately I don't really think we're going to get a V-shaped recovery.
UBI is
unfortunately, it's going to be what do you call it when it slowly comes back up? U-shaped, maybe. But Merck actually made a really good point in the chat after making that donation for that organization who's doing excellent organizational work. We also, speaking of calling on our following and our friends, he suggests that as a libertarian himself, he's one of the people talking community. He says, call your neighbors. Right? The phone tree is a potent weapon for community service.
Yeah. Just don't go out right now. Social isolation.
I think that socialism is kind of a voodoo word, but what do you believe? I kind of think in times of crisis like this, right? This is a non-war emergency, but also in a time like World War II, or you have a massive war on, you almost have to get socialist for a while, right? I mean, I think
of course you do.
So even a
FDR.
Yeah. For a while.
FDR,
I mean, you don't want to keep that going.
Churchill.
Right. Although technically you're not getting socialist, right? Definition is when the workers own the means of production.
Yeah, it's
everyone
not
coming together.
That's
not what socialism
maybe
means.
Collectivist is how about collectivist? Because as libertarians we talk about individualists. Right? Maybe we have to be more.
Meanings, yeah.
So maybe
community.
Crisis
community.
Nationalism. Yeah. I'd go to crisis nationalism. That's a term I came up with yesterday. Yeah, but it works, right? It's sudden. It's a thing that unites everybody. It mobilizes people, and it's not socialist because people, the corporations still exist. They control their means of production. It's not like the state owns their means of production, and that is what separates capitalism from socialism. That simple fact.
But did we have socialism?
Exactly. This is a fascinating time we're living in, where that term is so blurred. So many people, including myself, I mean, it wasn't until, I don't know, a few years ago that I started really looking into what does it mean to be socialist? Because you keep hearing all my life, right? I kept hearing, oh, it's just Scandinavia, it's Denmark, it's Sweden. That's what socialism means. But then you see the prime minister of Denmark coming out and saying, we're not socialist, we're capitalist. And sure enough, they have private industry. IKEA made a billionaire out of his founder. There's a lot of private industry. The only thing they have is high social spending. And we're blurring that with socialists, self-described socialists. The Socialist Party says we want the workers to own the means of production, which, by the way, is perfectly legal in a capitalist system. Workers can get together, start a company.
Co-op.
10 of them can have 10% equity in the company each and share the company. So that's not illegal already. So a lot of people, when they say we want the workers to own the means of production, which, by the way, means of production means not only the capital, but the building, the equipment. It basically means no one has private business.
The whole supply chain.
It's owned by either the government, unions,
They wanna
or
take
in
it.
their idealistic world, a small collective of workers, which I mentioned already is legal. But I think we're really blurring these lines. People hear capitalism, they think that means when you take advantage of someone to make a profit.
Price
And they
gouging.
hear socialism and they think that means when you
gouging, yeah.
help your community. And I think those definitions are very dangerous.
Freakonomics
Yeah.
just had a really good episode on this a few days ago about the difference between socialism and a social democracy. And they mention exactly that. I wanted to have you guys comment on, as I was listening, kind of a question came to mind if I were a listener. And Ian, it has to do with what you said about, so we're going to get this $2,000 now,
Yep.
but you're like, well, I don't want to do this indefinitely. The devil's advocate argument, and most people are going to come back and say, well, why not? Why can't we do
why not?
a UBI? Why can't we just have this indefinitely? We clearly have the money. We
do we?
could be able to.
Do
Can I
we
just
have the
comment
money?
real quick?
I'm not. No.
Social
I-
democracy
yeah.
needs to be called social capitalist democracy. That's what those are.
That would sell it.
Right? That captures all three of the things we care about. It's people having a voice, it's people taking care of each other, and it's people having the right to own a business.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because and
would sell
also
it.
private property, not just a business, but your home, right?
But again, why
Right.
not?
Well,
Why not do a UBI?
Yeah, actually, that's true.
Why not do
Right,
UBI
yeah.
indefinitely? I mean, I guess there's not enough data to support it either way, right? There's a lot of theories, and there's some limited experiments at UBI, like in Finland, they went broke, they went bankrupt. That fund wasn't enough to sustain itself, right? It didn't work because not enough money, and maybe the sample size was too small. We don't know. But now I guess we will actually see it being put to the test,
That's
whether
true.
UBI is something feasible in the current, I would say, environment, right? Because like you couldn't do UBI 50 years ago. There was not enough automation to justify it, right? It's impossible. But now you have so many automated things that it may in fact be possible. We don't know yet. So, I mean, this coronavirus is kind of like a, it's our little Kobayashi Maru, if you will, recommend a Star Trek reference, right?
I
So
love it.
You guys are
Puts us
so
through the
gay.
to the fire.
But I got that one at least.
Right, the Kobayashi Maru, for those the non-Star Trek people, this is an original series. It was
Even I know that one.
right. It's a trick
Yeah.
problem where you have to, the captain's running a simulation where you have to save the ship, but it's rigged so you can never save it. You will
It's a
always
no-win
lose.
scenario.
So he goes in, and Kirk, not being one to want to fail, actually jerry rigs and like he
Reprograms.
cracks the
Yeah.
program and then wins it and is the only one to do this, and therefore becomes legendary. So I mean,
Yeah, they
it's
see
kind of
him
cool.
as thinking outside of the box, which is kind of the point of that episode. Test. You're supposed to learn that some situations are unwinnable, but in a way, it's the resourcefulness that they're also testing and
Right.
teaching you. So he proved the ultimate resourcefulness by cheating.
Right. I don't believe in no-win situations. I think.
How amazing is it that we get to test out UBI on a national level if this goes through and we do get these checks and see what that does. My only concern is that
Can we get
Of
rid of do
course.
it not in a pandemic? But go on.
No. Well, no, because you wouldn't have the political will to be able
pressure.
to pass something like that. So the fact that you can do this and everyone can get behind it, my fear is that the capital is going to have a way of escaping. So if you had it circulating through the economy, that'd be fine. But if there's ways to offshore this capital, and not only are we printing more money, but also it's escaping to private funds, to Cayman Islands, wherever it is, then that's where it fails. It doesn't come back into the
Right.
economy.
It
So
has to recirculate within the system itself. It's kind of like when you have too many immigrants, living in a country, whether they're legal or illegal. It makes it worse if they're illegal because you can't trace it. They're sending money back to their own countries, and what this results is it fails to capture the money in that community, right? And it makes you poorer as a result, makes other people richer, because it is a zero-sum game after all. And a money machine can't just go brrr and start printing more dollars. It's just not recommended. That's what causes inflation.
Right. It needs to actually generate results. That's one thing I worry about with UBI is I know a lot of people, and frankly, when I was younger, I would count myself as one of these. I would figure out a way to live inside of that $1,000 a month and play video games all day, hang out with my friends all day. I wouldn't be trying to be productive. A lot of us go to work because we have to. Yeah. And that productivity is a result of us needing to make the money in order to pay the rent. If we're not doing that, now productivity is down overall, which is one of the big problems with communist systems. People aren't incentivized to work. That's a big part of the reason why they had a harder time meeting the needs of the population. So I worry about that with UBI. We would drastically reduce our overall GDP.
But you could have the cultural solution too if you have UBI. But then you also have, a cultural force, somebody like Jordan Peterson or others like him that are saying, yeah, you could do this. You could stay at home and play video games all day. But following this other solution is actually going to be healthier for you. You ought to try this. And you could have a lot of people saying, why don't I give it a shot? And now you're not forced, and maybe you believe it. Something.
Yeah. That'd be amazing if we actually do it and people realize how miserable it can be if you just sit home and play games all day.
I know, it seems like
Twitch
a great
has
idea.
made it a little less miserable because you actually have community and you can socialize. But when it used to be sitting at home alone playing games, I think it was actually very unhealthy.
Yeah, real quick, I wanted to throw in here. Miles.
Speaking for myself.
Kinslow, thanks for the $5 super chat. He says, here's my contribution to the community. Truly wish everyone the best. Thanks, Miles. He's been very good. Again, all of this is not going to Myth Informed. This is going to the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, a group that a charity group that's helping with the COVID-19 outbreak in the places that it's going to pop up. Obviously, we're going to have places that are worse than others, and right now, New York is certainly a lot worse than West Virginia, and it's going to help individuals that are directly affected.
You're going to
by
say
this.
philandery from
I know
at one point.
I love giving money to people. I've always been a great philanderer. That's a Michael Scott joke. It was one of my favorite. Also, Dan Campbell.
Can I add?
Yeah.
Can I add something there, which is keep in mind, you all, as you're making these donations, that's also a great way to get a question out to us, right? Just to give my quick bio, I mentioned earlier I launched Atheists for Liberty, which is a new atheist organization, national level, that's meant for people who care about liberty, the tens of millions of atheists who feel like the atheist movement has lost sight of that and want to join an organization that does that. I used to be the head of the Secular Coalition for America, which is the largest coalition of atheist organizations. So if you want to talk about atheism, you can ask those questions. And I helped to found Ideas Beyond Borders, which translates works of Enlightenment values, science, etc., into Arabic, so young minds in the Middle East can have access to these great ideas. So any questions along those lines, Super Chat is a great way to get those in.
We are so remiss that we didn't read your bios. Ian, do you want to give yours?
Yeah. I'm the managing editor at Human Events. It's run by Will Chamberlain. It's the magazine of choice of Ronald Reagan, right? So I'm the managing editor there. You can check me out there. You can also check me out on Twitter. It's twitter.com/stillgray, where I just pretty much tweet nonstop about the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic and yell at China. And you can also check me out occasionally on YouTube, where I am listed as Hype Brick, right? I talk about video games, but I might be doing something more with that. Yeah. So we'll see. Just catch me on Twitter, and I'll let you know what my plans are.
You've got some good interaction on Twitter recently too.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So you have a lot of hot takes, and kind of I just enjoy your voice in there because I think you're asking sometimes questions to make you think as opposed to spouting I'm right, which is kind of cool. Also Dan Campbell, who fired out a $40 super chat. Thank you very much. That will go also to the Center for Disaster Philanthropy,
CDP.
Philandry. CDP. Yep. I don't. That just sounds like a new STD though. I don't want to say CDP.
Thanks.
But anyways, Dan Campbell said sent here by Sean, Actual Justice Warrior. Thanks for the tip, Sean. So yeah, Actual Justice Warrior we were on with on Thursday, who wanted his fans to. He said
he'll be on soon.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna add Taylor Hudak in. So just so you guys
Okay.
know, since we we lost time with the cable fiasco. I figured,
Sure.
Ian and Michael, if when you guys got to go, just go.
Okay.
Pretty much.
But
So,
Dan's
I'm gonna
fired
add
out.
Taylor and-
He's asking a question. So what if some of us aren't incentivized to work? If automatic is able to, or automation, I think, is able to provide all of our basic needs, then I don't care if the people are watching soap operas. I don't care if I'm one of the few people that continues to program and contribute in open source. If 75% of the population enjoys long periods of recreation, doesn't hurt me. I tend to agree with that. The
Sounds
question
directed
is,
at
does
me.
it hurt themselves? Does it hurt the person that's choosing to stay home? I suppose some of
I
these
think
people are going to be happy, but others
I
aren't.
got an answer for that. When you have no problems, you will magnify non-issues. That is why we are in the current mess, right? Everybody's worried about pronouns. Everyone's worried about, safe spaces, not because these are actual issues, but because they're non-issues and they have nothing else to worry about. So these issues get blown up. And that's precisely what's going to happen. And when everything's too easy, when everything is too simple and easy and there's no hardship, right? You create soft people, and soft people whine about everything because everything to them is a sharp object, right? So
that's a valid point.
that's the issue.
Well, and
Yep, that's a good point. That is a concern for sure. I would also add to that, bringing it back to the economic issue, is that, I'd love to figure out a way to incentivize more people to do the sort of behavior that Dan Campbell's talking about, sitting at home, contributing to open source. These are things that are positive community, help the community, right? But how do you incentivize people to do that outside of needing to pay your rent and have your own basic needs met by your own output? I feel like Dan actually nailed it himself. A lot of people, what did he say? Most people are going to be lazy and watch soap operas. That's actually a challenge that we would need to solve to find another way to incentivize people.
That's right.
I see someone join the chat.
Yes.
we've moved to the triple box.
That is Taylor Hudak, who just joined us. And she is... what's that? Oh, could you hear me? I'm hearing myself.
I hear an echo.
And you sound like
yeah,
a chick.
It's not me.
Yeah.
Oh, it might be our new guest. We may need to ask you to put on headphones.
Or, yeah. Yeah, headphones will help.
Now we're good.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna
There's no echo
jump-
anymore. I
I'll
think you
grab
fixed it.
headphones and come back on.
No,
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yay.
Are we? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Intro?
So, Taylor, you
Thanks, Mike.
is it you
Got you
have
covered.
you're running like a site for it, and it's let me see if I can pull this from memory. It's like not allies for Assange, but it's connected to Julian Assange. Maybe I'll let you say it because I'm missing that brain
That
cell.
was a
right now.
horrible intro.
Yeah.
Well, action for Assange. Action for Assange, right?
Yes,
Yes.
correct. It's Action for Assange. We are a decentralized activist group. I co-founded the organization with my friend and colleague, Andrew Smith. We hold online vigils every Wednesday evening at 10 p.m. For Julian Assange to talk about his case and specifically issues related to the First Amendment, being free speech and a free press. And then we also talk about persecuted journalists and whistleblowers.
I have a quick question related to your intro. Is I don't hear the word vigil used enough, and I wonder, is that like because you could have said meetup, you could have said any one of these random ass words that we use, but vigil has like it has a gravitas to it. I really like it. Was that done on purpose?
Well, thank you. Actually, I will not take credit for using the term vigil. What happened was Unity 4J was doing the online vigils for Julian Assange, and once they quit doing them, and many of the people who were very involved in that project moved on to other projects, we asked if we could pick that up, and we had their blessing, and so we just continued with the vigils, but we kind of changed it up a little bit so it was something different, and we specifically, again, focus on activism as well, and just bringing awareness to this case because we know that it is not covered as extensively as it should in the corporate media.
So,
Valid point.
so what on Julian Assange? How do you want people to look at him? Like, there's a lot of opinions on
Freedom
this. Like,
fighter.
what would you say? What's your 1 minute take on where, like, to to categorize this?
Yeah, I would really want everybody to realize that Julian Assange is a journalist and a publisher. He's the founder of WikiLeaks, and he is a journalist. And some people who do not agree with that perspective, I would encourage them to look at the long list of journalism awards that he has won. And also note the fact that WikiLeaks has a 100% accuracy rate in its reporting. They have never had to retract a statement or any publication. And I think that's something that we do not see with any other media entity, to be honest, at this point. He has been subjected to torture, and the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Niels Melzer, visited Assange while he was in prison in Belmarsh, and he's still there right now, visited him and was able to determine that he is being subjected to torture. Julian Assange, unfortunately, was the victim of a very effective disinformation campaign. There have been so many rumors and lies that were spread about him that are just absolutely false. They're not true. I refer to them as CIA talking points. And ultimately, the people that know him best have spoken highly of him and his character, and what has been said of him by many people in the corporate media is just not a reflection of who he is. And again, it's been a very effective disinformation campaign. So I want people to know that this is somebody who is a journalist, and also, too, it was WikiLeaks and Julian Assange and other staff members who were the ones who wanted to ensure that sources were protected and that people were not put at risk. That is something that you never see being reported on in the mainstream media. In fact, it was two Guardian journalists, David Lee and Luke Harding, who actually put people's lives at risk. It was not WikiLeaks. So I want people to know that this is an organization that has taken extensive measures to protect people as well.
So how can, like, if somebody made this argument, like, how is WikiLeaks different than, say, when the New York Times says we have a source inside the administration that is speaking on anonymity because they're worried about, again, speaking when they're not authorized to speak, and they're leaking something from the administration, and we get it out on an op-ed or something or into the news. How is this different? How do people see Assange as different?
Well, it's really not any different. That's the point, is that it's not different. If this prosecution was about fairness and justice, then the journalists who published the same information that WikiLeaks had published, specifically those with the New York Times, The Guardian, and Der Spiegel, and I believe one other publication, but it's escaping me right now, those journalists too would be held to the same standard that Assange is being held to. However, I want to make it clear, I'm not advocating for that. No journalist should be imprisoned for publishing truthful information. But it seems that there's definitely a double standard here, and that is because of a retaliation against Assange because he exposed U.S. war crimes.
And now, Ian, like, real quick, I'm going to say that Adam Rocks Your World fired out a couple super chats to us. Hey, guys, Adam's here. I'll be popping in and out. And then one with the cool smiley glasses. I don't know. That's kind of neat. I'm not sure what that emoji means. Just like, I guess I'm cool. Yeah, you are. Thank you.
It's cool.
That, again, all super chats are going to go to the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, a charity organization that helps all kinds of the local outbreaks of where the COVID-19 pandemic is particularly bad, and helps the people on the ground kind of get back to some sort of normal life. So we definitely appreciate that. Ian, like, I want to get you in here. Like, what are your thoughts on Julian Assange? Are you with Taylor here? Do you see it differently?
I'm kind of on the fence about Julian. I won't say that I was opposed to him, nor will I say I completely supported him. I support what he does as a journalist, right? I think it's important work. I think that a lot of people do need to know the truth. I mean, the reason we're in our current situation right now, the coronavirus pandemic, right, is because China refused to tell the world what was going on. They tried to censor the truth, and they arrested doctors and whistleblowers, anybody who said anything that wasn't towing the party line, right? And that's why, those whistleblowers, they were doing what Julian Assange essentially has been doing for like maybe the past 10 years or so, right? So I can see his work as important. But on the other hand, when you leak information that is perhaps not important for the public to know, like my understanding is that his view is that everything should be transparent, right? That there should be no state secrets. And that, there's a problem with that, is that we're not dealing with nice people out there in the world, like when you're dealing with some governments, like for instance the Pakistani government, they're in cahoots with the Taliban, or they're in cahoots with Al Qaeda. You want to have like those wires, they need to be secret, right? If you're telling one of their members of government what to do or how to deal with the situation, he's the only person who needs to know. If anybody else finds out, you're going to have a coup. And that's kind of what happened in one of the African countries, where the CIA, I believe, was communicating with one of the leaders there, and they were also supporting him financially. And he was corrupt as hell, right? I think it was his name was Ali or something like that. He got deposed, and that was what started the Arab Spring, or at least one of the catalysts for the Arab Spring. And all of that can be traced back to WikiLeaks. Now, like I said, I support a lot of the stuff that they do, but that was kind of a, I don't know if it was WikiLeaks' fault that the stuff went out there, or if it was the journalists for shining a spotlight on it, like the ones who got access to that information early on. So, like I said, I'm a bit on the fence about the whole issue. But I do think that Assange should be freed. I don't think he should be in prison because, he's just one man and he's not responsible for what everybody in the organization is doing.
Yeah, so I just want to address some points there. You raised a very common myth that has been circulated about Assange and about those who support WikiLeaks, and that is not at all to say that there is information that should not be held from the public. That is not at all true. In fact, it was Julian Assange, like I was mentioning earlier, who really took measures and took the steps to ensure that certain information was not made public and that people's names were redacted from the report. So that's actually not true. I would say that he is not somebody who thinks that all of this information should be public, should it have a horrible consequence. He's not reckless in his work. So I disagree with that. And then also too, just to bring up another point, in court, because I covered the extradition hearing in February, and it was raised in court. The prosecution had to admit that there was no evidence to support or suggest that anybody was harmed as a result of WikiLeaks publications. The prosecution had to admit that.
Oh, okay. Well, I happily stand corrected.
Well, I think that your support for him as a journalist too is really important as well. Again, this hearing just took place and it wasn't covered too extensively. There was about, I think, I could count on one hand the amount of American journalists who were present. So a lot of this information hasn't really been made public, but again, your openness and willingness to hear this is really important. I encourage others who are maybe on the fence to just, not be so skeptical and just kind of open your minds to the possibility that maybe what you've heard about this case isn't really true.
Now, what do you think, Taylor? There's a lot of this happens in a lot of different quarters. The bias in Wikipedia, right? And recently, I think in response to Donald Trump calling this the Chinese virus, one of the defenses could have been, well, it's called the Spanish flu of 1918. But yet, very recently, this was edited in Wikipedia. This would be to foster the narrative. So bringing it to Julian Assange, like, is his Wikipedia page? Are there errors in that you would disagree with, or do you feel like it's reasonably balanced and accurate?
Well, WikiLeaks and Wikipedia are not connected.
I know, but I just meant like to get with myths, like and you said there's a lot of common myths.
Page.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure that I have not looked at his Wikipedia page about him specifically for quite some time. I'm sure there is probably a lot of disinformation on the Wikipedia page, without a doubt.
It would just be something interesting to check into. I'd really like your opinion on that, because a lot of people on the right are claiming that this kind of bias exists, but this is I don't think you are any kind of right winger, so this bias can exist in both directions.
Absolutely. I'm actually looking at the page right now. It's quite a long page, so I won't have time to go through it at this moment. But there's been one sort of piece of information that has circulated quite a bit about Assange that is not true, and even people who are supporters of his have misreported on this. And that is the fact that there were never any rape charges in Sweden, only accusations, but never any charges. This is something that has been reported on extensively, and it's just false. So that's just one of the many pieces of information that is not true. But yeah, I mean, I would say that on Wikipedia, without a doubt, there probably is some inaccurate information, as we would expect, not just on Julian Assange or on WikiLeaks, but with any other subject that you look up on the site.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know Michael Trollan, who was here before, is involved with other pieces to try to make Wikipedia a little bit more balanced. But yeah, we should like dig into that and do an episode about that sometime. That would be kind of fun.
It's pretty bad because the way that Wikipedia works is that, like there's this myth that anybody can edit a Wikipedia, right? That's only nominally true. It's what's true is that there's a group of editors for each page, and these power editors, who people who dedicate thousands of their hours a month just editing Wikipedia for free, mind you, these guys have supreme control of the site, and they can basically lock down a page from being edited by the public. And so, depending on who they are and what their biases are, they tend to promote narratives, right? And this narrative can sometimes be weaved with journalists, like some very unethical journalists who work with them and cite the Wikipedia article as proof that that something is true. Say fact A and fact B are true. Here's Wikipedia as evidence. Now, the way that Wikipedia works is that it works based on citations. So another journalist writes an article, and he cites that first article that cites Wikipedia, but he doesn't mention that this article was citing Wikipedia. So now it's enshrined in myth, right? And now Wikipedia, because it works on citations, cites the second journalist, and now you have this whole loop of fact, and the fact was just made of spun out of thin air by a Wikipedia editor or someone with an axe to grind, right? And we see this a lot with like the climate change page. We see it a lot with the Spanish flu page right now. And now we're I think for a lot of people who got so-called red pilled into the biases that Wikipedia has, was during 2014's whole Gamergate thing. Now, you only hear journalists bring up Gamergate nowadays. The people involved in Gamergate don't really care about it anymore. But it was definitely something that that journalists spun out of thin air and created a narrative out of it because they needed a group of people to demonize, and then Wikipedia cited them and they cited Wikipedia, and it just caused this whole feedback loop, and it definitely opened up a lot of people's eyes to it. That's why Donald Trump, when he talks to the press, he hates the press, right? He calls them out, and it's the reason why Twitter, if you look at Twitter and he's calling out the press, you don't see people scolding Donald Trump for doing that. They're actually agreeing with him. Like they did a poll yesterday on ABC. Now, mind you, this is a corporate media site. It's not a site, but an organization. They have nothing to gain from doing this. They put out a poll asking the public, how many of you agree with Donald Trump's handling of the coronavirus? And the majority, I think it was like 55%, said yes, they agree with Donald Trump and that he's showing good leadership. So that it tells me that people are definitely not on the fence of the journalists who claim that he's doing a bad job. They can write a million articles saying he dropped the ball on this and that China isn't to blame, and yet the people disagree. The people think that he's doing a good job. So
Taylor,
that's interesting.
Are you in that 55%?
Yeah, definitely. Me.
Taylor. Taylor, are you in that 55%? Ian, okay, Ian is. All right.
Yeah.
Am I?
Yeah.
Not so much, and I'll explain why. So, number one, I think that the response, and by the way, I didn't get a chance to acknowledge this. I'm really happy to be a part of this stream, and I think that what you're raising money to help those who have been impacted by this virus is incredibly admirable, and I'm happy to be here and help raise money for this good cause. Undoubtedly, people have been impacted by the coronavirus. However, I do find the government's response to be disproportionate to the reality of the seriousness of this virus. And what I mean by that is that potentially the corporate media may not be so honest with their numbers here, because it seems that there's something that is known behind the scenes that the public clearly doesn't know, because I find it unlikely that they would take these drastic measures unless there was a more sinister agenda. But there's really not a whole lot of evidence for that just yet. But it seems that it's just completely disproportionate. That is, again, not to say that people haven't been impacted by this. I'm really concerned with sort of the reaction and how that's going to impact people financially. People can't work. People are not going to be able to pay their bills. I do think that the president has taken some steps to really ensure that people are not hit too hard financially by this. And I think that's something that needs to be acknowledged as well. But I also worry about the potential military response here. And then also we're seeing that Google and Facebook are now taking some initiatives to track people to ensure that they are adhering to this social distancing. And I find that really troubling.
I had not heard that.
Yeah, how are they doing that?
So I saw a report that was posted to Twitter by Jimmy Dore, and Matt Taibbi also commented this as well. The article I have not seen. So the fact that Matt Taibbi has referenced it and Jimmy Dore has tells me that this is probably something that is happening. But as far as the exact article, I have not seen that. But I will keep checking. If it does come up, I will share it with you guys, because I think that that's just extremely problematic. And I think people on the left and the right can unite on that issue and say, hey, this is too much.
Okay.
They're doing that in Singapore and Hong Kong.
Well,
yeah.
Well, if that's the case, I would have a question if it's one of two things. One is, I think in this country, the government has absolutely no right to tell me where I can and cannot go. And if they do, then that's a whole civil liberties issue. But beyond that, what if it's just a reputation thing? Let's say that they give you a badge if you're social distancing, but if you're a schmuck and you go and you go to restaurants every single day,
that's social engineering.
That's social engineering.
That's
social engineering. So if they were doing the one, I think we could fight a lot more against that. But if they're doing the latter, that's sneaky, very underhanded, and we'd have a lot less
I dislike
weapons.
the latter. I'm more worried about the latter than the former.
Of course.
Because when the government tells you not to do something, you either do it or you don't, right? You get arrested or you don't, right? That's simple. It's very clear cut. And you may disagree with the measures being taken, like quarantines or no movement orders. Like all these things are concerning, to be sure, but they're temporary, right? And they can be scaled back. But with the latter, when they start trying to socially engineer people into behaving, doing good things, that's when you get the social credit system like China, because that is essentially what you're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
but hold on.
System.
That's in between the two. I'm talking about when you say social engineering, I'm like the bare bones. Like you're going to get gamify it. You get a badge for staying indoors. And I get a shittier badge for going out,
Yeah.
That's so easy to do.
It's easy to do.
That would really fuck with people. And they would want it.
Oh, yeah.
But how is it
they
different?
Would want it. They'd say, yes, fuck me, daddy. Sorry, that's terrible. But for real,
Valid.
no, I do not want that. Like, that is so bad. Like, gamification of anything is just a disaster. Look at video games, right? I mean, I'm from a game journalism background. Games are very insidious, right? They have experimented with like a billion ways to get your money.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft used to do it by making you grind and basically hooking you in psychologically so that you would keep paying every month. Now, this didn't really make a lot of money because at the end of the day, you're only paying $15 a month. So that didn't work. Then they tried the season
microtransactions,
mobile games.
Content.
Yes, Kings of Avalon. That they're making a shit ton of money.
Right. Yeah, and now it's like you have like Kings of Avalon or one of those Clash of Clans style things where
Guns
you
of
basically
Glory.
pay money, right? You pay money in order to play, right?
Mafia Wars.
It's really skeezy.
Mafia City. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we need to.
But the most gamified way of doing this that doesn't seem insidious, but actually kind of is the season pass not DLC, but like the season passes that you pay for Fortnite now. So essentially, you buy something that costs like $30, but you get nothing from it. You get nothing, absolutely nothing. And then you have to work your way through it by playing the game. You interact with the game in order to unlock what you paid for, right? Now, this is feels like a natural part of the game, right? The game itself doesn't change. There's no advantages. You get nothing, like apart from like aesthetics or like emotes, like, you know, your character looks cooler, that sort of thing. You look cooler, you look different, and you have to take effort. You have to put effort into it in order to get these things. But what it does is it makes you kind of a slave to the game, because what happens is after you pay that $30, you're going to be spending the rest of the month just playing the game, doing nothing else, because you want to get your money's worth from that $30. It's really insidious.
Is this like the male version of makeup, though?
Yeah.
This sounds like what every woman has to go through.
No,
right?
That's not true. That's not true at all. This is the free market, Ian. So I completely disagree with this take. I think if it's a shit model, then people are going to go out and they're going to demand other games. There's not just Fortnite. I know it's a social phenomenon. But
it's not that it's a shit model. It's that it's a really good model. I like it. I buy into it. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that's
like,
not.
But it's
know
addicting.
How,
I think
how
you're
psychologically damaging it is, and yet I buy into it anyway because it feels rewarding, right?
Yes.
It doesn't feel like
Okay.
I'm cheating my way in by paying for something.
Well,
it
but
feels
hold on.
like,
So
I just got access to it.
So you're going to buy into this model. You're going to play this game. You're going to sink all this time into it. Your reproductive value is going to substantially decrease. No one's going to want to fuck you. You're not going to reproduce. Your genes won't transcend time. And all of a sudden, we're back to the way that humans are supposed to be. The people that go out there and bust their ass are going to...
I don't think, here's the thing. I don't think that majority of people are capable of long-term thinking. We are capable only of short-term thinking. We want immediate gratification. And this satisfies that urge, because when you see a bar that's going up very slowly, right? Every time you play a game, you get into a game of Fortnite, you kill a bunch of people or whatever, it goes up slightly. So you want to fill it. And then when you fill it, you gain a level, and that's when you unlock something. That's your Skinner box, right? You're being rewarded with cheese. And it does that over and over and over again until you reach 100, and then boom, you're done, right? And then you think, okay, I'm done, I can relax now. Next month arrives, you got to do it again.
Yeah, but
you're paying
Ian,
another $35.
This exact amazing model can be used for good as well as ill.
Oh, absolutely.
So, and
I just don't like it. Like,
well,
it's
two
good
examples.
and bad,
give me an example.
The best example that comes to mind is learning a new language. So Duolingo has successfully incorporated this into their app. So now you gain badges, you gain levels, whatever it is. It's EXP. It's pretty awesome. I mean, it helps me to stay on track and, get marginally less shitty at German. But the same thing with saving. What the hell is it called? Robinhood? I don't know. Some of the Acorn, whatever. There's a lot of apps out there. And if they haven't already started doing this, they will, in that by you saving, they're going to encourage good behavior. And they'll give you badges and whatever the hell. Those are fantastic. So we've hacked human psychology. Let's hack it for good. And the people that are going to game, they'll fall by the wayside, or we'll turn into Japan.
All right, fair enough. Let me interrupt.
Doesn't it worry you though? Like the social creep that it has, the creep factor, where whoever's designing these systems can essentially motivate people into doing something that that they wouldn't normally want to do. Like you're basically making people not people anymore. You're telling them that they're going to be rewarded if they do a certain thing, but you're not telling them that they'll be rewarded.
But that's
you're
what
just,
parents
sort of
do every
incentivizing
day.
it.
But isn't that what parents do every day?
This has happened
Oh yeah, it is. It
for
is.
millennia.
Yeah, and that's what I don't like about it. It's because like the government is not my goddamn parent. Like I don't want them raising me. That's my fear.
Interesting. Let me cut in for a second. Michael Trollan, $50 super chat, said, "Where'd
Michael go?
Well, he was on the screen. He's now in the super chat. Enjoyed the chat with you guys. Glad to support this excellent fundraiser for anyone interested in the organization. I mentioned they are Atheists for Liberties and Ideas Beyond Borders. Yep, Atheists for Liberties is essentially what Myth Informed would have been if we didn't pivot a little bit. We were an atheist organization primarily, although we would talk about a lot of things. Now we're primarily like a socio-political conference, and that's what we deal with. We've changed our mission statement. That is to encourage viewpoint diversity, to limit authoritarian ideology. But if we would have continued on, Atheists for Liberty is essentially doing, if we wouldn't have pivoted, and allowing that same debate to go on without this meta-narrative that you can't question. One of the cool things about atheism, I thought, was you it was a place where you could ask any question, and I really like that environment. Also, Ideas Beyond Borders, as he's a founder of that, or at least on the board of that, and Melissa Chen and Faisal, I know, do a ton of work with that, and that is translating different texts to the Middle East, again, to break through some of this entrenched dogma. I think that a lot of the atheist movement's important is probably not in the West right now. So I think that's kind of cool. But I also wanted to mention, too, Taylor, you're going to be, assuming we can do it, at the Better Discourse event in Milwaukee in July. Right now,
we're doing it.
It's on. We're hoping that our crisis, this pandemic crisis, works, and we're at a place where we can do it. Obviously, if that is not feasible from a health organization, we won't do it. Nice thing is we do have enough money to cover it, so if you bought a ticket, you are not going to get screwed. But Taylor, why did you want to come to the event? What do you think about events like this where you share ideas, where there's going to be people there that are on your side, that agree with you, that are more progressive leaning, and hopefully I'm not putting words in your mouth, and then there's always going to be libertarians there and some people in the Trump camp?
Right. I figured that the audience was probably going to differ with me more so politically than see things the same way that I do. So yeah, you're right. I'm on the left, progressive for sure. However, at the same time, I think it's so important that we engage with each other. I like to have discussions with people whom I know I'm going to disagree with. I think that's so important. If we just keep talking to the same people who agree with us, we really get nowhere. So when I see an opportunity to kind of provide some of my insight that maybe people have not heard, or they're really not seeking themselves as far as going to progressive outlets for their news, to be able to provide them with that information and maybe get people on my side with the issues that are really, really important to me. I think that's an opportunity that no one should pass up. I think it's so important. And of course, today, we are so divided in the U.S. I mean, we are very, very polarized, which is only to the advantage of the very powerful. It is not to our advantage. So I think that coming together and having these discussions is so important.
And I'll ask this for both of you guys, but Taylor, you first. Do you feel if you're in a bubble, like you said, you want to get out to talk to people that don't agree with you and that maybe aren't watching Jimmy Dore, right, on a regular basis, or don't know who he is? Do you feel that if you're not doing that and you're in your this certain thought bubble, do you feel like those people have a greater tendency to potentially radicalize, and get more entrenched, to get more to get more fierce in their ideas, as opposed to somebody like you that wants to seek out people who disagree?
That is a really, really interesting question. I'm going to have to think about that. Honestly, I don't think so. No, because I haven't seen that myself within my own progressive circles. I haven't seen that. So no, I don't think so. I think there's a potential for that. There's very much a potential for that. But I don't necessarily see that being the case always. But that's a really, really interesting question, and something to definitely look into to see historically how that has played out.
I'm more interested to figure out what are some good progressive news sources that can be turned to, because I just really struggle with getting people who aren't super. I mean, Jimmy Dore is so opinionated. He's a an entertaining guy, but I've cycled through the progressive. I was on a kick with Kyle Kalinske for a while, but I mean, some of his viewpoints are to me intolerable.
Well, real quick, let's hit that in a second.
He doesn't know what farms are.
Let's ask you the same question, Ian. Did you that I asked Taylor? Do you the thought bubbles possibly radicalized, and then let's talk about argue about who's the best progressive voice.
Yes. I do think, it depends, right? Depends on how limited the bubbles are. If the bubbles are porous, now I know that sounds weird, but if the bubbles are porous, then it's not an issue. You can go to especially centrist or moderate left-leaning progressives even, right? It can be far left, but it can be moderate, right? I don't think it's an issue with them because, they tend to have a larger group of friends that they talk to outside of that group. So therefore, there is no chance of, it radicalizing. But on the other hand, if you talk to really insular people, like people, I used to be part of, I guess, the social justice crowd on the left, right, when it comes to in gaming, right? And that is a very insular group. They tend to ostracize anyone who doesn't fit in. Even if you're like moderately liberal or moderately right-leaning, they'll kick you out. They'll say you're a problematic person and then dump you.
But they don't even play the same games you do. So how do you guys interact?
Like, I mean, the games journalists, they tend to control the narrative, and so like the games that they talk about aren't necessarily the games that everybody else is playing, right? And at the time, even now, I would say, if you want to get in that scene and you want to, get a job or something, you have to get with these guys, and their opinions are pretty much like the opinions you have to agree with. Otherwise, you're out. And that's the echo chamber that they have managed to create. They've substantiated it. They've made it very solid, right? Solidified it. It's impossible to break out of it. And for the people trapped in there, like who I know who are Republicans or far left progressives, but not in the same vein. They're not identitarians. They just keep their mouths shut. They keep their heads down. They keep their mouths shut, and they pretend, that the rest of the world doesn't exist. And it's a really tense situation to be in there, because I was in there and it was difficult to even express my opinions. Like, you can express it within small groups of people who are like-minded, or who are willing to listen to other people's opinions. But the instant you put it out there in the, on Twitter or something, if you say something or you criticize somebody that is, marginalized, quote unquote, you'll get completely canceled. And that is the issue with certain groups. I'm not saying it's like this all the time. And you can even see this on the far right, where, with most conservatives, most conservatives are, they consist of Trump supporters. They consist of classical liberals as well as libertarians. And in these groups, everybody talks, everybody gets along, and there's a lot of disagreements, and it's really healthy. There's even liberals in these groups, or people in these groups are friends with liberals. I mean, I'm friends with Marxists, for example. But if the farther right that you go, you run into really closed off groups like anti-immigrant groups, the so-called America First type groups that are, they're not really America First. It's more like white people first, right? And they're essentially racist cliques. And those are extremely walled off. They've sort of built a wall around, external or outside influence. And that's how they radicalize. That's the danger. Like, if you go on Gab, for example, compare it to Twitter, on Gab, you'll be hard pressed to find anyone with a reasonable or moderate position on anything. Everybody's just far, far, far to the right. It's insane. That's a danger.
Yeah, it seems like they've become cynical. Go ahead, Taylor.
Oh, I just thought of something as you were speaking that I want to bring up. Actually, there is some division within the progressive left. There is, and we're seeing that now more than ever, I think. And that is basically this split between those who support Bernie and those who support Tulsi. There is a huge split, and there's a lot of infighting going on when it comes to that. I think it's like completely ridiculous. I think that everybody needs to unite, because again, it's only to our detriment that we don't unite, but there is clearly a division there. And it's very prevalent on social media. Yeah, so I forgot to bring up that point. So I do see it as, like, even though we do kind of all like talk to each other and it's easy to do that, there still is division.
Taylor, you mean the progressive community? Because my perspective was that Tulsi was very heavily supported by centrists, folks like us, and center-right, I don't know, people, but that zero progressives support and supported and continue to support Tulsi.
Michael loves
she was anathema to them.
Michael's in our group and talks positive about Tulsi all the time.
Yeah, he's
the one. Okay, N of one, but go on.
Yeah.
No, there actually are quite a few progressives who do support Tulsi. There are, but she has a unique ability to also unite people who are more right-leaning as well, which makes her very interesting.
She's
but yeah,
phenomenal.
She does have a lot of support from those on the left.
But is it possible? Everyone likes Tulsi because she's a genius. Is it?
She follows me on Twitter. I'm so happy about that.
No,
good. Is it possible that by you using the term progressive, it's not what we would consider progressive? Like, are we A, using different terms, or B, has the word progressive evolved, and so now you're using a new definition, and we're still thinking of it means the SJWs who need safe spaces and trigger warnings?
Okay, so yeah, if that's what you think,
that's not a gotcha question.
Maybe it is the term, and I think that's a really good point that you bring up. Maybe we are referring to two different things or perceive it differently. I am not for people having to have safe spaces or not being able to tolerate other viewpoints. I think that's ridiculous. I don't support that. I don't think those who are progressive do support that. Yeah, sure, there are some, but I think generally speaking, that is not representative of the whole by any means.
That is fascinating.
And we can disagree on that. I think we may disagree on that.
No,
point.
But I think I'm not disparaging. I think that's probably the most interesting thing that I've heard today, in that you still have a generally large camp that ties that word to all of those negative things, and someone like yourself would call yourself a progressive, but you're like, fuck that, I don't want anything to do with those terms. Now you've got clashes, and it's maybe it's a semantics thing, but it's like the word feminism had a lot of negative connotations baked into it. So some people moved away from it and started calling themselves egalitarians. But some people want to revive that word. So maybe you're in the camp that wants to revive the word progressive and remove the negative connotations from it.
Well,
it's
is
very
there,
interesting.
If you're a Christian, you may not, like somebody might think there's a negative connotation with Christian, right? Because there are some crazy Christians out there. But it runs the gamut between your cafeteria Catholic and a Jehovah's Witness, all the way to the crazy people that are protesting military funerals. Like, what is a Christian? It's such a big label, and I think it's the same thing with progressive. And partially it's an identity. People like libertarian, like, okay, that's an identity too. It feels good. But still, there's a wild bit of thought. So maybe it's what that means to you. And it's like, what is progressive? I think we got to get away from labels and start talking about ideas rather than saying, wow,
Those are the old paradigms. The old paradigms are dead. Left, right, progressive, conservative, doesn't really matter. Not in this economy, not in, at the face of pandemic. I think things have changed.
I don't know that that's the case. We're always going to be tribal until
we
the sun
will find
blows
new
up.
labels. Right?
But that's what I mean. So we
us.
need label. I'm sorry, I don't like them, but we need them. There's no way to shorthand telegraph what you stand for without a label. Otherwise, I'm half an hour deep into a Twitter conversation. What do you? This is what I believe. I'm pro-choice.
But you can tell yourself to resist the urge, right? I mean, just because we put alcohol in front of somebody doesn't mean like drink until you can't drink anymore.
Listen,
you should resist the urge.
Look at
don't be a dog. You know dogs. Right? If you fill up their food container, or whatever, with endless food, they will just eat until they die. Right? They're kind of dumb like that. So don't be a dog. Exercise some self-control.
Yeah, but also it's the lowest common denominator. I mean, what this pandemic has showed is that people are so stupid that they will overbuy toilet paper, and they will.
Is that stupid?
And they will.
It's the tragedy of the commons, right? They're looking out for themselves more so than anyone else.
You
right?
have a shower. Worst case scenario, wash your ass. Like, that's not the thing that you need. If you're really worried about the end of days, buy a bunch of canned corn. That makes so much more sense than paper that you wipe your ass with.
What do you mean you can't eat toilet paper? I thought you could totally eat it. You could cook it. You could make a stew out of it.
$1 million idea, by the way. Edible
Maybe. I was listening to, like, in the Siege of Leningrad, they were so the newspapers couldn't be like used for heat as much because people were boiling them to get like a little bit of nutrition out of that.
Okay,
soup.
That is completely.
So maybe you could get that out of toilet
field.
paper. It really is. Come on. You're Russian. You should know
They
this.
learned.
Point being, I think we can all agree that no matter what, people are relatively stupid, and so they're going to gravitate toward the easiest digestible ideas. Just like easily digestible sugars are very popular, and we all know they're bad. So it's going to happen.
Right, but we can make those legal. We don't have to make corn syrup illegal, like our high fructose corn syrup illegal.
You
We
don't
could
want to
say,
be
hey, don't do
Bloomberg
it.
and raise the price of sugary drinks, right? Let people make those decisions themselves.
Cigarettes.
But
people
that-
are smoking
I think
is
that's
down.
I think that's only in the case of peacetime. We're in wartime now. We can't let people make these decisions because they will go to the beach and butt chug. I posted a video on Twitter where these people are butt chugging and they're like, I don't care about Corona.
Wait, is that where you stick a tampon in your ass? That's soaked in vodka?
No, it's like they put alcohol in their ass and they drink out of it.
Wow.
So we have different definitions of butt chugging, apparently.
Dima, you were so specific that I'm sure you were talking for a friend, but
asking for a friend.
Oh my! No, do you worry at all like this? The wartime president, like I heard a little bit of this. Yeah. So FDR was often like jealous of Wilson during World War I because he was able to take broad measures due to World War I that we are in a crisis. And although FDR eventually had World War II, initially his crisis was the Great Depression. But he would often talk about the moral equivalency of war, right? And that this is the moral equivalent of war. And I think Trump's using the same thing. And there's been a lot of libertarian arguments, like Jonas Goldberg is one of them, who's saying, this is a slippery slope. That this moral equivalent of war is sort of authoritarian. Like, how do you feel? What would you say to that argument?
I would honestly agree with that. I do not like what is happening at all. I don't like it. And this is a slow rollout. So people, and this goes back to like the toilet paper thing, like people are very fearful. The media has scared them. People are very frightened that they're acting kind of ridiculous right now. And people are, self-isolating, which I understand it may be necessary in some circumstances for sure. People are going to be much more willing to accept some authoritarian measures by the government if they are fearful and if they're already kind of engaging in this behavior. For example, people are self-isolating, self-quarantining right now. They're going to be much more willing to accept a government-mandated quarantine should that happen. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen, although I think it's not out of the realm of possibilities at this point, but people will be willing to accept things that they otherwise would not when they're scared.
That's an interesting question that I want to follow up on, because you see predominantly the left-leaning states, the most progressive states, and now I have to use it in air quotes because I don't know what the fuck it means. That's an interesting question, Taylor, is the most progressive states are being the most authoritarian. They're doing the lockdowns. San Francisco, the entire state of California, Illinois, literally every state that's done it has been left-leaning. And so as a progressive, and you're like, well, we have to
and the panhandle of Florida, which is right-leaning, has spring break.
And exactly. And so from the progressive position, you're like, well, we have to be fearful of that. And I'm like, well, shit, the progressive states are the ones that are doing it. So is that not a cognitive dissonance for someone like yourself?
I think for some people it would be, but to me, the label doesn't matter at all. I'm going to be equally critical of progressive states or left-leaning states just because I tend to agree with their side. I do not hold up, it's not something that's super important to me. So I'll be absolutely critical of it. Just like with the candidates, like I do not view any candidate as a hero who could do no wrong. I just don't think that. I really like Tulsi Gabbard. I supported her. She has come out in favor of some things that I just do not support. And, I'll be critical of her on that. I think it's important to be able to be critical of your own side as well. So no, I think what is happening in New York, what's happening in California, it is really frightening. And I don't care to say that just because it's a quote progressive state.
So twofold, real quick. Sorry, I don't want to monopolize like you usually do.
Go ahead.
What comes to mind is if this is if this is like a trend in the most progressive states in the nation, wouldn't that be worrisome? Again, if we're using that label, being a team player on that team. Now, I would classify you from this conversation as somewhat of a unicorn in that there are not a lot of people who have such a nuanced position like you, which is fantastic, which is why you support Tulsi.
It's what we would call a left libertarian, right?
Yeah, a left libertarian, or even
or
even centrist or left libertarian. Yeah, that's true. But that would then make me question my own ideology if the states that are veering toward authoritarianism and those that are in the center are like, the far left is authoritarian. That's what's been preached over and over again. Is like we're gonna get to the point where it's a nanny state that controls everything. Doesn't that make you question your premises? Maybe, I don't know.
So no, that's really interesting. And again, I think this just so I am for probably a lot of things that you want. I am for Medicare for all. I am for progressive. Again, here we go. The word for left-leaning policies. And again, yeah, that does require the government to be very involved. However, at the same time, I don't like the government infringing on our civil liberties, and I don't like the fact that the government could potentially be, spying on us. And I think a lot of people who are on the left will agree with that, more so than you think. I think it's just a point of view that's not often represented in the media. I don't think that, but again, it goes back to our interpretations here. I don't think that the left is necessarily for an authoritarian state.
Yeah. And it's also like, my initial thought, Dima, was like, don't kick her out of the left, right? But that's a joke. But
but in my mind, that's already.
But there are legit studies, like in the 1970s. If you would take when we talked about abortion and before with Richard Carrier, but like you could take a poll like in the 1970s, and you'd say Republican Party, pro-life percentage about 60%, Democratic Party, pro-life about 40%. So like a little bit more than half of the time you could guess, but you weren't guessing with any kind of accuracy. But now it's polarized enough to where the parties, where you can predict if somebody says, I'm pro-Second Amendment, you could almost for sure say, well, yeah, they're probably pro-life. You're seeing, instead of like 4 out of 10 being like off on an issue, now it's like 1 out of 10 or 2 out of 10. And you see that maybe that's what we are, is we're that remaining, 1 to 2 people of 10 that can say, well, I identify with X party, but yet, I'm free to openly say that, no, but I'm not, I'm a Republican, but I'm pro-choice, or I'm, pro-life and I'm progressive or whatever.
Yeah, but free thinkers don't have a home. So
well, this is our home.
And
we want it. That's why we want it to be
orphans.
heterogeneous. We want people that identify as progressive, even leftist or whatever, or full. I'm MAGA. You want everyone in there that's willing to talk openly.
But then that's a good question, Taylor. Have you been canceled by other progressives, or called out or whatever for your viewpoint?
No, actually, no, I haven't. Actually, everybody seems to share like similar viewpoints. The only time I really do kind of clash with the left is some of the excuse making for Bernie Sanders. That's really where I kind of clash.
Give us an example. Give us an example.
Yeah, interesting.
So my main cause, of course, is related to the First Amendment and advocating for Julian Assange. Right. And Bernie Sanders has been a sort of, if you want to call it, a beneficiary of WikiLeaks, in the sense that he was vindicated in the fact that we learned that the election was rigged against him. However, Bernie Sanders will not say Julian Assange's name. He has no backbone when it comes to this issue. He will not say that he will pardon him. And it's really frustrating. And I think that people should put pressure on him to do so. And others just blindly think that he will take the initiative and pardon him once he becomes president. I do not believe that at all. I do not think that he has the backbone to stand up to the Democratic establishment, the Republican establishment, and all of the intelligence community. So I've been very critical of him on that issue, and also his pushing Russiagate. And I don't think he deserves a free pass on those issues. And so with regard to that, yes, I've had some confrontations.
Now, I don't know what state you're living in, like if you guys have had your primary yet, but if Tulsi recently dropped out of the race, like who do you lean for in a Democratic primary?
Yeah,
there's one person.
Really no one.
It's not even a relevant question anymore.
Vote Trump. Vote Trump.
Well, no, but
it's Biden or Trump.
He's to the left of Biden.
Yeah, that is true.
It seems that way.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Biden, like, I was very disappointed when Tulsi Gabbard came out in support of Joe Biden.
Well, what is she going to do?
I'm really surprised.
Well, she could do what Elizabeth Warren is doing and say, I'll wait till the convention.
Yeah, but
Warren
everyone
is waiting for the VP spot. That's why she's holding out. Yeah.
I mean, I think everyone understands. Even Bernie Sanders is reconsidering his campaign. Like, at this point, it's a done deal. So, folks on the left are going to have to ask themselves what they're,
Taylor, what would you hope that Tulsi would have done? So, at some point she did have to drop out. But what would you have hoped that she would have said?
Well, I wish that and this sounds a little bit maybe a little too hopeful, but I think it would be a really good opportunity for her to kind of branch away from the Democratic Party and create her own third party. I think Sanders had that opportunity in 2016 and he failed to take that opportunity. I'm not so sure that Gabbard has the same opportunity that Sanders had in 2016, but that's what I would have liked to have seen. And then I just would prefer her not to show any support for Joe Biden, who, in my opinion, is a Republican, basically. And he's like pushed war, and I don't know how he could possibly withstand a debate with Trump.
Okay,
he's going to be destroyed.
Right. No, that could very much happen. Do you agree with like AOC when she says that there is no left party in the United States?
I think that number one, I think she's somebody that is revered by those on the left a little bit too much. I do have some questions. About some of the things that she has shown support for and some of her actions and her motives. I think that she's somebody that will eventually give in to the Democratic establishment to make her way to the top. I do think that she may be just like many of the other politicians with regard to that. I think she's probably right. It's really not represented in our Congress and in our politics at all, especially if you go to Europe. I mean, they actually have a left, and our left in the U.S. to them, I think, is like a very moderate, more right-leaning ideology, if you had to compare the two. So I think in the United States, we just view these labels much differently than the rest of the world.
Ian, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, I think she's completely right. I mean, if you look at Australia, both of their parties, they have the Liberal Party, which refers to classical liberals, and their actual left. And they are to the left of anyone in America, right? They support socialized policies. And yes, they might be pro-capitalism, but they support socialism, some limited form of mixed market economy. So I think AOC is right when she says that America has no left party. It's just got two right-wing parties. And like I pointed out, Trump is to the left of Joe Biden because he does support these socialized policies, and Biden does not, right? Biden is full-on capitalist, full-on right-wing. So it's interesting now, when you have a Democrat, which is supposed to be, a member of the party of the left, being more right-wing than the right-winger himself.
Interesting. Yeah. Do you have to take like the country as a whole to make sense? Is it fair to apply, say, the European demographic to us? So I would agree that there isn't like a left party in the way there is in Europe, but you compare us to Saudi Arabia. I mean, what qualifies as left there? Like, Ben Shapiro might be left-winged in Saudi Arabia. So like, do you have to consider the demographics? Like, are we ready for that? It's like when something's way off kilter, I think it gets looked at strangely.
It's definitely, there's definitely a huge, difference in what is relative, right? Like what is left and right in America is not what is left and right in Australia or England or France or Italy. But interestingly, places like maybe Portugal Portugal is sort of a dysfunctional country, but it has so many parties, right? It's not a two-party system. It's like got a gazillion of them, and each of them doesn't agree with anybody else. So you have this plurality of government versus a two-party system, and the two-party system in most countries, I would say, is clearly more efficient because it gets stuff done. Whereas in a large group of people just don't agree with anybody else, nothing gets done. So, that's the trade-off there.
Dude, no one's getting anything done here, and we have a two-party system.
So I'm gonna bring Sean Fitzgerald in. So just kind of how it is. If you guys want to stay, feel free. Otherwise, drop out whenever. But I'm gonna transition over.
That sounds good.
Might
Well,
wanna
I'm
mention
gonna
the
and I'll
donation
transition
and-
it this way. We as you bring them in again, we're here doing a charity live stream. One to combat social distancing and try to do that a little bit. Bring it together in the internet. Obviously, we're trying to go through this together and limit the spread of the disease and kind of take some heat off the healthcare system. But we're also taking all super chats and donating them to the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, a group that's working to help individual people affected by this outbreak of COVID-19, those that are in special needs. And, Merck in the chat here says, he didn't respond to my newspaper comment, whether you can get any nutrition out of a newspaper, but he did say your leather shoes, you can do this. And, I once heard Patton in the Third Army say, my soldiers can eat their belts, but my tanks need gas. And maybe that I think Merck is onto something there, that you can somehow eat your leather and get something out of it. So it's good to have a survivalist in here. Hopefully we won't need his skills to a high degree, but good to know that we have him.
Oh my God.
No, seriously. I mean, if Merck's in here, if we have to do a big thing with Merck and how to do survivalist, man, we are in really dire straits. Let's hope it doesn't get that bad.
Hey, I wanted to come back to the topic of gaming. I wanted to hear Taylor's perspective as a female with a growing population.
You didn't ask her pronouns. Sorry.
Valid. With a growing population of people being sucked into video games, how do you feel the testosterone population is doing, and what are your views of people who actually game? Are they viable candidates?
You're on the hot seat, Taylor.
Are they viable candidates? Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question?
He's
asking if you date a gamer, I think.
Would I?
And or yeah, sure. And or have any interactions.
I don't know, maybe. I mean, I would be open to it for sure.
Is it a net turn off or a net neutral, or I don't know, or is it hot?
Maybe net neutral.
Yeah, I didn't sense any hotness there, so yeah.
I don't know.
No, but hey, I want to thank you guys so much for having me on. I really enjoyed this discussion, and I'm always happy to talk about Julian's case with others who may not be as focused on it as I am. I know I'm heavily invested in this case. I covered it in London. So thank you so much for that opportunity. And it was really cool to speak with people who are a little bit more right-leaning than I am. I think that's important, like I said earlier. So again, thank you so much for having me on. And this charity is so important. And I was really, really happy and proud to be a part of it.
Awesome. Feel the same way.
Don't label us, Taylor. That's not fair.
Right.
Thank you so much.
All right, see you.
All right, Sean Fitzgerald on.
He popped in.
He popped in. He popped out.
He popped in and he pops out. Yeah.
Why does everyone
I'm
has
not sure
so
if
much
you
more
can hear me.
impressive cameras than we do? Look at him. He's got a blurry background.
Oh, he's just using Skype. That's like a feature in Skype.
I've
Blurs out
never
your
seen it
background.
before. Really?
Look, I was gonna set up my DSLR to be all fancy, but that takes a little bit more time.
Look at
What's it,
Ian.
but-
He's
but
blowing
Ian-
you out of the water.
Ian's being classy though. He showed up in the Ferrari. He looks good, but he's not making fun of the guy that showed up in the Toyota. And that's classy.
But-
I like it.
I didn't know it had that feature. Why don't we do that? Let's blur everything.
You guys are too close to your background
Yeah.
for that to work.
Oh,
You
that's
gotta
the
have a
problem.
lot of space for the AI to kick in.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's good. Sorry, I keep knocking this with my earphones. I need to
Can
get a
we-
little bit better ergonomics.
Can we do podcasts with like AR, so that I have a funny hat on? All the
AR?
time? Augmented
It's totally
reality.
doable.
Get in the game.
Yeah, it's totally
Brian.
doable. Like some streamers do it on Twitch.
See? Exactly.
With augmented reality, oh my god,
That's-
streamers can do everything.
I think that's how you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
get a following, is a funny hat.
What do you want?
Yeah, like some of them, they don't like their faces being seen because they're kind of ugly, right? So they have like a cartoon mascot or something, like a anime girl, you know, like that's the thing that they're doing now right now. In fact, this is a fun random fact, but you know what, My Free Cams, right? MFC, that's the porn site where people go and watch girls touch themselves.
I'm told. I'm told.
The number one, right? The number one streamer there is not a real person. It's an AI generated Japanese cartoon character.
Wow.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, people are nuts.
Now, does a human
this is before coronavirus?
But does a human control this? There's got to be an interactivity. Is there a human behind it?
There's a human controlling it. It's like they're wearing like a bodysuit or something. You know, like with the little white balls.
Oh, okay.
Green color. Yeah.
So it's Avatar essentially.
Right.
Yeah, it's an avatar. Yeah.
Nice. That's kind of cool. I mean, what they say, they're, you know, if it's a thing, there's porn for it.
No,
and
but, I mean, hentai's always been popular. I'm just surprised that that's the number one thing.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it shocked me too. It's like, wait a second, why is this popular? I mean, can't you guys...
Dima's like, on the campsite I frequent, that's not the most popular.
Well, I was trying to think of the psychology of why, but I think it removes you from the person. So, like, if you feel guilty about objectifying someone by watching porn, then if you're watching a cartoon, you can kind of distance yourself. Kind of like eating a steak versus looking at a decapitated cow and going, oh my God, I'm not going to eat that. It's probably something similar.
That's not why.
Sense.
It's because in human categories, you have all these subcategories, but hentai is just one category. So by like plurality, that's why it's the top category.
Right, right. Plurality, yeah, sure. Yeah, because there's going to be so many divisions. But that's all you need is a plurality.
Right. So what's so good?
Yeah, Bernie would have made it through had everybody stayed in, and Bernie gets to the DNC with a plurality of delegates. You know, there would have been mayhem if they wouldn't have put him in.
Oh, okay. That's a great transition, Brian. I like how you did that.
Really,
that's very clever.
It's good. No. So I'm gonna plug Sean.
Don't forget the intro.
Yeah. So Sean Fitzgerald, AJW or Actual Justice Warrior, runs a YouTube channel that's really good. His political predictions are really not getting enough credit for it. Like he pretty much called this election like long ago, and then so he actually made a video of it where he references that. So it's not like I caught the fish but nobody ever saw it. He actually does have the video evidence for this and called it the same way. And I it sucked because I really fell into Ben Shapiro convinced me that wow, Bernie's got it, Biden's done, and I would have bet that way if I would have put in a bet. And so the smart betting advice coming from AJW. Ian, did you see that? Did you see his post on that at all?
No, I didn't. I missed that one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Called everything.
Sorry.
It was over a year ago. It's fine. It's over a year ago at the beginning of the primaries. I'm like, Joe Biden's going to win. And as long as he doesn't lose any black support, that's why he's going to win. So
that's why he won, right?
Sanders win. Yeah. Yeah. Had it Sanders winning the first couple primaries. And then Biden, after South Carolina, just running roughshod. And I was so bold. I predicted all the candidates would get out at the same time after he won South Carolina.
And you were right. Right, you were right.
Yeah, but I wonder how you get minority votes. I mean, do you need celebrities? Do you need people to plug you?
That's what he did, right? Like that's what Biden did. If you look at what Biden did, is he talked to the Black Congressional Caucus, right? He got them on board. He got the black churches, like the progressive black churches. He got all of those guys on board, and they were, campaigning for him locally. Like you don't see them on the internet, you don't see them on Twitter because they don't use Twitter, right? So people tend to ignore them. Everyone's like, Bernie, because that's where his support is so loud on Twitch.
Yeah.
But none of these people are voting, or they've already cast their vote. They're not in the states where they need to be, right? They might all just be in California. That doesn't matter, right? Bernie could easily sweep California. It doesn't mean that he's going to win.
In fact, the DNC actually helped Bernie by moving that California primary early because Super Tuesday would have been an all-out massacre for him. But the reason I knew Biden was going to win in this exact way is because DNC conspiracies aside, this is why Hillary Clinton won. If you look at the map of her beating Bernie, it's almost the same exact map in the early primary states. So the people who were very much like Bernie would have won if not for the DNC, that didn't account for the fact that Hillary got all these Southern black Democratic primary voters. Like that's why their predictions were so off.
So basically what we're saying is the average black American trusts the Democratic Party in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the establishment Democratic Party.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
but what about these constituencies that you're talking about? The churches and then the National Black Caucus, whatever it was. If you follow the platforms and you know where in the socioeconomic ladder, the majority of black people fall into in this country, wouldn't you think that they would be more advantaged by a super progressive candidate like Bernie? So are these constituencies that stupid that they can't figure out that for their base, Bernie would have been better than Biden? I don't understand why they would have supported Biden unless they're getting paid off.
I mean, I don't know if they're. I don't believe in the paid off thing. I think that
I'm not saying that.
I don't know, but I'm saying I think that black people are on average within the Democratic Party are more conservative than your white progressives. Like your white progressives are the most liberal people in the entire country.
Yeah.
And
so the progressive
Washington
message
Post
didn't hit with them.
Here's the thing, okay? You know that one meme, the one where it's got like the issues voter, right? It's the virgin issues voter versus the Chad. He's just gonna vote, right? That is 100% true. So all these Bernie voters, they're all issues voters, right? They're like super smart and so on, and they care about these issues, but are they really the driving force of the party? Are they the ones going out voting in force? No, they're not, right? They're a tiny group of people. Whereas the guy is, chugging his Mountain Dew and doesn't really know anything about the issues. He thinks that the Fed just exists to print money, like these are the guys who are out voting, and that's who's, behind Joe Biden, unfortunately.
Well, people I think trust their friends and people that they trust more than like they're going to get on the internet. I just wonder if like any of these political ads even work because they're just they trust their friends and community. But go on, what were you going to say, Sean?
Yeah, I was going to say there's also like the idea of you wanting a winner. And the reason that they back Clinton so much is because the Clintons were, for the Democratic Party, the first real strong winners that they had in decades in this country. They only had like one-term presidents after Lyndon Baines Johnson, which I don't even think he ran for the second term, but he took over for Kennedy. So, essentially. So like they wanted a winner, and the Clinton name was a winner. And then it wasn't when Hillary lost, and Biden is tied to the Obama name, and the Obamas are bigger winners than the Clintons.
That's a valid point. I've never thought of that perspective. That's a good one.
It's a brand.
But also on top of that, the like a lot of the polling that people were citing to indicate that the American people or even the Democratic Party was with Bernie Sanders was just not accurate when you delved into the polls. Like you had that overall approval for Medicare for all. But then you go into the numbers in those polls and you realize that most of these people think Medicare for all is just medical care for everyone. But how they get it is very similar to Joe Biden's plan if you go into the details of it.
Okay.
So the attacks against Bernie's plan were all effective and they come right out of the polling. And you could actually look up the Kaiser Medicare for all polling and go through their different charts of what's effective and what isn't. And you'll find all of Bernie's talking points coming from what's effective to promote it. But all the attacks are in what drives it down to like near 20%. And in a one-to-one matchup, building on the ACA among Democrats is 15 points ahead of Medicare for all. So the idea that Bernie had this policy advantage, that's just, the illusion that we get from the Sanders supporters who are not connected to reality.
Mm-hmm. Look at Florida, right? Florida has a lot of Cuban voters, Cuban American voters. And all you have to do to get them to vote against Bernie is to tell them that he's a socialist. And boom.
No, have him praise Castro before the Democratic primary in Florida.
Yeah.
How dumb do you have to be,
like, yep, nope,
or how
out,
shitty do your
we're
advisors have to be not to tell you to not do that?
Well, they had him on the defensive, though, right? That this isn't something that he was going to bring up.
Come up.
So you mean have a better prepared?
It was already
defense?
in the press. How shit is his
team?
So what should he
didn't
have prep him for that question?
What should they have said? How should he respond?
He should have denounced it if he wanted to win. I mean, you're either a winner
or
you're not.
But what then they said? But why did you say it back then? How has your minds have changed? Does he have to say, "Well, I was a dumbass back then"?
Yes.
Why not?
I don't know.
Own
Admit
up to
it. Own up to it. I made mistakes. He's writing on this thing that he never makes mistakes.
But half
Every
of his
single one
campaign is I've never changed my view. Doesn't that screw with that?
It doesn't work. Yes,
I mean,
it
look
does.
at his immigration position. He has changed his view when it's convenient for him.
That's a good point.
The Bernie campaign is just not smart.
Dude,
like you could
smart.
say, like the fact that he was like insisting on defending the Cuban literacy program, which is by the way propaganda from the Cuban government.
Yeah, maybe he
was
should have.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's
if he
hilarious.
should have said, you know what, maybe Cuba was a bad choice. I should have picked Costa Rica, or something. You know, like that might have been an easy dodge on that. But good point. I just want to quick get a super chat out from the Orange Ninja Turtle. It's a shame that AJW's romantic trip with Mike Harlow might be canceled because of the virus. Stunning and brave of AJW to be openly LGBT. You forgot the QIA++, but yeah. So, is this your coming out party, Sean?
Apparently, I didn't even know that I was LGBT, much less openly that. But Orange Ninja Turtle is a follower of the channel, and I don't think Mike Harlow's coming yet. So
I think he's teasing you there.
You've got a fan base, but
And-
it comes from objectively the worst of the 4 Ninja Turtles. So I don't know why you wouldn't have gone with Donatello, but I mean, I guess.
I think it's a Trump thing. He sends us a lot of Trump super chats over on the channel.
That's great.
I figured it was those over.
But Mike Harlow is in the walkaway crowd, which is essentially an LGBT Republican movement. They've been sort of kicked out of the left, and so basically those below than the left that have been kicked out, as well as the Republican-leaning LGBT folks, which there are some. In fact, that actually convinced my own parents on gay marriage when they found people their age that were like, it just broke a lot of the misconceptions away. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, wow. You're a supporter of Trump. Really? Oh, that breaks a lot of stereotypes.
I don't think walkaway is like officially an LGBT thing. It's just walking away from the Democratic Party. But like every representative that they have is in that community. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying.
Right. Well, yeah. So it has a stripe of that, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
I think I wanted to come back to something that Taylor said before she left, which was interesting, is that hypothetically had Tulsi picked this opportunity to start a third party, that she would have gotten a massive following. And while that would have been amazing, and I would have 100% voted for her in the general if that was the case, I don't, for some reason, I think going back to how the Black Progressive Caucus and all of these groups chose not to support the candidate that arguably would have been their best choice. I just don't think that this country is smart enough to vote for someone who is middle of the road like that. She would have split the vote, and for sure Trump would have gotten the nomination. That's just my opinion. I don't know what you guys think.
I don't think she would have done much better than Jill Stein. I'm not a believer that third parties are viable unless you have a ton of money, like Mike Bloomberg money, but not as terrible as a human being as Michael Bloomberg.
So you think that if she had that money, but she still had her platform, she would have been a viable candidate? I guess let's discuss.
She could have been a Ross Perot.
Let's
She could have been
discuss
popular as
how
Ross Perot.
viable her platform would be if she got the coverage and she wasn't steamrolled by the machine.
I mean, I don't know if it's that. Like, she didn't catch on, like, even among the progressive base. Like, she was polling maximum at like 2 to 5%, like on her absolute best day, 5%. Like, I think there are a lot of people on the line that love Tulsi Gabbard, but I don't think that translates into votes. Like, I'm not a believer that the Twitter world is the election world, and I think we see that with Joe Biden. Like, everybody on Twitter is like, where are these Joe Biden supporters? It's like they're at the voting booths. They're the ones crushing Bernie Sanders.
Well,
and
yeah,
all
but hold
these
on.
states.
But why is that the case? Is it because mainstream media still has a stranglehold on the hearts and minds of the average American dumbass?
Mm-mm.
I think it's because name recognition matters. I don't think people vote based on policy. And Tulsi Gabbard did not get her name out there. Like, that's just not like what happened.
Right. Yeah,
If she would have ran last time against Hillary Clinton, she would be Bernie Sanders right now, like in terms of popularity.
So no
but
matter
she
what,
didn't.
name recognition matters. So from now on, we're going to have whoever the 2024 nominees are, they're going to have to be people that have their names have been out there. Is that the case?
Well, your name doesn't have to necessarily be out there before the election, but you have to be able to grab media attention. And like name recognition Like Donald Trump won because everybody knew who he was. Like remember, he only got, and the Republican primaries are winner take all for the most part. So he kept getting that 30% and, winning everything.
No, it is, but that's why I asked, is it the mainstream media having a stranglehold on who is out there? Because Tulsi was on Joe Rogan, the most popular podcast by a country mile on the planet. She was in the debates. She showed up. She had a bunch of bitch slap moments during the debates. Again, that didn't translate into a lot of coverage. She was one of the only people that went on Fox News and actually talked to their anchors. So she did, arguably, the things that you're saying are important enough in order to get out there. What else is getting out there require?
I mean, I think the crowded field hurt her a lot. If it was a more narrow field, she would have got more attention. And I also think that attacking a candidate on stage doesn't necessarily translate into support. We saw this with Chris Christie and Marco Rubio. Yeah. Like, you slaughter another candidate on stage, then you both end up out of the race. Or, Tulsi stayed for a long time, but she was basically out of the race.
Yeah.
So I don't think that it's hard to get name recognition. Like, she would have to be like a prominent. First of all, it's hard to be a president from being in the Speaker of the House. It's way easier for a senator because at least you have statewide name recognition. Like, Tulsi has one district in Hawaii.
Right.
Like, it's just not the same.
But there's levels of name recognition. Elon Musk is a name that I think everyone here knows, but he doesn't have 100% name recognition with the public. But Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton certainly did. Obviously, Barack Obama, you got 100% name recognition.
Barack Obama was a fantastic campaigner because Hillary Clinton had him beat in name recognition. It also has to do with how well you run your campaign, because everybody in the establishment was for Hillary in the beginning of that race. But Barack Obama, like, his speaking ability and all that just overtook that. And Barack Obama actually, like I said this very early on in the process, if your strategy during this Democratic primary was anything except get Southern Black Democrats to vote for you, then you were doomed to fail. And the only person campaigning in South Carolina as, like, the firewall was Joe Biden.
Well, Tom Steyer.
I mean,
no, he was.
But like real candidates.
Okay. Real candidates. So we had the Orange Ninja Journal popped up again because he mentioned, he's like, if you don't read my super chat, I'm not giving any more. Don't worry, we will read your super chat, and specifically that super chat is not going to us or Sean. It is going to the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, who is creating some actual real on the grounds relief for people, Americans that they're picked off by COVID-19 and are in a particular world of hurt. And again, different states right now and different communities have it worse, and they're going to go in and help maybe create a bridge to some path back to normalcy. Because in this group of, we have a lot of uncertainty right now. So they do a lot of good work in helping really not just put a Band-Aid on, but bring it all the way back. So thank you. So we found out another one. Michelangelo is the best Ninja Turtle. Sean and Mike are the greatest queer power couple of our generation. I believe that's Mike Harlow. Bernie, with a U. Voters should once again join Trump. Okay.
Well, they will.
I don't know if they will this time.
No. And by that, I mean they'll just stay home. That's going to happen.
But he said that they should join Trump.
I don't know if that will happen either, because a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters went and voted for Hillary, and I think more Hillary supporters in the primary voted for McCain than Bernie supporters that voted for Trump. So
I did not follow. That was very complicated.
A big believer in all of this.
All right, one more time. That he missed that. Talk about the McCain.
I was saying I think more Hillary supporters voted for McCain, like if you look at the numbers, than did Bernie supporters vote for Trump. So I don't think that this is I don't think that the Sanders base is as big as we thought. I think it was a largely anti-Hillary base, and there's obviously the devoteds, but there are some people who are like, Hillary Clinton is the most toxic politician in history.
Right.
So we have to go out and pick somebody, and Bernie was presenting himself as an alternative.
So I think your example is Michigan, right? This is a place that they thought Hillary was polling in 2016 up by 20 points. Bernie won it. Not by much, but he won that. And here, when Joe Biden is up there, he we thought was going to be competitive in Michigan got shellacked.
Yeah, but
so maybe you're right. It's anti-Hillary as opposed to pro-Bernie, or the both.
Yeah, but why are we talking about the primaries? Let's just go forward, assume that Biden's got this nomination. The question is, how many Bernie bros are going to stay home because they feel that the DNC has yet again fucked them? And I think it's not a marginal number.
I mean, I think some of them will stay home, but the problem is you have Bernie Sanders saying Trump is the most dangerous president in the history, and it's like people are angry. They're like, why are you voting on electability? It's like, well, you told me that the other guy was Hitler, so I have to vote for the guy that I think can win the best. Like, but I don't think a lot of Bernie, like, I think a lot of that's overblown. I think most people vote in their party. Remember, all the Republicans that were supposed to not vote for Trump because they had other candidates, they all pretty much came out and voted in the same numbers as Mitt Romney.
You still had a decent number of never Trumpers, but I would venture to say that from 16 to now, that number would have decreased. Like, maybe this is my perception. I have no numbers behind this, but I would think that the number of people who were like, Trump is Hitler in 2016 that have seen almost no negative repercussions rather than the shitty tax policy would have come to 2020 and been like, okay, I mean, maybe now I'm not as negative about it, and you'll see the same number of people who were Bernie bros staying home.
Okay,
it wouldn't have gone up or down.
And Sean, before you respond to that, I just wanted to let you know, and it might change your answer. Like, your better half of the power couple just entered the chat, Mike Harlow. So just be aware. So go ahead and fire away.
Change my answer on. Yeah, look, some percentage of Bernie Sanders supporters are going to stay home, but unfortunately for them, their strongest state thus far in the primaries that is actually, it isn't any of the toss-up states. It's California. Like, California's going to go to the Democrat no matter what. So again, like, I know a certain percentage are going to stay home, and a lot of them are posturing online like, what is Biden going to do for us in order to make this work? And the answer is not much, because Biden doesn't really need you. He's going to get similar, if not, he's going to get similar numbers to Hillary Clinton, but better than her, and worse than Barack Obama. And whether that's enough to win, that's enough to win.
You don't think that Trump is going to get better numbers than he did in 2016?
I don't know, because Hillary was more toxic than any other candidate. Like, Biden comes with almost none of the baggage of Hillary Clinton, and you can go into like policies that progressives don't like, but people don't vote on policies. People vote on how they feel about a candidate.
Yeah, but
Biden is, he's likable.
I guess my question is that 100% I agree with, is that he's less toxic than her, and he's going to pull the supporters that were like, fuck no, never. But in 4 years, have we learned enough about how docile, maybe is not the best word, but earth-shattering detrimental Trump is in 4 years that would pull more people in that direction that have seen positive economic conditions, not including the coronavirus stuff, that'll been like, you know what, now I'm willing to give him a shot, rather than 2016 when he was the rapey whatever the hell candidate, and you had everyone gunning for him.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
I don't know.
Which one is, overbalances in your mind?
I think if the economy was good, then Trump would have a way easier time. But like, this coronavirus is like an unprecedented situation, and although his approval ratings
did
for
you
him
see
have
that?
gone up to 55%, which is an all-time high for him.
Yeah.
Although that has happened, like, this is leading to a recession. Like, there's no way to predict how this is going to happen. And Andrew Yang did say this, and it was very callous the way it came off. But a lot of people are going to be looking at the consequences of this and might say that they want somebody like Obama, because, somebody in that Obama camp, because the way that Ebola was handled, even though Ebola is not nearly as transmissible, a lot of people have a positive view of that. So, I have no idea what the outlook. And under normal circumstances, I would think that the better economy would help Trump. Like, people are like, okay, it's not that bad. But I also, normal people on the street that don't follow politics have strong opinions about Trump, and I don't think that helps him, the fact that he's in the news all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I was never a believer that Trump is this unstoppable force. I thought that if the Democrats nominated a candidate that was terrible, that was going to, say insane things consistently, then they could lose it. But I never thought like Trump was this,
Wait,
among the MAGA types.
You don't
like
think they did that by nominating Biden, who literally fucks up every second sentence?
I mean, look at him in the Sanders debate. Like, they take some time off of campaigning, and they take some time off of campaigning, and it's a one-on-one stage, and all of a sudden he's sounding pretty coherent. Like, very few flubs.
Yeah, I'm excited.
He could just be exhausted.
I'm excited to see
stuff.
the debates. Him versus Trump is going to be, and to see if Trump pounces on any missteps. That's going to be funny to watch.
We'll see. I mean, obviously, both of those candidates in the high risk. Speaking of which, Derek Davis sent a super chat. Stay safe, sane, and healthy, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for
supporting the CDP.
CDP, right? That's not an STD, but instead it's the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, a group that's helping out people specifically affected by COVID-19, which is essentially all of us, right? But some of those shortages, some of those stings are going to be felt more deeply than others. So we definitely appreciate that. Those super chats not going to us.
That was the shortest way you've ever described it. Usually you're very verbose.
I know. I gotta. They say I've got to take down my words. The Orange Ninja Turtle, dabbled him though. He raised the saw his 5 and raised another 5. Says, AJW and Mike are in a deep sexual relationship, because the first time I've seen them together was a live stream where Mike's zipper was down the whole time. Apparently he left the barn door open.
That may not have been on purpose.
Yeah.
By the way,
but maybe he just ate a big meal, right?
Also,
like sometimes you just,
I know we ignored it. What happened?
I didn't notice that, and I was there. So maybe Orange Ninja Turtle has a connection with Mike Harlow.
Well, and are we asking for Mike Harlow's consent here? I don't want to like overdo this.
Oh my God.
And hey, there are consent apps. Actually, they're kind of fun. We'd have to check that out.
Let's
first.
be clear. You don't use consent apps. Hey.
Yeah, you use contracts.
Yeah, I still use the old lithograph machine. With the blue ink, and do it that way.
What happened to Ian? We just completely.
I think Ian
fucking glossed over that.
I think he might have dropped out.
He said I think I saw a private chat that said his internet something happened with it.
Was that an Irish?
I thought he popped back
Irish
in.
goodbye.
Is that what's an Irish goodbye? You just pass out?
No, it's like you just leave. You don't say anything. It's one of those European.
But didn't they have the wake? Isn't the whole idea of a wake that you have a party before the funeral, because some of the Irish guys were so drunk that you have this big loud party, and then maybe they'll wake up out of the drunken stupor, and you don't bury an alive person. He's like, oh hey, I'm missing the party. I don't know if that's urban legend, but that's what I've heard. That could be legend or it could be true. That an Irish wake is a party prior to a funeral. You would have the wake, right? Which is so the funeral's a more formal thing, but the wake is kind of before. And we've had true Irish wakes where you go in and you tell fun stories about the deceased, and it's much more of a uplifting party, and then you have a more somber funeral. But I was told by an Irishman at that point that they used to do this because some Irishmen would get so drunk and catatonic that you didn't want to bury somebody, so you would have the wake because just maybe he was just passed out and not moving, and then you'd have this big party, and then he'd wake up and want to party with you. It's probably
that
legend,
sounds ridiculous.
It's kind of cool. It's an awesome legend.
Knowing the Irish, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Man, God,
I like Irish legends. But I'm like, who knows? Is the Gip? Tell him, Rock. When some days the breaks are beating the boys, you tell him I'll be watching, and to go win one for the Gipper. Did that happen? I don't know if it happened, but it's great legend.
Hey,
all baseball stories are real.
If that.
That's
college football story.
That's how that reference.
Oh,
went.
then never mind. It's fake.
Okay, all right.
Confusing it with a different one. It's
Yeah,
fake. Never
New
happened.
Rockney and Notre Dame. See, I'm a big Notre Dame guy. But probably, because I went to Notre Dame makes me a Notre Dame guy. But I love Notre Dame football because I love the history. I love the legend. I love John Ewart. I love Andrew Bertelli and just all Dan Devine and Eric Parsegan and the Four Horsemen.
I do have to contest something that was brought up when I was listening. You guys said that the woke have kind of taken a break. That is incorrect. Vice put out an article about how the coronavirus is transphobic. because operating rooms that would do trans procedures have been converted to treat coronavirus patients.
I saw that. And you know what's crazy is
but it's Vice. I mean, they have to speak to their base.
I will give them one
They're
thing.
Shrinking, shitty base.
They shouldn't say it this way. Now, I'll give them one thing. I know a little bit about this. So when you when you go in to like get a knee scope, that's pretty easy. Even a busy orthopedic surgeon get you in there in like 4 weeks, right? But there's not a lot of people. If you're doing a full reassignment surgery, there's a lot of microvascular work that has to be done to reconnect things, to make new parts and all that. Like, you need highly specialized surgeons, and like you'll schedule these surgeries. It's not common to be 3 or 4 years out. So you've been waiting 3 or 4 years, and your date has come, you're ready, and oh, by the way, you're screwed. That does have to suck a little bit more. So I'll give them that. I do feel for that, but no, this is not in any way. Right, this just sucks. It's a sucky thing. It is not in any way transphobic. But I did see that.
They cut off. My mom works at a hospital, and she works on the heart team. They converted the heart OR for coronavirus treatment. The idea that heart patients don't matter because they did this doesn't make any sense. And by the way, like, Vice wrote that, and I'm sure they found one trans person to quote in that article, or maybe a doctor. But like, the transgender community is not that selfish. Like, they people understand this, and they like, it's an inconvenience for a ton of people.
Yep.
But like, nobody wants to be infected during a surgery, which, by the way, can happen because doctors have it and they're passing it to other staff, and they can pass it to patients because a lot of people don't know that they have it. So like, that's Vice, like some nutbag at Vice that is just looking for some kind of clickbait in order to
we're
play
talking
identity
about
politics.
it like a real thing. I mean, it doesn't even merit conversation. One could argue. But do you honestly think that they believe this bullshit, or is it true clickbait in that there's going to be more people incensed by that, which then in turn means they're going to be able to sell more ad space because people are clicking at it out of anger, not out of support?
Right. I assume it's clickbait. Like, a lot of people, I'm sure they found somebody. Like, it is Vice. I'm sure they did find a doctor and or patient to quote and be like, yeah, this is not fair, and like, this is transphobic or some nonsense like that. Right. But it's like, but like, I do believe that for a certain percentage it's clickbait for sure. It's a business decision. But I do believe, like, when you have people consistently asking the president, like, why are you calling it a Chinese virus? Why are you calling it a foreign virus? That there are some people that are just true believers in this identity politics nonsense.
Yeah,
because that's not a priority right now.
Everything was canceled. All GYN surgeries were canceled, and you could be waiting a hysterectomy when you're in a lot of pain, and that got kicked off too. So, is that sexist? No. Like, I was at the hospital on Monday when strangely it was business as usual to start, and then by 11 o'clock they were calling and canceling everything. So the earliest surgery I've seen scheduled that's elective is April 13th.
If you think about that briefing room where they're asking him questions, and you've got all those the people in there, they all kind of blend in with their questions. How are you going to stand out? You're going to be the one progressive voice in there that's asking about, why is this a China virus? I mean, it was the one chick who asked that question, I think, twice. So, maybe that's a way for them to stand out during that meeting and really get your name out there as plant that progressive flag. I would think. I wouldn't, if I were in there and I wanted to really differentiate myself, I would do that same thing.
Or you just got to beat Trump. I think it's just you have to beat on Trump, and one of the easiest and most popular ways to do it is call him racist. And this is a way you could, and everything's COVID. It's a cat, all COVID, all the time. So you just blend the two together. What do you think, Sean?
Yeah, I think that they are trying to stand out, but a lot of people are asking the questions. Like, we see one video clip per press conference, but if you watch them over on Twitter, you see a different reporter ask them every time. And like, the totality of these daily briefings, he'll get like 4 questions, at least 4 different people ask the same question. So like, I do think it is partially like you're trying to stand out. And like, the conspiratorial side is like, all these media companies have parent multimedia companies that like already alter their products to please a Chinese audience. So like, there's a financial incentive, but I honestly, I'm not into that, like giant conspiracy mode just because I think people are just that dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And the real disease that's uncurable is Trump derangement syndrome.
No, that's a valid point. I'm somewhat disappointed in that the reporters don't seem to be highly intelligent. Like, some of them are asking good questions, but the questions that would be entertaining to hear an answer to are not phrased correctly. So I think 2 days ago there was this guy. He started off the question by saying that your approval ratings suck, and he didn't get to finish the question because Trump immediately jumped on that. And so had he was older, I don't know, but the guy was clearly not all there, because had he phrased it differently, it would have been very interesting to get Trump's response to some negative press or whatever it is. They don't think ahead, and I'm baffled why they don't get better reporters in there asking these tough questions.
Right. I mean, first of all, I'm baffled that they have all these people so close together, like, asking these questions.
No,
Trump actually brought that out.
They're like 3 chairs removed from each other.
But Trump pointed out that in one of the conferences they were a little too close and shamed them back. But Trump loves to, like, fire out, you're fake news. Hey, Jim, when he just slams Jim Acosta. I think that this is their way of getting back at that, right? You were slapped in the face, so you want to slap him back.
Right. I mean, look, there are a certain percentage of people that think that this is an opportunity to take down Trump. And by the way, like, I don't mind it so much from, like, a Joe Biden, somebody who is distinctly a political figure who is trying to run an election and trying to pitch people on the idea that he could do a better job. I don't mind it from Bernie Sanders, same situation. But, like, the media needs to not spread fear right now so people stop, going to the store and buying up all the toilet paper. Like, they don't need to be, like, taking down the president, and they for damn sure do not need to be repeating propaganda straight from the Chinese Communist Party.
But I don't know if you can stop the run on toilet paper. Like, that, if you have the bathroom reader, which I do, which is this awesome bathroom book that it basically can open up to any page and gives different trivia. And one of the things they talk about was the toilet paper shortage of 1979, where Johnny Carson makes some joke about a toilet paper shortage. And then everybody goes out to buy toilet paper. And the thing is, he tried, and the next day he comes on, he's like, no, I was just joking. But everybody goes and sees the empty shelves. And, like, even Scott Toilet Paper Roll said, no, like, there's not actually a shortage, but it doesn't matter. I think people are freaked out anyways. I think,
it's like a herd mentality. If you see one person doing it, you're going to run. And
if you're personal, they can say, look, my abductions of children by random strangers are very low. But, man, somebody that it happened to, you're not going to believe it. It's your personal experience trumps data, I think.
Yeah. Well, also, it is psychological, because I think the original psychology was that since it comes in bulk packaging, it makes people feel secure to, like, overbuy it, like they're prepared. But then you start seeing people buying toilet paper and fighting over toilet paper, and you're like, you need it. And then you see empty shelves, and you're like, I definitely need it. So, like, unless there is some kind of intervention, like, the repealing of laws that prevent stores from price gouging, we're going to see continued shortages. Because I went to a store the other day and they had those fancy signs that people told me work way better than raising prices that say limit 2 per customer. And those fancy signs were hanging over empty aisles of toilet paper. Like, that doesn't work. If people think that there's, like, scarcity of something that they need, and they see everybody else being prepared for it, they're going to go buy it. So, like, that's why, like, when I went to the store in the beginning of the lockdown, I was going to get, like, actual food.
Yeah.
And it was fascinating that everybody had paper towels and toilet paper in their carts. But, like, the canned food section, like, all the storable foods, giant bags of rice, all that completely untouched.
But that's,
so it's definitely psychological.
That's insane. And that's why I'm interested to know what this common denominator is, the sheeple mentality that sees everyone running towards something and going, well, am I the only idiot that's not? Maybe I should be buying that thing. I think when Amazon started refusing to do deliveries for non-essentials, I think that's really when people started realizing that, shit might be getting real. Because up until then, you could just get it, delivered to your house. Who cared?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's also like $93 to get toilet paper delivered to your house in like the peak of the crisis when it's normally like 20 something bucks for the same quantity. So you had third party sellers like jacking up the price of this stuff too. But like again, all of that is because at the point of sale, you can't do that. So people who see, people who saw those fights in Australia, which by the way, crisis is tragic. Please support the charity. This is a charity stream.
CDP.
But that video in Australia was freaking hilarious, where those two ladies were fighting, and then some guy comes over, and you think, oh, he's gonna break up this fight because it's ridiculous, and then he helps his girlfriend fight off the older lady to get the toilet paper.
Oh my god, I didn't see this.
Kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Like it was not what I was expecting. It was a big plot twist. And by the way, we are going to see those images in every movie ever.
That's amazing.
Produced after this crisis ends.
Probably true. I think the best way to get through it is you can just order this on Amazon as a back order, and they'll probably get you in 2 weeks. Probably that's the best thing to do is just get in a back order now, and then you can get it at the regular price shipped, and you have to wait a little bit.
I'll tell you a funny Amazon story. I was gonna order groceries from Amazon Fresh. Not that I'm like dead on supplies, but refresh a few things just in case. And I had a delivery date because the slots are filling up like crazy. So I asked people that I live with, I'm like, hey, do you want anything? They're like, could you get some pears? So I'm like, oh, that's not that hard. So I go search pears, add it to the cart, takes 5 seconds, all the delivery dates are cleared. Like you can't hesitate. People are filling up like all these slots for food or whatever. It's insane. Like I believe that Amazon's gonna hire a ton of people, maybe not 100,000, but like based on that demand, they're definitely going to hire a bunch of people for this.
That's good. The Orange Ninja Turtle popped in again. He is like, I really like the Orange Ninja Turtle. He is a great philanderer. I mean philanthropist. But he says this. $20 super chat. Thank you so much. To all those who have fallen in darkness, fear not, for Trump is your savior. Pray to him, and offer your love, and he will return with his blessings. In the light of Trump will shine on all of us once again. Mike and Sean are gay, as George Costanza says. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Now, like, we've got to get Mike Harlow in the chat here. It's all Sean all the time here. Like, where's Mike? We're gonna need we're gonna hear from the better half here. So, Orange Ninja Turtle, funny dude. Mike's on at 4. Okay,
he's in the chat. Be on now if he whatever.
I know. Well, sometimes you got to keep them separated, as the offspring said.
He sounds like Titania McGrath, but like the right wing version. I'm talking about the Orange Ninja.
No, I get that. It's just kind of funny.
It's almost obnoxiously pro-Trump.
Yeah, I know the Orange Ninja Turtle. That's aunt. Like taunt, taunt. Titania McGrath. He can fire back at us if he. I love Titania McGrath.
Oh, is Andrew Doyle going to be on today?
I wish he would, but I don't know if he can make it.
That's fine.
That'd be good.
No,
it's funny because we did the stream the other day, and we're like, now it's time for questions, and Orange Ninja Turtle was sending us Trump messages just like that.
It's hilarious.
Like Trump is the savior.
I mean, I think it's funny. Like I really do, because it's almost there is this kind of love. Like I went to CPAC, and it's strangely weird how, because you have the right wing populists, and then you have the right wing kind of traditional conservatives, and then the garden variety Republicans, and they think differently. But Trump is a strangely and weirdly uniting figure. You wouldn't think it, but he sort of is, and I don't exactly know why, and so I think it's fun to like kind of make fun of that, because there are the God Emperor types that really just love Trump. But I think the memes are great. Like my Trump supporting friends send memes all the time, and they're really funny. I don't get as many memes from the left, but send them my way. I love them.
Although I am liking the Bernie Virgin Biden Chad memes.
Wait, what?
Like the Bernie Virgin Biden Chad memes. If you guys have seen those.
No.
Yeah. To give us tell us give us an overview.
Describe a meme.
Because
So you know the Chad version, the Chad versus virgin memes.
Right. So the Chad is like, for what I understand, like, you know, obviously a virgin, a little bit more of like the incel. The Chad is the buff guy that gets all the ladies. Right.
Right. Yeah. So like they have that, except Bernie's the virgin and Biden's like the Chad, and they're like Biden's winning in states that he didn't even campaign in and all that. And it just has like the crying Sanders supporter that's like also the MP, like it's drawn like the NPC thing. It's like everybody's combining all the memes. You really got to look him up. You can't just
because Bernie's popular. He's a star. He can fill out stadiums. So he is the Chad, right? The good looking guy.
No. Biden's the Chad because he's crushing Bernie in all these states that he's not even campaigning in. Like they're like Biden can't even talk, but everybody's like going for him and all that.
Oh yes, right. Because the Chad isn't just the ladies' man. He's also the super dumb idiot ladies man. The knuckle dragging frat boy that somehow seems to get the women.
Yeah, he can't do anything, but he knows like every line from every Marvel movie or something like that.
Dude, the political
seen
situation.
all the Game of Thrones.
Right, Roosh V before he was Christian.
Yeah. I didn't know he turned Christian. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's kind of rejected his entire website and seen the Lord.
Well, that's what happens when you're already doing when you're already doing like some cult like follow this lifestyle pickup artist thing. Like I assume you're vulnerable to some kind of conversion to something else.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you really look at that, like it's very much like you have to adopt this entire lifestyle instead of like here are some tips that you can work on to better engage with women. Like if that's your goal. But yeah, it's a very like I get how he could end up.
Well, Roosh was. I think he was right on some things. Like his advice on how to approach women, like it's actually really sound. It's just he was using it for evil. Like the idea was just to bang her, right? And then repeat, find a new girl. I mean, if you were using this just to approach a girl that you want to date, like some of his advice was sound. And then I think what happened to Roosh was he got after he wrote his book and the internet like turns on him, and then he gets chased from place to place. He really feels like, oh my God, everybody's out against me. And then, like certain part of the America's First crowd is like, befriending him, defending him. And like, why wouldn't you, kind of join that? Because it seems like these are the only people that will even talk to me anymore.
Right.
So I think that's what happened to Roosh.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like I have very superficial knowledge of that, but I understand like the way that these like prime pickup artists work. It's very culty. Like like, yes, there are some good tips. Like be confident when you talk to people. Like I always tell people, like put your phone in your pocket if you go out on a date. Like that will help you immensely and separate you so much from like the pack of people who are like, like texting all the time at the damn dinner table. But like, it's like, pay me $20 a month and I'll give you all the secrets to unlock psychology. It's very culty. Like,
yeah, but he would say things like this. Like I remember reading this. He said, if you go to the bar single, right, by yourself, that the way that you're going to have a hard time because you don't have any social capital. You're there alone. Exactly. You don't have. So what he was saying is like you can kind of join the extroverted table. Say it's like 5 guys and 4 chicks. But what you want to do is like they're going to be skeptical of you. The chicks are going to think you're going to hit them. The guys are going to be a little protective. You're joining the group, but you've made some inroads. He said the first thing you should do is just buy some drinks. He goes, it's amazing how far a $3 beer goes to buy capital. And you do that once, and now you're part of that group. So now you're actually part of a group. Now you have some social capital. You can just blend right in. Like that's actually just totally smart.
Yeah.
No, it's a valid point.
Look, there's some psychology paired in there with like that makes sense. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like we were talking about this the other day. How I was like a lot of these conspiracy theorists that were promoting survival food and all that. Yeah, you should have some food on hand, but everything else that goes with that person, makes them not that decent of, makes them not a decent person. Like,
right. And I think what really got Roosh in trouble was that he would say, this is the way. Like some of his advice about approaching was sound, but then he would say, the thing is, you have to be mean. You've got to like insult American girls, especially the good-looking ones, to kind of like take them down a peg. But you don't have to do this to European girls. He really singled out how American girls were particularly pretentious and so on and so forth. And like, it's like, all right, that's a huge amount of stereotyping. And it came off misogynistic. It certainly did.
Wait,
and I think
what?
that's what got him in trouble.
How?
Well, because he was saying all American girls are pretentious. When you say all X, especially if you insert a mutable characteristic, you're going to sound racist or sexist or something.
No, but there are trends. Americans tend to respond to certain things versus Europeans.
Right. But what he was specifically saying was like you would have to go. If you don't not only don't compliment the girl on her looks, but actually say something bad about her, like your nose is big.
And negging has been part of the. I don't know.
But it's just kind of gross, right? Like
I think the negging thing is like it is very person dependent, because somebody could tell you the same exact thing as somebody else, and it's either going to go over really well depending on their tone and how they deliver it, or it's going to go over really poorly. Like I first learned about negging from women because they would tell me like how brutal some of these insults come off, like when they're trying, because people do not do that right. Like I don't think you need to do that. I think whatever insult that you give a woman based on her appearance, like she'll remember that shit forever.
Yeah. I know.
Like, and she's gonna come at you.
And when you're doing it just to get laid, like if it's a joke and you just want to pick on her because that's part of the fine. But like the whole point was this is your strategy to get laid. So
but we're also in the information age. So I think things evolve over time. Like it used to be, pickup lines weren't well known, and then the advent of the internet, and so now everyone knows. In the zeitgeist, we've got pickup lines. We now also have this concept of negging. I feel like most people understand what it is. So if you're a girl, you know that it exists. If you're a guy, you know it exists, and you know that the girl knows that it exists. So always this dance of back and forth is shifting. You need to figure out a good balance, and you're either going to procreate or you're not at the end of the day.
I don't know why I'm talking. My advice, like, in and around girls, like, usually it's me falling in love and them falling asleep, so I should probably not talk about this.
Oh my god. But I've been out of the dating game for a long time, so like it changes, I assume. These crazy kids with their online dating apps and whatnot.
I don't even think that it changes. It's just common sense. Do you have EQ or do you not? And then if you do,
and
then
EQ is what again?
Emotional intelligence,
emotional quotient or something. It's like IQ, but
emotional intelligence.
Is that a real thing? EQ?
100% it is. It's fucking common sense. Listen, Brian, you don't have a lot of it, but at some point, your other qualities.
Define EQ.
Common sense, and it's more than common sense. It's being aware of your surroundings and the types of things that you can say that will bring people together, alienate people, etc. It's emotionally being present.
So this is why I always scream fire in a crowded theater, right?
I
don't do that.
That would be an extreme form of that.
Right. Okay.
But you brought up something.
Oh, yeah.
Like
just because
2
I like
hours
Star
ago.
Trek doesn't mean I have a low EQ.
No, it's not. Okay, I remember what it was. You said when a Jehovah's Witness knocks on your door and you're hungover, for the first minute, you think that they're one of your friends. You completely confuse them for someone you already know, and then it kicks in that they're a complete stranger.
That happened the first time. The second time I knew it was them. But the first time, I think I thought it was Sean. But, dude, I was seeing devil.
You thinking that was someone else.
But who else is going to come over on a Saturday morning? Like, I figure it was Sean. He lost his phone or some shit. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. Do you let the Jehovah's Witnesses in, Sean? Like, when do they ever knock on your door? Do you ever talk to them?
There's like no Jehovah's Witnesses. I do live in an apartment building, so
okay.
I haven't ran into them very much. I think occasionally, but then we we'll mess with them from the balcony.
Well, I gave Richard Carrier shit because I'm like, you don't invite him in to talk. I mean, like, I think it's fun, and like, of anyone that could just like dismantle their arguments, it would be Richard Carrier, and he tells them to leave, and I don't know. It's funny because
I don't want to invite them in the apartment though. There's blood on all the walls from all the human sacrifices. It would just make them uncomfortable.
That's funny. I break open the Skeptics Annotated Bible, and they're always like, "Oh, you've never heard of that one before," and it's like, okay, it's cute. So what do you think, like, John, what do you think about how we're handling the pandemic? Like, are we doing okay? Or, like, is there something more we should do?
I don't know. I would say that we should look at the raw number of cases in the context that America has a much larger population than any individual European country that we're comparing it to. So when you see like us about to surpass Italy, like per capita, that's not anywhere near as high. Obviously, you know, the response is slow. I just found out that Bill de Blasio first requested emergency medical supplies on the 6th of March, which, you know, since he's going on TV talking about how we need to nationalize industry and all this stuff, like, you know, and how the governor's not doing enough. He's fighting with the governor because the San Francisco mayor did the lockdown. And ever since then, Bill de Blasio's wanted to do the lockdown. But like he wasn't requesting, he literally like requested supplies earlier this month. Like it's not, you know, it's like, so I think there's levels of incompetence at every level of government that includes the Trump administration. And like, so I don't know, I think time will tell how bad this ends up being and like where mistakes were made.
Yeah.
Like in comparison, but I don't know 100% like for sure because like we don't know who's doing it well versus who isn't. Like we can guess Singapore, but Singapore is a relatively small geographic area and it's a police state, and I don't think people in the United States would want those police state like measures.
Yeah. And I think too, like America's really good at innovating in medicine. So one of the things that doctors can do that drug companies can't do is use things off label. So this happens all the time. So if you have, you know, a drug that is meant for narcolepsy but it actually like, you know, lowers heart rate or something like that, doctors can prescribe it in certain cases. And I think that you're going to see a lot of people take a lot of different novel techniques. The doctors are going to be treating this in a lot of different ways. We're going to find out what's working. And maybe we can relieve this crisis of needing so many ICU beds by effective treatments. Right? Because the vaccine's going to take a while, but if we can keep the symptoms down to where people don't have the shortness of breath. I mean, the rest of this, like the mild symptoms are flu. You can get through that, but you can't get through not breathing. So, you know, if we could eliminate that and bring these serious complications down to just you got a really bad sick, we can get through this and bounce back. And like, I think I wish we'd see a little bit more on what's going on there, and maybe we'll dig into that and see, you know, what posts the latest in medicine here.
Okay, real quick, guys. So Dima's taking a quick break. Rose of Dawn and Reactor are coming in, so I'm going to bring them in. Sean, feel free to stay. Totally up to you.
All right. But yeah, to your point, the what you call it? Yeah, they are working on treatments. Like I've seen some reports of promising treatments here and there, but we don't know. Like, you know, we've been seeing like the cure for AIDS in the news for, you know, since 1990, basically. So like a promising treatment until it actually happens, I'm not going to really buy into it, especially since one of the reports from CNN was like, this treatment is the best possible one, says China. And I'm like, well, I don't even believe their numbers on cases right now. So how am I going to believe them on whether their treatment works? Like, so.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, if you're not close to the medical industry, it at the highest levels, when you're talking even like in heart surgery and neurosurgery, you know, the best doctors around the country don't always agree on what the best treatment is. So you could have two amazingly credentialed doctors treating patients in very different ways. And generally what you do is you report your findings, and then the data, you know, as people review the data, like the treatments change. Sometimes the outlier is right. Sometimes the guy that, you know, the contrarian, turns out that his data is right, and everybody switches. So it's interesting. I think that we're going to see a diverse treatment, and then hopefully somebody's going to nail this, and then we're going to get it spread out pretty fast. So that's what I'm hoping for. Sometimes I get really negative, so that's my positivity of her day. But we're going to welcome Rose of Dawn. Ooh,
hi.
How's it going? I totally missed you. I had to work the last time you came on.
We can hear you, Reactor.
I can hear everyone.
Okay, Reactor, can we hear Reactor right now?
Yep.
Reactor.
I heard it.
He can't hear us.
Oh, okay.
He's got to go into his settings and hook up them headphones in the thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It could be.
So go ahead.
So
I'll let you
Reactor's
guys
gonna
go.
sign for us right now, but we don't know sign language, so we'll just But every sign these days is racist. So I wonder if somebody in sign language does the OK symbol, if they're gonna get nailed or something for being alt-right. I don't think that'll happen, but you never know. But Rose of Dawn, you've got an awesome YouTube channel. Talk about trans issues a lot, and from a perspective that often the media tends to condemn. What I get so upset is when we had MissCon 5 and we had a trans panel there, we were overrepresented with trans people per capita, and I thought only half of the people actually think the way the lobbyist groups do, the trans activist lobby, and I feel like that just says a disservice, and you're presenting the other side.
There's so many of us are very much against what the lobby actually kind of pushes. A lot of us are just kind of rational, normal human beings who just want to get on with our lives and just do your average day-to-day stuff. But the trans lobby itself has really been hijacked by the hard left and more identity politics movements. And it's very similar to the likes of Black Lives Matter or any of the kind of feminist movements that you see, but with the trans community, because it's such an
Did you hear that?
Technology. Sorry, Rose, go ahead.
So just because it's such an unknown, nobody really kind of realizes that actually we aren't all this hive mind, but especially not the people who are at the top of the pyramid, so to speak. Because of the kind of videos that I do, I'm often called things like true scum, quisling, I've been called a rat, I've been called a fascist. Whenever if you search my name on the likes of Twitter, and I regularly see people just calling me all sorts of things under the sun, acting like I'm complete scum of the earth, just for having a different opinion to them. I don't think many people I disagree with are particularly bad, but these kinds of activists definitely hold a real point of hatred for anyone that they claim to represent, and anyone who kind of then breaks away from their mold. They see us as the worst kind of class traitor. To them, we are even worse than those evil cis-het white men that they go on about hating so much.
It's interesting.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. A traitor, right? The Benedict Arnold is worse than the actual enemy. He's worse than the redcoats. Yeah.
Well, hopefully Reactor can get his setup going.
I think I'm ready.
Okay, great. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, awesome.
Rose, real quick, I just want to. So we've been talking about COVID. Obviously, we are doing a benefit. We're raising money for a charity that gets money into the hands of people that really need it. A lot of people right now, I see it all around me, are getting laid off. We haven't really talked about this much, but people are getting laid off massively. My company just did another 50 yesterday. Harley Davidson, which is a big company in our area, shut their doors, so people are going to be out of work for who knows how long. I mean, what's it like in the UK? You're the first person on that's we can kind of get the UK perspective. How's it going out there?
So I live in central London, which is probably the hardest hit place in the UK of coronavirus, and quite frankly, I'm absolutely disgusted with the way that people are acting. Over the last week or so, panic buying has just completely stripped the shelves of almost every supermarket. Even though there's still more than enough stock for everyone to have, you get mobs just completely descending on these stores, pushing their way in, stripping everything. I went to Sainsbury's, which is a supermarket chain, a couple of days ago, and it was the entire pasta and rice aisle was completely bare, with the exception of these weird vegan thingies, which just kind of says even in a crisis, people don't really like vegan stuff all that much. But what's really nasty about it is there's a real kind of tension in the air. And I think a lot of people in the UK are kind of showing their selfish side. The Sainsbury's that I mentioned a couple of days ago, they opened early just for elderly people and vulnerable people. And what ended up happening was a load of able-bodied, healthy, young to middle-aged people descended with their families and barged their way in, meaning that there were old people who don't get out a lot, who are probably the most at risk group, and they were completely left with nothing. Wow. And this is happening not just in London now. This is happening all over the UK, and we've seen lots of people being laid off on jobs. There was a hotel in Scotland a couple of days ago that decided to just sack a load of workers at the end of a shift, some of whom actually lived in that hotel, just saying, "Well, yeah, you're fired. Please vacate the premises immediately." Like, so now these people are basically forced on the street and they don't have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
And there's lots of companies doing this, even though yesterday the Chancellor announced that the government, for the first time ever, was effectively going to nationalise every business in the UK by paying people's wages.
Oh, okay.
I don't. The times are so strange at the moment that I don't even know what I think about that.
Yeah.
It's all my kind of ideology has just kind of gone into the background because everything else is just mayhem here.
Yeah.
Like it's got to the point now where I am very strongly considering leaving London once all this is over.
Yeah.
Like the selfishness that I've seen. Like I've joined this local group to try and help people in the local area. I've donated to my local food bank. I have a phone that I'm giving away to kind of help people as well. Like I'm trying to do my bit, and I'm doing this whilst I'm battling quite a severe anxiety disorder. And like, you know, my problem is that I worry a lot, and we're now in a global pandemic. The only thing worse is probably nuclear war.
Yeah. Well, and
so like it's not nice here at all. Everyone's angry. Everyone's panicking.
Yeah.
You don't know how bad it's going to get. A lot of people are saying that we're going to get hit even harder than Italy because the death rate at the moment is starting to rise quite significantly. I don't know a lot about kind of pandemics or how any of that works, so I don't know whether that's something that might just tail off.
Yeah.
But it's right now. I'm pretty much ashamed to be British, and after everything we've gone through with Brexit and toxic elections and all of that, it's come down to too many people being all survival of the fittest, taking advantage of the situation where we've got shopkeepers like selling toilet rolls now for like £10 for a pack of toilet roll.
Wow.
When like in a normal time it would be like about £2.
Wow.
Like there's so many people taking advantage of it, and I just look at places like Ireland, for example, and they seem to be much more calm about it. And that's kind of what I want.
I know.
Like, I'm kind of considering moving to Dublin after this.
Well,
as a result of everything.
Yeah, and that's kind of the scary thing. So, like, initially it was all about people's worry about their health, and obviously we understand that. But now, you know, we went in the U.S., we went to a really good economy now to, you know, potentially recession, even worse. Reactor, what are your thoughts? Like, what are you experiencing right now?
Well, I'm like not quarantined as much as I'd like to, because I have roommates who do whatever they want and I can't stop them, which kind of sucks.
What part of the country are you in? What part of the country?
I'm in Chicago right now.
Okay.
So not feeling too safe. Like,
how's it look in Chicago? Are people wearing masks like downtown and stuff? And
I mean, I saw some people wearing scrubs at Walmart the other day, and they were wearing masks, but that kind of made sense. I wore a mask in Walmart, but no one else seemed to. I feel like maybe I'm taking it more seriously than others. I don't know. But I feel like this is gonna get really bad. Like, I'm not trying to like make people panic, but I feel like there's no reason to panic because all you have to do is nothing and sit in your house and do nothing. So there is no reason to panic, but you do need to understand how severe this is. I did my own projections, and this isn't realistic, but by May 27th, 7.7 billion people would be infected. And that's not realistic because some people are going to hide, some people aren't going to get touched, some people are in the North Pole. But at its current rate, it could get to 7.7 billion by the end of May. And that's like...
Well, yeah, we can't have Santa.
The entire planet. That's
what I'm saying.
Planet.
Yeah,
no, 2 months. 2 months. It's all it would take to infect everyone if we did nothing.
Right.
And it's insane.
Well, we can't have Santa Claus be infected at the North Pole.
The flu? The flu only lasts for like 5 days if you get viral pneumonia from it.
Yeah.
This is lasting 21 days. This is totally different.
Yeah.
And then with the flu, it's 1.3 people are infected per infected person. This is like 2.5 to 3. This is insanely different. 2-week incubation period. That means the numbers we have right now are actually the people who got infected 2 weeks ago, which by my projections means we have like 1 million people infected in the world right now, and they just don't know it yet. In 2 weeks, we'll see that, and then hopefully with all the quarantines that are happening, that'll start going down from there. But this is insane.
Well, let me ask you guys. We'll start with you, Rose, and then Reactor. I'll get your opinion on this. But it was interesting what the UK did, because we're kind of getting into a point now where the economy, layoffs, people not having money, the government's starting to have to bail out companies, individuals, and things like that. How long can we go on doing this? I don't know. The UK had a really interesting strategy in the beginning, which was the herd immunity strategy, which essentially says those that are at risk need to self-quarantine. Those that aren't, we need to return to business as usual as much as possible with quarantining mix, because we can't just stop. We can't just stop.
The idea was for the low-risk people to get infected, get sick, recover,
and then
be immune, and then you create a herd immunity.
So,
because a vaccination gets a herd immunity. Thus, we would create one the old-fashioned way.
So, Rose, what was your perception on that when you guys tried it, and what are you seeing now? And then Reactor will get your thoughts.
So, my understanding was that was done based on scientific advice. I thought that was actually quite reasonable, personally. I think that one of the big drawbacks of this kind of mass quarantine is that when it's over, everyone's going to be going out at the same time. Like, I know, like, I probably would as well, because you're just already sick of being cooped up inside. And then it could just potentially explode all over again. The idea that there's kind of like a constant trickle of people being infected, just stay at home a couple of days, especially younger people who, like, very rarely get critically ill over it. I think that the youngest person in the UK to have died is 41, and as far as I'm aware, they had a underlying health condition. In fact, every single death in the UK has had an underlying health condition so far. So I didn't have a lot against it. The problem was there's a real hysteria that was whipped up by the likes of Piers Morgan, looking at other countries, looking at Italy, looking at China and saying they're on lockdown. That's what we should be doing as well. Our scientists must be wrong. And then blaming Boris for it, because you've always got to blame your government. I mean, everyone does apart from China, of course.
Yeah.
So I thought it was quite sensible. It was only really when they started to look at it as like locking things down that my perception on this actually kind of changed, and I became a lot more anxious about what was going on. I don't like the fact that the government has given itself emergency powers that last for 2 years. Whilst I don't think that Boris Johnson is going to become a malevolent dictator, I don't like handing that kind of power out to people. But I think the Netherlands has now adopted the herd immunity strategy.
Denmark did.
No one's yelling at them about it. I've noticed they were angry when Boris was doing it, but the second the mainland Europe country does it, it's like, oh, that's fine, that's cool.
No,
it's insane.
And that's the thing. You can, on the surface, like, I mean, I'll try to present like the counterpoint. When you see what Italy is happening, and they got infected quickly and overwhelmed, and when you have to decide, there's not enough ventilators, so then you have to then say, okay, well, this person's more sick, this person's a little less sick and younger, so we're gonna have to pull this person. And like, these are tough. These are tough decisions that pulls the heartstrings, and I get that. And we certainly, and then I also sensitive to the people that tweet, careful when you say it's just the young or just the old and the people that have underlying conditions. We're listening. So I mean, we have to be. You got to have the healthcare system available to give you a fighting chance, right? But people are going to get hit in car accidents, and you're going to be injured. All we can do is give you a fighting chance. No doctor can guarantee that you're going to live, but there's real science backing this. There is a Stanford epidemiologist, and I'm going to screw the name up, like John Anonidis, who's essentially saying, we think that this is the best strategy scientifically. going forward to create some immunity, especially in young people. Like maybe keeping them in schools because they're mostly resistant to the worst part of this, and that we could create some herd immunity in the young. And so there always are different ways to look at it, and it's not. This isn't political. This can be very much medical.
I'm just gonna throw it over to Reactor. What do you think, Reactor?
What was the question again? I'm sorry. I get back into it.
Herd immunity or quarantining?
Oh, yeah, herd immunity doesn't sound like a horrible idea. But quarantine, I don't know. Like the way I'm looking at it is, the world dropped the ball. Like if we had taken this seriously when it first started, there wouldn't have been any problems. So like the analogy I like is you're crossing the street right now and you've got some valuable thing with you, like a Monet painting or something, and there's a truck coming at you. Well, because you weren't paying attention, you have to abandon that valuable item and get the hell out of the way. Like, sorry, we're going to lose money now because we dropped the ball. Or you can just stay with it and die. I mean, it's like we have to quarantine. I just think people need to take it seriously.
But would we have, I don't think, could we have got it out of Wuhan, right? Like, so the Chinese lied. They said that they covered up the data.
Lying.
They covered up the data that it was transmissible, and then they let these people get out of Wuhan and spread it. So even if we were to figure that out in January, that, oh my God, this is everywhere, would we have had time to do this? I mean, you would have had to jack up medical capacity in a big way. We'd probably be doing the same social distancing plan. The economy is going to freak out because there's all kinds of uncertainty. We might actually be sort of in the same spot that we are.
Yeah.
Although we had a little more time to communicate, but still, it's hard to get messaging out globally, and people are going to panic. I bet the toilet paper would have just gone off the shelves anyways.
But I think the numbers that came out recently were that if the Chinese government had acted 3 weeks earlier, then 95% of the cases wouldn't be like worldwide would have been cut down. So we did act too late, but it's part of the reason is we had an authoritarian government not really giving us a head start, telling the World Health Organization that it was not transmissible from human to human, which we know is not true. And to your herd immunity point, I do believe that would have probably been a better strategy in the long run. I wish that countries were experimenting with that more, but we're all doing this quarantine thing. And, eventually when, recession and all the troubles that are associated with an economic downturn end up killing more people or negatively impacting more people more than the virus, we're going to end up going towards a quarantine. And I think Denmark actually withdrew its quarantine plan after the UK because everybody's following every other government because nobody wants to be the one that messes it up.
Yeah.
Well, we have a consensus. I mean, sometimes you'll see in medicine, in neurosurgery and heart surgery, that 70% of doctors are doing something, and the other 30% are doing a completely different strategy, and they're all kind of on the cutting edge. And I think that's there's science on the other side. The question is who's right, and even if it's 70-30, well, there's a chance that the 30% are right too. But we all kind of have to do the same thing, so we're sort of getting behind this. I just hope we've got a plan B to what do we do if this works and what do we do if it fails. I think that kind of certainty would certainly help what's going on with the economy, because I think if you're a business owner and you're worried about legislation being passed that you have to pay everybody, and you're afraid that your whole business would be collapsed, you might just lay people off proactively or preemptively, and it's really tough. I mean, more certainty would be better, and I just really hope that the government's if we could have, it's just I don't know, more of what the plan is going to be, and maybe they're still developing it. So I hope I'm on board, but I just hope we're doing the right thing.
Right. No, I agree. It's just difficult to kind of predict any kind of way all of this could go. I think you're right when you said that all the governments just seem to be kind of following the leader because none of them want to be seen as screwing it up. And when they don't follow it, well, they get shredded in their own press. And there's already a lot of people in the UK who are trying to use this opportunity to make partisan political attacks against the government, which I think is not really the time to do it. And then I heard about Joe Biden wanting to do his report after Trump, calling out all the lies that's in it. Doesn't sound very, very helpful. the weird kind of divisiveness that this has brought out at the moment, I think might eventually die out, or at least I hope it does. It kind of feels like the last gasps of the kind of toxic political like atmosphere which we've dealt with for the last half a decade. Like this could ultimately be what kind of brings people together again, because people need to put their differences aside.
Yeah, well, I think it would have been really nice if there wasn't like a kangaroo court going on in the USA in January. The government could have actually like focused on stuff that was happening.
Yeah,
really nice.
That's a good point. Well, Brian, why don't you get the super chats and then I got a question.
Yeah, Miles Kinslow said, "Hello, all. Greetings from MAGA country, Chicago." Okay. Oh, he knows Jussie Smollett, I think. Okay. What consequences should China face given their behavior?
Just open up to everyone.
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Certainly needs economic consequences as a result of this. Thing is, people do need to take a stand against China on this, because they don't really seem to face any kind of repercussions for anything that they do. Like, they didn't really face any kind of repercussions after Tiananmen Square. They didn't face any kind of repercussions after the way that they treated Hong Kong, despite the fact that they promised the British that they would respect the kind of the one country, two systems system that they have in place. Like they don't really respect anyone else. They are crying about racism, taking advantage of kind of progressive politics to say that if you're labeling this as being a Chinese virus, it's racist. Meanwhile, their government-backed media and even some of their representatives are openly pushing this conspiracy that it was made by America and America brought it over to Wuhan. And that is going to definitely resonate with a lot of Chinese people who only have the state's media to take in. So they're spreading misinformation. They did lie to the WHO. They did that. Like they arrested people who, like, whistleblowers who were trying to make them aware of what was coming. Like, they've taken so many missteps. And when I see Western politicians, of all people, and Western media praising China's response, like, this cannot go on. Like, China has to face some repercussions for what has happened. And to make it very clear, because I mentioned this in a video of mine I did a few days ago, and I had a few people having a go at me for criticizing even the Chinese Communist Party on this. I'm not saying that the Chinese people are responsible for this. I, however, am saying that the Chinese Communist Party is completely, undeniably responsible for everything that has gone on, even if the virus itself did not originally come directly from Wuhan. Even if that turns out that it came from somewhere else, and that was just so happened to be where it was first reported, they were still aware of what was going on, and they did nothing until it was too late to take any action. By that point, it had already spread around the world. So the whole idea of where it comes from is completely irrelevant here. But we know the first cases were in China, and we know that they dropped the ball. And the only reason I can see why you wouldn't hold them to account is if you're scared of them. But we have idiots over here like Richard Bergen, who's running for the deputy leader of the Labour Party, openly praising China for their response to this. You know, this is the same government that routinely locks people up for expressing a different opinion to them. Like, you can I absolutely love China as a country. I find it incredibly fascinating. I find Chinese history fascinating. I love China all the time, but not the Chinese Communist Party. I think that they are probably the most dangerous political organization on the planet. And if we want to stop something like this from repeating again, there needs to be repercussions to China. Because China will quickly put the blame on somebody else when they can. They will jump to this being Trump's fault if they can. They'll point at Europe. They'll point at Japan. They are going to point the finger at someone anyway. But all the evidence points to it being their fault.
Reactor, what do you think?
I feel like there's we can't punish China. China's way more powerful than us. I mean, not exactly, but they're equally as powerful or whatever. Like, what can we do? Put an embargo? Start a war with them, embargo all the goods from China? That's not gonna work out too well. You know, really nothing we could do.
You can't put pressure on
Sean, what do you think?
Well, you can put pressure on companies to pull their business out of China.
Yeah,
I mean, China is effectively. But China's effectively held up by the whole because the whole world relies on them for cheap manufacturing.
Yeah.
Simply put pressure to move the manufacturing elsewhere. Like China at the moment just.
It'll cost more money.
It will cost more money. But the consequence of that is that you're pulling away money from the CCP.
Sean, so
you're removing their influence.
We got a split decision here. What do you think?
I think that you can take some action against the Chinese government, and you have to in response. And they didn't drop the ball on this. They actively destroyed evidence of the virus before this happened, because again, in a communist country, Michael Malice says this all the time, it's 100% true. The biggest problem for a communist government is acknowledging that there's a problem. So they destroyed that evidence to save face. And there are things that you can do. We have permanent normalized trade relations with China. You can change that. You can try to make that type of agreement with a different developing economy. You can incentivize American companies, whether they're not all going to come back here. That's not realistic. But you could have them move to a different nation that isn't a hostile foreign power.
Yeah, and bear in mind that a lot of businesses went over there in the first place because of Deng Xiaoping trying to make it more appealing to the West, and the West having this kind of weird idea of thinking, well, if we give more business to China, then they'll see the virtues of Western ways of thinking. But that hasn't happened. If anything, under Xi Jinping, it's got a lot more draconian.
And they've exported their censorship to the United States. We saw that with the NBA. Now they're exporting their viruses. Also, it's not just destroying evidence. They let 5 million people leave Wuhan and go around the world after they knew this pandemic existed. Yeah. So there have to be some consequences, even if it's the bare minimum is pressure to cut down on those wet markets, because we've seen a number of pandemics come from there.
But they always, whenever there's any kind of virus, first thing they always do is shut down wet markets. Then you give it a couple of months, and the lobbies the kind of rich lobbies who really kind of bankroll these wet markets, then use their influence to get them legalized again. This happened a couple of times, and China and the CCP has had problems of denying things all the way back to when Mao first took over. I mean, you just need to have a look at the Great Leap Forward to see the amount of lies that they put out to their people, to the world, when everything was going to hell in a handcart. And the way in which you would have all the local cadres pretending that their provinces are making a lot more rice and grain. Meanwhile, there was mass famine, so they couldn't make anything. The CCP has always lied, and they never face any repercussions for lying. They need to face a repercussion this time, because this impacts the entire world.
I'm not saying they should face repercussions. I'm just saying.
You're saying they can't.
I don't know how that would. I don't know how that would work. It's like trying to punish their parents.
Yeah, that's a question. Well, and I one of the things that came up we were on Sean's show the other day, and one of the things we came up. We'll get to you, Orange Ninja Turtle. We see you. One of the things that came up was, in my life, I never thought that realistically there would ever be an actual hot war with China. Because to what Reactor's alluding to, there's too much tied up in their economy. There's too much tied up into their country worldwide, whether it's the U.S., the U.K., whatever. But, if we look and see, Reactor was talking about millions of people dying. If we see millions of people are dying around the world as a result of a cover-up and how poorly this was handled in China, and now the fact that they're trying to, blame other people, do you think there is a potential to have a hot war with China? We'll start with Rose, and then we'll go Reactor, Sean.
But real quick, we missed one with, I think, Moif Velocita. Yeah, Moif Velocita.
She's a part of my Discord.
Yeah, she's great. She's and I forgot. She gave $20 from DKK. I'm not exactly sure where that is. Love your vids,
Danish,
Rose.
I think.
Danish.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you.
And so I'll read it twice. Love your vids. Yeah, they are really good. So, but go ahead on a
hot war with China.
And then we'll get to Orange Ninja.
Okay, so hot war with China, I doubt that would happen. But that's more of me hoping that it won't happen. I think that you would see more kind of proxy wars akin to the Cold War, maybe. in that kind of measure. The thing is, the CCP wants to kind of hold power at all costs, and I don't think that they wouldn't be the ones, I think, that would be scared of a war. I think it would be more America and the rest of the world. The government wants to stay in power, and they will do whatever it takes to maintain that power. I think at the moment one of the biggest threats could be if the way in which they've handled this causes so much civil unrest in China that it effectively starts another civil war. Like, I think that that's something which is highly unlikely, but that would be almost the ideal situation at this point.
Interesting.
I would not want to see a war with China. Just to make that very clear, I would not want to see that. When I'm talking about repercussions, it's economical. It's getting them to behave properly and to understand that as much as they lie to their own people, which is completely unacceptable, they also should not be lying to the world. But I would not want to see any kind of hot war, and especially because China has nukes. You would effectively be talking about the end of the world.
Yeah. Reactor?
Yeah. I think China's lying about their numbers. I don't think they stopped the virus in its tracks at 80,000 infected.
Oh, they absolutely lied.
Yeah. I kind of feel like they're still dealing with it. Their government is crumbling right now. So, I mean, maybe a war wouldn't be too difficult once this is all over if we make it through. But earlier you said like millions dead. I kind of don't think we'll get to that point. I hope we don't. Like my projections show on the 29th of March, we're gonna hit 1 million infected, and if there's a 4% death rate with 1 million infected, that's 37,000 dead.
Yeah.
So I mean,
and are you using
this isn't
on those
like,
projections?
1,000 people, like exponentially. If I give you $1 and then double it every day, how much I give you, you're gonna be a millionaire in a month, or more.
Are you using like the program that the Washington Post released and that graphic where everything's bouncing around and that the simulitis data?
No.
What's this?
The Washington Post, they just had a graphic and a calculator and a simulator on how this would spread, uncontained and partially contained. But I just wondered where Reactor was getting his data.
I took the real number. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I took the real numbers and then figured out the median percentage of growth, and it appears to be 16% every day. And I did the projections from late February so that I could see the real numbers compared to mine, and my numbers are within 3,000 each day going into the future, so I'm pretty confident about them. Seems like 16% a day. Hopefully that goes down with the quarantines that are happening, but we won't see that until 2 weeks after we started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they have the I heard there's like a 0.5, every person infects 0.5 people every single day, so that's one full person a day, and if you just map that out, you get to 10 billion in 2 months. So that's how exponential the growth is.
May 27th, 7.7 billion.
Yeah.
Right.
So so that's that's obviously a disaster. If half the American population, if like a 2% death rate holds, and half the American population gets this, 150 million people, that's 3 million people. 3 million people die from this. Like, all hell breaks loose. We have no clue what are the consequences. But in general, assuming that's not going to happen, I think a hot war with China is incredibly unlikely. I do think we're going to see a lot of permanent normalized trade relations with other countries that compete with China economically. And we're going to see some changes. We can't have 90% of our medicine coming from a country that threatened to take medicine away from the United States.
Well, that's it. You're going to have a lot of this brought back in-house. Everyone's going to have to, because you can't just rely on them anymore. I mean, I found it very, very worrying the way in which things like some companies in Shanghai tried to move into Italy when the EU effectively abandoned Italy, and then Shanghai was like, oh, don't worry, we will help. And they made it sound to the world as though they had donated all of these goods, but actually they just sold it to them. Like, it seems really sly to effectively spread a virus around the world. It's like, don't worry, we are the ones who will be able to help you. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that people really need to watch out for with the CCP.
So we got another Brit that joined us and get his opinion on all this. So Carl Benjamin, a.k.a. Sargon of Akkad, is in. Carl, how's it going?
Folks.
How you doing?
Hello, Coral.
I take it you're all talking about the coronavirus.
Yeah. Yes.
There's nothing else worth talking about.
Yes.
The what?
Do you think, Carl? Do you think there's going to be Do you think there's a potential of a hot war with China as a result?
No, I don't think a hot war with China. I think the West should begin to rethink its policy towards China. Though I think just exporting our manufacturing to China has not been to our benefits. Like I agree with the vision of it, like hollowing out Western countries. I think there is something to that. I think that there should be a sort of decent manufacturing base within Western countries. And I realize that means we can't get cheap Chinese shite anymore. But I guess that's a price we'll have to pay to not facilitate what I would say is just an openly fascist regime, like ethnocentric, ethnic supremacist, openly genocidal. Well, not openly. They say it's not happening, but come on, it is.
Yeah.
They're outwardly imperial. Like they're deliberately taking steps to essentially create their own sort of a parallel to what the United States has across the East. And you can't blame them for doing it, but come on, we don't have to facilitate it.
Yeah.
No.
Well, so we have 4 people in the chat. I'm gonna
quick fire out the Orange Ninja Turtle has been pretty funny here. It says, get Mike Harlow on debate AJW, who loves on who loves each other more and who should hang up first, and I'll drop another 20. Dump the other guys. So he's trying to create his own like mini Latina soap opera inside of here. So I'm gonna need a title before that.
Mike Harlow will be on later.
Yeah,
so
he is actually gonna be on.
So I want to pose this to. We got a group of 4 here. We'll start with Carl. One of the things that we're starting to see is with the messaging from China is they're starting to utilize the progressives' talking points.
Sorry. Say that again.
Sure.
There's a bit of.
Sure. So we're seeing from the Chinese, they're actually starting to utilize the progressive talking points of calling this China virus as being racist. What are your thoughts on that? Is this happening? We'll start with Carl, then we'll go to Rose, Reactor, Sean.
Well, in the 30s, there was an American businessman called Theodor Kaufman who wrote a screed called Germany Must Die and advocated the ethnic cleansing of Germans because he thought they couldn't be trusted. And essentially anything that we say about China is going to be used in the same way the Nazis used his pamphlet. He was a Jewish guy, and so they were like, see, this is proof the Jews are trying to wipe us out. And that's what the Chinese will do with anything we say or do. They'll blow, they'll take anything that they can think is going to be effective against us in a propaganda war and publish it everywhere. It's they're not. I don't think we can expect the Chinese government to be an honest actor in any way, shape, or form, or to be anything other than totally self-interested. And they have a lot more to draw on when it comes to like human resources than a lot of other countries. So I just think treat them with a huge amount of skepticism whenever they say anything that needs to be fact checked, like the body counts and things like this. I just don't believe them. And I don't think there's any good reason to either.
The CCP has always lied right from the very start. I mean, I've been reading a lot on there's this particular trilogy of books written by, I think he's Dutch, his name's Frank de Cotter. He's written this kind of like Mao's trilogy. Basically, the first book is on kind of like the communist takeover, then it goes on to the Great Leap Forward, then finally the Cultural Revolution. And it's just interesting seeing like the way in which the CCP acts now is identical to the way it did through the Great Leap Forward. Like they are not truthful about anything. And it's not even so much likely that it's just right at the top who are lying to people. It will be the local kind of cadres. I don't know whether they're 100% still around, but that effectively the local officials will be the ones who are really pushing down the numbers. So then they look good to the next up in command, because the last thing any of them want to do is to be discommunicated from the party. At that point, their lives are effectively over. And these kinds of communist regimes, although China, it's a bit difficult to argue that they are like 100% communist at this point, they basically thrive on misinformation right from the bottom, because everyone wants to survive. And then when you put that into the world stage, that you just end up lying to the entire world. And then we get fucking idiots like Richard Bergen praising the CCP for their handling of this crisis and openly believing them when they're saying, oh, we haven't had any new infections for a couple of days. No new people are dying. Meanwhile, they've welded people shut into their flats.
Yeah.
Like, they're completely ignored. Like, they're saying there's no new deaths because they're not even looking at them. And idiots in the West it's all weird. I think this is going to be the start of the death of progressive politics, personally, because it's so obvious to anyone who has any kind of understanding as to how the CCP operates that they are not telling the truth here. And when you're arguing too much about how it's racist to call it the China virus, meanwhile, China is spreading this rumor that America made the virus and brought it over to Wuhan. Well, none of the progressives are talking about that. That's perfectly fine. How dare Trump call it the China virus? I mean, of everything that's going on, that's the main thing. But, who cares about who China blames? Never mind the fact that they have a lot of influence in the world, especially in Africa.
Yeah. What do you think, Reactor?
I feel like, back to the is it racist thing, I feel like it's Trump's trolling when he says it. There's absolutely no reason. Nobody cares. It's like, but I get that he's trying to troll them. He's trying to make them angry because he thinks it's all their fault, and it kind of is, But yeah, I feel like if there's a serial killer walking around your neighborhood, debating over whether or not it's racist to call him the Chinese serial killer just because he's Chinese is not your best use of time. I feel like.
Sean,
I agree. Yeah,
but also, I think China's not a race. I think China is not a race at all.
That's a good point.
And I hate when people say Mexico is a race. If you hate Mexican, if you don't like Mexico, you're racist. Like, no, it's more deep. Like, there's more to it than that.
Yeah. I mean, China has like 6 ethnicities.
Countries.
Yeah. Sean, what do you think?
I wouldn't say Trump is trolling. He only started really emphasizing that it's a Chinese virus after they started spreading rumors that it's the military. So I do think it's strategic in messaging. Yeah. But the idea that it's racist to call it the China virus, it's absurd, or the Wuhan virus, because the same media outlets that were calling it the Wuhan coronavirus 2 months ago are now telling us that it's racist to call it that exact name.
Yeah.
And 2 months ago, they were saying it's linked to bats is the racist thing. And now they're like, oh, it's the bat virus. So it's just nonsense. And I think it's really important to not repeat the propaganda of the Chinese Communist Party and to talk about the attacks that people on the streets are going to attack random Chinese people. Yes, there are stupid people in all of our countries and all of our cities that will probably do that. But they were doing that before Trump started referring to it as a Chinese virus. Like, he wasn't taking it seriously until 8 days ago. And a lot of these attacks are from weeks ago. So and by the way, they're not coming from people that are typically, by the numbers, Trump supporters, if you look at them. So this idea that that racism is the biggest problem, because racism is always the biggest problem for the progressive left, is absurd. And it's literally verbatim from the Chinese state-run media that our media is quoting. And CNN, with that terrible video that's basically a commercial for the Chinese Communist Party, should be ashamed of themselves.
I haven't seen this, actually. What video is that?
They put out a video highlighting the amazing response of the Chinese when it comes to coronavirus. It's a 1 minute campaign.
Or did China pay for an ad?
That's disgusting.
Yeah,
that's the worst thing.
We'll have to find that.
So we got a link to put a link in the chat.
We'll have to find that.
I need to watch that, but if it's as bad as I think it is, that's literally the worst thing CNN has ever done.
Yeah, and
that is unforgivable.
It is cut to a T, like a campaign commercial, like one of those 1 minute online ads. It's amazing. I'll send it. I'll see if I can find it on Twitter.
Why didn't we see this at all, too? Remember, we did an entire 2-year investigation called the Mueller report, and the Russians, interference with the Russians. How is that not discriminating against good, solid Russian American patriots? Right? I don't know. Why can't you apply it? Because, I don't know, they're white?
Carl, one of the things we asked, too, before you got on was the way the UK handled the outbreak initially, with going towards more the herd immunity strategy versus the quarantine. What are your thoughts? How do you think the UK handled it? What do you think is the best way moving forward to handle the virus?
I mean, I've no expertise in this regard whatsoever. The only thing that I could speak to, really, I think, is the fundamental difference is highlighted between the English-speaking world and the continent. Like on the continent, it was very much top down. Everyone's going to crack down. You're going to do as you're told. You're going to have to have a form to leave the house and things like this. Whereas in the Anglosphere, in the English-speaking world, it was all just like, well, we expect you to be sensible, don't go out into pubs and whatnot, and people still did. So it's not like that changed anything. But largely it was like self-isolation, self-quarantining was expected because the onus is on the individual, and that's the only remarkable thing about it for me. Otherwise, I've got no particular important information on that, I'm afraid.
Yeah. No, it's interesting to see how the different countries are handling it and seeing kind of how the global economies are collapsing all around us. I'll let Brad go ahead.
Yeah, okay, but you might have information on this. Super chat by Orange Ninja Turtle says, get Ethan Ralph to come on and give an amazing performance like he did on The Drunken Peasants. Sargon, you can tell them what I mean.
Who's Ethan?
I do know Ethan Ralph of the Ralph Retort and the Kill Stream. I know he likes his Tennessee whiskey. So Sargon, do you know
this? He
this?
did very well on The Drunken Peasants. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
It's internet drama, don't worry.
Yeah, it is internet
drama.
Yes.
I love how
Not
people
involving me either, so that's good.
So I guess I'll ask this to the group too. Do you see, things that were important, such as like identity politics and kind of the social justice narratives, starting to wane in the middle of this? Because what I'm personally seeing is people all around me losing their jobs, getting laid off left and right, companies shutting their doors. It's very scary for a lot of people. Do you think that people just have more real shit to worry about these days?
Yeah, I feel like we didn't have any real problems over the past, past time. So we ended up just bickering about anything we could. Like children. It's like the government was run by children just fighting with each other, yelling at each other, trying to tell on each other. And now we have a real problem. So, yeah, we don't really have time for that, I don't think.
What's quite interesting is a couple of days ago, I think it was Vice, ran an article about how this pandemic is impacting trans people who are awaiting gender reassignment surgeries. And the entire piece was just about, how dare they not say it's essential surgery? But it's not. Like, as someone who's had multiple transition surgeries, I can tell you it's like, I get how important they are, but we're in a fucking pandemic right now. There are more important things. But the reaction to it was overwhelmingly negative. Like, normally you would see at least a couple of people being like, oh my God, thank you so much for noticing that we exist. But this didn't happen. And I've seen this with quite a few things from the rest of the LGBT sphere when they try and say how the LGBT community is the one most impacted by the pandemic. Like, none of them are starting to, people are stopping caring about that because, there are more important things going on. And if there is something good that can at least come out of this, it could be the death of the identity politics movement. I mean, it is something which people really obsess over when times are good because you have such a sensitive disposition that even just misgendering someone can be seen as an act of violence, whereas pretty soon we're going to have our entire hospitals filled with people dying, and that has to take priority over any of this. People are going to come out of this very, very different to how they came into it, I think, at least the majority of people. And I think that this could really be the kind of thing that makes a big political shift, makes people kind of come together. There will always be people who will try and use this as an opportunity to push their own agenda. You will see a lot of socialists doing that. I mean, I certainly have on my Facebook page. I don't know about anyone else, but I think that the majority of people are going to stop caring about this, and it's going to start kind of whimpering away. It will come back. It'll come back in a couple of years, but it will at least kind of be put on the side until this blows over.
Carl, what do you think?
I think that concerns about racism and behavior, things like that, I think these are issues to do with the fact that all of the other prerequisite needs in Maslow's hierarchy
yes.
have all been met.
Yes.
like, you know, self-actualization and esteem are the things at the top where you want to feel good about yourself, but these come after your own personal safety and your requirements to live. And we're getting back down to the requirements to live. So the kind of the high-minded concerns about things like racism and, you know, whatever else that they're concerned about, these things totally take a back seat because they're just not as important in times of trial.
Okay, but I want to know one thing. We're on Maslow's hierarchy. Where does internet drama fit in?
That's 4 or 5.
Well, we have.
Are you kidding me?
Orange Ninja Turtle is asking. He goes, "The show needs some internet drama. It's boring, and the only way I'm giving away room money.
Where it is, man.
Do you want to help people or not?"
The bottom one, you've got psychological needs.
That's right.
The next one, you've got safety needs. Then you've got love and belonging. Then you've got esteem, and then you've got self-actualization. Internet drama comes on esteem.
Yeah.
It's people talking about respect, status.
That's right.
Okay, so it's high.
Yes.
That said, I'll tell you this, Orange Ninja Turtle. If you can get Steve Shives or Christy Winters on this stream, we'll put them on.
Yes, there you go.
All right, so that's.
Oh, God.
We'll put them on.
Sean, what do you think? When we talk about where we're at in Maslow's, one of the things I noticed was the first world. This is the first world problem. It's actually knocked us back down on the triangle. Do you see that? Do you agree with that? Do you think that people are going to start caring less about these?
I mean, unfortunately, I've had a lot of time to be on Twitter, so I've seen all the coronavirus women affected most, like articles and all that. So people are still trying, and like our media is still trying to play identity politics with all of this. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but like large numbers of deaths in Italy and all that doesn't really hold a candle to people not ordering Chinese takeout, which is the big predominant problem apparently in the United States of America. So like I think that like the idea that we're going to unify during this, and we talked about this on Thursday, is not super likely. This isn't a 9/11 situation where it's a hard hit and then we all kind of came together after that moment. This is something where we literally cannot physically come together and get that communal response to it. And you see it like every one of those little bit of shaming videos that we see online. And yes, there are people that are morons that are all out in groups partying and all that, but all of that is divisive stuff that's going to come out. And the more deaths that we see, the more that's going to be twisted against this person is the one who caused these deaths. And, you know, like there's a lot of white college students partying down there. So you're going to see the identity politics ramp up around that. So I don't think it's the end. I'm a big believer in everything continues on and gets slightly worse or slightly better.
Okay. And I'll just interject in real quick. We're doing this for charity. So, you know, it's kind of good. As much as the Orange Ninja Turtle loves to joke around, he is giving money to the charity, the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, who's helping out people especially poorly impacted by this.
It gets money to the people that have been impacted physically and fiscally, and that's one of the things that we're hearing more about it now. At least I am. The fiscal side in the beginning was very physical side, but now we're seeing people lose their jobs. We're going to see homes go into foreclosure. We're going to see probably government cheese and powdered milk coming back. I mean, it's getting to a really bad situation. So any super chat goes directly.
Yep.
We're taking it and we're sending it right to the charity. Plus, you can go in the you can go in the description
and I like that sense.
To Orange Ninja Turtle's point, because he's a follower
what is all the
of mine.
background noise there? Sorry to interrupt, but there's a lot of background noise, like creaking chairs or something.
I think Reactor's using his laptop.
I need some oil for my chair.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Reactor's got his laptop microphone going.
Right, okay.
No, I mean, well, I could turn it down a little.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
To Orange Ninja Turtle's point about there needing to be more drama so he could donate more money, since he is he's a follower of mine. Yeah. I will say that I watched the Sargon stream not too long ago and he was coughing a lot. So.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who knows? I'm not saying I haven't got it. I don't know. In fact, to be honest with you, my kids have both. My wife's like, "Oh my god, I think the kids have got a temperature." I'm like, "Fuck's sake, they better not."
Yeah.
Well, so let's hope not.
Let's hope not. We have Jack Posobiec coming on later, who's kind of been on this from the beginning. It's going to be interesting to get his perspective on how he thinks Trump's handling it. So I'm going to open that up. We'll start with Carl. How's Trump handling this? What do you think? Where can he improve? Is he doing a good job? What do you think?
I don't know. Like, as good as can be expected, I suppose. So far, like this is new. There's a new thing that we've had to worry about. Like globalized pandemics isn't actually something we've had too much of a problem with, which is a surprise, really, when you think about it. But it was bound to happen eventually. And I mean, closed borders. It's just the way to stop the spread of a virus is to stop people from spreading it to one another. So you have to just prevent people from traveling for a certain period of time. I don't see any other options, to be honest. So I don't see him as doing a bad job.
Yeah.
I think it's. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I think it's difficult to really say that anyone's doing a bad job at the moment. Like Sargon said, we're in unprecedented times right now. We don't know what the kind of correct way of dealing with this is. And I do think that there are still parts of the media that are too obsessed with just attacking the people in power, kind of saying that they're holding them to account when all they're really doing is just looking at getting more and more clicks. I don't think that Trump is doing a bad job. I don't think that Boris is doing a bad job. I don't think that, with the exception of the CCP, I don't think that anyone is really doing a bad job. A lot of people are only really reacting to the science that they have. And that should really be the best way forward. I mean, hell, Trump, correct me if I'm wrong, but did Trump not try and put a travel ban on China quite a while ago?
Yes.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, early on.
I think he's one of the first people to do that. Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah, it was.
I remember seeing that, and I remember seeing some people spurging out over it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he's mentioned that many times because he's getting criticized for a slow reaction, and so the counterpoint is
that's a reaction before anyone else.
Yes, he did, and
he's doing one of the best.
Yeah, but so they have to give him credit for that, but then they'll instead say yes, he did do that, but he squandered the month at that bottom.
But the problem, going back to what we were talking about earlier, the CCP lies to people. It was very difficult to get a full idea of what we're dealing with right now. And you can't also control what your average American does or your average Brit does. Like, the government's giving out advice at the moment, and people are still going out. People are still when I've seen the panic buying in London, I'm not seeing any of the spacing out that's supposed to be happening. Everyone's grouping together, pushing old ladies out of the way because they want to get tins of spam for some reason.
Spam is the worst, too.
The spam is sold out. Tinned carrots are sold out. Yeah. These people are never going to eat that kind of stuff anyway.
Reactor.
I don't hold the government responsible.
We'll have to get
for individuals acting in an individually idiotic way. Like I said earlier, I'm thoroughly disgusted with London, and I'm genuinely considering moving out because of the widespread of this hysteria here. The atmosphere is unbearable.
Yeah.
But I don't hold the government responsible for that, and I would find it very difficult to hold Trump responsible for what could be happening in New York or Florida or California.
Reactor.
What's interesting, just to add that, there's no problem with the supply lines either.
Yeah.
There's no the reason that the shelves are empty is just because nobody was expecting this huge swathe of panic buying, but there's no problem getting more.
No.
So it's not like people need to panic.
That's true.
The local shops.
Yeah.
The local shops are stocked up early in the morning, but in my local block of flats, I just see people coming back home early in the morning with bags filled with just everything that they can, and it just, as I said earlier, it's just driving me insane how this is almost entirely people who are not really at risk of dying from this virus.
Yeah.
And they are the ones who are taking advantage of it. And I've seen the panic buying spreading elsewhere in the UK, but it's not comparable to what's happening in London right now. Right now, this city is repulsive.
Yeah.
And I've never been so disgusted to be British in my life.
So, Reactor, let's get your thoughts on that, and Sean, unfortunately, have to be the last thought from you because we got to get some more people.
Yeah, I was going to launch anyway because it's 2 hours. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Reactor, what do you think? Trump, good, bad?
I think Trump kind of dropped the ball. He could have acted quicker and better, but I also think that if back in January he said, let's close all the borders, nobody would have let him do that.
Yeah.
They would have said, you're racist, you're just racist. Not going to happen. He probably couldn't have done anything, but I still think he could have fought for it. He could have paid better attention. It does seem like he was kind of saying, it's just a virus, like the flu, it'll sweep right over us. who cares?
Right.
You know, and that's actually not the case, in my opinion. A lot of people are saying it's like only the elderly are at risk, but young people are dying. And you also have to keep in mind that even if you survive, you still had to be hooked up to a ventilator machine for 3 weeks or 2 weeks in a hospital, wondering if you're going to survive.
Yeah.
And that's like, why would you want that?
It seems that it's only people with underlying health conditions that are actually dying from it.
Yeah.
But
So if there's nothing wrong with you, you'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you would think most young people would be fine, except these underlying issues that I've seen are like, he had chronic bronchitis as a child. Like, that's not that crazy. It's not. We're not talking about like stage 4 cancer. They're dying. We're talking about like, oh, he had asthma. Like, what? It's, a lot of people have asthma. That's.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people are therefore going to be vulnerable to a virus that attacks the respiratory system, aren't they?
Exactly. I feel like I'm extremely vulnerable because I had chronic bronchitis as a child. I smoked. I'm an idiot. I messed my lungs up. So
I'm in the same position, man. I smoked.
Yeah. And it seems like the young people who do die are the smokers, people who don't have 100% lung capacity.
Yeah.
And
Diabetes
so
is also a risk factor, and so that you're at risk there too. Sean, what do you think?
I think that Trump, obviously, his early handling of it in hindsight does not look good. Like, you find tweets of him believing the Chinese propaganda that there's no big deal, and Xi Jinping had it under control. I like that he's not giving in on the messaging. I do think that's important because the Chinese will blame it on the United States.
Yeah.
And they are spreading misinformation. And now that we know that, they covered this up, they destroyed evidence, they censored doctors, it's important to not let them off the hook. But yeah, it's a mixed bag. Only time will tell. If millions of people die, obviously not the best handling of it. So
But there's only so much you can hold him responsible for. I mean, you've got individuals who are routinely ignoring advice. Like, there was a video I saw yesterday of a group of spring break, like, Gen Zers, like, shouting, like, oh, we don't give a fuck about coronavirus, whilst they're pouring beer down, like, each other's ass cracks and then drinking that beer. And, like, you can't hold Trump responsible.
Yeah, we were covering that earlier. Yeah.
Really?
Deem, I love that. Something called
because they think it's a flu.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna check out so you can bring some new people
All
on.
right,
It was
Sean.
Great to have all you talk to you guys and all that.
Thanks
Donate
for joining
money
us.
to the charity.
Thanks for joining us, man. Brian, keep it going. I gotta get off.
So, all right, I'll fire out a super chat from Orange Ninja Turtle. I do not mind being trolled in super chats, because it is going to a good cause. We appreciate it. Again, the Center for Disaster Philanthropy is helping people with COVID-19, specifically who are impacted financially in the worst way. So he says, AJW, well, because my fans are giving all their money. Seriously, this show sucks. Sargon, contact Gator or Flam. Tell them to get Ralph. There are barely 100 people watching. Well, you didn't tell us whether it sucks like donkey balls or whether it sucks like through a golf ball through the garden hose. Gonna need a little bit more detail on that. But another good question came out of the chat. Functional asked, what does the panel think about the possible insider trading of senators like Feinstein and others? So, and I think that Feinstein might be different than some of these others, but it does look like there are some elected congressmen that are saying, everything's going to be okay. The economy's good. Meanwhile, they're selling.
Yeah.
I think the U.S. has laws that say that our politicians are allowed to insider trade. So
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, they make the laws. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, true.
If I had to vote on my salary, you bet it's going to be high.
That's fucking awful.
But yeah, so they are allowed, and yeah, I mean, it would be nice if we.
But
could
would an ethics could you bring them up on ethics charges and impeach that way? Because you're doing one thing, but yet you're telling the public something else. I mean, it looks bad. That's for certain.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they saw this as I could profit like crazy. I'm sure they didn't just dump their stocks. I'm sure they shorted some stocks, got some put options. They knew what they were doing. I mean, told their family to at least. Well,
I think they were probably terrified of losing everything because they probably had a lot of stocks and they're probably thinking, Christ, the market's going to die now. I better shift this pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, I can't remember the exact details, but there was somebody maybe from Georgia, but they were selling, somewhere in the range of like 1.7 million in stocks or so, or in the hundreds of thousands. Like, they got out right at the top. The question is, did they have more information than the average public? And
it seems that they did, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, what was the lady who went to a meeting, got all the info, and then dumped all of her stock?
Yeah, I can't remember.
I think it's not that they had more info. It's that it was explained to them. Like, we had the same info. I knew back in the beginning of February this was going to be insane. Like, I tweeted about it. I knew it was coming. And I could have acted on that. They probably, like, if I had gone to a meeting where they assured me I was correct, yeah, I definitely would have, changed my investments.
Being honest, I only really became aware of how bad it was, like, last week. I mean, I literally just booked a trip to Disney World, and then all of this happened. So, like, I kind of feel like an idiot.
Wow. I mean, honestly, I didn't really think it was going to get this bad, to be honest. Like, this is way crazier than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the funny thing about all this, I think, is that people talk bad about socialism and communism a lot, but those are the two types of government that would get stronger from a pandemic. Or healthier.
Oh, they would, but that's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, they would be, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's easy. It's easy enough to control people in that way and tell them that they have a common enemy.
Well, I mean, why take care of people when you just get rid of them?
Or you can just terrorize them and staying in their homes so they can't possibly challenge the party. Yeah.
You mean it's going to come through and get rid of the weak? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but things happen when you're at war or you have a global pandemic. You have strange things. Abraham Lincoln is considered an amazing wartime manager of the American Civil War, yet suspended habeas corpus during the war. We're going to lock you up. You're not going to get a trial. We're just going to put you in jail for a while. And so weird things do happen that, what can you do? It's just, these aren't good. These obviously aren't good things, but when you're faced with an absolute disaster, you can see where these things come from. So right now,
necessity in wartime is not an unusual thing. I mean.
Right.
I think another problem is that, just like with war, generations forget what the previous generations went through. So, like the people who went through the Spanish flu, if they were alive today, they'd know damn well what they need to do. Everyone else is all clueless, unsure. Like, is it bad? I don't know. It's because we forgot how crazy this actually can be. Yeah. So there's.
So, what was that? Did that is somebody having a lowrider out there? Did like a big? It sounded like a big car drove by. Yeah, but I cannot remember like which centers. Ben Shapiro had mentioned this, but it all looks bad. It certainly looks bad.
Yeah,
I think, but do you guys feel that it's considered taboo or that you'll get shamed if you say, hey, we ought to consider the effects of the economy and not just the lives, because I absolutely understand what's facing the healthcare industry right now. If you go into an ER in the United States right now, and this is in Milwaukee where I don't think we're getting hit as hard as New York, but man, it looks like a war zone down there. Everyone's got N95 respirators. Like you cannot get in unless you have specific business. Vendors that can't visit, obviously, but it's I've never walked into a hospital where somebody is at the front that's saying, what's your business here? So you can't just go into the cafeteria right now like you could at normal hospital, right? You can't go to procedure rooms, but you could walk into any hospital in the United States and go to its cafeteria, have a meal, and leave. You cannot right now.
To your first question, the stigma's there.
Yeah, is the stigma there? Like, I'm very concerned about healthcare workers and not overwhelming the system. However, I do have a concern about the economy because say we save everybody and we just shit can everything. Like, you can have economic related deaths.
Yeah. Well, the economy is something which is obviously really important to think about in this matter. And like to say whether it's ultimately lives are going to come first for any government, because they're not going to want to they're going to want to minimize the amount of people who have died. But at the same time, you do have to think about what's going to happen afterwards. I mean, initially, when all of this started to happen, that was where a lot of my anxiety came from. Not so much, am I going to get infected or will my family get infected, but what is going to be the state of the world once this is over? Because I'm scared of something like the Great Depression happening again. And something like that like you're right, that in itself could cause a lot more deaths. I mean, we're very much used to a particular standard of living. We're used to particular levels of access to things. And when we start to remove those, then the standard of living goes down, so will the life expectancy. So that in itself could cause a lot more deaths. So that is something which governments really do need to be taking into account. So I'm still a little bit mixed on what Sunak announced yesterday in the UK, because I genuinely don't know whether I know it's socialist in nature, but I don't know whether that will actually, kind of minimize the impact that this is going to have on our economy.
Yeah. I have a question. Do you guys think that it's short-term thinking versus long-term? Like, these political parties are self-preservationist. Are they are they retarded, or do they not understand that if they shit-can the economy, that people are going to blame them? Like, I don't think Trump's administration is that stupid, so they must be doing this for some reason. And maybe they think that they can just blame the economic downturn on the economy, and they're playing it safe. I'd be curious what you guys think about it.
Could potentially be playing it safe. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what they were prioritizing above all this, because if America gets really, really weak, then you're going to end up with only one superpower. And that superpower is really going to be, well, two superpowers, actually, Russia and China. And then you're going to have...
Russia's not a superpower. That they shouldn't even be in the conversation.
Yeah. Well, they have nukes.
Whatever. So does Israel.
No, but so does Pakistan. Yeah,
exactly. That's not a... That's not relevant.
But it seems like, what about like the argument? You'll see like some of the left saying economic justice, right? This is a classic SJW talking point. Where is it now? I mean, it seems like it seems to be a shame tactic going on. It seems weird. I don't know, but are we allowed to talk about this? What are the next steps? What do you guys, Sargon? Do you see something coming around? Like if you're Trump, what do you do next?
You're Trump.
I don't know. I mean, like, how many pandemics have we got to draw on? We're furrowing new ground here. So I don't know what I'd do if I was Trump. I can only assume that it's going to be entirely necessary to provide something that resembles like a bailout to both businesses and people, which is just going to us mortgaging our futures here. We're just going to have to pay it back, assuming we ever pay any of it back. At some point in the future. But I mean, it seems like it's going to be necessary, or there's going to be mass unemployment. So, but I mean, I don't know. What else can he do? Like, what are his options, really? What do you think?
Yeah, but what about what your country did? They had the track that I personally 100% agree with, what Holland and Denmark were doing. And then they backtrack after this London report came out. So, is it bullshit? Is it partisan?
We're too far down this path. We have to do this now, and then at some point we might have to.
They switched courses. So were you pro what they were going to do, or did you think that they made the correct course correction?
Well, when you say what they were going to do, are you talking about like the herd immunity strategy?
Yes,
correct.
Right. So, I mean, realistically speaking, that's what they're going to have to do anyway. It's like that's. It's going to be an infectious disease that's going to be in society.
Right.
We will all eventually have to develop some sort of immunity to it. That's inevitably going to happen. So, Boris hasn't locked down the entire country. It's London that's being locked down.
Wait,
and
so it's just
pubs
London?
London's not really in lockdown.
No, is it not? No, because here isn't either. Here isn't either in the southwest. Everything actually seems to be going on as normal. People still seem to be going to the pubs and stuff. So, we're not like Italy or Spain or France at the moment.
I mean, Chicago's locked down right now.
Yeah, or New York or LA or loads of places are. We're just not one of those places. And everything seems fine. I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to jinx anything, but people just seem to be getting on with their lives.
All right, how about we flip it around? So Thomas Sheedy just joined the chat from Atheists for Liberty.
Been a little bit of a quiet voice here in the background, trying to make sure the camera works.
Yeah, might have been the first. I'm not sure if the Atheists had gone to CPAC before, but he was at the Conservative Political Action Committee. So I guess Tom, global pandemic. Are we going to see less atheists? Or some people are going to just hedge their bets and say, maybe God's real.
Yeah, this is going to pass in a few months, I think, at least in the West. If we continue the quarantine situation, I think we're going to be seeing the same results that we're seeing in South Korea and Japan. At least those are the countries that we're trying to model our current situation off of. But no, the debates going on about various different social justice topics. This is just temporarily on the low. They're going to bring all this stuff right back up, and you're even seeing it a bit now. They're preparing already for when the coronavirus pandemic is over. You're having politicians already bringing up the whole Wuhan or China virus controversy. You're having people already still rampantly attacking the Trump administration, all ready to cover themselves up, even though despite the fact that people, regardless of their political affiliation, regardless of their orientation, know people that are suffering or know people that are and businesses that are going through such a hard time. We're going to see everything go back to normal, for better or for worse, once this thing is over.
Yeah. How did the Republicans treat you at CPAC? Did they get crap for?
I got a very positive reception, and there were a ton of atheists at CPAC. A lot of people have not really brought this up. Carl, if you want to even jump in on this, you might notice that the sort of anti-SJW sort of cultural war that's occurred over the past few years has actually made the right far more secular and far more welcoming. It's really not what we used to see, how everyone was with the left and the right was a bunch of religious right people that wanted to tell you what to do and how to dictate your life. Everything has really shifted. I went to the Turning Point USA Student Action Summit, atheists everywhere, atheist speakers that I knew. I went to CPAC, as you all know, there were atheists everywhere. We got many people to sign up on our email list. It's really an old sort of paradigm that, they're Republicans and therefore they must be anti-atheist, they must be anti-secular. Things have really changed for the better. Do I think that things need to change even more? Yeah. There are some people that really don't understand how atheists can be on the right or how atheists can be together fighting for free speech against social justice, even though despite the fact that debate really started in the atheist community. We have some progress to make, but overall, things have been overwhelmingly positive and overwhelmingly successful.
Rose, have you noticed something similar in the LGBTQ community?
Well, yeah, like I was about to say, whilst you're saying about how the right is saying, how could you possibly be right-wing if you're atheist? What I'm finding is the left constantly telling me, how can I be on the right if I'm trans? As a trans woman, because I've got to always fucking say that
all the time. Where are your credentials?
What I have found since I kind of came out as being a bit more on the right, my politics is kind of a mix between classic liberal, libertarian, and conservative. It's a weird melting pot of ideology. I found in general a lot more tolerance and acceptance from the right than I ever did from the left. And by that I mean that the left expects you to hold a particular point of view if you're a minority. If you don't, then you're a class traitor. Whereas on the right, yes, there are people who say they might watch my video and then comment and things saying, "You're just a fucking man, you degenerate," and all that kind of stuff. But that's fine. Okay, I can think they're dicks about it, but it's their freedom to do so.
That's the internet.
But there's the internet, yeah. I found so much more acceptance from people on the right who, because they don't, in general, they don't care. They don't care about the fact that I'm trans. What they care about is what my morals are, what my beliefs are.
Exactly.
And that is a much better unifier than simple identity politics. Because when you are...
Yeah, I'm sorry to butt in, but also the right is seeing the consequences of still playing this old moral majority 1980s game.
Yeah,
they when saying, we can't associate with homosexuals, we can't associate with the transgender community, we can't associate with atheists, despite the fact that we all care about preserving Western civilization, we all care about saving Enlightenment values and spreading Enlightenment values, we all care about these numerous different subjects. They know they're going to lose voters. They know they're going to lose supporters. This is an easy conclusion that so many people in the conservative movement and in the liberty movement have come to. And good for them, because I'm quite tired of having to have the same old debate with Pastor Joe Schmo about how I also care about the very freedoms that Christians have to be Christians in Western society, just like I have the freedom to be a godless person, to not have our heads chop off for simply being different, like in the Islamic world.
I think there's a difference between the way that the right-wing atheists and left-wing atheists are as well. The left-wing atheists seem deeply resentful against Christianity, as if it's somehow a problem. And I don't think Christianity in and of itself is a problem. I think we have to accept that it is the moral base of Western philosophy. It's why we've become universalist, I would say. And so I find that atheists who are like right-wing, let's just say, generally just don't resent Christianity or its place in the history of the West. But for some reason, the left-wingers do. They really seem to have a real problem with it, and I don't see the need to have a real problem with it. It's just it's an accepted fact of history and of our moral development. I don't think we should, it seems silly acting as if it's not. And I remember like watching like Christopher Hitchens and people like that, Richard Dawkins, trying to prove that Christianity had no influence on the development of the Enlightenment. It's like, that's just not true. It's just fundamentally not true. So it's, and I won't go into the detail of it, but it's easy to prove. And I can't believe that it was something that was agreed upon at the time in the early 2000s.
Yeah, but
well, I
do
do actually still agree with that concept back from the 2000s. I think it would be a factual statement to absolutely make that Western society and the principles of the Enlightenment developed in majority Christian countries, and we need to give credit to those people of faith who helped contribute to that. This idea that we're only going to mention people that were godless or people that had no religious affiliation into that would be kind of absurd. I think the real debate is that people don't understand that you could be an atheist and not be a fan of woke ideology. I think there are some atheists that have walked away from the atheist movement and walked away from what's going on the left, the problems of the left, and think, okay, well, I have to respect everything about Christianity now. I have to respect everything about the religion, when I think we should just be more coherent and simply say, I'm not going to be afraid about speaking out about Islam. I'm going to have disagreements about Christianity and Christian belief, but I respect your freedom to be a believer, and we have so many things in common, even though I might not respect everything about your own beliefs and you don't respect everything about mine. I think it really has to do with more about politics and political ideology. And I just don't want people to fall into this trap of saying, oh, okay, Christianity is great because SJWs suck.
Yeah. Reactor.
Hang on a sec.
I was going to say, real quick, Sargon. Okay. I was gonna get Reactor's final thoughts, because we've got another people going on. So Reactor, you're the only one I don't know what your belief in God is or isn't. So take a shot.
Way to put him on the spot.
At that. I know.
I'm 100% agnostic. I used to consider myself atheist. I also used to be one of those guys who had I hated religious people and I just wanted to save them because they're all victims.
Militant atheist.
And as I got older, I realized, wait a minute. And not to knock atheism, I understand why anyone would believe that, but I feel like, nobody knows, so why even try to guess? Who cares?
No.
That's just where I am.
So that I would say that's he's an apathist. That's cool. I mean, Rose, final thoughts on religion. Is the right a little more tolerant than right now about just things in general?
I would say so, yeah. I would say that the right is a lot more accepting of people for being who they are. I've got a lot of friends now on the right, a lot of people who, hell, make a big hobby of talking about moral degeneracy, how there's a moral decay going on because of leftists and all of that. But they're perfectly fine with me being a trans woman. I'm not attacked by these people. And I think that that's something that a lot of LGBT people need to understand as well, that the left and these kind of queer circles will tell you that the right hates you, that they want to throw you in camps, that they want you dead. And then that kind of brainwashes you into thinking that they are a legitimate threat to your safety when they're not. Of course, there's going to be assholes on the right. There's always going to be that. But I find that it's so much more accepting. When I kind of came out as being right wing, I found much more kind of peace. I found people being cool, people just kind of accepting me for who I am. Whether or not they have a problem with me being trans, they certainly don't tell me about it or make a big deal about it. I mean, I don't really know anyone who refuses to refer to me with female pronouns.
But I got a question about that. Is that you guys all live in online circles, and I completely agree with that. That may be the case, but we're talking about political parties that are monoliths. We're talking about primary voting. And as much as I completely agree with you guys is that the right wing has made a transition, within the primaries, you still have to buy bull, or else you're not going to get out of that field. So how?
It's not really the same in the UK though.
It is. It's the same for you guys too. So
yeah, it's something that's more dominated in the United States.
Oh, got it. So just for going in, Rose, thanks so much. Check out her YouTube channel, Rose of Dawn. Excellent stuff. It's really, really good. If you want to get a trans opinion from that isn't the part of the trans lobby, free thinker combines. It's just awesome. Great. Also very funny. Reactor, take care of Chicago, man. Like, you know, stay safe. Yeah, keep in touch. All right.
Yep. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah. Thanks for having me as well. See you later.
All right. Thanks. And Sargon, I cut you off. Sargon, I cut you off. You were going to say you were reacting to Thomas, and I kind of cut you off there. Like, did you want to make a thought?
Yeah. So I think that the atheist movement needs to be more honest about the question of the moral structure of Christianity, because Christianity has a universal moral structure, and not all. I mean, it's the only Abrahamic faith that does. Really, and so it's one of those things where you don't get Muhammad saying turn the other cheek, you don't get Moses saying turn the other cheek, and so you've got to ask yourself why. And this kind of view that all people have value in the eyes of the Lord was something that has been secularized through the Enlightenment. There's no question of it. I mean, like in his Fundamental Metaphysics of Morals, Kant is specifically arguing for a secular definition of a priori synthetic morality rather than a theological one, because he just feels it would fit better with what they're trying to achieve with the Enlightenment project. It's not that they didn't have these ideas already. It's not they didn't have the idea of universal values and the value of the individual. It's that they didn't want to draw it from a religious perspective, and that's fine, but you can't say that Christianity didn't put those ideas in people's heads, because it did. I mean, the very idea of social justice is a Catholic idea. So blame the Catholics, 19th century Catholics, for dredging this one up. But so this kind of attempt to kind of deny the Christian history of the West, go back and read anything from medieval Europe. If you can say, hand on your heart, that these people owe absolutely nothing to religion, then you are a liar, because they are the most religious people you'll ever hear. But they're not like, they don't speak in the sort of way that you hear evangelicals in America speaking. They're not like that. They're like something else, but it's hard to describe when I'm spinning it off the top of my head. Maybe
the
maybe
counter argument is that it was
it.
in spite of rather than due to. That's the counter.
No, because to them, like Christian morals were not a burden, right? Because it's easy after for us, like 2,000 years of moral development and cultural development and technological development. So we live in first world countries that have been through the Enlightenment and all the troubles that caused, right? And we've been through the Enlightenment and we've got it easy, and we can say, yeah. So generally it was negative, but in spite of it, people soldiered on. But man, people clung to this as the way to get them through things that we just don't even understand how bad they are, right? Like things that are just so awful that they clung to this as a way of just making it through the next day. And it's because we don't understand their perspectives that we look back on this with contempt. And I think that the right-wing atheists could learn from this and think, well, actually, we don't have to hate Christianity. However, we do have to have secular countries. So, the religious lunatics can just say what they like in their pulpits, and that's as far as it goes. Okay. But we have to accept the moral debt that the West has to Christianity. We can't deny that.
Okay, and I'll let Thomas and Alice respond here in a second. But I wanted to crank out a super chat from Azulis Zanderholm. Thanks, everyone, for doing a charity podcast. Help your neighbor if you can. And remember that we all do, that we all do or don't do in these times will be lessons for our children. I think that's good advice. Thanks for the super chat. Also, that super chat is not going to us, but rather the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, who's going to be helping people out with the COVID-19 impact. Also, we got a super chat from Tam the Watcher. We need to be concerned about making sure the administrations of various countries make provisions to let go of these temporary power grabs for this. Yeah, I think that's saying some of these things should be temporary. We should resist the urge to be permanent. But what I also like, she also fired down to political atheism. Sounds a lot like political lesbianism. LOL. That's pretty good.
So introduce Alice.
Alice, yes, I'm going to introduce. So Alice has hopped on here. Alice is Alice Vaughn on Twitter. She makes offensive crayons. She also runs a podcast that talks about sexuality, sex advice. It's actually really good. I've listened to a few episodes. I am missing the name of that, Alice. What is that? What's the name of the podcast?
It's called Two Girls, One Mic.
Yes, Two Girls, One Mic.
Also, let's not gloss over the crayons, which are a masterpiece.
And she recently got that she had some problems with her offensive crayons, which are really funny, by the way, and had some vendor problems because she was being too naughty, which is unfortunate. So hopefully those. Where can you get those crayons, Alice?
Offensivecrayons.com, assuming my site isn't down. And so fun fact, I found out actually, so my site was down this morning for a number of hours. Turns out I share actually the same server as, let's see, what's the organization? Uncover DC, and they just published an article discussing the business relationships between China and Italy, specifically Northern Italy, and why basically there's been so many cases. All they really did was they took the information that was already out there and then just tidied it up into one nice blog post. It became so viral that within 12 hours, and this has been confirmed by our hosting service, that actually we had a cyber attack from China specifically on our server. We shared the server, so I was down.
Wow.
Thanks to the Chinese government or Chinese people who don't want information like this out there.
Dickholes.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
As much as it is bad to get mobbed by the SJWs, the Chinese government, I gotta imagine, is worse. So Sargon is contending, back to the argument, that the Enlightenment owes a debt to Christianity. And I'm gonna Thomas, I know, is ready to go on this. So I'm gonna let you fire away, and then Alice, gather your thoughts and I want to see what you think about this.
It would be an absolute lie for me to say that Western civilization and the people within it and the principles of the Enlightenment have no relation whatsoever to people of faith. And people who believed that what they were promoting was something that might have helped them, in the beyond, or help them in their daily lives with their relationship with a creator. That would be an absolute lie. However, I think also that us crediting the Enlightenment to faith or making it exclusive to Christianity would also be a big mistake, especially since I view the Enlightenment as sort of a resistance against, this Dark Ages sort of view of having your life out and being absolutely obedient to a supernatural king or lord. I'm someone who is really hardcore now in the promotion of liberty and the promotion of individualism. And if we really are free people, if we really are people that are actually individuals and don't have to be dictated by a king, either if it's across the pond or in another continent, we should also not have to be the same way towards some sort of supernatural lord. I don't want to become a slave and owe the entire history of the way that we think as free people and how we see freedom of speech now to a religion that really was contrary to that on the most part. I know there are certain elements of that and certain people, of course, that individually spoke out, and I really don't want to blanket this. So that's sort of my stance on this.
Okay, cool. And real quick, before Alice, I'm going to let you get a shot at this. Dankula's coming in 30 minutes. What?
You're gonna respond, Carl.
You gotta let me respond.
I'm not head of the podcast, but I'd love to see your response to this.
Like Christianity doesn't really have much to say about governance, right? It's a personal religion, and I'm not out here standing for Christianity because I give a damn about Christianity. I actually don't.
It's really surprising to see this from you.
Well, I think it's required to be intellectually honest. That's the thing. I find it interesting how you keep centering the abstractions of the religion onto the concrete realities of the people. You keep saying people of faith did X. It's like, that's true.
Because it doesn't created those religions.
Sure, but the religion itself is a body of ideas that forms an ideological worldview. And that worldview is markedly different to various other religions and various other ideologies. And it's the structure of that worldview that has laid the groundwork for the people who walked into the Enlightenment to say, yeah, actually, we should have a brotherhood of man. Maybe we should all, we are all born as equals, born in the same position. We're all, helpless babies. And, like there is innate value in each human life. That's not something that's a universal idea. Like the idea of universalism is very particular to
it's not
Christian nations.
When it comes to morality, it is absolutely subjective across various areas of the world.
My point being is there's a reason the Enlightenment didn't happen elsewhere. It's that they didn't have the moral philosophy in place to facilitate that next step of evolution. Now, you're completely correct that they were arguing about whether they should have the divine right of kings and stuff like this. And I obviously, no one wants any of that. But these are questions that we settled hundreds of years ago, to be honest. So I don't see the need to worry about these things. I don't think we're in any danger of theocratic governance anytime soon. So I'm not personally worried about that. I'm more worried about us essentially trying to erode the base of what our countries are, which are the traditions from which we've come from, because they're good traditions and they are inspired by Christianity. And we just have to accept that. You just can't get around it. There's no changing the historical record on these things. And so, like, I'm not a Christian. I don't go to church. I don't believe in God. I've never been religious in any way, shape, or form. But that's just the historical record. And that's the sort of philosophical development that we've had. So we just have to be honest. That's just true.
Alice, how do you see it?
I mean, I don't have too much to say on this topic because this isn't something that I generally explore. I mean, if you want to discuss double penetration, I'm all in. So I actually, Sargon, I'm a little curious regarding. So I'm curious, are you ascribing cultural or moral norms to Christianity? I'm a little confused.
Both.
So if you could just clarify that for me. I came in late to the conversation. You guys probably discussed this already.
No, we just started.
Moral
Not
primarily,
really.
but cultural secondarily. Yeah, absolutely. Moral norms are ascribed through Christianity.
Well, Thomas wants to wipe the slate clean, and you want to, give some sort of homage to these, to these beginnings. I don't know why we necessarily need to do that.
I proudly credit the Christians who paved the way forward to make the Enlightenment possible. But it was due to their individualism and due to their ideas and not due to the religion itself that made this possible.
Well, Christianity has an individualistic moral framework. Like every individual has innate value in the eyes of God, right? That's the Christian perspective, and that has just translated over. I mean, you hear it in the socialists. Everyone has value. Do they? I mean, I'm not a Christian. I don't agree. I think some people are fucking useless. I'm sorry. I've seen some people who are fucking worthless, and some of them run China. You know what I mean? Like, it's like this is a very Christian thing to say, and people, Enlightenment thinkers, just spew this all the time. And I'm just like, okay, well, don't then deny the Christian roots of this. That's fine. It is. And I agree that obviously the individual has inherent value. Obviously, it's for lots of different reasons. But it is definitely true.
I'll concede that many of the people who pushed this forward were people of faith who did believe that this would have some sort of supernatural benefit to them, and that what they were doing for society and what they were doing in Britain and Europe was something that would greatly benefit not only themselves, but they thought they were pushing themselves forward in the eyes of God.
I don't think
I'll concede to that.
I don't think that's the way they necessarily would have viewed it, though. I think
I'd
they
love to
were just
follow up with
asking.
you on this.
I think they were just asking
very
like
interesting.
flat moral questions, as in, what is right and wrong, and to them, I think that's what they viewed to be right and wrong, and I think it's because of their Christian heritage. I mean, like, what's the argument for ending slavery if all men are not in some way imbued with the sort of same inalienable rights, this kind of innate value of the individual? What's the argument against slavery other than
I sound like I'm back in my response to this, I'm just thinking I sound like I'm back in 2013 when everyone was posting atheist memes. So my 2013 atheist movement response would have likely been, I remember this was something that numerous new atheists spoke about, how in when it came to slavery in the United States, for instance, there were plenty of Christian phrases, plenty of movements to sort of spread Christianity among slaves, because there were numerous different quotes in the Bible and in the Torah that promoted that practice. That this is something that they use. Religion was something that they used to actually continue the practice going.
Actually promoted through the Middle Ages. It's essentially responsible for the ending of slavery in Europe. But why would you care? Why would you care?
I would care because I'm opposed to slavery.
Yeah, but why are you opposed to slavery? Aristotle wasn't opposed to slavery.
I could think of myself as a slave and not want that situation to happen to me.
That's a really selfish reason, isn't it? That's a really selfish reason. Yep.
I'm an individual and I don't want to be a slave, and so me not having those people be slaves will automatically benefit me, because if they ever come into power and put people into bondage, that wouldn't be good for me at all. We saw that happen in Africa throughout the 17th and 18th century, where numerous tribes were enslaving one another for personal benefit.
But the problem with that is that it's not actually a moral reason, it's a practical reason. You're just looking out for yourself and saying, well, I just don't want that to happen to me. So, I mean, if you find yourself in a position where you can hang on. If you can find yourself in a position where you can guarantee that you're not going to become a slave, for example, you might be a king, slavery then is not immoral. It's not practical to think of yourself as ever going to be a slave. So what's the moral problem with slavery? That's the thing. This is what Christianity actually did bring to the West, is the idea that there was some innate moral value to the individual, regardless of who they were. And we have to be honest about that.
Right. Sargon, I think when the British were colonizing parts and around like the Southeast Pacific, they would encounter tribes in Java and other places that would completely wipe the other tribe out, and they would come in and say, hey, you can't do this. And they would go to the tribe that got almost wiped out, and they wouldn't be upset that they would do this. They were just like, they were upset that they lost. But nobody was debating the morality of the system other than the British colonizers saying, you can't do this anymore.
Yeah, and I really think it's Christianity that causes that. I don't see any other reason. If you don't have another explanation as to why we should universalize morality, because most moral systems are particular. Most of them are focused on the in-group, I mean, look at the way Islam works, right? Most of them focus on the in-group, but Christianity didn't. And so what other explanation do we have?
No.
So I want to bring this back to politics, which will then in turn get us talking.
That sounds so much fun.
Talking about
I don't know how you're going
to.
No. You've got to bring it to double penetration.
Yeah,
somehow.
we should.
I'm not sure how you're going to do that.
I'm thinking about how it's going to happen. You guys started talking about texts and how important they are, and honestly, it's just how much do we trust historical figures? So how much do we trust the people who wrote the Bible and the underlying Christian text? The same thing could be said about the Constitution. And you've got a large number of people that want to put their entire faith into the founding fathers of the United States and this magical text. And then there's a whole large other group of people that say, listen, this was 200 or 400 years ago. Why don't we update these documents? Why don't we actually bring more ideas to the fore that may be a little smarter? So you've got the traditionalists, and now you've got revisionists. You could argue that this is the same type of argument, just on a political level. So some people who really, really want to respect the ancient texts, and some people who want to revise them. I would think that this is very similar.
Can't disagree with that.
Good.
Damn. I think.
Yes.
This is the natural. Like the music is playing. The baseball hit the lights. They're exploding. Wow,
No,
that's
I
impressive.
Well, I would have thought that someone would be on the side of the traditionalists and want to read the not the Ten Commandments, the Constitution like it was the Word of God. But clearly, everyone thinks that we should change it, which is good. I didn't expect that.
I just want to be clear. The
Bible
Bible is not like an accurate text or anything. There are, you guys know there are a million historical inaccuracies. There's no point worrying about it because that's not what it's about.
But I think but
that's not what it's about.
The whole idea of the Enlightenment isn't coming necessarily from the Bible or these Judeo-Christian roots as much as it is from like the influence of Thomas Aquinas, where he's the one who opens the door for Christianity to expand enough to allow some of these ideas. It could have happened in the Islamic Empire because he borrows all of his ideas from Averroes, who's a Muslim living in Spain at the time. So as Islam contracts and becomes completely unpenetratable and unchangeable, like Christianity is doing the opposite. It's starting to open up a little bit. And I think it's these ideas, and whether you want to attribute them to the Islamic scholar who first came up with them or Thomas Aquinas who popularized them and then the Enlightenment broads from that, I don't know, but that influence is there. That's my opinion. So who knows? Maybe it could happen in Islam, but Islam kind of turned in on itself. So one of the things I've been dying to ask Alice
Still turning in on itself.
It is. It is. What I'm dying to ask Alice is like, we're told with like rules of consent that it used to be no means no. And now that they want to say yes means yes, and we need to look for affirmative consent. What are your thoughts on this argument?
Well, I hope if I'm going to fuck someone, they want to fuck me as well.
Okay, but let's hope.
What I'm trying to say is, don't go to bed with someone who's uneasy to sleep with you. I mean.
Yeah, but now you're talking about ambiguous
people who are taking it too literal on the internet, and what I mean by that is saying, oh, well, you're going to have to sign a piece of paper and document. And look, I mean, there's, gosh, wait, what did I do here? Did I screw up my screen?
No, you're fine.
No,
Okay.
Sargon popped out. I'm not sure. Yeah, Sargon's going to be back. He just popped out. But, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, I think there's some people who are being too literalist and exaggerating, but at the end of the day, look, it's a complicated issue. And what I mean by that is there are going to be people that hypothetically regret their actions. Ideally in both scenarios, whether you're a woman, man, woman, man, three men and a woman, ideally you should all be in a position of, I feel comfortable going with this. Let's move forward. And that should be at any point in the scenario. If I'm hooking up with someone and I don't want them doing something to me, then, I should be able to express that to them and they should be able to respect that. And the way I see it is just very simplistically, if you don't believe in consent at every point, then, men or women, have your partner without knowing, stick a thumb up your butt. See what happens.
It's a good
Chances
litmus
are
test.
you may or may not be into that, but ideally you'd want to ask.
Yeah, but what about from the perspective of the guy who's in this political climate a little more? It's a little more precarious. I mean, you could get sued, and if that's the case, I mean, there are reasons why people sign NDAs, why legal documents exist, why there are so many frivolous lawsuits, because people are assholes. So if you assume that people are going to continue to be assholes, wouldn't it behoove you to cover your ass and get this thing signed, even though it ruins the moment? Like, if you're a rational thinking person, you're not thinking with your dick.
I mean, the NDAs that you're referring to are the ones like, for example, the ones that Fox had, Fox Corporation had in regards to harassment issues. It's very, I mean, unless I'm sleeping with a celebrity, it's very rare that someone's going to want to sign an NDA to get into bed with me.
No. I'm saying that those types of agreements exist. Wouldn't a consent be the layman's for the masses?
Are you talking about like those consent apps?
Yeah, you got like consent apps and whatever it is. I mean, that could be the new normal.
Some money off it. I'm not going to stop them. look, I mean, the way I see it is, in an ideal world, we wouldn't need, people to text and say, hey, are you down to come over tonight? Are you down to have fun, etc., and have things in writing?
Right.
Because there are men and there are women who are both scumbags who will lie and, say things did or didn't transgress the way they did. And that's the reality we live in. Things aren't perfect, and people lie. Ideally, in an ideal world, though, you should want to talk to your partner about what they are or aren't comfortable with.
So your position is to
I've
continue.
Men who I know for a fact have had women from other states who they've never met make claims about them, and I've been on the other side where I have been assaulted myself and I couldn't speak up. So I get it. I'm not going to, walk one line. It's complicated.
So what, like it definitely is complicated, and I personally, I think you should have both. Yes means yes and no means no. Use both of them. Don't choose one or the other. But what about like some of the feminist arguments are making it in the media. Like they're saying, we need to teach men not to rape. But what they'll say is we don't need cultural influences like, Mad Men. What's it, Don Draper or what? But he has the scene, and you have this man like takes and ravishes the woman, like. And then you're teaching men that that this is you're not teaching consent in the movies. Like, do you have any argument like on a cultural idea of consent? That some men are getting the wrong ideas, and now you got some 19-year-old that thinks that his girlfriend's going to think this hot, and then he gets right off the rails. Is that?
I mean, if someone's referring to something like Mad Men, it's not going to be about a ravishment scene. It's probably going to be about slapping the secretary's ass. But I mean, that's also displaying cultural norms that really shouldn't be existing in the everyday workplace with a proper HR.
I mean, but there was
I think that's where they highlighted.
There was a good amount of rape in
that
show.
It shows a different time, and these things existing, in a time when these things were socially acceptable, and we were highlighting them around 5-10 years ago when we were coming out with all these films and television series, and good for them. This is not something that is seen as normal.
What about the
society.
flip side of that?
Even if you look at older James Bond films, how if you just take clips and if you look specifically at how some of the women are treated, I mean, frankly, there are clips where the woman will say no, 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 and then after a little while give up and say yes, as if she did want it. And frankly, I mean that. If you look at the scene in its context, he should have stopped. And if she wanted to continue pursuing, well, first off, if you're with a brand new partner, you don't keep saying no and then you say yes. Don't mess with people's heads like that.
The pussy galore scene in Goldfinger, I think is what you're talking about.
I have a question about that. Is that a male fantasy or a female fantasy? Because the majority of these... What was that?
Ravishment fantasies,
Correct.
Specifically?
Yes, because there's a lot of what are they called? The books,
skeevy romance novels,
the romance novels. That's the underlying storyline the whole time. And who reads those? It's women. So what are we? Is this like male fantasies that are being ingrained into women through romance novels? It can't be. It's got to be that's what the reader wants to read.
Karen Strawn's argument is that all these romance novels start with a forcible rape, and then there's an entire story arc, like it's a forcible rape, but then they come back, and then it turns out they were meant to be. They married, they live happily ever after. So what she's saying is what happens after the sexual act determines consent retroactively.
Yeah.
And she was saying that these are largely written and read by women.
And take this back to James Bond. Was that scene done for men or for women? Because to me, it does nothing. I'm not looking at that going, he raped her so good. But I don't know from the perspective of a woman. Maybe she watches this and turns her on because it's a ravishment. I don't know.
I mean, I'm not going to discuss what someone is or isn't interested in because that's a personal opinion. And I mean, frankly, men enjoy being dominated as well. I mean, we're getting studies that show that, when asked amongst population, 60% of men have a domination fantasy. So now to what extent, that's another question. But I mean, also when we're talking about James Bond days, the people on set were predominantly men. So I don't know. Let me put it this way. I don't know if that director was a representation, and I don't want to say, well, men have this idea, because I'm not going to say that. I think that's absurd for me to lay a gender stereotype when it could have been one person's idea or directorial, whatever it was.
Curious if there are stats about that, though.
But I mean, maybe I agree. There's
the study. But also, when it comes to books, I'll be frank, I'm not an expert when it comes to literature, just because it's something I haven't gone into, frankly, in depth.
Oh, you got to pick up a romance
I'm sure
novel.
Karen knows much more since she has written it herself.
But the idea too, and I agree that there are definitely a lot of men that are into submission. But doesn't that undermine the idea of a patriarchy, right? If 60% of men have submission fantasies, it seems like, I mean, the radical feminist theory of men wanting to dominate is out the window, isn't it?
Also, Dom, I mean, I would say define patriarchy. Everybody I feel like has now taken a number of these buzzwords and applied them however they like. So,
okay, Sargon, you want to hop in on that? Here's a grenade
really?
Without a pin.
Please. I might say anything.
Okay, Thomas, that's a pass.
So I was talking to my wife recently, and
he's.
I think that men and women are animals, and I think that they have animal instincts, and I think coming back to I hate to be the big critic of the Enlightenment on the stream, because I feel like I am being, but I think there's an attempt from people who venerate the Enlightenment to want to believe that human beings are purely rational animals, and they're not. They're not even mostly rational animals, probably.
Humans have a lot of imperfections.
Yeah, well, hang on. There we go. That we assume that to not have this animal side is an imperfection. That's how sunk into our own thinking the sort of in the Enlightenment view of the world is, that there is such a thing as a human being without imperfections. And I don't know that that's true. I think maybe the imperfections are part of what makes a human being necessary. Maybe they're part of our essence. And I think that trying to pretend that there isn't an animal nature to humans is kind of silly, and it's where we're going wrong, I think, fundamentally. And like, we have to be honest that it does have to be that men and women form relationships and women have children. It has to be that way, right? We have to accept that, whether no matter what we think should be, right? Well, it shouldn't be like this. No, we're being oppressed by nature, okay? But we are being oppressed by nature, and so if we wish our civilization to continue, we have to marry and have children. So whatever our social planning is around that has to have that at the very central core, or else there's no world to pass on to the people we don't even have. And the thing is, that's really selfish as well, if you think about it, right? Because we're expecting to have pensions and to have free social services and all this. It's like, okay, but those things are a social commitment, and therefore you have social commitments, and one of them is to produce the next generation that will also have inherit these things. And I hate to say it, but women in the West have totally bunked this responsibility. Totally bunked it. Like, our birth rates are actually ridiculous. And so anything we talk about regarding any of the gender roles really has to focus on this, because this is an existential crisis for our countries, and no one wants to talk about it. And it's like, well, no one wants to talk about it because then suddenly women have a duty. And one of the things that we don't hear from feminism about women at all is that women have duties. So I think that's where I'll leave that.
Okay.
I mean, look, I don't want to reproduce, and guess what? It's my choice, and it's not my duty. It's my option. And frankly, if we've set up a system to fail because we're not reproducing enough, then maybe the system's wrong, not the people's choices, frankly.
Well, I agree that the system must be wrong if it allows itself to fail, right? It's not a very good system if that does that.
No, it's a numbers game. For every Alice, there's a Susie who wants to fuck and have kids. So
yeah,
there you go.
But if they're not, then who for example pays for your pension?
I do. Because it's the money I save from not having children.
Right. Okay. And so when you're like the last person on Earth, because everyone is just like-minded like you, and says,
but that's a false premise.
It's not a binary. It's not everyone has kids and no one has kids. It's an option.
I don't think it is actually. I think it actually kind of has to be, and everyone has to replace themselves, because if like the birth rates just do not sustain what we're doing at the moment. Right, each family has to have 2.1 children just to maintain the level that they are, and we're way below that. So to sustain it, we've got to start having conversations like, okay, women, what is your responsibility to get civilization, keep it moving along? Men know that they have responsibilities, but there's no question of women's responsibilities at the moment. No one's making any like noises around that. And as soon as I do, like women start getting defensive as if men should start having the babies or something. And it's like, no, look, we have to have the conversation on how we can keep our civilization going, because it's going to come to an end at the rate we're going. And you know, I think women do have a duty to have children in this regard. I don't think you can argue otherwise.
Alice looks like Tucker Carlson right now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Alice.
I think it's just so absurd that your entire argument lies on the fact that, well, we are unable to sustain the system and therefore you have a duty to reproduce or else the system fails. How about we just change the system instead of changing people's desires of wanting to have or not have a family? Like I said, it's not a binary option. You know, frankly, the fact is I don't want to have children, and that's okay. And guess what? There's going to be several dozen women who want to have children, and I just don't. And there's going to be men who don't want to have children. And is it their duty to reproduce? Look, evolutionarily, I mean, no, I mean,
I think men also have a duty to reproduce. It's not one-sided.
Disagree with you. It's why? Why?
Because otherwise our civilization ends, and I don't want our civilization to end because I think it's a good civilization.
The hilarious thing.
I'm not having children. That means other people are still having children. Again, you're acting as if this is a binary. There's no binary here.
But the numbers are in. The numbers are in.
Great. Then change the system, not change
what would we change the system to?
Are you going to force people to have children in order to make your system work?
I'm not forcing anyone. I'm trying to persuade people that having children is a good choice for them personally.
No,
let people decide if it's a good choice for them.
Well, I'm doing that by advancing arguments on the pro-parent side. I really think that there is a firm moral argument to be made that people have a duty to produce children. I really think we have this.
Planet anytime soon. You're acting as if we're at risk.
I didn't say the planet's going to depopulate. The rest of the planet will be fine, but Western civilization, the cradle of these values, that won't be.
The funny thing is,
the numbers are in. We know what the result is.
Carl, but
the values derive from people's from ideas. Values come from the culture. Values come from conversation, not from spreading my legs.
I think come from your senses.
Carl, the funny thing is, for the first half of the podcast, you were talking about individualism and individual rights. And now it's for the good of the colony. Like it's completely shifted.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying, right? The question of duty is directly proportional to your amount of freedom, right? If you have a lot of freedom, then you have a lot of duty. If you have no freedom, you don't have any duty, right? And at the moment, women seem to have a lot of freedom, but no duty. And I think that's really unhealthy. And I think that we can see that this is causing a decline of civilization. Right. And I think that's demonstrable. I think it's empirical. And I don't think that it's authoritarian to say that women should have some duties, because we agree that men have some duties. And I think this is tied to the fact that we are not purely rational beings of pure logic. We are also half animal, and we have to deal with that animal nature. And that's what the Enlightenment has a real problem with, is dealing with humans as animals.
So this is why the referee coming in. Real quick, as round one ends here. But Thomas, I know we got to send out any final thoughts,
Brian.
Real quick, Thomas, in this battle royale.
That guess what? Ideas and values cross borders. You don't have to have those ideas and values not spread just because I'm not reproducing.
No. I love. By the way, we got into such an amazingly interesting topic.
I love
here.
that. Yeah.
Can we put a bookmark in here, because I feel like we could do this again. this exact topic, and this could be an hour-long amazing conversation, because I had no idea that Carl cared so much about reproductive rights.
And we got Dank and Harlow coming in next here.
I've not spoken about your rights at all.
No,
I'm trying to persuade people.
I love this argument.
Listen, I agree with you. Calm down. No,
I'm on Alice's side on this one.
I just found
it's very hostile. And it's like there's no reason that the atheists should be anti-family.
No, but there's a difference between what Alice. I don't think Alice is being anti-family.
No, no. I just love that we found a cross section where we could have Alice disagreeing with Carl's viewpoints, which is phenomenal, and that's why I think we should do this again. Did we get kicked out? Oh well.
Shit.
Okay.
So we're still? Is it still on? Okay. So Skype effed up there. We're gonna bring them back. That's awesome. I love. I get Carl's argument. Although I actually agree with Alice on this one.
Are we still live?
I think, yeah. So Alice's argument is like, well, yeah, but not for everyone. But Alice is right. I mean, if 98% of people heed Sargon's call, we're fine.
That's very loud.
Like, so, it also doesn't address what's the level of gay, lesbian, about 3%? Right? Generally, they're not having kids.
There's so much that we didn't address.
So, again, even if this 95% of kids, but the one thing I wanted to say to Sargon, I love Sargon, I really do. But I was like, this whole duty to have kids sounded a lot to me like, when you hear Islamic people, the fundamental Islamic people talking about their deen, right? This means your duty and what God calls you to do and live in this life, Like, it did. It sounds a little bit like that's your deen, and I don't know, it's getting a little religious.
And that is how we could have brought in Tom.
Well, but Tom's, we got to bring in Dank. We're bringing in Dank and Mike Harlow. So we actually, I was going to give Tom a final thought on that.
Did you not pay your internet bill again? Is that why?
No, we already did that. We did that. We got kicked off the stream right at the beginning when a $6 bill was late.
I thought the board was getting hot.
That was dumb.
Can it be less loud in our headphones?
No.
It's ungodly.
Stop complaining. People are suffering.
Who's suffering?
First world problems, Dima.
The Ebola people?
I wouldn't say Ebola. Dank, are you in?
Yes. Can you hear me?
No, we can't. We can't see your ugly mug.
You can't.
Cannot.
We can hear you though.
And that is disappointing.
Do you need me to be on webcam? I'm not properly dressed
at all times.
I'm not wearing a suit.
If you're 3/4 naked, then that's acceptable.
Oh.
No, we don't necessarily need you on. If you don't want to be on, you don't have to be on.
No, it's fine. But yeah, just to. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we
can hear me. We're all golden. That's fine. I just want to continue from Sargon's argument. I feel that women should be kept in cages and forcefully inseminated to protect the future of the human race. Without that, society surely shall fall.
That was the logical conclusion.
My sperm, obviously.
I know. It was awesome to see the pushback. And this is Mike Harlow. How's it going, Mike?
What up, Mike?
Hey, what's up? Thank you guys so much for having me.
Why didn't you join before? When your buddy was on.
It's coming through really loud.
Because you told me to come later.
I'm in.
Okay. Yeah. Can you turn your mic down a little bit, Mike?
You gotta turn your mic down like a motherfucker.
A bit. Yeah. It was just coming through like burning.
Sean,
sorry. Is that better?
Nope. Sean, did we lose everyone else?
How about that?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Okay.
We didn't even get to say bye. That's bullshit.
So, Mike, you're part of the Walk Away campaign, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, what are you walking away from, like personally?
I think a lot of people are starting to become part of the Walk Away campaign.
Diabetes.
Well, it could be diabetes.
For me, it's just about thinking for yourself, because they try to keep everyone under such tight lockdown that I think we're seeing now in this election, where even if you diverge from them 1%, if you're Tulsi Gabbard, if you don't vote for the exact person who they tell you to, you're done.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I think that's especially in the people that they claim to protect, especially amongst minorities. If you think that they support all of these groups, try being one and disagree with them once.
Gotcha.
And Just see what happens.
Okay, so no, we're going to address Sargon's argument here. Like, do women have a duty to
please that booty?
Well, no. Do women have the duty to have kids? Oh, it's a very nice thing. And to repopulate. Like Sargon, I love Sargon, but I swear to God, when I heard that, it was almost like listening to a Muslim recount the Deen, you know. And it did. Like, this is your duty. This is what God commands you to do, and live a fruitful life. Like, and Alice is saying, yeah, that's great for most people, but I want to opt out.
That's individual choice. Exactly.
What actually? So after you guys hung up, he went on a tangent about identities and values tied to specific regions like France and Germany and the UK and how they differ. And I asked him, does he think values are tied to ethnicity? Never got a response. So just going back, I believe that, values should, ideas and values should cross borders. That's what I believe in. I don't, I frankly shouldn't have to reproduce in order to instill good values onto another individual.
What is it going to be like carbon credits, that they're going to trade? So you can like trade your credits to somebody else so they can have 4 kids or something?
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Well, the only way that I see that, Sargon has a point is that if he's afraid of like Western culture dying out because all of the Africans and Indians are going to have a bunch of babies and they're going to overpopulate the globe and, reach your logical conclusions from there. That must be what he's logically afraid of.
I think he's afraid of the ideas going away, right? And he thinks these are probably best propagated through families, passing them down to each other. And you can have a certain amount of immigration that will adopt your values, but what he's I think afraid of is if you have a large immigration of people that don't adopt your values, that screws things up. So hopefully I'm right on that.
I can see that argument of his, but I just don't agree with it because, again, you can teach values, you can have conversations with people. I don't believe in this idea that, it's your duty to have a family in order to instill those specific values.
Alice, how can you be so stingy with your perfect genes? How dare you?
My perfect Aryan-looking genes.
I know. There's so many ugly people out there reproducing.
Yeah, Dank is about to be arrested just for listening to this conversation.
Yeah, I know.
Well, possibly, yeah. I was a second ago saying that women should be forcefully inseminated.
They're going to be knocking on your door any minute, dude.
Hashtag satire.
I'm going to have a small army of children that are all mine that have to do my bidding. I'll be fine.
He's making my case for me, man. I tell you,
there's enough orphans. I mean, you could have a small army of children.
Carl, we extrapolated on your theory.
Orphan? Nobody wanted them in the first place. Why the fuck would I want one?
Oh my God! Real quick,
what you can do is you could do something like that movie Orphan, where they think it's like a little evil girl, but it's really like an old lady midget prostitute. So get like some old lady hooker from Russia and just pretend that you have an orphan. I think that's better than having screaming brats running around.
I think the best thing about that at the end of the day is I'm allowed to fuck it and not go to jail.
Also,
Sean's regretting this already.
I know. All this, imagine, is for a charity live stream called the Center for Disaster Philanthropy.
Always have to you've mentioned it 10 times.
Because every time I look at it, I say philandery. And if I don't look at it, I won't say philanthropy. So all super chats are going to that for relief of COVID-19, including this one by Adam Rocks Your World. Hey, Mike, it's Adam just popping in to say hi, hello, and donate. Thank you so much. I may have missed one from you earlier, but thanks so much, Adam Rocks Your World.
Also, can I be the one that takes offense for the fact that prostitution has now been synonymous with Russian women, which is horseshit? I don't understand how this has happened recently, but every time I hear prostitute, it's followed by Russian.
Well, or Eastern European.
She might have been like Czechoslovakian. I don't know. I don't remember.
I mean, if anything, it's because it's considered. People conflate the two just because of mail order brides.
I mean, that's what
frankly, sex work is global. It's not specific to any particular region. I mean, yeah, that's what it comes down to.
Well,
I thought it was just because Russians are sluts.
That's true. Gold digging whores would be a little more accurate.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Carl seems to be in. He said something.
How's it going, Dank? You all right?
I'm good, man.
He's
I'm
here.
Good. How you
So
doing?
He turned off his
before you
camera.
arrived, I was just explaining how women have a duty to have children. What's your opinion?
Oh yes, absolutely. By force, if need be.
I know they had this hand grenade without the pins.
He extrapolated on your theory.
I think by persuasion will probably work.
Are you trying to get us arrested?
I'm just saying when persuasion fails, you know, like job.
So you're saying bring
done.
back patriarchy is where you're going with this?
No, he wants to do Handmaid's Tale shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But are certain people allowed to opt out, Sargon? Like Katharine Hepburn's a good example, right? So she brought much to this world through movies, but she said, "I know myself. I'm just too selfish to have kids. I don't want to do that." But look what she gave. She's not a selfish woman. What she meant is, I'm not going to be a good mother, but I'm going to be a great actress. And she gave back to the world. Is she screwing up her duty?
Yeah. Well, what if everyone did that?
Yeah, but there's no way that would happen.
Joe Crawford should have done that.
No, hang on.
It's a crazy
hypothetical.
hypothetical.
It is happening.
It's not happening.
It is happening. Yes, it is.
Hold on. So here's
the birth rates of the West have just plummeted.
Sure, of the
over
West.
the last 50 years.
So
it's happening.
So the real question is, do you care so much about Western
Yes.
culture that you
Yes.
believe our systems are too fragile in order to somehow change the system, maybe decrease immigration, whatever it is, in order to sustain the cultures the way that they are? You're afraid that a bunch of Africans are going to move in and dilute everything.
No, I'm asking you, what system would you change it to that doesn't require human beings to have children?
But it's not that it doesn't require human beings to have children. What's happening is that our science is improving so much that people are living longer. So realistically, if everything goes well, you should assume that you can live to, let's say, 150, which means that you won't retire at 70, which means you're going to keep working. So you don't need this influx of youth in order to maintain the economy. You could subsist on less people, and you just, we need to be okay with that.
I'm not bothered about the economy, but generally, I think
by.
having a healthy population that we have, I mean, we don't need to grow it particularly.
But what's a healthy
population? It's in no danger
population?
of growing naturally on its own, but I think that we should probably stabilize it just for shits and giggles, just to be safe about it. If we know that the country is fairly sustainable at this level, then let's just sustain it at this level. It just seems like prudence.
So you're kind of like, you're making almost the climate change argument. Let's not screw it up. Let's try to keep it the way it was. Is that fair?
Well, it depends, but I don't think that allowing our population to halve in 2 or 3 generations is a wise idea.
Yeah, but again,
I mean,
you're using words like allowing, which negates individual freedoms, and that's everything that you stand for. So it's a cognitive
is where we come
dissonance.
for duties. As I was saying, the more freedom you have, the more duty and responsibility you have, and we're shirking these duties. I mean, let's say in 30 years' time, we stop immigration, because obviously we can't predict what that's going to look like. But in 30 years' time, we stop immigration. The population of Britain essentially goes down by 1/3, right? That affects everything. Then, I mean, is the population of China going to go down by 1/3? Probably not. So do you want China?
Just to interject, after coronavirus, probably.
Well, okay. I'm sure it'll recover. You know what I mean? They're still going to have more than 1 billion people, and they're still going to be a fascist state. So, I mean, there's all these kinds of reasons to not allow ourselves to become weak. I just don't see the advantage of doing this.
We have
advantage to us today.
Who cares? We're in a post-war world.
We are not in a post-war world.
But is there a way to be pro-family, but also allow Alice to opt out?
Everyone can obviously opt out. I'm not.
But how would you make the argument?
Compulsion. I'm saying, what do we as free people think about maintaining our societies? And I'm on the side of it's a good idea, right?
Sure.
So, okay, what do we as free people need to do? Well, it turns out that we as free people need to get married and have kids. That's something we need to do. And so the widespread acceptance. Oh no, actually, well no. If this movie star didn't do it, then that's great. None of us do it. It's no, I think even if these people don't do it, and I'm not saying we should pressure them or anything. I'm just saying it should just be understood that morally we have a responsibility here to what we have inherited, and we're shirking that.
Well, Alice,
we have a duty here.
She is paying taxes, right? that support schools, and she's not going to have kids.
Who cares if she doesn't produce children that don't pay taxes? What difference does it make? Because she's paying someone else's, like some grandparent somewhere. It's not hers she's paying for. And it won't be hers that she's paying for when she's 70 and she needs it. It'll be the kids that she didn't have should have been paying it. It'll be someone else's kids.
Okay.
Why should my kids' tax pay for someone who didn't have kids?
Okay, if it was
who
Adam
didn't pay into the system, it's a long contract, and you don't. Well, I didn't set it up, and I'm not even saying it's necessarily sustainable. But we've got to be honest about these points.
Okay, real quick. If it was Adam Rocks Your World kids, they would be Slavics genes here. So
what up, Adam?
That would
Adam's
be
not a
Slavics. That's super
Slavic
chat. Thank you so much. Real quick. 3 creators. Topic proposal. Mike, is conversion therapy bad and won't work, or has Mike Pence just not found the correct voltage? LOL. That one's really good. Hang on, we'll get back to this. We're putting that in the thing. Adam Rocks Your World. Count Dankula can be a breeding stud for repopulation after COVID-19.
Oh God, no.
LOL. That's really good. Patrick,
look at his facial hair.
Yeah.
Have some Trump bucks.
With this. This is those Scottish genes as well. They're not that great. I'm actually 14.
Okay. So you
came out of the womb of 40-year-old man.
That's called being Scottish, man. Yep, that's what happens.
You have a special duty. Okay, well, let's try to put a bow on this obligation, and then we'll get to the conversion therapy thing. Any last thoughts on what Alice's duties are?
No. Well, I think Sargon presented a really nuanced argument. If it's not compulsion, and it's just a thing that we perceive as good, you can opt out, Alice. So do you have a problem with it?
Look, at the end of the day, I think the only disagreement that we have is, I feel that he's shirking the he says the responsibility is more on the family in order to instill culture, in order to instill values. I personally think that, good ideas cross borders, and let's promote those, despite whether or not someone has a family. That's what I care about.
I just think that ideas you're raised with tend to be the most deeply instilled. I got my moral values from my father, and thank God it was my father I had. It could have been some other guy who didn't think very hard about the things about right and wrong. It could have been a guy who was an absolute awful person, and that damages people. That people who are raised in bad family environments end up with all sorts of personality disorders. They tend to be abusers, repeat abusers, and they view it as just part of life, and it's a terrible thing. And so I'm just thinking, Christ, man, okay, if we want a healthy civilization, then we want healthy families, because that's what prevents that, is a healthy upbringing with parents that love the biological, parents who love the children is the safest and best way to raise a child. So if we want to optimize something for like healthy, well-adjusted people, that would be the thing to optimize for, right? And like I said, we're all free people. We just have to think about what is actually the best. Because like I was saying, the Enlightenment has this habit of saying, hey, it's just reason that solves problems. And the 20th century has proved that's not true. So we have to accept that we are partly animal and deal with the animal side of our nature as well. That's all I'm saying. No compulsion. We don't have to force anyone.
Come on, Alice.
Yeah,
per Adam's comment, pass on those Slavic genes.
Right, and Adam Rocks Your World said Trump bucks to Alice to have a dozen super kids.
Oh my God. I'm gonna just have 20, call it a day. No, I agree with the concept that we should be instilling good values. And look, if you go down the road of parenthood, yes, a person's upbringing does influence their life by a lot. That's different than the conversation we were having before of it's your duty to have children, and
sure.
that you did in order to sustain the population and sustain the systems. That's a different conversation. Sure. And that's where we had more disagreements. But no, I agree with you a lot on, having good family ties, whether, whomever you are in a family.
This is a great way to bring in Mike and conversion therapy. Would you force that on your kids? Yes or no?
I might want to, but no. No, aside from the fact that, I'm of the old-fashioned, it seems at this point, belief that your sexual orientation is pretty hardwired.
No.
I feel like I'm kind of walking proof that being gay isn't a choice, because look at these people. I mean, look at these alphabet people. Look at them. Do you think anybody would see them, the non-binaries and the pansexuals and the trans everythings, and go, oh yeah, that's who I want as my dating pool?
That's a really good point, man.
Screw that.
That's a really well-made point.
It's horrible. It's miserable. It's not bad because of like straight people. It's bad because I have to date these fuckers.
So what about like the
That's rough, man.
conversion therapy?
Oh my God, you could launch your own app like Grindr for normal alphabet people.
There'd be like 7 people on it.
Well, Dank's converted a pub.
Like.
What about, okay, so there's conversion therapy of like, okay, people that don't want to be converted and shaming. It's probably them. That sounds pretty bad. But what about if you had a group where, you know, you have somebody maybe that struggles with alcohol, right? So they want to, you know, drinking in itself isn't bad, but they want to stop. What if there's somebody who just really that wants to try, that feels they're gay and they want to try to deconvert themselves? What about that? What about that kind of conversion therapy?
I mean, I suppose if it's up to the individual to choose what they want to do, it's not on me to stop them. I don't think there's any evidence that it's effective or anything. I think it's more concerning when it's done to children or anything like that. But yeah, if a person wants to, go ahead, I guess. I think that's actually a thing that Mike Pence got a lot of crap about. But if you read the thing that he actually signed, it said that something like people can make the choice to change their sexual behavior or something, which isn't necessarily conversion therapy. I mean, I think half the people I know should go and do that, gay or straight.
Can I just add, you've got to love the inconsistency of like the social justice left on this as well. Like the idea that your sexuality is totally malleable and you can't change from being gay to straight, but you can become a man or a woman. That's no problem. Like, isn't that amazing?
Oh, I got a quote for you. NBC, a couple months back, NBC came out with an article saying that heterosexuality is a choice and people are choosing to not be heterosexual and you should choose that.
So by that logic, how is being gay not a choice? You know, I'm not saying it is. I don't think it is, you know. But by that logic, yeah, exactly. They do, yeah.
Yeah, but the pendulum has already shifted. Gay people are now privileged. So,
yeah.
Mike, stop it. And, you know, you got to be real.
Boot off of you.
You have to start fucking trans chicks. That's what you have to do as a duty.
What's so weird that if the far left
is trans
pushing back on this? I mean, you used to be able to say, like, you know, you could say to the fundamentalist Christian person, yeah, you could prove your argument that this is a, you know, orientation is a choice. Just suck a dick, you know, like, and they, you know, they could do that in one full step, but then they wouldn't. But now that argument's off if it actually is a choice. Jesus, I don't know what's going on.
You know what's funny actually is that so yeah, with my walkaway friends, we had an event in Chicago last summer. It was like me and Brandon Strock and Blair White, and we went to Chicago Pride, and there was actually a group of like the Westboro Baptist Church type people at Pride with their like God hates fag signs, and nobody was giving them a hassle. Yet us, on the other hand, it was like people were screaming that we should die and everything. So I think that's like worse to them today.
It is, because it shows them that you guys aren't a monolith and that they have a choice, and that we can't have that. That would be the worst.
I think that's a testament to just how irrelevant Westboro have become, which I just think is fantastic. Although I do miss fucking with them. I really do. Their numbers absolutely dwindled over the years.
They have them in Scotland?
What's that?
Did they have Westboro Baptist in Scotland?
No. We used to. Do you remember when the whole thing came when they sort of started getting into the news because they were protesting soldiers' funerals and stuff like that, and so everyone started prank calling them and like messing with their adverts. People also started sending them like 1,000 like black sheets of paper through the fax machine so that their fax machine would run out of ink.
That's pretty funny.
That's
please tell me you guys. Sorry, I was gonna say, have you guys ever seen? It's on YouTube, but there are videos of the Westboro Baptist Church covering Lady Gaga songs and rewriting the lyrics to be like, "You're gonna burn in hell."
No.
It is amazing.
Do you know that they did that with our automated telephone system? Right, there's a recording out there of it somewhere where it's like, Press. It's hard. It's what's the woman's name? You know, the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard on. She's going. Press 1 for administration. Press 2 for our secretary. Press 3, blah blah blah, and then it's like, press 6 if you're homosexual. And then you press 6, and it's like hard just going, you're gonna burn in hell, you filthy heathen scum, and it's just like everything's so normal until you press 6. I think that's why they put it as 6, 666, the number of the beast.
Oh, I gotta call them now.
Satan's a gay.
Wow, that was definitely written by a masochist, right? Like, who's gonna press 6? Oh my god.
I've always felt like they must be performance art.
Well, that's awesome.
I know that a lot of people have left. I know that our sister left as well. Like that's the thing is we all knew that even though they say some horrendous fucking shit, like over the years they've dwindled into absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
But the left will still try and convince you that that's a legitimate fear to have, as the Westboro Baptist Church. Three.
I think literally there's 18 of them left. Like I think they used to have numbers in the hundreds, but now everyone started leaving, and now there's like 18 of them left.
Then they'll slowly die out, and then we'll get a new cult that arises. Dank,
that's not enough. That's not a large enough gene pool for Sargon's solution.
Dank, how did the live event go with Zuby and Carl?
It went very good. It went very well. There was some drama behind the scenes with British intelligence.
What?
Tell us.
Basically, Tommy Robinson was coming to the event, but he wasn't speaking, he wasn't performing. He was just coming to the event like with his wife to like sit in the crowd, watch the show, and then go home as a regular customer. But somehow, nobody knows how, probably spying, British intelligence and the police found out, and they started harassing the venue, saying, cancel your event, cancel this, cancel that. And we had like the venue owners calling us going, is Tommy Robinson coming? You didn't tell me this was a Tommy Robinson event. And we were like, he's just coming to watch. Like, he's not part of the show. He's not speaking. He's just coming to watch with his wife and then go home. And basically we had to disinvite him. We had to like put it in writing to the venue. Tommy Robinson will not be there. And we were also told that while on stage and stuff, we weren't allowed to speak about it at all.
Wow.
I know. So yeah, it's fucking crazy stuff.
And that's like by law, right? So you get arrested if you speak about it?
There's not for something like, well, then again, if you spoke about Tommy Robinson, I guarantee you someone would find that offensive, and it being offensive is the metric, apparently. Yeah, basically it's section 127 of the Online Communications Act.
This live stream is now being monitored by MI6.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because we've mentioned Voldemort's name.
But yet, you could have brought like the representative from Hezbollah Tahrir to sit in the audience, and that would have been okay. You know, like, or Tommy and Mo. Who is it? Mo. I can't remember who the Mo was. In the Tommy and Mo thing. But like, he's a bit of a radical. And I guess he would have been okay.
Mo Ansar?
Yeah, Mo Ansar. Thank you.
Yeah.
How do you guys even know who's coming to your events? Like, how did you know that he was even going to be in attendance?
I found out like the night before. Everyone was like, "Oh, Tommy's coming." I went, "All right, cool." Like, and then fucking the next day it just blew up. This was like a few hours before the event was due to start as well, so we're sitting freaking out going, this better not get cancelled like a few hours before it's about to happen.
I don't
so did somebody have to explain to Tommy that he couldn't come?
Yeah, I don't know who it was. I think someone, I don't know who it was, but contacted Tommy and just basically said, you can't come. My mum's really angry about what you did last time, and you're not allowed to play with us anymore. Wow. So we just had to tell him, no, he can't come.
That's terrible.
He wasn't speaking. He was literally just coming to see the event like a customer.
That's unbelievable.
I don't understand how the government can get involved if in your private life of coming to things. And what if you wanted to go to the ballet? Like,
because we're not a free country.
Yeah.
I think the UK is the canary in the coal mine for what's going to happen here over the next couple of years if we're not careful and don't deal with this now.
Well, Dank, shit normalized with you, right? So obviously you went through that whole ordeal, but at the end of the day, you're not in prison. So, I mean, is that a silver lining?
It's a silver lining, but just the fact is the possibility for prison is there. Like, we've got people in jail currently for tweets that they sent. Like, in a couple of the cases, the stuff that the guys were sending was pretty sinister. There was even a guy that went to prison for making a joke about, Madeleine McCann, that missing child that was clearly murdered by her parents, allegedly. So I'll throw that in there. It's like there was another guy. We also had another child murder that happened, and there was a guy that was like tweeting at the mother of the murdered boy. This was the Jamie Bulger case, and the guy on Twitter was tweeting some like horrific shit, like really horrific shit at like the boy's mother on Twitter. But like he went to prison for that, and like even though the stuff I'm not going to repeat any of it because it was horrible even by my standards. But like, yeah, we've got someone, he went to prison for that. We've got a guy that went to prison for making a joke about Madeleine McCann. We've got another guy from Hull, I believe, that went to prison because he called migrants like filthy savages or something like that. Now, he only got like 3 weeks, but still, that's horrendous, like having that happen to you over a tweet.
Wait, so did your case set any precedents, or did anything change because of the firestorm of shit that the country got for trying to prosecute someone over a joke, or did nothing change after your
No, it set a precedent. This is the thing that I don't understand is whenever a judge passes a verdict, it sets a precedent within law.
Right.
Anytime. That's why you get cases in America like, remember, A versus B of 1998 and everything. Like we've got a lot of the same thing over here. Anytime a judge passes a judgment, it sets a precedent. So when the judge in my case in the final closing statement says this case sets no precedent, like even the prosecutor was looking like, yes it does.
Wait a second.
Why are you saying that? So basically, I don't know why he said that because that's not how law works.
But how are these guys going to jail if your case set a precedent, or did they happen before you?
Oh no, the precedent is bad. You misunderstand. Yeah. The precedent is against free speech.
Yeah, it's just one of those guys went to jail like before I was arrested. One of those guys went to jail before I was arrested. The rest like happened after me, and then you also had the Chelsea Russell case as well. This was the girl that posted rap lyrics on her Instagram, and because the rap lyrics contained the N-word, she got charged with being grossly offensive. And she got found guilty, but eventually she got her sentence overturned. But she had to fight for it, and she had to like crowdfund for her legal fees and all that type of stuff as well.
And that was an homage to her dead friend, right?
Yes, it was.
But you didn't get any time. So if your case set precedent, then how the hell are these people coming after you, not using your case as an example, going, hey, you guys already passed judgment on this?
Like, I mean, you got fined.
Yeah, but isn't the judge allowed to determine the sentence, though? I mean,
yeah, but not a 3 weeks in jail, a year in jail, whatever the hell it is.
It depends. It depends on the extent like of the crime. I believe that because so many eyes were on my case, like because halfway through the trial, the prosecutor tried to upgrade my charge to a more severe one, which instead, given Section 127 of the Communications Act, is the maximum sentence is 1 year in prison. That's the maximum sentence that you can get. But the prosecutor tried to upgrade my charge to a more severe one, where the maximum sentence I could have gotten would have been 5 years in prison. And the prosecutor was pushing for prison. I'm just lucky that it was either because so many people were watching my case, or it was because I think the judge was in a situation where he's like, well, I have to find him guilty because if I don't, everyone's going to be pissed off. But if I put him away to jail, a lot of other people are going to be pissed off. So I'm just going to give him a fine. Wow. So I genuinely believe if there weren't so many eyes on my case, then I would have gone to prison.
Wow. Maybe. And they did take like, I think, $900 or so from you, which I think would be a lot better spent at the Center for Disaster Philanthropy. The reason why we're doing this live stream is this charity, right? Like, because, it went to some tax coffer. But that's what we're doing. So any super chat that's sent here is not going to us, but rather to them to help victims, specific ones that are pinched the hardest by this
what was that charity again,
COVID-19 outbreak. The Center for Disaster Philanthropy, not philandery. This is the difference.
CDP?
Right. Now, Dank or Sargon, have you seen any of this where you have the placards that says, behead those that insult Islam? Would that also qualify under this law? Have you seen any of that? Or does it seem to be going in one direction?
Sorry, does that qualify as what, sorry?
Hate speech and could that send you to jail? Could I hold up a placard and through Dank's, precedent, could you get convicted?
We actually have had people that have been arrested here, but it's under different legislation. Like, see, behead those that insult Islam. That actually has its own category in law, which is glorifying terrorism. You actually get glorifying terrorism offences. It's the same thing that Jim Chow. So basically, see, when you get guys like that, they aren't prosecuted under the same laws that like me and like other people were. They have their own category, which is terrorism, which obviously is a lot more heavy-handed than the legislation that we're under. As a case of like, that's when you can get sentences up to like 10 years and shit like that. Basically, if you're like talking, positively about ISIS and beheading infidels and all the other things, like if you make that type of propaganda, you can get up to 10 years in prison. There was the famous cleric over here, Anjem Chowdhury. He was doing like literal calls to violence as well. He was preaching some actual incitement, telling people to, attack kuffar and all this type of stuff. And he ended up going to prison for quite a long time as well. And it was under like those laws. I think it was like right after like 9/11 that those laws get passed as well.
Isn't he free now as well?
He's free. I don't know where he is though. He's keeping quiet.
Actually, yeah, probably wise, to be honest.
Well,
yeah.
And speaking of events, Mike, you had an event, right?
Yep.
That was canceled?
We've had every event canceled basically. So with Walkaway, we've had like the LGBT town hall, and 4 out of 5 of them have been canceled, and we just had to scramble right before to find a new venue. But we just did one in San Francisco that they canceled us a couple hours before, and so we said, screw it, we're gonna have our event in front of the building on the sidewalk. But it's San Francisco, so that turned into nearly a brawl. I don't know if you guys saw the screaming bald chick. That was from our event.
I did.
It was crazy. I mean, you had Antifa there, the Black Bloc, the people with red communist flags, and you guys will know what I'm talking about, but I just will never forget as long as I live seeing the hatred in their eyes. And the thing is, like, I feel like they've created fictional characters in their heads that share our names and our faces, but really not much else. Because they were screaming about, like, no Nazis, no KKK. And we're all like,
no Nazi USA.
Yeah, no Nazis, no KKK. Yeah.
I feel like we know it by now. It's like a fight song.
By the way, see that these people, like, see the types that came after you, they basically just heard right-wing event. All right, okay then, so it's Nazi, fascist, racist, bigots, blah, blah, blah. That's the things that go through their head. They have these caricatures of us, because the experience I had with that is I was at Comic-Con in London, and a guy came up to me, and he was really drunk, right? And he was clearly one of the alphabet, furry-aligned, anime, weeby type person. And he comes up to me, but he's being nice, right? And he goes, I don't agree with your politics in any way, but I think what happened to you was absolutely terrible. And I do agree with you on freedom of speech. And I said, mate, that is an absolutely fair thing to say. And I put my hand out to shake his hand. And then as he's shaking my hand, he just says, I just really hope that one day you turn away from the alt-right and Nazis and shit. And I'm just looking at him like, yep, okay. Man, because that's what see all the information they get from us. They don't actually watch our videos. They don't actually watch our content. The only information they get from us is headlines about us and what their lefty friend Dave down the pub told them. That's why they see the picture they have of us is absolutely incorrect. But good luck changing their mind on that.
Yeah. We're actually with Walkway. We're actually suing in New York for defamation because our event, it was the LGBT town hall, and the panel was a gay guy, a transgender woman, a black gay guy, and a gay Jew, and they came out with this whole smear campaign that we're openly white supremacists and inciting violence against black people, gay people, Jews. They had a whole list, so we're suing them for it, and I think a lot more people need to do that.
That's what happened.
Is there...
Sean, you'll remember in fucking Philly. Colin, this is mine's IRL was a white supremacist event. Fucking keynote speaker is Daryl motherfucking David.
I know.
I mean, Jesus Christ. A black man that's turned over 200 people away from the Klan. Yeah, he's a white supremacist.
But Dank...
And they were calling him that at the after party.
Yeah.
They told him he's a white supremacist, and they're all white, by the way. They're a white identitarian group that just happens to hate white people.
Remember, though, it's just internalized white supremacy. There's a difference. Like, I don't know. That's crazy. Real quick super chat from Ona Trine. Thanks for doing this, fellas. Mike, seeing Mike, seeing and Dankula together is brilliant. Can't watch now, but wanted to toss something to the CDP. Thank you very much. That's the charity we're going for.
Thank you.
And then also, Three Craters. Does the recent Kung Flu outbreak that is hitting Italy hard and looking to be hitting the UK hard as well make the case for socialized healthcare is unsustainable and the results in greater loss of life? We could kick that there. And any thoughts of like you can finish up the walkaway thing, or if you want to go, I think it's a good
segue to Corona. We haven't talked about it.
We haven't talked about Corona, so like, all right, so you get booted out, you get deplatformed. It's good that I think that you're going after them, but socialized medicine, who wants that time bomb?
Well, you guys are living with it, so like, I want to know what you guys think.
I think the way it's been managed right now, I do think it's something that the state should do. I have a little bit of a argument to make in favour of it. Basically, I feel that the state should exist in its most basic capacity, which is to protect your rights, protect your property rights, your human rights, so on and so on. And I feel that your right to life is obviously your most important right. If that one's not being protected, then the others are irrelevant. So I think the state putting into, I won't call it free healthcare. I'm not going to call it free healthcare because it's not free, right? But you pay for it through taxes. But I feel that the state having that measure in place to protect your right to life is the state doing what it's supposed to do. But the way we've got it over here in the UK, we've got socialised healthcare and we also have private healthcare. Now, that means if you've got the money, you can go private. But because the private over here has to compare with the socialised healthcare, you don't get these batshit absolutely insane prices like you get in America. Like, because of the way it's done in America, the prices are fucking insane. Like, basically one trip to the hospital can bankrupt you. Whereas over here, the private medical companies have to compete with socialized, so they keep their prices actually pretty reasonable.
Yeah, so that's a very nuanced argument.
Yeah,
I'm very impressed.
Have both.
Well,
yeah,
but
I'm saying that makes sense.
Both.
But if that's the case, then couldn't we look at how much of a shit show Italy has become and say, there's your socialized model, and it's nowhere near what's happening in other countries. So,
point of order: Italy is run by Italians.
Hey,
fair enough.
How dare you?
You know it's true. Then you know it's true. Okay.
Well,
look. I'm just saying Italy isn't known as a model of efficiency. Okay, it's not. Okay, let's just be real. It's just not. Like, no one in Europe thinks Italy's like the place you point to when you want efficiency. It's not. Like, it's the problem is just the numbers. Again, it's always about the numbers with any of these things. Like what I was saying about the pensions and stuff like that. It's like, look, you can say, "Oh, I'll pay for my own pension." Yeah, you assume you will, or you'll end up just having to die. And it's just one of those things with socialized medicine. If you have we have 600,000 new people in a year, every year, 600,000 net in gross in, and then 400,000 leave. So that's like 250 odd thousand like net in. That's got to be paid for. And that has to be paid by the taxpayer for a universal system, for a socialized system. That's just the life of it. That's the reality of it. And every year you get another 250,000 more. So that's what's destroying our social systems at the moment. Otherwise, they'd be fine. We're a rich country. We can afford them. It's just we allow in 1 million people every 4 years. So that's the problem with social healthcare.
Okay, so
And
you're
it'll
just saying
never
the
change,
cost.
'cause everyone's like,
the
I mean,
cost.
maybe the coronavirus will fix it. Actually,
No, so the costs are going way up.
Dark but
Is that
realistic.
the
right,
Chairman
right.
Mao approach, where it's like, we have no food, we just need to let enough people die until there is enough food, because there aren't so many mouths to feed.
I'm not. It's not my solution. I think that we should just stop so many people using it who don't pay for it. But, you
See,
know,
you
like-
want to force everyone to give birth and pop out babies.
yeah,
That's right.
These are really radical things I want.
So,
isn't it? Yeah.
so what you're saying, Sargon?
What you're saying is
you're fine with people using socialized healthcare as long as they pay for it and as long as they're white.
Where the white come from? What?
I'm only winding you up.
But the other parts, yeah, like basically, I mean, there's always going to be a certain amount of redundancy, right, in the system. So you're going to get like people who can't pay in for various like real reasons, but you know, a wealthy country can sustain that, right? But like hundreds of thousands of new people each year, it's totally untenable. It has to stop somehow. And I mean, like the British Medical Association in 2017 were like, look, the NHS is on the verge of collapse. We've really got to do something about it. And then you'll hear from the left going, oh, well, it's all these Tory cuts. There's not been any cuts. Every year, the cost of it just keeps going up and they have to keep pledging more and more money. It's just that the complaint is that it's not rising in line with immigration because the line needs to be steeper. Your tax hikes need to be higher. And it's like, no.
Wait a second.
But now, are the immigrants paying taxes as well? Or are you saying that's not enough to cover their health care?
Well, it's mathematically, like if you have 250,000 come in, let's assume that just all of them in the first year get a job and pay taxes, right? But you know that's a really unrealistic proposition. So you know that, say, you know, let's be generous and say like 75% of them get jobs and start paying taxes, so they're not a burden on the system financially. That 25% didn't. And then next year you've got another 25%, another 25%, and the number of people who have not paid into the system continues to grow. I mean, I think that's a wildly optimistic summary that I've given there. By the way, I think it's way worse than that. But it's a pyramid scheme. It's mathematically necessary that this is the case, and we just have to admit that.
It is true. And it's a realistic approach to the conversation of universal healthcare. But what about the conceptual one? Let's take the immigration numbers. Let's say you close the borders. You're at 0. Would you be in favor, like Dank is, for your NHS, or do you want?
Oh yeah, totally.
So you don't want
the idea of an NHS is a great idea.
You don't want a free market model like we have. Well, we don't have one, but
I actually think we're doing it. I think that there is something to be said for national cohesion through a social service like the NHS. There's people really do take pride in it, and they really are concerned about it, and it's more than their own personal healthcare. Because I mean, it's often like upper middle class people who could afford private healthcare, and we have private healthcare, like Dan said. He was completely right. So it's not they're not worried that they'll not be able to get healthcare, but they care about it on an emotional level. You know, it's a feeling. There should, you know, and it is part of the national glue of this country. So I wouldn't want to get rid of it. And on that alone, really, I think it's worth it. But I think it is valuable that you don't have to worry about the cost of the healthcare when you get sick. I think that is a valuable
Sargon,
thing to a person, right?
Are they different hospitals?
That's worth the cost.
So if you have private health insurance in like NHS, do you go to different places, or is it just covered in different ways?
If you go to a private one, yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's different hospitals. You get like state hospitals, and then you get like a private hospital.
Okay.
So if you're going private, then you would just go to that hospital. I think private hospitals still have a duty where if they're the closest hospital to the scene of an emergency, they still need to take people in.
Yeah.
If they're the closest,
sure.
Basically, if there's a risk to life and they're the closest hospital, the patient gets taken there, and I think the private hospital gets reimbursed by the NHS.
Okay.
Wait, so you guys being in favor of socialized healthcare flies in the face of the people who call you right-wing Nazi cucks, correct?
No, the Nazis wanted socialized healthcare.
Yeah, they do actually. They're
like the
actually
cuck part is true.
the Nazis are basically like the communists in almost every respect when it comes down to like the real world application. Like look at the Soviet Union and look at Nazi Germany and be like, right, what are the fine differences here in reality? Don't look at the ideology. Like, you know, they've both got secret police, they've both got closed borders, they're both totalitarian, they've both got unfree media, they've both got a command economy. You're fucked. You know, you don't have property rights secured, you don't have liberty, you don't have anything. You know, so they're essentially the same.
Yeah, but that nuanced position never makes it through because you guys get conflated with right-wingers here. So, you know, you're the Ben Shapiro of the UK.
Yeah.
Even though Ben Shapiro fundamentally believes in a free market system, you guys are classical liberals in that sense, and that's the label that you've attached yourself to, right?
Sure, but I mean, yeah, but I think first and foremost is I'm a realist. You know, I just like what is real, you know, and like this is the thing, like. I know it's people don't like the should have, like, oh, you should have children. I know people don't like the idea. Like I've floated it with a bunch of people at inappropriate times at parties to get people's reaction, and they don't like it. But it is a true thing. I think we do have to, you know, and I'm not saying that like any individual person has to feel, oh God, I failed, you know, because like you're gay, right? It, you know, obviously it's not expected of you, but like as a general worldview for society, having kids should be factored into your life.
Hold on. If that's
a different way to phrase it.
If that philosophy is true, you should be on board with making sure that Mike reproduces, no matter what he wants to do.
No. Oh, you guys know I'm made to friggin' reproduce.
Hey, well, no, what he's saying is
you gotta be
little crazy bitches running around.
Sargon just wants it encouraged. He wants family encouraged.
I agree with Mike that it's inbuilt, right? I think it is inbuilt. I think it is. I don't think you can change your sexuality, right?
Okay, but he still is able to reproduce. So by that same logic, he should just suck it up and, you know, shoot one in for, you know, just for the sake of humanity.
Who are making these decisions right now?
Yeah, why?
We're deciding your life for you. so what
I'm trying to follow Sargon's logic of duty.
All right, thanks.
I've got this, right? Why
hold on. We can solve two problems here. We're going to get Mike and Alice in a room.
Yes.
Who's Alice? Who's Alice?
Oh, my God.
Oh, you missed Alice before.
My God.
Right. Get you and Alice in a room.
Is she at least cute?
Boom.
Yes.
Two problems
Yes,
solved.
she is.
Two problems solved. There we go.
I don't know Alice, but this doesn't sound too
good. You're going to know Alice.
You'll be the envy of many men.
Certainly the envy of
I'm not saying
Adam
that everyone
the
has to do
Conqueror.
everything all the time. It just has to be a general ethos by which we consider society should be run, right? It's just a commonly agreed upon opinions, and apparently they're really not widely held in like the atheist community or something. But I think they underpin the very nature of our civilization. I think we have to be honest about that.
Yeah, but Sargon, that's going to the real question then is going to be, what do you mean? Of course I understand what an ethos is. Do you mean that it should be portrayed in movies? Do you mean that the next Big Bang Theory needs to revolve around a family that has kids and promotes it like Leave It to Beaver?
Yeah, how do you want it promoted?
How do you want it to be baked into the ethos?
What's wrong with those things?
I'm not saying.
No, we're
I'm
just saying
you.
what do you think is best?
Yeah.
How would you promote it if you were the minister of something?
Well, I don't want to be the minister of anything. That's the thing. I don't want. I'm not viewing this as from the perspective of the government because I'm not in the government. I'm viewing this from the perspective of someone who lives in society and thinks, you know, like I kind of like it as it is, and it kind of required us to do a bunch of things to get to this point. And so, if we want that point to continue, we kind of have to continue doing those things.
Yeah, but
right?
that's the question. So, what is it then? What are the actionable steps to get it baked into the ethos or continue having it?
Well, I think just persuading people with that argument is quite a good start. But
I think bringing it up at parties like you have been.
No, dude, I did it at my son's 5th birthday party with a bunch of the mums. I was like, brilliant, I can test this out.
I'm glad you finished that there with a bunch of the mums. I thought you were talking to like the other 5-year-olds. And man, sitting down in front of all these children with a big book out and go, today, kids, we're going to learn about the James question.
I could kind of see you doing that.
This logic is so simple. A 5-year-old doesn't question it. They go, well, of course you're going to need to have kids to carry on a civilization.
Wait a second.
It's the mums who have got
You went to the childless moms?
You're going to get married, Every child, dude, when you are a father, you will find your son saying, I'm going to get married to X girl at school and I'm going to have kids with her. It's built in.
Wait, hold on. I want to know how you. So you went to the childrenless moms and you forcibly asked them when they're going to have kids?
Childrenless moms.
How do you forcibly ask? You can just ask or you don't ask.
Forcibly anything.
Yeah, there's no forcible at an ask.
Anything.
Like, oh, but real quick, Tame the Watcher says we need to call COVID-19 General So's spicy chicken from now on. All right, duly noted.
I thought it was Chop Flooey.
Yeah, but I don't know. Okay. No, I think I'm with you, Sargon. Cultural solutions are best. That way you don't push down the government. You got a big platform. You can talk about this. I like the idea of bringing this up at dinner parties.
No, that's true.
And educational institutions.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. They have two problems. Dank. That was brilliant. I two problems.
Oh my God. Rucka's here. I gotta get the fuck.
I'm going to make that clip and I'm sending it to Alice. That was
when did Sargon lose so much weight? You look great, Sargon. Love the red flannel.
Dude, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Ooh, thank you.
I have been trying.
Hey, saving Western civilization takes a lot of energy.
He's been working out so he can continue reproducing and doing his duty.
And forcing women to pop out babies.
Funny? Isn't that how it works?
It is.
Thought about the great placement so much that it turned him into a cute little twink.
Aww. Marcus.
So one last thing, finish on this. Like this, we talk about like libertarians or classical liberals, all this, but get labeled fascist all the time. All right, can we get like an honest definition of what fascism is?
Fascism is where the government itself is seen as the god, the almighty being. The government is there, an extension of the state. It's seen as the state comes before all else, and at the head of the state is the party. So basically, what you want, anything you want individually, you cannot have, you cannot do. Everything you do must be for the benefit of the state, for the benefit of the party, which means that the party has absolute control over every single little tiny facet of your lives. And to me, that literally is the type of nightmare that I want to never cause to happen. Like that sounds like a miserable fucking existence, right? And that is the furthest from what I want. I like freedom. Turns out freedom's popular. Who knew?
Yeah, but if we don't call it fascism, we can absolutely compromise the rights of the individual anytime it's convenient, right, guys?
Yep.
Rucka Rucka Ali.
Any rights you had in mind, Rucka?
Any what?
Any rights that you had in mind with that?
How about property rights? How about that about covers it.
I love how they say Antifa is anti-fascist. They're just anti-fascist. You know it because it says so in the name. And then you're like, oh, kind of like the National Socialist German Workers' Party. And you're like, no, that's totally different. Not that one.
Of the Democratic Republic of North Korea.
Yeah. Is this a concise definition? I heard this once before, that fascism is a combination between like right-wing social conservatism, far right-wing social conservative, and far left economics.
Pretty much, yeah. It's everything's controlled by the state. So under the left, a lot of economic policy and economics, businesses, corporations is controlled by the state. But whereas on the right wing, a lot of social qualities, interactions, things like that are controlled by the state. So basically, they've taken both sides' control and packaged it together into fascism, which is absolute control.
Anyone else want to take a shot? Like Sargon, what do you think? Is that too?
Oh, I think Dang did a great job. He did a really great job of describing it. He's right. It's the complete worship of the state, where like everything is designed to create the most perfect form of the state, because the state is a continuum, and it creates and gives life and all this crazy nonsense. Like you said, it sounds like living in a fascist state. It sounds awful.
Yeah.
Well, I think what distinguishes fascism is that they don't the state doesn't take ownership of your place of business. They let you pretend you still own it, but they just tell you what to do with it and how to operate. Yeah. So that's how I would describe fascism.
That's a really great distinction. And Hitler literally said, we socialize people. Like, what's the point in worrying about their property if we control the men themselves?
You didn't have to you could leave private like industry like Krupp, but then you could say, oh, but by the way, you're not allowed to hire any more Jews. And I think that's what they
totally.
did. Okay. All right, fair enough.
Or socializing medicine. I mean, there's a lot of different ways for the government to impose their strength and force onto the private citizen. It comes in many forms.
Are you being oppressed by socialized medicine, Rucka?
Well, only like 75% for now, but I'm glad I'm not in England. Tell me, Sargon, who do you think's going to run out of hospital beds first in all of this?
Well, I've been making a few arguments against some of the reasons that we're going to run out of hospital beds. So, I mean, it's obviously going to be us. Don't worry. I'm not worried about that. I'm well aware that the NHS is about to die.
Mm-hmm.
We don't worry. We're aware you have more hospital beds. It's just a shame that no one's in them because they can't afford it.
For the general so's spicy sicken, I guess. The Kung Flu. I mean, we'll see how many.
I think another integral part of it is having a one-party state without dissent, which is why, I mean, I'm not one to throw around the fascist word, but I think that's why where culture in the West is heading is so worrying right now, because we are really heading towards this sort of cultural communism and fascism where, you know, if every person who disagrees with the status quo, the leftist status quo in the media or on social media and education is just removed from the discussion and unpersoned, then why don't we just have a one-party state and call it a day? Because that's really what it's starting to amount to in the U.S. at least, where every institution except the government is in alignment ideologically.
I think it's just because that sounds like a nightmare. I like opinions always button heads and people always talking. Like whenever you've seen it in like every kind of political party, whenever you get one person in the party that disagrees with a message or a policy that the overall party has, that person's seen as, in fact, we just had it in Labour. There was a lot of people in the Labour Party over here in Britain that disagreed with Jeremy Corbyn and they got kicked out of the party. So see when you've got one party system, then diversity of thought is straight out the window. It's a case of, you know, you either agree with everybody else or you can fuck off, you're out the door.
It seems like that's where we are right now in terms of culture. I mean, for me, like, there are a lot of things I don't like about Trump and disagree with him on, but I feel like that's kind of what I'm basing my vote on, is that right now we have every institution in this country in alignment ideologically, pushing the same party, pushing for censorship, pushing for more control, education, the media, corporations, everything. So I feel like, can you imagine if then we put the government in alignment with them also?
That's the thing.
That's what you guys
like. Well, this is the thing, is that see where you get people like Antifa and the far left and all these people. They want more government control. They want the government and they want corporations, etc., etc. Like, it's more so the government. Or you should have control of speech. You could have control of this, control of the internet, so that you can structure things in the way that we want and we desire, right? That, you know, ban the right wingers, ban the conservatives, ban everyone that doesn't think like us. And this is the thing that I've never understood, is these people look for big daddy government to come in and protect them and go, oh, save me from the fascists. But this is the thing, is, you know, the government is a lot like a Jedi, you know, the strong, you know, protector.
A strong woman.
Yeah, a strong woman, right, and protector and force for good. But at the end of the day, a Jedi can still be corrupted by the dark side, just the same as the primary thing that can be corrupted by fascism and authoritarianism is the government itself. Right, so they want the government to be nice and big and strong and powerful to protect against the fascists, when all they're really doing is building the exact type of government that a fascist needs to enact fascism. Like, I always use that. I use this analogy like a tank. You know, you've got a tank that you want to protect you against the fascists, so you put more armor on it, you put bigger guns on it, you make it faster, you make it an unstoppable killing machine, which is all fine and dandy until a fascist gets in the tank.
Yeah, I agree. The people who want the government to regulate Facebook and YouTube and to, you know, protect your quote unquote free speech on these websites, what they're actually doing is they're handing the government all this technology. They're giving the government control of Facebook's way of collecting info and all of these things. What the private sector is doing, they're handing over to the government, to the point where now the people with the guns now have a surveillance state that they were begged to take.
Yeah.
As far as I knew, they were doing that anyway.
Do you feel that there's any necessary government regulation of the internet and social media?
I think property rights need to be protected, and that the science of enforcing that is for scholars to figure out exactly if Facebook is lying to their customers, then that obviously should properly be prosecuted. But what I'm actually seeing is, oh, Facebook is doing something I don't like, and Facebook is not respecting the First Amendment. The government should come in and force Facebook to provide a free speech platform because Facebook is a utility. So, basically fascism today just means undesirable. Whoever I don't like, whatever I'm not on board with is fascism. But as soon as I want the government to use force on behalf of something that I like, it's no longer called fascism. Now it's just the people getting their way. So this is why that word hardly means anything anymore.
Well, here's a question. Just a quick thing. Shouldn't our social media accounts be considered our property?
That's a contractual issue with the social media companies themselves.
Well, I'm asking morally.
No, because you're on a private platform. If I made it and you decided you wanted to use it, it's my rules.
Yeah, but without my input, my social media account is 0 followers.
Yeah, but
So-
also, but
and
it's
without-
something
and
you
with-
agree
and with-
to. Oh, come on.
Yeah,
So,
but it's,
Sargon,
but it's your right.
5 seconds ago, Sargon, you were talking about how fascism is so bad and we should avoid fascism. Then you laugh at me for talking about socialized medicine. Now you're saying, well, property rights are, a little blurry when it comes to Twitter and Facebook. Just look at how quickly you sell out property rights. The same guy who is afraid of fascism.
Well, how am I not arguing for more property rights?
Because you know that when you sign up for Twitter, there is a contract you voluntarily enter, and it does not become your property unless Twitter said that it's now your property.
Yeah,
I'm making the argument that we should consider that maybe that's how these contracts should be done.
That's, again, a contract is a voluntary thing. So if you want to start a new tech company that offers that contract, obviously you have that, but that's not what you're pushing for. You're not pushing for more.
That's exactly what I'm pushing for. That's why.
No,
you're
not.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Are you saying this should be done privately? Are you saying that the villains in Silicon Valley ought to be encouraged to do this, or are you sort of winking at Donald Trump and your boy Boris over there to bring in the men in the suits and maybe a couple helicopters in the air so they know we mean business?
I'm trying to establish a set of values that we should run the internet by, really, when I say that,
Okay.
because nobody's thought about this when all
That's
this
fair.
stuff has sprung up, and we found ourselves in difficult positions where these private companies do have amazing amounts of power, and as principled as we would like to be, we have to be grounded at least partially in the real world, which it often doesn't care about these principles. So
Mike, hit us with an opinion.
We have to
Let him finish, guys. Let him finish.
Yeah, because I think we have to establish, like, look, we didn't think about this. Maybe it's worth rethinking this,
What do you mean rethinking? You're saying we should rethink how property rights are enforced, or are you suggesting to tech startups that they introduce a new type of social media?
I'm suggesting that I fundamentally morally feel that my social media accounts belong to me. And I think other people view my accounts as belonging to me.
Are you saying they should lawfully belong to you now, or are you suggesting that the social media companies change their policy voluntarily?
Well, I mean, I'm not making any policy suggestions. I'm talking about purely moral hypotheticals and the way that we use language, just the linguistic implications of the very terms we use. And it seems like everyone feels that their social media accounts belong to them. And I think that sounds right because they built them.
What does Ben Shapiro say about facts and feelings? I don't quote him often.
I actually am amazed you would bother bringing up Ben Shapiro when it comes to this, because I don't care. Like, what does he say? Because I'll
facts don't care about your feelings. Obviously, that's like his
Yeah, but
90% of his what he's known for.
There's no such thing as a moral fact.
Mike,
Morals are all
hit
about
us.
intuitions and feelings. This is how we feel about these things, and it is. We are human.
Do
We
you guys remember when Sargon was one of the leading atheists? Like, we are the men of science. We are the men. We are the new horsemen. We are here to tell the religious people, enough of your fifis. We are here to give you cold hard facts. And now you're saying that somebody's feelings should determine how property rights are implemented.
Wait, so Rucka, are you don't think anything should be done about censorship online?
Well, legally, I think the contract itself needs to be reviewed. I think these social media companies have their contracts, they're covered by lawyers, so they're probably in the clear. But I do think the situation we're in today, even in Silicon Valley, which is kind of the last vestige of free enterprise, even there, They are highly regulated in terms of the economy around them, the things that they buy, the society they live in, and other services that they consume and stuff like that. The money they borrow to develop these companies are the most regulated sector of the economy. I am talking about capitalism. I'm talking about liberty. And see how quickly your standard of living rises. See how quickly companies, now the internet itself could have a competitor that we can't even conceive of. I'm offering you liberty. I'm not talking about some short-term Band-Aid and rearranging the chairs on the deck of the Titanic. I am selling you a dream. I am telling you, here's what Sargon has not provided you.
Well, can I just ask a quick question, right?
Yeah.
Let's say the Google, being a private company, private enterprise with property rights, bought every single social media website on the internet currently right now and just banned all right-wing opinions.
Dankula, do you realize you're making an argument that communists make with you?
Why not just answer?
They come up. There's no such thing as Google buying everything, or else everyone would not be.
But they could do that, couldn't they?
Why haven't they?
They currently are. They're fucking buying shit left, right, and center.
Yeah, especially certain
shits are not purchased by them. I mean, look, my answer is the more free we are, the less likely a monopoly is. The only monopolies that have ever existed have been government imposed, such as electricity companies in the US. And the word monopoly today is just thrown around like it just means big. Big equals monopoly.
Yeah, but look how much Google has grown since its inception. And look how much it's still growing, and how much, new IP and new websites and new stuff.
They're all here because they've grown so big.
There's a counter argument.
You're making a living because Google got so big.
There's a counter argument to this.
They don't want me to be making a living.
I'm offering you capitalism. I am saying if you want more competition, you want more options, and furthermore, if you want every dollar or every pound that you make to purchase more, I'm offering you capitalism.
Okay, and corporatism is not capitalism, though.
I'm just saying this is just a hypothetical. Just a what if Google did that?
There's already an example that runs counter to this. So take Twitter. There's been stories going around about right-leaning billionaires buying up shares of Twitter so that they could start controlling the board and giving more access to conservatives on the platform. If that's the case, then you could get a cabal of conservatives that could band together, buy a controlling stake in Google, and fucking change the whole ethos of the company. So you do have legal ways of making changes, even if your hypothetical holds true.
And also, you can use your megaphone, you can use your platform to draw attention to what's taking place and put social pressure on these companies, which people do, and sometimes these companies reverse course. But again, keep in mind, we are not living in a capitalist country. What we are enjoying is the last remnants of capitalism, but we are largely heavily regulated.
See that social element when it comes to governments or corporations, right? Corporations sometimes, when it's going to hurt their bottom line, maybe they'll bend the knee. Governments, they don't fucking bend the knee. I mean, look what happened with the Iraq and Afghanistan war. We had million-man marches and everything of people saying, we do not want to go to war. We do not want to go to war. And the government went, yeah, well, tough shit. And they did it anyway.
And what got us into those wars are pragmatism, short-term, people that don't look at the full context, acting on basically emotion, turning to their feelings to figure out what's moral rather than looking at the facts. So it is true, as Sargon alludes to, we do need to ground morality in facts. Sargon has been offered the tools to do so by me. I have offered to hold him down and make an honest man out of him, and he said no thanks. And for that, I am hurt.
It's not that I don't admire that you want to establish a sort of like perfect morality before going forward. I do admire the idea of resolving that, but like, I think that in practice, in the real world, I think we absolutely are going to see essentially social media being taken over by the government, right? In a generation or two's time.
We're going there.
Yeah. So rather than arguing libertarian utopia, which I don't think we're going anywhere near, and we're never going to get anywhere near, and so it's just not something that's worth discussing.
We could be getting anywhere near there, but you are personally fighting against it.
No, I'm not personally fighting against it.
No, you are arguing against liberty.
Look, I'm arguing for ameliorating the damage that the government taking it will do, and I think that if we nail down the notion of our social media accounts being our property, because it's owned by the government, so it's collectively owned, and we can say, right, so therefore our property rights apply to our social media accounts, so the government can't just take them away from us, as in, make sure that legally the government can't do that. I think that's hang on. I'm not saying you're wrong. I appreciate your position, but I think it's idealistic, and I think it's not going to help.
Sargon,
I think it's also
Sargon, here's the thing. You're a philosophical thinker, so you can understand the fact that when we say that property rights, such as the property rights of Twitter, are contingent on their social utility and they're open for debate and they're not inalienable, we're throwing away property rights as such. So if we do what you're saying, and now everyone who has a Twitter account, now that's their property, now what's going to stop anyone from taking that away from them, whether it's the mob of people outraged or just the government swooping in and taking it away? Property rights mean nothing unless they're inalienable, as is the nature with rights.
Yeah, I think that's too hard line, though. I think that's too hard line.
All right, Mike.
This is the problem. That first of all, you guys are on the same side, and I mean, there are people who want to shut all of you down. So I think that it's a false choice deciding between either doing nothing and allow everyone to get banned until there's no one left, or having a government takeover of social media. There's so many. Even let's put aside making new laws. There's so many laws that already exist, and I think a lot of people don't realize just how dire the situation is. That there was a study done that showed in the last election, Google diverted up to 10 million votes to Democrats. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think who was it, Twitter, in your election, Carl, that they wouldn't let your campaign have an account, or they've done that with a bunch of people. So they are interfering in elections. So there's and we're all familiar with the publisher and platform thing. There's so many laws that already exist, and I think it's about getting on the same side.
No, because the publisher platform thing is bullshit, and it's an absolute bastardization of what property rights actually mean. So Ben Shapiro and his conservative friends are selling out property rights. They're playing these little games, Ted Cruz and all these clowns. And when you do that, you're not going to be able to protect what you value. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to say, if you play these games, if you invoke laws that should have never been put on the books, you're only going to get further and further away from the things that you love. Why is it that when I speak, nobody hears? I'm so tired of writing songs that people listen but never hear.
Okay, so it's a case of either we get the government to come in and manage the internet and then eventually lose all our freedom, or we continue to let Silicon Valley run the internet and lose all our freedom. You're not here. Don't know you became a nihilist, Nuck.
Like I was permanently banned from Twitter. I fought them for 6 months and I somehow got it undone. But there's going to be nobody left soon, I think.
I got suspended from Twitter, and they gave it back to me like 3 years later or something. I don't like these websites. That's what people don't understand. I'm the one saying I want to see them go out of business. I want to see more of them. I want to see people like me to have a seat at the board of the next Twitter. I want to be able to ban Sargon, but let everyone else stay on, just to show him that I mean business.
Listen, and tell them that they can take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. Like, yeah, the great Braveheart speech. Rucka, you're amazing.
You know, when radio and TV technology was developed by private citizens, the government decided it's a public utility. They took it. They offered a license to broadcast on TV or radio for, hundreds of thousands of dollars for that license, and it's regulated. Obviously, you can't say anything obscene on the air, et cetera, et cetera. This was never the government's to take. They took it in for the social good, and obviously got to the point where only a handful of people are even able to use the technology. By handing the internet over to the government, you're going to lose your memes. I'm trying to protect all of your memes, and all I get in return is hatred and disgust.
Okay, but Rucka, so
I don't think anyone wants it to be regulated as a utility, though.
No, we don't want. Well, don't say nobody. A lot of people are making that argument already. But whether you want to call it that or not, when you compromise on rights, when you compromise on either whether it's free speech or property rights, and obviously we've already compromised on property so much, that's what got us into this mess in various areas of life. I mean, the fact that getting deplatformed today could mean you're going to starve next month is just an indication of how far from liberty we've gone, that our standard of living.
How is that inconsistent with liberty? How's that inconsistent with liberty?
How's what inconsistent with liberty?
Getting deplatformed tomorrow means we starve next month. How's that inconsistent with liberty?
What I mean is your standard of living is low because we have something so far from capitalism that every dollar in your pocket buys you just one McDonald's cheeseburger when it should fill your fridge for the week.
I don't think they're necessarily connected, man. And
well, they are connected. As you said, as Sargon once said, the Sargon I used to know, quoting Ayn Rand, capitalism did not invent child labor, it merely inherited it. And that's how far we've come, to the point where it used to be everyone was living subsistence, and today we have the luxury to talk shit over Skype across the ocean.
Yes.
But that's your new song, the Sargon I Used to Know.
I'm not saying
really good.
that we shouldn't worry about property rights. We should. But I do think that Dank's raising a legit point, as in, look, if we all end up getting deplatformed so we can't even have these conversations, I mean, you know, sitting there in the dirt eating grass or something going, well, at least this grass is my property, is a small consolation, isn't it? You know, I mean, come on, like, you know, we don't deserve to be treated this way. I mean, like, ask yourself.
I'm offering you a way to keep what you love, and all you're doing is saying, but my feelings.
I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think the exact opposite.
What is your way? What is your offer? Like I want. Yeah.
Not rhetorical.
He wants to unleash the power of capitalism.
Deregulate in increments, not overnight, but work toward move in the direction of deregulating both the finance industry and whatever is regulated in the tech industry and the food industry and the medical industry. We deregulate it further, and then we start to see both our standard of living raising as well as the internet getting better and cooler and more lucrative for people like you. Is that so hard? This is very realistic.
No. I need to ask you another question then, right? So this is a very abstract thing, right? So it's something that in abstract standard of living will go up. But in the real world, I'll have all my channels taken away. So that's like going to be like 6 years worth of work and content produced and audience accrued that I can sell my worth to, all taken away from me. And in real terms for me, I will be penniless and homeless.
You actually think in the scenario I'm describing, your channel would get deleted still, and then you just have nowhere else to turn to reach your audience again? Look at what you've already done. Your channel was deleted or something was deleted. They took away Patreon and you're on something else. I'm offering you 1,000 more options than just Subscribestar.
Yeah, but the real one is YouTube. That's the one that matters because that's where the audience is, and it's just by audience share. Exactly. But it's just by audience share. So you like that is a factor you have to consider. It's a dominant aspect, and without that, well, we don't really have much. So
listen, brother, man, I understand, and I'm telling you, what gave us YouTube in the first place was a recognition of the fact that man, in order to live, needs to observe reality and act on his judgment and produce and then keep what he's produced. That these utterances by philosophers of centuries past gave us a world where something like YouTube could exist, let alone make you a living. And I'm saying if we continue rather to compromise on property rights and to hand YouTube or regulate YouTube more than they are and fuck over the rights of the individual in the realms of property, you are going to lose what you have. I'm telling you the truth, bro. I'm a smart guy. I'm like Donald Trump. I've been right a lot.
Listen,
I appreciate that, but if I'm going to lose what I have either way,
you're not going to lose.
I am. In real terms, you can't say I won't get deplatformed. I probably, let's assume that Silicon Valley decides, well, you know what, fuck it.
I agree that there's in every conceivable scenario, someone's going to want you to shut up and they're going to try to shut you down. But I'm saying your best bet is liberty. That will both give you, first of all, the self-esteem of enjoying what you've worked on, knowing that it's yours. But also, in a very material, let me finish. In a very material sense, you'd have more options and a higher standard of living and pride. You'll be able to look the next generation in the eye and say, not only did I piss off the feminists, but I also protected the rights of men, not just
I am demonstrably going to have a lower standard of living.
Guys, hold on. Can we?
So we have. What about altruism? Because we do have a super chat because this is a charity live stream,
that we need
and we have 3. So what we want to get to, what about the impact on reputation when a social media platform like Twitter ban people for nebulous reasons or lies? The perceptions of the banned person must be awful. Why else would he or she be banned? So I don't know if that's the impact on the reputation on the company or the individual.
3 creators.
Yeah, 3 creators said that.
So
yeah,
again,
I mean, that's what's happened with me as somebody who's banned, and I think it's very deliberate. If you look at people who are not banned from Twitter, David Duke, Richard Spencer, but they ban logical, center-right, classical liberal people. And I've had that been used as an excuse where I lose my job, is because this is Mike, who is such an extremist, who is so horrible and so hateful, he's banned from Twitter. David Duke isn't banned from Twitter. So with what you guys are saying, I think we need long-term solutions and short-term solutions. And I think this is kind of why the left is winning, because we're sitting here bickering about ridiculous theoretical bullshit, and they're taking over the fucking Western world.
Mike, the left are the ones invoking ideas that have no basis in reality. The left are the ones that are inventing this system in midair and forcing you to live by it by telling you that you're a patriarch if you don't go with the program. And even then, they'll still try to eat you alive. I am offering you concrete reality. I'm offering you a philosophy for living on Earth.
But that's where you guys are ships passing in the night, and Mike was the closest to aligning everyone. Is that short-term versus long-term approach? Rucka, every time you preach, which is exactly what you're doing now with your arms and whatnot, is you're talking in long-term abstracts. You're talking about a philosophy of life. You want Sargon and everyone else to adopt this philosophy, to live it at the expense of short-term profits. Now, Sargon and other people are like, well, fuck, I got to feed my family, I got to do whatever. So they're picking at pieces that may allow them to still make a living in the short term by sacrificing the long-term philosophy that you're really, really advocating for. And while they may agree with you in the long term, you're willing to die by the sword, and they're not. That's exactly what's happening in this conversation.
I am the one saying I want to live. I'm saying today we could have more options on the internet. Today we could have a higher standard of living. Right now we could be dealing with this crisis by pushing for more capitalism.
But you need more.
How does that happen?
What we are dealing with.
Right now, we do have alternatives. And a lot of them crash, burn, and fail against the might of Silicon Valley, or Silicon Valley, which has pretty much a monopoly on tons of things. Like you've got MasterCard and PayPal and everything like that, refusing to fucking work with Subscribestar and everything. Basically, yeah.
Now you're saying that a city has, or a coast has a monopoly. These are a series of people working around the clock to compete with one another. I agree that most of these people have a similar philosophy. They all went to college. They all learned postmodernism, egalitarianism. They all believe that it's your job to, quote, make the world a better place by throwing Sargon off of a roof. And maybe they're right about that last part. But I am offering you that you can, with moral confidence, push back against what they believe with an argument for individualism, and then you would see that they have no response. Furthermore, today we could have more websites. Today we could have more money being pumped into quote unquote Silicon Valley, which is a global. It's a global thing. By deregulating the finance sector rather than regulating them further, which is what's been happening for 100 years.
Rucka, it's incredibly admirable what you're doing, because every time you come on any podcast, you are trying to get soldiers to your cause, to evangelize people to see the long term, which makes sense. And until you convince the Sargon, Dank, and Mikes of the world that the long-term view is important, they're going to continue supporting the short-term view, because that's the one that has the most lucrative short-term gains. And it's very difficult to be like you, to be so selfless, Rucka.
I agree.
Honestly.
We need both. We need short-term and long-term. Yes. We cannot pick one or the other. See, I told you we all agree.
Saint Sebastian over here.
We need short-term and long-term. So I'm not going to throw the long-term out the window and say, just look at the immediate concrete surroundings.
Dude,
no, you need to look at the big
I've seen
picture.
him do this on enough podcasts where I know where he's doing, and he's fucking talking past people. I know everyone agrees. It's just, what do you do in the first
hashtag your biggest fan?
I can't let it go. The idea that the social media accounts are our property, right? Because and if we want to use John Locke's formulation of it, it's anything with which you've mixed your labor. I put such fucking work into my channel, man. Like, imagine if YouTube tomorrow, Rucka, said this Rucka Rucka Ali's channel, I'm giving that to Count Dankula. I'm just taking that off of you. I'm
They
giving
might
that
as
to
well
Dan.
have done that. They deleted me, and then Dankula made a channel. They basically gave him my audience because I was the last guy doing edge and humor.
Carl,
is your response to that just like fine?
Hold on.
It was in the context.
This is why I'm making a plea. I'm saying, guys, this is deeper than a short-term pragmatist.
Sargon has
be looking at things philosophically in
But
order
even
to
still,
save all
you're
of us.
discounting the short term also.
Carl,
No, but don't worry about the pragmatism. Like, if I have mixed my labor with my social media account, how is it not at least in some part
I'll
mine?
tell you why. Because let's imagine that you're an auto worker and you're working on the line. You've worked there for 20 years. Your labor has built up Ford from a whatever market cap company to a $100 million cap company. You could make the exact same case. Hey, me, factory worker, my labor is mixed into this. I deserve to own a piece of Ford. And that's not necessarily true.
No, well, okay, no, that's fair, right? But I think the fundamental thing is that the attachment we have to the account, because the account is a personal thing. We don't think we're building our own car. We think we're being paid to do the
but
job.
listen,
But
now you're mixing feelings in.
Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his own shit posts?
Yeah,
basically. Yeah,
well, no,
you can't.
Please put that on a T-shirt. Please put that on a T-shirt.
Yes.
If you're going to make Sargon's argument, though, you could say, I mean, you have the right to your image, right? Elvis's image proved this, right? That the family owns the image. Also, if Rucka had made a song over at Sargon's house, does Rucka not own the right to that song?
Listen, property rights are a science. There's a philosophy of property rights that hundreds of years went into, and I respect that a lot, so I can't answer every possible scenario. But as far as I can tell, when these social media companies drafted their contract, their lawyers made sure it was clear that when you voluntarily sign up to it for an account, you're agreeing
you
to
voluntarily bought the slave. It was legal. There's nothing wrong. No, that's a bullshit argument.
That's a bullshit argument.
It's a moral argument.
Twitter to slavery.
Right? Because you are not addressing the fundamental crux here. There is some element of ownership over one's own social media account because of the labor and identity that's put into it. And I don't care what's in the law. Like if Dank, they took Dank's account and gave it to you, would you feel that was justly done? Because under your worldview, you would have to say, well, it's in the law, it's just then. That's a just act for them to take someone's account and give it to someone else. And that's bollocks. No one's going to agree with that. No one's going to agree.
Nobody's going to agree with the action, but we need to have rule of law, not of men, not of feelings, but
I'm not saying we should abandon the rule of law. I'm not saying we should abandon the rule of law. I'm saying this strikes to the fundamental question of what we consider to be justice. I don't think it is justice to say that Jack Dorsey owns your Twitter account. I don't think it's justice to say that Susan Wojcicki owns your fucking YouTube account because she had nothing to do with it. If anything, she's a bigger hindrance than
Sargon, then we can unionize if it's as bad as you say. We can unionize and make our opinion clear, and we can pressure YouTube and Twitter to change this, but we do need to have a clear, enforceable contract. We cannot just say, because I put labor into this. But what about the argument that Marxists make? Remember, Sargon, when you were anti-Marxist? When the guy from your boy, who's the Hassan Piker, he says, it's because the labor... I mean, the Marxists, right? The labor puts work into it, so he owns it.
I agree. It's a very fine line, but you can't deny that there's these components to the argument. And I agree with you. We shouldn't just fuck you, and contracts don't matter, obviously. But I think that framing the thing going into the future, especially given I don't think the internet is going to get any less important as time goes on. I think that all of life is effectively, all of social life is effectively going to go this way, to be honest. So we may as well make sure that we've got some sort of constitutional rights for our online life. And I think that begins by treating our social media accounts like property. And if that means that the government has to own the accounts or the platforms, then I know you're going to throw a fit, but I think that's going to happen anyway, whether you like it or not, whether we like it or not.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to bust into super chat here from Michael Karatz. Yep. Sounds like the DNC, the party overall. # never Biden.
# never
Biden. That's the first time I've seen never Biden. It's kind of cool. The quartering. Hey, Jeremy, what's up? For the Sargon, I used to know. I think that is an endorsement of the song. Who's going to get the rights for that? The namer or the singer?
Rucka's who owns it? Is it me? Is it you? Is it them?
That's a good question.
Super chat?
Tina Fisk gave us
10%.
The government.
Tina Fisk gave us $5. Not a message. If you want to send a message, we'll read it. And then, what's this? Saz Kulin? Text me back, Mike. You know, twink wave. I tried to do that.
That was terrible.
Text me back, Mike. Yeah, twink wave.
I did.
That was
Okay.
better.
I did.
I thought twink was a verb there. My bad. So
Oh my God.
it's a noun.
I thought it was
All right, but continue. Rucka, you can lay into him.
You know,
it's
Sargon,
it's a
so you
circular
actually
argument.
think the government can violate property rights just enough to ensure that you and I own our Twitter content, our Twitter accounts, but then they're not going to kick you off, Sargon? You loudmouth fuck. You don't think that Hillary Clinton and Jess Phillips are going to fuck you? Give me a break.
I want a constitution. I want a constitutional right.
Okay, a constitution isn't just something you can write down that's going to be respected forever. It needs to be based on fundamentals. And I'm saying the ultimate fundamentals are free speech and property rights. Those are the fundamentals. Sargon, where are your fundamentals? Whatever I want.
I've explained them. My fundamentals are, I believe that my social media presence is mine because it didn't exist, and then through the mixing of my labor through what is existing in the natural environment, that just a Lockean argument for the actually acquisition of property.
That's your fundament?
I am arguing from property rights.
Yeah, but Sargon, the one thing that you're avoiding is the fact that you do have access to your Twitter account, to your Facebook account. You can delete it and you can restore it. They can tell you that you can no longer interact, but they can't delete your historical shit. That is still your property. So by the rules that you just said, they can't give
Sorry, I missed that. They can't delete what?
They can't give your account to Dank. They can't just take your identity because it's yours.
What?
Because that's
They can erase it.
Yeah, they can erase it, and not even historically. They can prevent you from interacting with people moving forward. But all of the stuff that you've uploaded, all of your history, that is your property rights. And so we need a digital constitution. You're right, but those property rights have to differ from physical property rights because Rucka, and here's where you're wrong, is I can take this cup and this is mine and I can take it wherever the fuck I want, but with digital property, it's much different. It lives on a server. It's not attached to you. So you need some sort of codified law for digital property rights.
Yeah, but we do.
I totally agree.
Digital property is still property.
Yeah, I agree. I agree,
there's no
Sargon.
difference.
I wonder, Sargon, if you're into pirating. I'm afraid to ask because I have a feeling your respect for digital property rights might go a little bit out the window. But I don't know you like that, so I'm just speculating.
Well,
but
the
a lot of
answer is actually no. I
respect
just have a Steam account and Netflix. There's no need to pirate. The market is provided, actually, Rucka. I've not needed to pirate. There's nothing.
Well, I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to ask because so many people who argue about free speech on Facebook have no problem bootlegging something that costed somebody millions of dollars to produce, but they're so worried about losing their livelihood by having their Facebook deleted. Okay. Thank you for respecting property rights in your day-to-day life, Sargon. I will say this. I don't remember what I was going to say anymore.
Well, Rucka, how about this?
Rucka,
we have the global economy is in collapse. All right, we're bitching about we were over this
COVID-19.
COVID-19. Like, what are we going to do about this? What's your prescription? You have prescriptions.
Isn't now the best
Doctor,
time to
what's
have
my
those
medicine?
discussions, though, when we're all sat at home blue-balled and can't do anything.
Seriously. Wait, but I think you guys are neglecting the fact that even just for, like I said, forget about laws that would need to be created. Right now, there's an element of fraud to what they're doing, that you sign up for a service, they tell you these are the rules, these are the terms, and you can abide by all of them and still be banned and still have it taken away from you. And there's no other business that I'm aware of that has that sort of protection, that is able to defraud the public like that. Because a lot of videos that I make on YouTube, they get demonetized and suppressed, and you could go through all of the guidelines and terms for days and try to figure out which terms you broke, and you'll still come up with nothing.
It is bullshit, but I do believe that when these companies drafted their contract, sorry, Sargon, but when they drafted their contract, they left themselves the wiggle room to fuck you over later. And that's something that you did agree to when you signed up. And if it turns out that that's not the case, that fraud took place, then by all means, let's go to court. I'm not here saying that these companies are just divine entities that can never have done anything wrong. But I'm saying if you're arguing that fraud took place, that's one argument. But if you're arguing that your Twitter account is your property because you've made it cool and you've posted so many things on it, such as saying I wouldn't even rape you, that makes it your property, I would say that's not quite how property works.
Yeah, but you can't even describe the Twitter account without ascribing it to be a property of mine.
Why couldn't it be just a construct?
Well, no, your Twitter account. To identify the Twitter account in question, you have to ascribe the ownership of it to me. This is what I mean. Is it's deeper than just saying, "Oh, my property rights," right? What I'm saying is, in future ages, like they did with other moral innovations, I think in the future, at some point, in 200 years or something, when all of these conversations will be played out, they will think it was immoral for Jack Dorsey to own your fucking Twitter account. They will think it was immoral. They will think it will be only a human being, have the sword of Damocles above them, life and death, with no constitutional protections. They will see that as being cruel and disgusting, and they will judge people like Jack Dorsey for it.
Sargon, you think history is going to look kindly on the way you're treating property rights?
After all, you believe in socialized medicine.
Property rights. We're going to
go. Sargon, you think the future is pragmatist? You think the future is liberalist and fucking over the individual at every turn?
I don't agree that this is a form of oppression. Protecting your right to your Twitter account is not oppressing you.
When you compromise on inalienable rights, they're no longer inalienable, and anything can go in the future. Mark my words. We've already seen this happen for 100 years. The whole fucking world is in shambles because the government began regulating 120 years ago.
So, Dank, what do you think about this? I mean, I know you're an authoritarian. I mean, you told a pug what he had to do.
Yeah.
Also, Merc says, "Okay, Dank, I'm bored too."
No, it was just it's just a question for Rucka. Who will build the roads?
I hate you. Please don't ask him that. This is the worst question. He has the worst answer. No, never again.
If you went, the funny thing is, Dmitry escaped from the Soviet Union when he was a little boy, and if you would have asked like a Soviet, who's gonna bake the bread if we don't have the government rationing it for us here while we stand in line in the snow all day? They would say, I don't know, we can't leave it to the private sector. What's gonna stop the companies from charging $1 million per loaf of bread, right?
This is
it's
horrendous.
Inconceivable.
No,
Rucka, Tame the Watcher thinks that your camera makes you look like an orphan child from 1800s England. Just saying.
I was about to say I was with you until the England part. Fuck that.
That's pretty funny.
No, I vote not to have the roads argument because it goes nowhere. Where we're going,
I just did that for a joke.
Where we're going, we don't need
I
roads.
just did that for a joke. I don't actually want to have that argument.
The answer is Sargon because he's been deplatformed and needs the job.
Yes.
I think.
But no, Rucka's answer is great though. It's the same answer that everyone. It's like who will pick the cotton? Who will do? People will make do. They'll figure out a way of doing it.
But have you ever seen his unabridged?
See, there's good Sargon and bad Sargon. That was good Sargon.
Oh yeah, the good Sargon's the only one he agrees with you, isn't it?
When Sargon is going up against the bad guys, when you're arguing against the leftists or against the alt-right, you make arguments for individualism. But as soon as you're up against me, you're using all of their arguments against me.
I'm making arguments for property rights.
Now you are.
Hey, we haven't talked about the Kung Flu enough. So
I think I'm gonna have to head off anyway. I've been in for a while. My wife's
as soon as the argument gets a little too tough for you to handle, you fuck right off. I see how it is.
I don't know. I just feel like I won it already. So. Sorry, I'm sorry. You've been a dick.
How dare you? You motherfucker, you.
Oh, I know.
Sargon, where you been lately, man? I haven't seen you in a while. What are you scared?
I am actually. Yeah, you're more. You kick my ass.
Yeah.
But no, it's been really fun, man. And I can't help but see these empty holes, and I feel that we have to fill them with conversations that are awkward.
If you mean sexually in a gay aspect, you might be onto something. But I'm
no, he means with babies.
I volunteer.
I mean potholes in the road, Rucka. Who's gonna fix them?
Sargon, how about debate? Like get online and start debating during these quiet times in the world. We need some more blood.
Well, you can come on, man. Well, we'll debate it.
Yeah, I'll come on.
We'll talk about how you're wrong.
Yeah, we can talk about that if you still have a channel by that time.
I don't mean to be a dick, man. I'm so sorry.
How dare you, man? I've been nothing but nice, nothing but respectful. I've offered you the solution I tried to solve the problems of existence for you.
You're calling me a fascist, though.
You, you just wait until his next Sargon song comes out.
Yeah, I know.
Before all this happened, before all this Corona shit, I was planning on being in Europe later this year, possibly, and I was going to see Sargon if you wanted to do another type of panel thing, maybe even Dankula, maybe even Mike if he happens to be in England at that time.
I'd love to.
It's looking like it might not happen, and plus you're probably not in England, Mike. Sorry.
No, I'm in New York City where we're about to have the friggin' apocalypse.
Oh, geez, you got like martial law there and stuff now.
Jesus.
Yeah, did you see? There are like tanks and shit.
What?
Really?
What? Are they?
What's a tank? They're gonna fucking fight
In
the
like
virus?
Midtown Manhattan, there are just tanks coming in.
You are joking, aren't you? I mean,
No, look it up.
Like an armored car or a tank?
What's that?
Like an armored car or a legit tank?
No, like I think like tanks.
Oh,
You didn't have a turret.
It was probably just a Ford Raptor. So I don't think it was
I
actually
mean, I think
tank.
it's like a mini tank.
A
Well,
Bradley
all of
fighting
you want
vehicle.
the government to pave the roads, then
No.
don't they have the right to roll tanks across them?
Oh God! Don't destroy some property rights, Rucka,
Don't
please.
Did you know? Hold on, Sargon. Did you know that the reason highways were built in the first place in America, from what I've heard, is that the
course.
government wanted to be able to roll tanks
Yeah.
if we do get invaded, because like all
Exactly.
the world wars were going on and shit. They wanted to be able to roll tanks across the country, and they built these highways. If we had left it to the private sector, would have been better.
Why would it have been better?
Why wouldn't you roll them
Because
on a railroad?
It wouldn't have been a fucking bunch of potholes and
Well,
shit.
do you want to know what we did here in Britain? Do you want to know where our roads, all of our roads came from?
Where?
Romans. That's right. So if you want your roads built, get some fucking foreigners to do it.
That explains why there aren't any roads in Scotland, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. All the Roman roads stop at.
Aren't you
a wall.
guys-
Yeah, they stop at a wall. The
I-
ruins of a wall.
They got to us and went, nah, fuck that.
Anyway, I've really got to
I
go.
love all these inside jokes that you two have.
Sargon, you got to come do a walkaway event with us already.
Well, as soon as like the plague has ended,
Yeah.
I'd be more
Walk
than
away
happy to-
from what? Walk away from what? Sargon's a big government, anti-individualist, identity politics guy.
Oh,
What the
whatever.
Fuck
Wow.
walk away from?
Hitler
Diversity
2.0.
of thought.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Diversity of thought.
when we do the Better Discourse
later, guys.
conference,
Thanks
you
for having
guys
me.
Bye, Sargon.
you guys will see each other and you can talk about it then.
Yes.
All right. So how's Better Discourse?
Well, hopefully
looking,
the
guys?
Kung Flu will lift and we can do the event. We do have enough cash to run it, so if you buy a ticket, you're not going to get screwed. We will refund it if it does not happen. But we're looking forward to it. So if it's too far in advance to cancel it or uncancel it. So
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
June, man.
It's July.
Whatever, July.
Yeah.
It's gonna.
You
be-
gotta wait for Antifa to come cancel it.
Yeah, we'll see.
I doubt it. Well, they've come out and unequivocally said that the DNC is still going to be on, and if the DNC is on, then our venue for sure is. So we should be fine.
Yes.
So we'll see. I mean, unequivocally. I mean, you can't. They can't make that guess. But I mean, we're gonna follow whatever the guidelines are, and we're gonna go forward if we can. Right now, it looks a go, but who knows? But still, we want to do it. We want to do it.
Well, our state is not one of these hyper lefty ones, so they're a little more. I don't know. They're a little more lenient with people leaving their house, fucking actually
Right.
being able to do stuff.
Here, it's nuts. I'll show you guys. Yeah, look here, tanks in Midtown. Those are tanks, right?
Yeah, we can't tell from your camera, but maybe.
It does kind of look like it is.
Oh, really?
Does,
Yeah, it's crazy. They've got them just like lined up in Midtown.
I wonder if it's for people, that might be rioting or looting, just in case.
Yeah, I was wondering when that would start.
Because
Dude, those Andrew Yang checks
Like-
can't come out fast enough.
like a Humvee isn't
Yeah.
enough. You need a full-on tank. I don't know. Yeah,
Oh,
that's incredible.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We were.
Yo, sorry, go.
Oh, what was that?
I'm just the guest. It's okay. Go ahead.
No, Rucka. We spent some time talking about these $1,000 stimulus checks that were about to be mailed out.
Trump bucks.
Trump bucks, freedom dividends, whatever you want to call them, and you were absent for that conversation because the conversation was, this is a short-term, catastrophic infusion, like a wartime solution that shouldn't be a long-term, a long-term policy.
Yeah, look, I would offer everybody the following. If you are going to receive a check from the government through all of this, look at it as an act of reparations. Look at it as the fact that not only has your money been taxed your whole life, both directly and indirectly, but also your opportunities have been stolen from you by government regulation. So accept that money, cash the check, and use it as reparations for how badly you've been fucked. But guys, the way to get a better life, to have a better country, to have a better world, and to be able to pursue your values is not going to come in the form of all of us being on the government dole the rest of our lives. We need to advocate for privatization, deregulation, and a world without people like Sargon ever getting their way.
All right, fair enough. The chat seems to be in that those are Humvees and not tanks. Just throwing that in there.
Yeah, it was probably just some Hummers driving down.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So all regulations, like, do we need any regulations, Rucka?
Depends what you mean by regulation, but the answer is no. But what do you mean by regulation?
Like the FDA. You know, do we need?
No, fuck the FDA. The private sector can and does do a better job at keeping food clean.
Okay. Food. What about medical products?
What was that? Dimitri, you're Jewish. Don't you know kosher food is handled by the private sector? You know that shit's impeccable.
Listen, first of all, that's because, Jews are a small, tight-knit population that are very honorable. I'm more...
You don't think Jews are going to be in charge of the private FDA?
Listen, have you heard of a podcast called Bad Batch?
Do I look like I've heard of that podcast?
Of course not. You don't read or listen to things. So
very true.
Well, of course, it's all propaganda. You got to be a free thinker. So it's a fascinating podcast about how the stem cell industry is completely unregulated by the FDA. You can basically go out there, do whatever the fuck you want, sell whatever you want. It's the Wild West of frontier medicine, right? And so what you have is companies coming out, not all of them, obviously, a few bad actors coming out selling snake oil, basically. The public has no idea, so they'll either get better, they won't get better. Some of it's placebo, some of it's not even what they're advertising. It's completely unregulated, and you've got some people that are dying.
Do you have a product, like a name of a product for this?
I don't have a name of a product. There's a bunch of these stem cell clinics. But the point is...
people, they love to look at today's world, this highly regulated world, point at the bad actors and say, oh, see what capitalism brought us? What we have is a system where to run a successful company, you likely need to lobby, you likely need to have friends in politics, and if you're going to be entrepreneurial, you likely have to break laws before anyone notices. So the types of people who go into a lot of these kind of newer industries, they're just cutting corners and just trying to earn their buck and make a lot of money at fuck whatever cost before reality catches up with them and they get in trouble. I am offering you a system where that is not the case. I'm saying let's abolish the lobby system. Let's let honest people have a better chance in all industries.
What the fuck are you talking about? I just gave you an example where there's no lobbying. It's the Wild West of medicine. There is no regulation. It's exactly what you want. And
it's not exactly, because it's within the context of a mixed economy where every other sector is highly regulated, and in order to succeed, you likely need to lobby. You cannot be a successful businessman in America without being called upon to do deals with the government. Bill Gates tried to do that. He tried to say, leave me alone, government, and I'll just sell people Microsoft. And they said, no, fuck you. We're going to invoke some bullshit antitrust legislation, just like Sargon wants to do with the tech companies now. And they fucked him over, and now he now he lobbies and deals with the regulators, and they're all good friends, and they all put money in each other's pockets, and he pays politicians to speak, and they protect him from competition, or they did before he retired.
Rucka,
so I am offering you liberty, and the types of people who do shit that you're describing in the stem cell world, those types of people would be caught faster, they would be prosecuted sooner, and people would be more vigilant in being wary of them, because we would have better consumer reports and private regulators that actually are beholden to their own reputation, which the FDA is not.
How do you prosecute them if it's not illegal? Like
What?
I don't. How do you prosecute them?
No, it's illegal to kill people. So
Well,
if
no,
your
I thought
stem
you meant
cells-
like make the stem cells.
No, no,
if they kill anyone.
his whole thing is to have these rating agencies. Just like when you buy eggs, you could buy cage-free, pasture-raised, whatever it is. But if you're really looking to
And then we're going to lobby the rating industry then. You'll just have lobbyists for the rating industry.
He's saying no.
What does that mean, lobbies? Can you describe who's going to lobby them? How does that work?
I don't
if
know.
a company lobbies the private FDA, saying like, hey man, let me hire you to give a speech at my company, and then you put a stamp of approval on my eggs, and then the eggs turn out to be shit. There goes the reputation of the people involved, and the people are outraged. Look at the mob today, how they freak out on Sargon. Look how they freak out. The people are volatile, so you better make sure your reputation is impeccable. But when we have the FDA in charge, they're not beholden to anyone. We don't even know who the fuck's in there. They take bribes all day, and nobody gives a fuck.
You see that reputational damage is going to be what keeps these companies in check. But see, if your company is big enough, you literally can become too big to fail. I mean, look at Apple.
Yeah.
Apple literally had people jumping off the roofs of their factories and killing themselves, and you still get queues 3 blocks long for the new iPhone. I mean, people literally died because of the way they treated their staff. And as far as, Apple's bottom line, they still
You're
rake
talking
in
about in
billions
China.
Look at what
or
happens
in the
with breweries here.
Yeah, well, and
Wait.
three creators wants to know, like, thanks for the super chat. Rucka, like, without the FDA or something similar, like, would we be allowed to finally eat kung flu bats?
Absolutely, at your own risk.
Yeah, but
I
no,
mean, if
that's an
Dankula, if you're
externality.
talking about
This is why
the
we're
Chinese,
in this.
It's an
Go
externality.
ahead. Sorry, I'm speaking over someone.
No, it's an externality. It impacts me because now you've just created a whole new flu
Oh.
virus. You fuck.
Yeah, then of course. I thought you meant you just want to eat a sick bat and die. I guess that's
But
fine.
we need a
But no,
regulatory
look,
agency
the
or something
The
to
question
do
of
it.
carrying germs and putting people at risk is an important one, and that's one for legal philosophers to do their best to understand. But the fundamental is that the individual has a right to his own life.
Hello.
And then how that looks when people live in a social context is a big question. But in today's world, there's no principles whatsoever. We're just trying to figure this out as we go, like a bunch of chimpanzees. But can I please address what Dankula said, or do I not have free speech on this show?
I mean, I wanted to know what Mike wanted to say about breweries. I was generally curious, but fine.
Well, look what it takes to open a new brewery. How they like? So, do you think there's no point where we need to keep corporate power in check?
That we can do so. Listen, again, okay, so whether it's Apple, whether it's the brewery, if rights are being violated, now not only it's their reputation that suffers, but the long dick of the law is here to fuck them. Because you cannot violate people, you cannot defraud people, and you cannot sell them a product that will kill them without disclosing that fact. So I'm all for having a legal system that prosecutes such things. But when it comes to the Apple in China, I'm assuming you're referring to, Dankula? Is that where people are jumping off the roof? What were those people doing? What were those people doing 20, 30 years ago in China? What were children doing? How were people living? They're all starving.
They weren't jumping off the roofs.
They didn't have roofs to jump off of. Right?
Right.
There was no such thing. I mean, look, it's sad. It's sad that to get out of a state of poverty, you need to go through these stages of manual labor.
I'm not saying it because of that. You were saying that basically companies should be deregulated, and it will be their reputation is what causes them to, toe the line and be good companies, right? All I'm saying is some companies are so big that even when something as horrendous as that happens, despite it being a huge knock to their reputation, they still make bank.
But it's not Apple's size that protects them. It could be a smaller company putting people to work in China where people would also jump off the roofs. It's just the fact that I think despite what we say, we do understand that for China to graduate from the agrarian primitive lifestyle that communism held them in for a long time, they need to go through the early stages of capitalism to work in shit conditions that are ever improving.
I'm not talking about like the current economic or social status of your average Chinaman, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about basically you say that these companies, their reputation is what matters, and you believe them wanting to protect. That instead of having regulations, you say that it would be them wanting to protect their reputation is what would make them toe the line and be a good business. But a lot of companies understand that their reputation can take some serious fucking knocks, and they can get away with some horrendous shit, especially something as culturally ingrained as the iPhone. That's pop culture. That's seen as almost like a social symbol now. Even though the company did a very bad thing that really damaged its reputation, it still made bank. So what is in it for the company to rectify it and toe the line if they're still going to make huge amounts of fucking money?
Dank,
listen, if it is true that Apple is mistreating their workers, then we need to do a better job at exposing this fact and calling attention to it.
It's already been exposed. There was a whole beef.
No. Listen, and that's in this, Dankula, that's in this timeline that you're describing what's taking place. I am offering you a timeline in which we have private property rights respected, and then we can deal with something like a company being hurtful towards its workers, which is often exaggerated anyway. I don't know about this particular case, but I mean, companies put a lot of money and time into their PR because they don't want their reputation to take a hit. But I'm offering you, we need to have objective laws in play on the books. We need to have objective laws that are objectively enforceable, that are not at the whim of the judge and of the Supreme Court. They need to be understood and clearly defined, and with the purpose of protecting the rights of the individual. I know we have another guest that have joined us here. I am talking through his tenure on this show here because that's just, I guess, what I do. Anytime I talk, somebody's getting hurt by that fact. Hello.
Steven's like, what the fuck did he get into?
We've got Steven and is it Desi-Rae?
Yes, hi.
Hey!
I've met all
got
of
it
you.
right.
I love you.
Hi, nice here back.
Hey, everyone.
Stephen Knight, aka Godless Spellchecker. I wish I had a better intro for you, Stephen, but you could probably plug yourself if you want.
Plug myself? That sounds a little bit R-rated.
I hope you did that before you came on the podcast.
That's all you can do now, being stuck inside.
And Desi-Rae joined us as well, so we got 5 in the chat. So it's kind of a free-for-all right now, guys.
you pushed...
I'm actually just about to leave. I've just realised I've been in here for
I know
2 hours and 5 minutes listening to Rucka trying to justify ANCAPism and that we should be allowed to sell heroin.
It's not anarchy, by the way. There's no such thing as ANCAP. It's anarchy or capitalism. Pick one.
I get it. We should be allowed to sell heroin to 12-year-olds. I get your argument, Rucka.
I mean, you're a good troll, but people actually make that argument, and I'm distancing myself from those anarchists.
Dank,
you cannot sell heroin to 12-year-olds.
I will say, Dank, thanks so much for hanging out, man, and all the time. We really appreciate it, dude.
That was
awesome. What the fuck else is he gonna do? He can't leave the fucking house.
Well, he has a choice not to get yelled at by you for 30 minutes or an hour or whatever.
The beautiful thing about being in rural Scotland is my village is very small. We all know each other, and we all know that none of us have it, so we can all go out and walk around each other. Everyone outside of us though is fucked.
Yeah.
So when all of yous, eventually all die, I'll probably be all that's left, and like we were saying earlier, it probably will be me that needs to repopulate the earth.
Just heart disease in your mid-40s to look forward to, Dan.
It's all right, man. I've got another 7 years to go. I could make a lot of babies in 7 years.
Oh my
Thank
God.
you.
Anyways,
thanks, Dank.
Dankula, before you go,
yes,
you can bring back the Scottish Enlightenment.
Jesus Christ.
Jeez.
What do you mean, bring it back?
What was the Scottish Enlightenment again? Embracing heroin and getting 13-year-olds pregnant? Like
no, Dank. You got to privatize all the roads. That's how you're gonna bring it back.
This is Scotland. We don't have roads. We have dirt tracks that people made themselves gradually over time by walking over the same patch of land. They're called desire paths. There we go. Anyway,
Dank,
I'm away.
thanks.
I'll see you later.
Thanks so much, man.
Later.
So we have Desi-Rae in the chat, and I want to get Stephen will let you chime in.
Mike, are you out too?
We're gonna.
I can stay a couple minutes.
All right, yeah, it's totally up to you guys.
Am I supposed to excuse myself here, or are you guys going to kick me off, or how does this work
You
exactly?
feel free to hang out, Rucka, but now we're going to give Desi-Rae and Stephen some time to talk and not get yelled at. So
don't mention property rights. Don't mention property rights.
So I'll open this up to everyone. So
Okay.
Desi-Rae, Desi-Rae, you're in Canada, right? I hope I'm not doxing you, right?
No, that is absolutely.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
States.
What's that, Desi-Rae? You cut out for a sec.
I said, yeah, that's absolutely wrong. I am in the United States. I am not in Canada.
I'm way off on
I've
that.
been to Canada once. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had that wrong. So, yeah, shame on me.
Dead
so,
wrong.
let's get your guys' opinions. How are we handling COVID right now?
Whoa, can we talk about the fucking charity for a sec?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go.
it's the Center for Disaster Philanthropy or something like that.
Yes, the Center for Disaster Philanthropy. All the super chats are donating to it. It's a charity that gets money in the hands of people that need it right now.
And we vetted it. It's not bullshit. It's not. They don't
very
have.
good.
They don't have
Very good.
crazy administrative fees. This is a legit charity.
So Desiree, what are your thoughts on COVID right now? What are your experiences? What are you seeing around you? And then we'll go to Stephen after that.
Well, I've been at home for weeks. I'm one of those
willingly.
people who are kind of paranoid. So I've been keeping track of it for a while. I think I really started paying attention when it was like 37,000 over in China. So a while. And I think that everywhere should have done way more, much earlier. And I don't think it's really being handled well, but I think it's being handled as is to be expected given human nature. Because a lot of this, like when something is happening far away to other people, I think that it's too far off for us to really think of it as being a threat to us. And then I also think when it's not happening to you or people you care about, it's still not really a threat. So that's why a lot of the people I think who are now saying, well, maybe we should weigh the cost of these lives versus the cost of these lives. It's easy for you to say that when it's not your grandma that's like in the hospital. So I think that the response was too slow, and then I think it's just like a teaching moment for like the nature of humans and how we perceive threats in the distance.
And Desiree, what do you say to the large number of people who disagree with that position, that think that still the data proves out that this is largely a panic that's created by both the media and the government, and that even the deaths are not commensurate with the level of massive shutdown that's occurred not only in this country but all over the world?
I would say that they have the right to their opinion. I mean, I'm worried about the government intrusion into private life and sort of draconian measures being taken. But like in the US, I'm super excited that like gun sales and ammo are probably going up a lot right now, because that means that whatever the government wants to do, they won't necessarily be able to do much afterwards.
That's interesting take. Yeah.
I think that you sorry?
No, it's an interesting take. I've never thought about that.
I think that people will have different opinions on the situation, and we're still sort of in the beginning. So it's hard to say if it's better to be safe than sorry. Mm-hmm. And we're still at the beginning. We still, at least in the United States, haven't done a lot of testing that needs to be tested, that needs to be done. And maybe it will all be a panic, but we won't really know. We won't have ever known if it was too much of a panic unless we didn't do anything. Like, it's very hard to say like this was too much of a panic unless the disaster was so great because it wasn't even responded to. That's the only way people would be like, well, we should have done this and we should have reacted even more. Otherwise, it's kind of hard to tell because the effects of people panicking and like lockdowns happening and they're finally closing borders, that kind of stuff, those are in play. And so we can't, it's like a scenario that it's like you can't say, you know, like whether or not the reaction was enough unless there was no reaction and it was really bad, and then you were like, oh, this requires much more effort.
No, it's a
that's
valid,
a convoluted answer, but like it's hard to say.
It's a safe approach.
Yeah.
And Stephen, how about you in the UK? What do you say to some of us who believe that your country was on the right track, and then 4 days ago, inexplicably went crazy and decided to take the most drastic measures? Or
Which
however many
measures
days.
Specifically?
Well, you guys were going to
herd immunity.
Herd immunity. young people still go out, still support the economy, and make sure that we can ride through this. And instead, now you guys are 100% lockdown, like some of the more aggressive countries.
I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. I think a lot of people extrapolated that from the government strategy. They thought they were going for this herd immunity thing, and the government have never explicitly said that's what they're doing. They've said they're trying to flatten the curve is the term they keep using, and I think they've said a lot of what they've chose to do at particular times is very time sensitive. So I think the idea was if they were to shut the schools early and send all the kids home, all the people who were vital workers who were going to need in the NHS and the healthcare services would then have to come out of them services to look after the kids and provide childcare, and they'd be around kids all the time, and there's more chance that they will get sick. I mean, I've seen this herd immunity thing thrown around, but I'm not entirely sure that's what they explicitly said. I could be wrong.
I think
but
you're wrong.
It's possible. It's happened. It has happened before.
There's a few countries that have explicitly set out that policy, and UK was on the books as saying they were going to do that. Meaning they're going to say, "Hey, grandma, you're
Those
high
that are at risk.
You're high risk.
Right.
Stay home and isolate." But we can't have the economy go down the goddamn toilet. So those of you that are low risk, which is the vast majority of the population, because this thing doesn't impact those people without autoimmune problems or breathing problems, most of us will get through it like easier than a regular flu. They were going to say, hey, you people go and keep working to prop up the economy. And then this London study came out on like Tuesday, and they were like, fuck no, because it predicted that hundreds of thousands were going to die in the UK, and so they backtracked and stopped everything.
Yeah, I think backtrack's probably right, but I think they said the science has changed, or maybe they just found some new science. So it's difficult to know. I mean, I think the idea, what I seem to be getting from the government is a lot of people are asking them to take measures which would only make sense if you're trying to stop the virus, and that the horse has bolted from the moment one person got it in this country. It's about buying time now, so that when it really does peak, our health services aren't going to crumble. We've got enough ventilators. We're trying to process as many of them as we can because we know they're going to be needed. We're asking for retired NHS workers to come back into the fold. We're even private healthcare clinics are being procured by the NHS. We're trying to buy time because we know when the shit hits the fan, we need to be ready. So I think that's why they're saying kids keep in school for as long as possible. People go to work so that they can buy a little bit of extra time. But I think that this idea of social distancing was always put forward straight from the beginning. The idea of hygiene, hand washing, things like that. I think I don't know if like you, I don't know if you felt the same, but I feel like I've gone through a bit of a phase with this whole thing, from incredulity to the start of it. Kind of thinking it's nothing significant. It's just 12,000 people a year die of the flu in the UK, and then seeing the catastrophe that's currently occurring in Italy, starting to get a bit more panicked. I think I'm on the Kubler-Ross scale. I think I'm somewhere around depression now, actually, because it seems like this is a manageable problem, and if we were just to follow it, simple instructions, we'd probably have a decent shot at saving more lives than we're going to. But nobody seems to be paying attention to what's being asked of them, or thinking they're somehow exempt from it. I drive through town centres back and forth every day, and up until the other night, pubs, bars, cafes, clubs, all packed, steaming with people after they've been told, non-essential social gathering, cut that out. And I think it is the right thing to close the cafes and pubs and things like that. I'm not a big fan of government overreach generally, but given this is in the interest of public health, I don't think it's a bad call.
Well, and there was a reason why I posed the questions to Desi-Rae and you that way, because there's some percentage of the population that's going to think that this is an overreaction. So, and it's the less popular position. So I wanted to start with that because it's the contrarian viewpoint, and see what you guys would say to that. Obviously, it seems like the answer is somewhere in the middle, which is great. And it's good to know that people, Mike's staying indoors.
Yeah. Well, and there's one
for weeks.
I'll open this up to the group here. So there's one thing that came up earlier. What do you think is the proper recourse now with the world dealing with China? What should we do to them? Is this a Cold War?
Them?
Well, I mean, what should we? I mean, I'll just put it out. We went to war in 9/11, and there was only a couple thousand people died. This is gonna effectively kill millions of people. So
What? No.
Yeah.
Stop.
Wait.
No, it won't.
Well,
It
it
might.
could.
It
It could.
might.
It could.
Okay.
Well, what? That's what,
could.
like 1,000 from the disease, and then 2 million from economic inactivity
Correct.
and people starving to death.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's a combination. But what do you guys think? We'll start with Desiree. We'll go to Steven, then Rucka, so he's not yelling at everyone, and then Mike. What do you think we should do with? What do you think? What do you think should happen with China right now? Desiree.
Oh, Desiree. So go ahead.
I was gonna say I like the idea of kind of taking the Trump position of bringing, like being careful with supply chains and bringing manufacturing back home. I mean, that seems like the most non-political reaction, and that's purely based on the idea of self-sufficiency. I like morally think it's like China is obviously lying about its numbers, first of all, and they care about their image and the fact that they like silent speech. All of that's really bad, but I think one of the most effective things that can be done that it's like kind of political, but no one can say it's wrong, is simply stop outsourcing things to China, if it can be helped, because, Americans want cheap products, and there's a reason why people have gone to China, because they do a good job, and, so that's my, like, solution, even though I think that some moral things were wrong.
Okay. Before we go to Steven, real quick, there's a super chat for you from Adam Rocks Your World. He says, Kurwa, Cześć kolego, popping in to say hello to Steven, my honorary Polish friend, and I'm not Polish, so I probably fucked that up.
Dziękuję, jesteś najlepszy.
That sounded better.
I just said you're a massive cunt in Polish, basically.
Wow. Nice guy.
So there's that.
What do you think, Steven? What should we do with China?
Well, I don't think it matters, because you can't do anything with China. China are too big. China don't care. Desiree made a great point. We rely on trade with China. It's similar to Saudi Arabia in that sense, in terms of oil. I mean, you mentioned 9/11 there and how it's you tried to made a comparison in terms of body count. And if you cast your mind back, the majority of the hijackers were Saudi nationals, and obviously we attacked Afghanistan and then Iraq. I mean, I say we. I didn't do anything much. I was 19. I was just getting stoned.
You were the coalition of the willing.
Yes.
It was you.
So Mr. Shock and Awe
I
used
gotta
to call me.
plug in my.
It's is it something I said?
Yes, you were very offensive.
Am I the first person to drop a C-bomb on this live feed?
Right, yes, I think you are, even though we had Dank on here.
Oh, shameful.
Good.
So I don't think you can do anything with China. I think they're too big until you start bringing manufacturing back to your own nation, which I think is kind of like an anti-globalist viewpoint, and it's kind of out of my wheelhouse. I'm not particularly well versed in economy in that sense, but I don't think you can do anything. What can you do about China?
Yeah.
I mean, you could not manufacture there.
Rucka's probably got the answer. What do you think?
He's gonna offer us everything.
I don't know.
What?
Vote.
Wait.
Vote with your dollars.
Wait.
Are you feeling
Rucka
okay?
just said, I don't know.
I'm glad it's not my job to decide. I mean, look, I do know that we have a type of government whose primary concern is to get reelected and to satisfy a certain portion of the constituents, and so they're never thinking about the big picture. They're not interested in protecting lives or rights. They're only concerned with getting reelected at whatever cost. So I don't know. I know what could have prevented this mess much more, and I know what we need to be looking at in the big picture, but how to deal with this right now with regards to China, I don't know. I know how I'm going to deal with it. I know what kind of content I'm going to be producing that will tell China what I think or what they think. But I can't tell you, look, I don't have all the answers for once, believe it or not.
Wow.
Well, we are screwed then, aren't we?
That's powerful. What do you think, Mike?
I actually love that answer because I think that it's a really big problem these days, especially with people online, that so many people don't have the awareness or the humility to say, I don't know. I'm not qualified to be speaking on these things. I think I agree with what Desiree said. I think Trump is doing the right thing in terms of trying to rely on China less. But in terms of the whole thing, I might feel a little bit differently. And I don't know, this might be a bit of an unpopular opinion, but I'm not saying anybody shouldn't follow the protocol and stay inside. But I do think there's another side to this that's a little bit concerning, where even if this is totally justified this time and we're all doing what we should be doing, I think there's also something very ominous about the fact that in the future, going forward, the government, the media, all of our institutions have a model to follow now for compliance, for causing panic, for getting everybody to just do what they say. And that's just something I find really disturbing, even if it is totally justified in this instance.
I was wondering as well. I mean, if we do follow all the steps, step by step, and hold the government line, and behave like good, upstanding citizens, and we do manage to get through this relatively unscathed, certainly in light of some of the more, alarming projections, I think that'll also give license for people to say, "See, we were overreacting," even though it was the action that we took at the time that made it not as bad as we was initially led to believe.
But do people learn from these types of lessons? Have you seen people look back and say, "Oh, let's not repeat that mistake"? I think people are motivated by what they believe, by what they think is the right thing to do. They don't look so much at experience and say, "Oh, let's not repeat this mistake," unless they have a clear understanding of what the proper course of action is.
As an aside, has anyone else become hyper aware of germs and people coughing this last fortnight or so? I mean, I'm not particularly a germaphobe, but I was in the local supermarket today, trying to get in and out as quick as possible for some supplies, and I swear there was this one girl walking around, open-mouthed coughing, and she just happened to be at the end of every aisle. I was like fucking Pac-Man, trying to weave in and out to avoid this girl. I'm ultra paranoid about germs and people coughing now, and I've never been like that in my life. I must wash my hands about 7 times a day now. Yeah. I think the tinfoil hat will be made at some point.
Yeah,
she's trolling.
It's
possible.
I was in the grocery store the other day and I sneezed and everyone turned and looked at me like I just murdered their children. I was like,
I'm like afraid to sneeze when I leave the house. I'm like afraid to sneeze. I'm like, I don't want to sneeze. Like people are going to shoot me or something.
Yeah.
But no, this like 2 weeks ago or so. Maybe it was like last weekend. It feels like this has been going on for months. Yeah. It's been like 2 weeks ago. I was thinking of booking a flight somewhere. Is how recently you could think of traveling. Mm-hmm. I can't even like imagine. Anyway, I don't remember what we were talking about. Oh yeah, like it feels like leaving the house. It's like everyone's an enemy now. It's like I don't want to get too close, stand too close to anyone. It's like kind of it's like we're in the jungle or something. It's like a war of all against all. I hate this. So I want to get back to hugging and kissing. A little bit of rub and tug maybe if we're getting along.
No, it's really good. Yeah,
that's why this is real. Like, I'm Italian. This is why this is torture for Italians. You can't gesture. You can't use your hands. You can't hug people. This is crazy.
Oh, you guys are always kissing on the cheek every second. Right. You've got multiple generations living in the same house. I think that's why so many Italians are. That could be a reason so many Italians have died, as well as maybe washing hands is not a essential part of Italian culture in Italy. But I don't really know enough to say that.
Facts.
Facts, it says the Italian in New York. All right.
That's true.
No comment.
Yeah. You got anything, Brian? Brian's back from his break. This is, we're going into hour 9.
Yeah.
This is a long time. I'm very tired.
You guys should do this more often. Why don't you do like a 12-hour stream every weekend?
Christ. No,
every
we're
weekend.
We're never going to do that. This is, again, one of the things that sparked it for me was, my company, we've done massive layoffs. We just did another 50 yesterday. I'm seeing companies all around me laying people off left and right, and this is really like, it's a common theme, not just in this state, but around the world. And how do you help? How do you get people? How do you get money to people that need it? That's why we wanted to do this with the charity. It's because it's tough, and it's only going to get harder, which is very unfortunate. And like you were saying, Rucka, you were talking about taking a flight 2 weeks ago. How many people were planning on making big purchases 2 weeks ago? You can't anymore. Like now everyone's scared to even spend money.
What if you planned your wedding for April?
It's depressing. What's going on out there?
That's what makes this feel even more ominous is having no clue. It could be a week, it could be a month, it could be a year. It's just having no time frame in mind of how long this is going to be. If you ever saw the movie The Lighthouse, that's how I'm feeling lately. I'm just going crazy, stuck inside.
I'd buckle up. Anything shy of 18 months, I'm going to take as a gift. I really am. I'm very pessimistic about the whole thing.
Wow.
No, I just don't think that.
I mean, how are people going to eat if they're stuck at home for 18 months?
Well, they're not.
What are they
We're
gonna
not
pay
being. We're not being quarantined as such. It's not lockdown. We've been told to refrain from non-essential. So I can go to the shop and get my,
Here's my.
groceries.
I think
my
they're
thought.
locking some places down, though. I think in California, and I think they're considering it here in New York.
They're considering a global
I think it's going to be temporary,
national
though,
lockdown,
that kind of lockdown, like stay-at-home orders. I think that's temporary.
I think they're gonna. I just realized. I think they're gonna phase this out. So it's not gonna be like a definitive. Okay, everybody, back to business. It's gonna be like, oh, okay, guys, we figured this out. Just avoid too much contact, but you guys can reopen, and you guys over there. Okay, but everyone else chill. And then like a little while later, okay, yeah, guys, we figured this out. This isn't that much worse than the regular flu. So just be careful, get your shot, do this, go there. But you guys can reopen your business again, and you can travel again. And it's going to be like slow, gradually getting back to where they kind of should have just told us from the start. Like, be careful, and if you're very susceptible, stay quarantined, but everyone else can go to work. I think they're going to get us there, but they're going to do it gradually so they can pretend like it was their idea to begin with.
Yeah, but we're also hoping A, the vaccine comes, and B, the warmer weather kills, some of the contagion behind it, or at least slows it down. So
that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the vaccine is going to come. I'm just saying they're going to get us to the point where they should have said from the start, be careful, and if you're susceptible, to any diseases, pray to your baby Jesus. But if you're young and healthy, you can keep on working for a living. They're going to say, and they're going to take us there gradually so they can act like they solved the problem, which they never actually solved.
And I'll pose this to you, Rucka, and I'll get the rest of the chat to chime in after we get his reaction. But one of the things that we're seeing with companies is everyone's scared. And as soon as one person has a case of COVID, the whole place shuts down. Do you agree with that approach?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to know. It's obviously a scary situation. I think the media is largely perpetuating this, like I think you said too. I went to a doctor. This is not even a real, it was a doctor, but he's helping me with my thinning hair. It works. I mean, I've had like PRP done. I mean, it was thinning worse a few years ago. So I went to the doctor, quote unquote, but he was a very cosmetic type of doctor.
Right.
And he shook my hand and he said, "Oh, this is bullshit. This is they're exaggerating this." And why did I even bring that up? Oh yeah, it depends who. So he obviously is not sending his staff home. Other companies, it is very much social pressure, quote unquote, / fear of liabilities. So like Hollywood shutting down. That was not the government telling them to. The government told Hollywood to shut down, 2 days ago. But 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago, Hollywood completely halted all production. And that was not the government telling them to do that. That was not wanting anybody to get sick on their watch. So I think there is a lot of social pressure and fear of liabilities when the hype is out there.
Yeah, let's get Desi-Rae. What do you think?
I'm sorry, I forgot the original. Yeah,
is one case enough to take down a whole company? What do you think?
I mean, I don't know if they have to take down the company. There are probably ways to work from home for a lot of these companies. So I think depending on the kind of work, this is a side note, but I just found out today, which is really interesting, that some utility workers, like say the people who run Red Power, they're being asked to work at work, like to not go home, to stay at work so they can keep these systems up.
They're essential, right?
I think if I had to choose between is it worth it, yes or no, I would say yes, it's worth it to shut down the business for one person. But I think it's not effective if everybody doesn't do it all at the same time. Like if the whole country doesn't stop for 4 weeks, then it's it's not enough. It's everything has to happen at once, and you have this period of lockdown, and then you can open up again.
Yeah, it seems to me what's an essential industry? It makes sense to knock down some of the bigger games, bigger concert venues where you have thousands and thousands of people. But if you have ABC company that's making widgets, there's 100 people there. In one case of COVID shuts it down. Every industry is dependent on every other industry. Yeah. Even food is dependent on the plastic industry to make everything. It would seem like every industry is essential. I mean, outside of entertainment, I don't see anything you can shut down.
What do you think, Stephen?
Just to clarify, are companies being ordered to shut down if they've got a confirmed case?
No. So what's happening is in a lot of cases, their HR or their PR, their messaging team and their board has to make a decision. So like in the case of Harley Davidson, which is a really big employer in Milwaukee, one person had it. There's hundreds of employees there. They decided to shut it down, and they don't know when it's going to come back up.
That's interesting. I mean, just to speak from personal experience on this, when I work for quite a large company, and I'm afforded the privilege, I suppose, of being able to work from home 50% of the time. I'm expected to be in the office 50%. I'm allowed to work from home 50% of the time. Now, because we've all got the ability to work from home, we've tried that recently, and we've found that our network can't facilitate all employees being at home at once. They all can't be on the systems. They get thrown out. So they devised this sort of scheme now where we're all grouped into teams and assigned a color. And what happens there is when a certain color, when it's their week, they're allowed in the office, and any other color is not allowed to go in the office when that color's in there. They have to stay from home, even if the systems aren't working. Stay at home, should I say? And all the different various colors are not allowed to socialize with each other outside of company hours either. So I suppose what they're trying to do there is minimize the risk of the entire workforce catching the disease. So they know if one team's got it, they can isolate a team rather than the entire workforce. So they're not going to take that, financial hit from having to close the entire company, which I think is a smart way to go about it, having that kind of contingency in place.
That's interesting. You're still taking a hit, essentially, because you've reduced your workforce and your production's down.
But you're still operating, so I suppose.
So it's not as
Akkad
as efficient.
Akkad Daily popped in with a $2 super chat. Hey, thanks. Roads are an essential industry.
Sargon. Now we can pave some roads.
Carl said roads are an essential industry.
He does, right? But that also means that people that make concrete, people that making the tar. What about the jackhammers? All the tools in order to maintain this are all essential.
Well, yeah, we make machinery that does all of that.
Yep.
That,
so you could claim
fixes
essential.
The roads.
Yeah, if it's your job, it's essential. And who cares who paves the roads when we can't leave the house? Have you thought about that? There's nowhere to go.
Well, the car
How long have you
dealerships.
been streaming for today in total? How many hours?
How long have we been streaming? We're going on to our 9th.
Okay, so in the total of 9 hours, has anyone come up with a plausible explanation to where the fuck all the toilet rolls going or why?
No, we didn't. Well, let's get Mike's thought on the whole should a company shut down, and then we'll talk about toilet roll.
Well, I think something that's kind of related to this that we're not really talking about is the lack of testing that's being done. So until people are being tested, then I guess so, at least in specific fields. But like, for example, my mom has been in the hospital for a couple weeks now, and somebody in the same building in their facility tested positive for corona. They're not testing her. They're not testing anyone in the building they aren't testing anybody in general unless you have symptoms, which is crazy because not having symptoms is a symptom. That's why we're all stuck inside, because you can have it for a month and not know you have it. So until more tests are being done, I guess.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. So, Stephen, go ahead and expound on your thoughts with toilet paper.
I can't get my head around it. And being in the supermarket today, the shelves are still bare. And we actually produce toilet paper in the UK. It's not an issue. We're not going to run out. So I don't understand why this has taken off. And it's not just the UK. I mean, I've been speaking to my friend in Canada today. She's in British Columbia, near where you are, apparently, Desi-Rae. And I'm kidding. And apparently they're doing the same thing, hoarding and taking all the toilet paper everywhere.
Have you been on the internet the last 2-3 weeks? Everyone all over the place is buying all the toilet paper. It's like you just found out about this.
No,
why is my question?
I feel like it's
monkey see, monkey do.
I have a potential answer. I think it's because it's a sign of luxury. Like, I actually think that when people want to feel secure, and like getting toilet paper is a way to feel as if everything is okay, because we can get this good toilet paper. Like, it's not food, it's not beans, it's not rice. It's something to like wipe your butt with. You know, it's like I feel like it's something fancy, and it gives people a sense of security. So that's what it's like being stocked up on non-essentials. That's what
I'm appalled at my fellow.
I love that explanation.
All the cheap, shitty European lager has gone, but the craft ale section still stocked.
Well, and
I think it's like the chicken or the egg. Like, is it a hysterical panic because the media says so, or would it have been anyway? I feel like they always exacerbate these things worse than they would have been.
I think the funny thing is,
I think it would have been a panic. Because I think a lot of people like me or people on social media, because I was thinking and hearing about this pretty early on, and some people were already panicking. And I think just the closer it got, even if the media wasn't talking about it, the rest of the world, because we're all on social media, like not the mainstream established media, but I think people would have started to panic.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think the funny thing is, you would think the Japanese toilet industry would utilize this scenario to be like, hey, you should try Japanese toilet because you don't need toilet paper. Secondly,
are those the ones that wipe your ass for you?
Well, they like
a bidet.
They like
those are delightful.
Don't you have to wipe after the bidet though?
No,
I like them.
No, I don't think you do.
Aren't
right?
you going to be
With
dripping
the remote
water?
control and the heated seat. Oh, those are lovely.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
So that's a funny thing. But I think what it is, it's kind of the human nature where it started with toilet paper. So people are scared that they're going to miss out on being able to get toilet paper because they know everyone else is trying to buy toilet paper. So it's like this self-created problem. If it would have been like, cans of corn, we wouldn't have cans of corn. If it would have been, whatever it was that people typically use every day.
Corn
soap.
in the toilet paper.
Soap could have been one. It's like, oh, all the soap's going to be gone, and everyone's buying soap. Something like that. So I don't know. I don't know.
Can I ask you guys a question? How do you think this is going to affect the election? Because I think 2 weeks ago it was a damn near certainty that Trump would be reelected, and now I don't know.
That's a really good question.
I'm still with that. I still think like the Democrats can't, or the two Democrats, they can't rally. They can't have their DNC if this goes on till then. Like, they can't do anything. They can hardly even talk about the election without looking like assholes. Like, oh, so you care about getting elected at a time like this? So, like, the incumbent is the one who, like, people are used to having there. And as long as Trump doesn't do anything that's perceived as catastrophic, he can just sort of coast past this next election.
What if I up the ante and what if we have a second outbreak in the fall? And like it's crazy, and then November's coming around. Do you have the vote?
I mean, if it's anything like this outbreak, I would say it'll be highly exaggerated for the purpose of Trump getting reelected.
Oh my God, the world would end.
Yeah.
Like,
what is everyone else?
There's a calamity, and then Trump gets to stay in office without being.
Yeah. Or it'll be exaggerated by the media to put Biden in, however they choose to put it. But it's. I mean, this is not The Walking Dead, guys. We are not all getting infected and dying in a minute. This is not Ebola, which just kills people within a minute.
Yeah. Talking of The Walking Dead, what's going on with Joe Biden?
I like this guy.
I am reading a lot, and I've not been able to separate fact from fiction here, but obviously there's a heavy leaning on the possibility that he's got dementia. I have seen some very concerning things. I did read the other day that he referred to his wife as his little sister, and I'm not sure if that's been misrepresented.
That's the least of it.
Right.
He was
crazy.
Well, the funny thing is, this is where you see the media bias. When he threatened that blue collar worker to take him outside and fight him over gun discussion, like if Trump would have did that, Jesus Christ!
Oh God!
So there is definitely some bias. I can't believe he got away with that. That was insane.
He's done that multiple times with so many voters, people that he said don't vote for me. Did you guys see that video of him from months ago in a hallway with this guy, and he's like mocking his speech pattern? He's like, wait, and like grabbing at him.
That's right. I do remember that.
Freaking creepy.
This Corona shit has really absolved like all other controversies and scandals. Like, imagine if the Harvey Weinstein tapes had been leaked like right as this thing was coming about. Like, Harvey would basically be forgotten, and he might have never ended up in prison.
That's a really good point.
It's amazing how much the shift in media narrative really informs the cultural landscape in terms of what we're discussing. Because nobody in the UK, and I mean nobody, is talking about Brexit anymore.
Right.
And Brexit was every every day, and it was talked about in the sense that the sky is falling. This is a matter of urgency. We must do this now. Actually, we must do this tomorrow, yesterday. And everybody's dropped that, and it's not a concern for anyone anymore.
That's
So
a
it
really
just
good
makes
point.
you realize how much of these concerns and these narratives are completely manufactured to the point where they're not even tangible. They just exist somewhere in the atmosphere, and we're all pecking away at them.
Someone might call you a lying dog-faced pony soldier for that.
Well, I will take that. Thank you.
No, and that's
Brian.
a good point. And that's
Always
a good
pleasure.
point too. And it's the fatigue is interesting. We're experiencing fatigue right now, but the fatigue is going to be interesting on the normal people. Because typically in the news cycle, you can just wait a couple days, something else pops, something else pops, something else pops. This won't go away, and it's really interesting seeing like how normal people are like dealing with it. And one of the things that we're starting to see is people, like we'll call them the normies, the people that aren't always politically engaged, are looking at this thinking it's a hoax that the media's created just because they wanted Trump out of the office or whatever the case is. Like we're starting to hear that narrative come out more, which is like insane. It's all a hoax now.
Well, that's insane. I mean, it's obviously the Jews.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's like, how do normal people deal with this, you know?
Yeah.
Hashtag satire.
I think of it as like coronavirus porn all day, every day, and I'm getting tired of it personally. Even though I care a lot about it, it's like I can't, because it produces a state of anxiety in you. It's like something to fear and worry about. And I think that's good to some extent, but I've already kind of taken all precaution, and I don't need to be hearing or seeing any of this anymore, or checking like 200,000 cases. Like I don't need to be checking anymore, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, I'm going to be revealing the origin of the origin story, kind of taking you through the story of like the bat, who ate the bat, and then where the bat ended up. And it actually, you know how the original Ninja Turtles were a crossover with Daredevil, but this Corona bat is actually a crossover with Ninja Turtles. So the canon goes on. This is an exclusive for the Mythicist marathon.
They got a song.
That's your next song?
It is a song. This is a sneak peek. This was an announcement. I actually need to get going because I've got like emails and shit. I need to, you guys know what email is?
Yeah.
That's kind of what people my age use before there was, IMs and text messages. We used to just email one
I will
another.
say you are very good with emails. I will
Thanks.
say from a corporate standpoint, you are very responsive and you have very good etiquettes, and it's
very true.
It's very.
I
it's
feel
very
this is a
impressive.
dig at me.
No, it's very impressive.
What's up?
Rucka's really good with emails.
Guys, I made a video advising people during this quarantinization, make your bed. I said, make your bed, keep your house clean, and go work on what you can work on. Don't just veg out. And I will also offer people today, you treat your emails like a part of your important essential thing. Write in good sentences and reply and be punctual and responsive, and you'll get farther in life. It's the little things that matter. Haven't you heard of clean your room? It's the little things.
It's the little
that
things
matter most.
Rucka, can I give you one piece of advice? You're gonna love it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The way you're talking right now, I think you'll get more people to buy into it. When you're like this and yelling.
I do talk like this when I'm.
You have Muppet syndrome.
No, you do.
So do I.
Yeah.
No, you do not.
All right. Thank you for the advice. I will keep that in mind. I will take that with me on this journey to nowhere outside the house in the upcoming days and possibly years. Thank you all.
Thanks,
Lovely
man.
to see you, Desiree. Stephen, I don't know if you're walking away from anything, but Mike, good luck with the walk away. And let me say this. Let me say this unironically. Unironically, let me say something deep that I've learned in my life. The question is not what you're walking away from. The question is what you are walking to, what you are
absolutely
traveling towards.
And in your case, that's to the studio to create the Sargon I used to know.
Yeah. And the other point I just want to make before I go is it doesn't really matter what the government's planning on doing. There's nothing the government can want that Sargon is not begging them to do already and handing over to them on a silver platter.
Love you,
with some
Rucka.
crumpets and tea.
Thanks for all your time,
Thanks,
man.
guys. Good luck with your little live stream on the internet. All right, try email. That's what I'm into.
All right, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Take it easy.
I have a question.
Oh, thank God.
Go for it.
I have a question I want to ask before I go because the time's going.
Yeah, I should head out
And I've
soon.
been wanting to ask it for a while. I wanted to ask what you guys think of the stimulus packages that all these governments are coming up with. If they're good or bad or short term, long term.
It's a great question.
I don't make much of them personally. I just don't see in this time of uncertainty who wants to take a loan and why. I don't see anyone wanting to buy a 50-year treasury note. I
have a different opinion, Desiree. And we'll let Steven and Mike get in on this if he's still here. Yeah, I think
I should actually get going. By the way, sorry, my thing's about
no
to
worries,
die.
man. Thanks for all the time. Have a good night.
Nice to speak to you.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Hopefully I'll see you at events and stuff. And it was so great seeing you guys.
Yeah, we'll talk soon.
Take care, man.
Thanks again.
Follow me on my stuff, Mikey the Harlow.
Oh yeah,
on
Mikey
Twitter.
the Harlow. He's got his Twitter account back. He got it back. He did the
No,
impossible.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I don't know how the hell. I still can't believe.
Resurrected from Twitter Hades. Maybe that's Jesus.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. I'll talk to you soon.
Have a good night,
All right,
Mike.
take care.
So the interesting thing, it's funny, I don't like government bailouts typically, but in this case, when you're seeing the server industry, when you're seeing the restaurant industry, when you're seeing anything public facing, when you're seeing companies that are shutting down because one person has COVID and we don't know when they're coming back, when you're seeing the amount of layoffs, I unfortunately think right now that is the right call because it's not about investments, it's not about loans, Brian. It's about getting money to people that need to go to the store to buy food for their family because they just lost their job. And now you can make an argument, okay, yeah, you should have savings, blah, blah, blah. But we know realistically most Americans, most people in the world don't have a lot of savings that'll get them past 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months.
We can give people money, but I'm worried about the industries and their jobs. Like you could get a little bit of money and no having a job.
100%. I agree.
How are we going to save the businesses?
No, that wasn't the question. The question was about the money into the people's hands. I think that's a really good call right now. I think people need it. Steven, what do you think?
I think it's a reassurance, and I do think people need it. I think there's a lot of people incredibly worried. I don't think people realize just how much these big businesses live and die solely on week by week intake. So just 2 weeks of catastrophic footfall could signal the end of a cinema chain, for instance. I know one of my local theatres that's like a cafe bar. They're called Manchester Home, and they're also a charity as well. And I had some tickets booked for a performance there that's been cancelled now, and they're frantically ringing round people saying, look, we can give you a refund, but we'd much prefer it if you either donated the price of the ticket money or just deferred it as some sort of credit note. Which I think I'm going to do because luckily I have a job, and as far as I'm aware it's safe for now, but we'll see how that goes. So I just think it's a case of like Brian says, I think Sean said it, looking for these people who run these businesses are wondering how they're going to be able to feed their family and stay afloat. So I think, if it's a choice between completely going bankrupt and losing your entire livelihood and having to start from scratch down the line and getting yourself into debt with the government, that's a more attractive option at this point. And I don't know what a more viable alternative would be. I'm quite astounded by the package the UK, it's kind of unprecedented what they've offered businesses in the UK right now during this crisis.
What's that?
They've basically said anyone who's on our they've basically vowed that nobody will lose their income from this. The government have offered to make sure everybody will get paid who's on the the payee system up to a certain amount of money, and I'm not sure how long that runs for. I'm gonna have to check the details on that, but they basically said they're going to give the companies cash injections to be able to pay their staff through this period rather than lay them off. So that's interesting. I'm not sure how long they've guaranteed that for. It's obviously something that's not sustainable, but I've never known anything to happen like that before in this country.
Who's on the hook to pay that back?
Yeah,
that's a great question. I mean, you've got to think that it's not going to be good for the economy, and it makes you wonder how governments somehow come up with billions out of their back pocket when services are strained and we can't fund the NHS as much as we'd like, and these public transport it's not doing it's not being funded as well as it should be, and these various people going without things all year round. But all of a sudden, when there's a crisis, they can find a couple of billion in the back pocket. I don't quite know how that works. That's outside my pay grade. I don't know if Desiree's got a better idea than me.
Like, you can do it.
Yeah, sorry, again.
I don't know. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I think I'll remember what I'm going to say.
Well, I was just going to say DDV here in the chat said he got laid off after day. Works for a construction company.
Yep.
The Florida's shutting down. Says that they grossed about $10 million. Okay, so that's a decent-sized small business, but it doesn't approach, say, at $1 billion publicly held company. They have enough capital that they could certainly get a loan to cover them.
Yeah,
in
but
the
I don't
meantime.
think it's
but
the
a company that
billion-
size.
But it's not the billion-dollar companies that are
they're
forcing
okay
to lay off.
but
people,
it's this
right?
$10 million companies. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
This is a construction firm
which are a lot.
that just can't tolerate that hit. The big companies can. I hope we're not going to bail out public companies. I really don't. But these small businesses, like, especially if you have to be shut down because the government's basically saying, look, we can't have construction sites, right now. Well, then, man, the government's got to be obligated to help get that thing back.
Go ahead, Desi-Rae.
Well, I think that if someone came up to me and I saw that they were suffering, I could not deny them. But intellectually, I think it's a horrible idea, and I think it's going to have long-term consequences that are not good for the economy. I think, at least as I understand it, the cash is basically coming from the government printing more money, and they've lowered the amount of the assets that the bank has to have to loan more money out. They put it to zero for like the fractional reserve banking, and they also lowered interest rates even more, like for the Federal Reserve that they lend to banks, so that they're trying to like keep the economy going and keep everything running. But long term, it's basically creating more debt, which for the U.S. especially, I don't know about other countries, it was already in a terrible situation, and it's just more of that, and it's just going to cause inflation in the economy, and people's purchasing power is going to be reduced. So to me, the long-term effects are really, really bad. I mean, like, I grew up in Jamaica. I've seen inflation. The U.S. has also experienced it over time. So as I understand it, this money is coming from nowhere, which means that it's just going to inflate the money supply. And I just think it's going to be terrible in the long run. But like I said, if someone was standing in front of me and I saw like, hey, they need to get through this, I don't think I could say no to them. So I'm worried about that. And I'm also worried about the like long-term effects of.
Did we cut off?
Yeah.
Oh, I think she cut out a second.
Oh, I got cut off.
Yeah.
I was saying I'm worried about the inflation, purchasing power, and like debts. People, the U.S. This is both on an individual and on a national level. Like they're basically getting money when they don't have savings, and that's why this shock is so hard for people, because we don't have savings, and it's like a debt-based economy, and it's just more of that. So I'm worried about that, and I'm also worried. I'm worried about the long-term effects of that, and I'm also worried about surveillance. But if someone was in front of me, I don't think I could deny them. Like if I were the one writing checks, like I don't know what I would do. Like I don't think I'd be able to say, can't help you. I won't print more money for you, even though I know it's going to be bad for the economy later.
I'll make this counter argument. So I understand what you're saying, and I agree. The inflation part is scary, and I know Brian and I have debated on this many times, but. The issue I see is I think we need to give businesses, medium-sized businesses, the bailout because of the simple fact. If we don't, they're going to close their doors. Those people are going to be unemployed. They're going to go on welfare. They're going to get some type of government assistance. So we're going to be paying more anyways. I think we need to make the companies, we need to give them the bailout because this is not their fault. It's no one's fault. We need to give them the bailout right now to ensure that we have employment for these people, and over time, these companies pay back in taxes because taxes are going to get raised at some point anyways because of this. So we need. That's what I'm saying. Like, and I know, Brian, you have the counter argument of, well, if we do, we should just let another business come in and buy them out and blah blah blah. I don't think that's a viable option right now. I don't even know who's going to buy anything right now unless you get some billionaires, entrepreneurs that want to buy out companies when they're worthless, essentially.
It's just the poorly managed companies I don't want to buy out. I don't want to do this. I was against bailing out GM. It's not like GM goes away, right? They would go into receivership, and new management would come in and make cars. because they have too much. They have, billions of dollars of equipment to make cars with, and they were, to be honest, making cars that we didn't want. They were getting beat. So I don't like bailing out a company. Like this. The whole idea is
again, but I think where you're getting it wrong, though, is GM was poorly managed. This is something we can't control.
If you're a concert venue and you're forced to shut down, then yes.
Okay.
But I'm saying poorly managed big companies should not get this.
Okay, fair enough.
What
do you guys?
If you're a big business owner, right, you share of the big gains.
Yeah.
You should share the risk.
What do you guys
think?
I
mean, you're the one that's getting the gains. You should be taking the risk.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction there. I mean, I understand what Brian's saying, but I think there is a huge distinction to be made between a badly managed company that's taking huge financial risks and just pissing into the wind versus, like you've already said, like a concert hall or a lower league football team who can't afford to close their doors for months on end, and it's something they're not in control of. I see this approach hopefully akin to a sort of band-aid in that sense, just a sort of a temporary measure just to get people over the line for when we can hopefully get to some sort of normalcy whenever that's going to happen. It seems indeterminable at this point. We don't know when we're going to be able to start resume life as we know it. So it's a case of measuring up the difference between all these companies going under, mass redundancy, people not being able to get money versus what might come for the economy later down the line due to this, printing money, as Desi-Rae's put it, and what maybe that will cause a recession. We don't know. It's what's the worst of the two options here, really, mass redundancy or government bailouts. And I think the mass redundancy and all these companies going under is probably going to be worse in terms of just society in general. We look, in terms of keeping public order, for instance, that's another thing we may have to consider further down the line. I think I live in a country where rioting and looting is just one bad news day away. So I think we have to be mindful of that at the same time, unfortunately.
I agree. I do have to bring Jack Posobiec in, guys, so feel free to stick around if you have time. Otherwise, thanks for joining us. I'm going to go off camera. Dima's going to come back on and replace me here. So go ahead, Bri.
No, I was going to say the way out of this, the God cheat code to this is when an effective treatment is given. The whole point of this is not to overwhelm the critical care units, places with people that need ventilators specifically or extra oxygen. If you've got some drug that can relieve the symptoms, and they'll probably be playing with a lot, you didn't go over that curve, and then I think things can, for the most part, go back to normal. And at that point, they got to restart the economy. They have to.
Yeah, I mean, but I think in terms of producing a drug that can do that, I think the most positive estimate is around about 18 months, isn't it, to get it out, and that's like the best case scenario. So that's a lot of businesses taking a hit in the meantime, and a lot of disruption, and a lot of people not doing the things they're supposed to. So I'm not sure. We've struggled to do what we were told for the last 2 weeks. I'm not sure how long we're going to be able to maintain this. People just
you're talking about a vaccine. I'm talking about a treatment.
Just treatment. Okay.
Right. And there, I'm not talking about a new drug being developed, but rather one that's already existing, that's repurposed for this. So something that can
made a lot of noises about this. Hasn't Trump suggested he's found some sort of answer in this regard?
Yeah, there's one drug that's being used off-label that's an anti-malarial treatment. I can't remember the name. It starts with a Q. It's a quinine derivative. But this can help. But there's probably other things that can.
Chloroquine or something
yes.
like that.
Yeah, and depending on how well that works, or other treatments, or this in combination with whatever, that if they can get an effective algorithm to work to where we know we're not going to get overwhelmed, man, we got to get everyone back to work immediately, or at least reduce the social distancing. I mean, it has to drop. I mean, that would help a ton if we could get that, and that could come out relatively soon. The vaccine won't. Jack, how's it going?
Going on, guys? Happy to be on the stream tonight.
Hey.
All right.
Hi.
Jack
How
Posobiec, for those that
long have you guys actually been physically streaming at this point?
a while. So I took 8 hours before I ate some chili downstairs. So and now we're at 9? So we're at 9.
Yeah.
So it's just one of your normal work days.
For me, yeah, basically, right?
We're solving world problems here, Jack.
Exactly.
So Jack's a reporter at One American News Network. Yeah, and you've been tweeting about this for a while. And did you see this coming? I mean, we're at what point?
So believe it or not, right? I mean, and I'm a China guy, right? By trade, I think China hand is sort of the word that people use for someone who's just sort of always been a China watcher. I've been studying China for 15 years. I've been traveling there. I speak Mandarin. When I was in the intelligence community, my focus was China, Asia Pacific, and I lived in Shanghai for 2 years. And so, yeah, it was really late December, early January when this thing in Wuhan started hitting my radar. And I think if you actually go back on Twitter, as far as I know, I'm the first person, or at least the first person with a larger platform, whatever you want to call it, to actually call for a travel ban on China. Back when impeachment was sort of the big narrative that was going on, and we're talking mid-January, before it even spread to all of China, right? There was one point where I think only 36 provinces in China had it, or maybe 2/3 or so, and I was just looking at the exponential growth. I was looking at the data that was coming out, and I said, this, if it's hit this much of China at this point, it's probably already here.
Yeah, I remember you tweeting out a picture of one of the Chinese official of some sort of the welding somebody in his house, right? And, and there was some of this stuff, and I'm like, wow, and you didn't know at that point whether to make about, oh my God, how serious is this, or are the Chinese government just crazy, welding somebody into their house?
So one of the big things to understand about China is in China, they have this. So the Communist Party in China, we tend to think of communist dictatorships or communist regimes, or whatever phraseology you're more comfortable with, as this sort of static, unchanging monolith, right? But it's not actually true, right? So every regime, communist regime, has faced these sort of challenges to their authority, challenges to legitimacy. A lot of people have pointed to Chernobyl as being one of the things that really challenged the legitimacy of the Soviet Union when that happened, when that broke out. And so in China, there's actually this belief, there's this idea, something called the theory of dynastic cycles. And the theory of dynastic cycles basically states that every dynasty, and it holds true throughout Chinese history, going all the way back to sort of almost mythological times, right? There's sort of these 3 mythological dynasties that they believe founded or pre-founded what eventually became China. Long story, obviously. But that every dynasty follows a cycle of maintaining what they call the mandate of heaven, but then eventually sinking into corruption, that then they lose the mandate of heaven. Then the country is plagued with famine, with pestilence, with disease, with war, followed by revolution, followed by a new dynasty, right? And so that's sort of the roundabout cycle of dynasty. And every dynasty throughout Chinese history has had that. And to many, watchers, people within China, they look at the Communist Party as just sort of a new dynasty, right? It's not familial, it's not a monarchy, but it's still in name a dynasty, right? All but in name only. And so this idea that they were being so, at first, of course, they tried to cover it up, which is normal and that's obvious, but for a Chinese or a communist regime. But the fact that they reacted so strongly to it meant to me that not only could they not cover it up, but also that they knew that it was going to become so big that unless they acted properly, it was on its own going to become a threat to the legitimacy of their government, or a destabilizing force within the country on a massive scale. And so that thing just had the system was blinking red in terms of China. What can I say?
Now, do you just mean like a disease that's ravaging the populations, or does pestilence have a specific significance as opposed to, I don't know, if it was something else, like smog being a killer?
Yeah, not so much smog. I mean, they look at smog as sort of the price of progress in China, and they'll sort of rationalize it away or justify it away by saying, oh, well, the United States and the United Kingdom, they had their periods of industrial revolution. They had their periods of pollution. Then they were able to progress into cleaner technologies. And so we're just doing the same thing, even though it's obviously not true. That's still just sort of the way that they rationalize it.
Okay, that makes sense. But so you're just saying that they knew that this was big. What? And are they lying to the WHO again to preserve their own legitimacy because they're worried about the whole world looking at them with suspicion?
Well, I mean, that's the tightrope they're walking right now, obviously, is that they're dealing with how they're being looked at internally as well as how they're being looked at externally. So, but really on both fronts, it is in their or to their advantage to lie, to obfuscate, to say that it's been dealt with when it actually hasn't been. In the past, there's been instances where diseases had broken out in China, not on this scale, but on smaller scales, but they covered it up by saying, oh, well, someone died of pneumonia. Someone died of pneumonia. We saw this with SARS, where people were being counted as pneumonia deaths, even though it was clearly a SARS death, but they did that in order to keep the number low. I think, actually, if you go to use the Soviet Union again, I think the total number of deaths officially of Chernobyl is something only like 30 to 60 deaths from the Chernobyl incident, because that's all they can officially, are willing to announce. So anything they can do to artificially keep the numbers low is something that they are going to do in order to preserve their legitimacy both internally and externally. Now, what's also interesting though to note though is what a lot of people are pointing out, though, that even though their lockdown was very authoritarian, very draconian, it does seem that, and a lot of now the science is kind of sort of coming around to it, that even though that was sort of their knee-jerk response to it, that actually may have been partially the right move in the absence of having tests on hand for a population size that large, the ability to trace this thing, or a vaccine for obviously what's a new virus. By the way, I always want to refer to coronavirus as a mutant virus, because a mutant bat virus or a mutant animal virus, because I think that explains it a little bit better to people. They say, "Whoa, Jack, isn't this the same thing as the flu?" I mean, this, you understand? This is a mutant virus that crossed over into the human population from animals, probably bats. We're not sure at this point. So no one in our entire species has ever faced something like this. We don't have the white blood cells. Nobody has. We couldn't have the white blood cells anywhere to be able to combat this. And so to compare it with any other virus that we've already faced as humanity is just ridiculous, because it's not true. It's a mutant virus.
Yeah, but that's like saying SARS or MRSA or any one of these is new. Of course they're new. But we're going to have these repeatedly happening. This is
but he'd call those mutant viruses too,
yeah,
I think.
It's not going to be the last one. It just,
No, exactly. Right. I'm just trying to get people to. One of the things that I always do in my work is I talk about linguistics and how I really do think that everything just comes down to linguistics, and trying to find words that have the explanation already packed within them. If I say coronavirus to somebody, what is it, like the sun? Is it like the beer? What is that?
Okay. All right. Off topic on this one. Maybe if anyone else wants to fire this out. Adam Rocks Your World. Thanks for the super chat. And all these super chats are going to a charity that we picked, the Center for Disaster Philanthropy. These people are helping out specifically some of the people pinched hardest with this COVID-19 outbreak. But Adam Rocks Your World says, good to see you on here, Jack. Hoping to meet you in Milwaukee if COVID-19 calms down. From one Polak to another. What is your favorite pierogi? Mine are Russian-style pan-fried with butter.
That's pretty good, actually. Russian-style pan-fried. And I hope we get to have them in Milwaukee. I'll have some with you, pierogies. I actually don't like pierogies with cheese. I'm a little bit more of a classicist. I want some potato. I want some butter. If anything, maybe a little bit of greens in there, just a little bit of onion or something like that. But for the most part, that's all I'm looking for.
Yeah, Stephen, are pierogies the coolest thing about Poland?
That and the swear words, I would say.
What are some swear words? Like Jack?
Cuss words, should I say.
I don't even know if they're Polish. That's the real question.
Yeah, light me up, Jack.
We had this chat, Dimitri, last time we were there, and I think I was trying to make the case that there's quite a lot of overlap between Polish and Russian.
Well,
and you flat out denied
I mean.
it, but then give
no,
me like
well,
9
I don't
Russian
know if
words
you
that
guys have stolen our
Polish
shit
well.
or vice versa.
Say again?
I don't know if you've stolen our shit or vice versa. It's just an intonation thing. Pierogi or piragi. They're whatever. We don't have to talk about food.
Glumki or golubsi.
Голубцы. Nice. All right. You do know some Russian.
Pravda, I believe, is both Russian and Polish.
there are a lot. No, but hopefully we'll see Adam in Milwaukee, of course, and hopefully anyone else who's in the chat. This conference is going to be pretty awesome. Pretty much everyone that we've had on today is going to be here, provided the world doesn't end.
Yeah.
So, get your tickets.
It'll be Milwaukee Thunderdome by the time we get there, I think.
So, Jack... Yeah, let's hope. Jack, you're close to Trump's retweeted you before. You're a little bit close on policy, and did they? So we know.
It's a claim to fame.
You talk to Trump every day, right? We know that.
We have a group chat. It's me, him, a couple of kids. It's great.
So was this always the policy? Where was the world going this way? Did Trump consider anything other than social distancing? Did we consider the UK's policy of trying to quarantine the high-risk people and try to go herd immunity on everybody else? I mean, where do you know how they came up with this?
So from what I've heard is that at first, right, and people have to go back and kind of remember the timeline on this, right? We're talking mid-January to February. What was going on in the United States? He was literally on trial, right? He was being impeached. So he was facing removal from office. So obviously a lot of the energy and brain power in the administration was focused on that trial that was pressing. That being said, enough of the intel and a lot of the public health sort of concern coming from China was able to get him to push that travel ban on at first Chinese nationals, that later spread to European as it was going. So the most that I've seen kind of early on, the discussions have more been a wait and see, collect data as it goes, as opposed to a sort of jumping. I mean, obviously every option has been bandied about, but as far as I can tell, the administration seems to be adopting a sort of more wait and see approach and going after the problem as it arises, rather than going for any massive national lockdowns or anything like that, like you're seeing across a lot of European countries or across China, like we saw. That being said, we don't really have the infrastructure in the United States to be able to implement what South Korea or Japan or Singapore did. Obviously, those are much smaller countries, but they were able to, because they lived through SARS and a few other of these respiratory ailments breaking out. They knew, test and trace was that key metric that they were able to implement, and then be able to basically test wide swaths of their population and get to the point where you're getting your temperature checked when you go to the grocery store, you get your temperature checked when you go to work, when you get off the subway, when you're showing up at your apartment building, you're getting there's someone's there and checking your temperature. Mm-hmm. And then when you test positive for something, then they're able to trace every single person you came into contact with very quickly. They use facial recognition for this in some cases, and they were able to identify outbreaks as quickly as possible. So what they were doing was actually more like localized quarantines, as opposed to the big national situations that we're seeing now in the United States, or I should say statewide situations like we're seeing in the United States.
Do you know how do it seems like the UK has got more testing than we do? Your former country Jamaica may have more over there. Jack, how did the CDC screw up all the testing? Why don't we have this? I mean, the media blames it directly on Trump.
Jack is from Jamaica?
No,
I think you meant to say Desi-Rae.
Yes, Desi-Rae. I was pointing. I'm sorry. I'm pointing, and yes.
I really figured I'd check.
She mentioned it once before in the stream. I'm sorry. Come on. I meant Desi-Rae.
Yeah, that's the correct country, unlike the place I'm living in earlier that you said.
But do we know why the CDC, what happened there? What was the screw up?
So I'm still actually trying to kind of figure out what the story was on that, because a very good friend of mine, a close friend of mine, actually, after about a week of pestering, was able to have the test administered. And when they administered the test, I said, well, what was it like? What are these elusive kits like? He said, Jack, it was 2 long cotton swabs, one down the throat and one up the nose. I'm like, what do you mean? That was it?
I'm so glad you said nose. I'm so happy you said nose.
Respiratory, not any, not expiratory.
No anal fissures.
And so when I heard that, it actually started me thinking about it. I was wondering if the phrasing was correct. And I mean, obviously, if it's long Q-tips, that's something that every hospital has. So is it more of a question of which test are we administering, which laboratories are set up to use the test? And I'm still kind of trying to figure out what the story is there. And I'll just throw this out as well. There's a huge fog of war, right, going on throughout this entire season. When I was in the military, fog of war was just something that was inundated with us during training exercises, war games, that sort of thing. And so you just get too much information and you don't know which one is right. You don't know which one is wrong. And we're clearly in the middle of that right now. And that's why you're actually seeing a lot of these disinformation campaigns my cousin's brother's friend, who's a total Marine Corps scout, sniper, SEAL, Ranger, heard that the president's told his mom that the nationwide martial law is about to come tomorrow. Crazy disinformation.
Let's talk about silver lining on all of this, because we'll get past it like we do with everything. My perception is that we're going to have a big cultural, probably even a political shift because of this. And it'll be interesting to get first Stephen and then Desi-Rae's take on this, because Americans aren't used to not working for so long. It's anathema. It's not in the cultural DNA to not go to work every day, and I don't think it's healthy. I think the European approach of actually enjoying your leisure time is a good thing. So is this 2-week hiatus, first of all, do you love not working, Stephen? And secondly, do you think, Desi-Rae, that this is going to be something that we look back on and say, you know what, maybe we should be doing this 2 weeks of mandatory paid leave or whatever it is and instituting this as a government policy, and then Jack can come in and talk about it, whether it's actually feasible?
I used to really love not doing anything. I think back of all the weekends I'd spend just lay on a couch playing video games as a teenager or in my early 20s, and now I can't seem to find a minute when I'm not doing something. I think it's a mindset that you get hopefully as you mature a bit. But I think what I found a little bit interesting about this, which was really highlighted something to me, is this the culture seems in general very focused on the individual. It's very individualistic. We all have our own lives, our own bubbles, our own things, and community is not something that's a big part of people's lives anymore. You can live next door to someone your entire life nowadays and never have a conversation with them. Is this this loss of community, and I think what's happened here, for me personally anyway, these last few weeks I've been reaching out to people, trying to make little gestures. Have you got everything you need? I've been, nipping around to my sister's to drop off a spare bag of pasta. I've been, checking in on my brother today. He's got a young child. He'd ran out of baby wipes. He couldn't get out. I'd gone to the shop and dropped him around. I've not seen him since Christmas. So there's this kind of there's this sort of sense of trying to look out for people a bit more that was absent, I think, in general. And I think when we do get through this, that's what it's going to take. It's going to take everybody doing their bit, looking out for everybody else and chipping in where they can. And I'm hoping that's something we'll take forward after it's all ended. That's my one positive take for today, after all my cynicism, that maybe a bit more of community spirit will make a return after it's all ended.
Mm-hmm.
I got a couple different things to say. First, I kind of have to leave soon. And second, I wanted to just backtrack a little bit, just very briefly, when Jack was talking about the testing kits. I think the issue is that I don't know the details because I don't do anything like this anymore, is that you need to identify certain, agents in someone's, saliva or whatever fluid that they're looking at. And you need something that reacts properly to that sample. So even though they might have the actual materials, you have to create something that people can use that will correctly identify what's in the sample. And then for this question about the work ethic or the work culture in the US and if that will shift and what's a good thing, I definitely think it's a good thing if people learn to relax more. I also think people need to be, families need to be spending more time with kids in particular. I think that's very good, but I'm also not a fan of anything mandatory. And I know that you might think if it's not mandatory, then a lot of companies won't opt to provide that to employees. But maybe there will just be a cultural shift that occurs, possibly, that will come out without government mandates. At the same time, I see the possibility of the opposite occurring, where people have been so stressed out by not being able to work, they're still going to have their bills to pay at the end of it. And even though maybe loan payments or mortgage payments are suspended temporarily, they might be rushing to get back to work. So I tend to sit on the fence when I answer a lot of questions, but I think it could go in more than one direction.
That's cool. I can add a little bit to that, in that, that the test, those swabs, like you run in order to like detect the virus. They use that what they call an ELISA test, like ELISA, and that allows like either the DNA,
hit me with the science, please. Hit me with
and
the science.
RNA, and it will drift down and then create a light signature. So if you know what they already know the genetic code of this. So if you can see the virus making copies of itself, so then you can see the code and it will light up. So that's how you would get a positive test.
Just comes up with made in China.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is whether you would do the same thing like if you're testing DNA and you're running DNA samples, but this would test for the virus, but it won't test for antibodies. So what would a nice to have too is a test to give antibodies. This would give an idea whether or not you're resistant to it, because there's some people that may have already gotten this. Maybe they knew they were sick. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they thought they had the flu or a cold, or they got flu, or had no symptoms at all but have antibodies. It would be really good to know how many people are resistant, to have like both the test for, yes, you're positive, but also you're immune or you're not.
Yeah, I mean, they're the kind of people that you can then say, well, it's safe to go back to work, and then get things moving along again. Yeah.
Yeah. So all those things would be good. And there was a lot of limitations. HIPAA, has stood in the way a lot. Again, HIPAA was meant to protect privacy in medicine. This is so, reporters are not allowed to say, oh, I heard from so-and-so nurse that, so-and-so celebrity had whatever procedure. That would be illegal. But what this is also hasn't allowed is telemedicine. So Trump got rid of that. But they also, some of the doctors wanted to test people's flu swabs, where like you had already sampled these people for the flu. Well, just can you run and test them for COVID too? We already have the sample. And they weren't allowed to. So again, HIPAA was, because they had consented to that procedure. And, so these are some of the regulations that Trump has done away with that I think will really help. So part of this is finding out. It sucks to find out in the back end, but I think Trump's done good to get these regulations. Hopefully he'll steward us through and get us back. I mean, Jack, do you know any more about like what the phase 2 of this is after social distancing?
So phase 2 of this is where is this going, and when can they start rolling it back, right? Because I mean, obviously everyone got spooked over the last week or so, and that's what led to just this full-on, war mode presidency that they're in right now. That being said, I think they do understand that this is really hurting a lot of Americans, and certainly, and let's face it. I mean, Trump's base in large part is that working class of Americans, and they're the people that are facing the hardest brunt of this from the economic impact that they're going through right now from people being laid. I have 2 people in my family that have been laid off already. I know tons of people who have been laid off. The folks that are shift workers, they're all seeing everything cut. If they're in retail, anything other than these quote unquote essential services right now. And so I think that they're really looking for relief from the president. They're really looking for relief. And by the way, just from the government writ large, that's why I think politically he's being very astute in making sure to keep that sort of relationship with a lot of these big state governors going. Because when you look at from a party perspective, right, it's New York, that's Governor Cuomo, Democrat. Pennsylvania, Tom Wolf, that's a Democrat. Gavin Newsom, California, Democrat. And so, because by November, by September, by October, this hopefully will have ended. There may be another secondary spike. They talk about because of the cold weather coming back.
Well,
but
the question of timing is important, and this is actually relevant. There's a super chat from 4chan4prez. who says 2 weeks. It's going to be more like 90 plus days.
Yeah.
So that's a good question. Is what are we looking at? Because there's no way in hell that people are going to stay indoors for 18 months. That is asinine and ludicrous to think. So what's the point of all this? Is to get as many people as immune as quickly as possible. And to that extent, wouldn't it help for people to break this social isolation thing so we can get sick in waves and start getting us, immunized?
Or
in
is it
waves?
to build capacity of the medical system to handle this?
I don't want to.
Because flu's built
I
in.
don't want to tell
This
people
isn't.
to do that. That's my only. That's my
more
personal thought.
capacity and the also the right. We're arming ourselves, right? We're finding out, or we're theorizing different medications that can either help this thing at least combat it, or potentially become find a vaccine. They're talking about cures already, and so any time that you can buy, or as much time as you can buy from social distancing, from quarantining, that's what you're doing now. So instead of just rushing into this herd immunity thing, well, keep in mind, we've already talked about the ability of this thing to mutate very rapidly. That actually kind of destroys the whole herd immunity concept, because if this thing is constantly mutating in the general population, then you could have immunity to one strain but not immunity to another. That's just how that works.
Is
that happening?
It could.
I thought it was the exact opposite.
The medical advisor in the UK, I forgot the gentleman's name, seems very smart, is doing a good job, doing the best he can, I suppose, in a difficult situation. He was asked this question at a press conference recently in the UK, and he said obviously it's always a possibility that these strains can mutate into something else, but it's more than likely they mutate into something less harmful than more harmful. It's not, you can't rule it out, but that's usually the trajectory of these things.
That's what I had heard, and I was wondering if maybe someone might know this. Is the longer this goes, let's say Brian is sick with it, and his immune system fights it, and then a week later I see him, he gets me sick. The virus that infects me is going to be inherently a weaker strain. And so then I'll be able to fight it, get sick, I'll get the next person sick. So the longer that we go, the weaker the virus becomes, and that's how these things naturally die out. I don't know how true that is, but that's one of the things that I had read, which may be why they're trying to string this along. But in general, the people that do end up getting sick, if they don't have immunity problems, end up, it's a flu. At the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the problem is that there's enough people in them vulnerable categories, low immunity, elderly, pre-existing conditions, that if we didn't socially isolate, if we didn't take measures, and they all got sick at the same time, our healthcare services would crumble under the pressure of trying to treat just those people. So I think, like Jack says, we are just trying to, and I mentioned this earlier, we're just trying to buy time for when the shit really hits the fan, I think.
I just don't understand what the difference.
Healthcare service goes down, you're going to see. You're going to start to see what happens if you get, from heart attacks, from, regular accidents. Anyone who would normally be going into the ICUs, which already generally operate around, at least in the United States, around 85% capacity. You're going to see stuff that would normally be non-fatal start to just be racked up. So that wouldn't necessarily be coronavirus tests, but collateral. I guess you could call it that way. But anyway, just to finish my point, what I was saying earlier was, come this fall, I think what the administration is really starting to understand is that this is going to be, and their handling of this is going to be the issue of the 2020 election.
Yeah, for sure.
I gotta interrupt you guys. Sorry, because I need to go, and I've been trying to politely interrupt.
No, that's all right. Thank you so much, Desi-Rae.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and I hope I can possibly see some of you guys.
Yes.
I see you guys.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Can't wait.
Thanks.
We're gonna say something else. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say until we see you in
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
We're gonna wait till you've gone, then we're gonna talk about you at length. If that's okay.
That's fine. All right,
take care.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Bye. I'm wondering from a timing perspective, what's the difference between now and April, now and May? I mean, the people that would have gotten sick are still going to get sick. Why are
Yes,
we
but
decimating
in
the
time
economy?
in the time that we're buying, we can stockpile more ventilators, we can get more hospital beds, we can transfer people who aren't in life-threatening situations, we can get the infrastructure ready, we can bring retired healthcare workers back into the fold to cover the staff, we can put contingency plans in place to protect the staff. We've got an issue at the moment in the UK about getting the frontline healthcare staff the protective gear they need to not get infected too, and we have all this. Apparently, it's more of a distribution issue than anything. So I think it's just buying that window of time to prepare for it properly.
That's a good point, Steve.
Yeah. So one of the things they need is there's different precautions. There's like contact precautions, but it seems they're not totally sure if this is airborne or not. Right, that there's some that you could contact it easily. So they're having a lot of people like preferentially wear the N95 masks. So those are the special masks that are usually reserved for like if somebody comes in with a tuberculosis strain that's resistant to drugs, for example. That is something you do not want getting out. So that you have very specialized isolation procedures there. So you would have what they call a negative pressure room. So you don't want anything getting out. So the air will be being sucked into that in a special quarantine area in the hospital so it doesn't get out. And all of the hospital workers have to wear an N95 mask, what will stop you from being that inhaled. In an operating room, it's just the opposite. You have a positive pressure room that pushes everything out because you don't want a potential, bacteria, whatever, floating down in and getting a surgical infection. So you have to handle these different. Those N95 masks you only use for specific things. But since we're using them for COVID now and COVID's ubiquitous, we're running out of those masks. So definitely there is a healthcare supply issue. And
I've heard a lot of these masks are practically single use anyway.
Yeah.
No. They're not single use. The problem is that the U.S. has a shit mentality towards basically recyclability. So right now, the culture, and I've heard this from healthcare professionals, is that you're tossing PPE. You use it, you toss it. And that's what we've been doing historically for the longest time. And instead, if we were to get into a mentality of cleaning, disinfecting, then we could make these things last longer. So, and this is another silver lining to this whole thing, is because this has been such a shit show, obviously the preparedness of the country has been on full display. And not only are we going to stockpile this shit going forward, but also maybe there's going to be a company that comes out with, and this already exists, like UV disinfecting chambers that we can put this stuff in. Disinfect it, reuse it. Why do we keep throwing shit away? It makes no sense.
You're right, Stephen. The masks are single use. He's advocating an off-label use here,
no,
right?
But why?
I'm not talking in terms of the core materials. In terms of how the perishable. Once they've served their purpose once, they're actually ineffective going forward.
Right. And there's a lot of things that quote unquote could be. So a lot of the reasons why the medical device manufacturers will make things single use is it's a lot easier to get it through FDA regulations to do that.
Yep.
The reason being, if it's going to be a reusable product, I need to tell the customer how many times it's re-sterilizable or reusable, and I need to validate all that testing. That is a lot of money, a lot of testing. How much do I want to go? And the more uses, so it's actually cheaper for both the company and the consumer, the hospital, to have single-use items.
But this gets into regulatory bullshit.
I know.
So if we use this pandemic to reform some regulations, maybe get rid of them, like Trump has been doing with the FDA, this is all for the better. Look how fast we got to televisits with Medicare. That shit was it even on the horizon? Now all of a sudden we're pushing it forward like it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. We should have been doing this 5 years ago. Yeah. Where were we?
Now, we do have some of the lowest infection rates around. So, I think there's an upside to it, but how much does it cost?
And how much trash do we produce?
But in South America, the many medical devices are re-sterilized and used again, even though they weren't made that way by the company. But they'll go ahead and they'll do validation, their own testing, and they're like, no, it totally works. But you're not allowed to say that in America. So sometimes, like, if you're a medical device manufacturer, people from another country will approach you and say, hey, check out my research. Look what I've done. I've shown that we can reuse your product. And, like, there's nothing you can do with it. You know, so more often the most important person in the hospitals in Latin America are the people that fix the sterilizers. You know, like the biomed people, it's absolutely essential to keep that thing running because you can't afford another one. So
makes sense.
It's part of what's going on. But I do think that some regulations are obviously very good, but hopefully Trump can cut out the ones that aren't as good. And this is certainly teaching us a little bit of what's not working.
I wonder.
Yeah, he really. I mean, it's so on him right now. I mean, I honestly think Biden's going to be doing these like shadow briefings or whatever, but it's so on the president right now. Like you either it's kind of like I mean it's not on a smaller scale, but it's like the Great Depression, right? Historically, Hoover gets blamed for it, but FDR gets credit for solving it, right? And so it's sort of like which path of history do you take, and that's kind of where we're at with this.
Well, the question is if this leads to a different form of governance. And so with, whether it's paid leave, whether it's these freedom dividends that we're going to get, whatever it is, there are more socialistic tendencies. And earlier in the podcast...
I gotta jump in. Jack, do you think this will lead to a hot war with China?
No. Come on.
He's the only one that thinks this, Jack.
Yes.
But go ahead. Tell him why he's wrong.
I'm more interested to know if this will lead to more socialism. Sorry, what was that, Jack?
China doesn't have the force protection capacity, the sea lift capacity to be able to conduct something like that across
and they're completely dependent on us because they're in a global economy. If they want to fuck themselves over, then they would go to war with us.
Why would you go to war with your biggest customer?
Correct. You would never do that. The bigger question is this going to lead to socialism in the U.S.? That's the real question here, is the more socialist policies that we do in the interim to deal with this crisis, people are going to say, why don't we just do this full time?
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be
so the big one right there is obviously UBI. I mean, I'm sure you guys have talked about that already today. But I think that with so many people saying government handouts, government check for everyone, government check for anyone, Andrew Yang is sitting there like, I told you, bros, I told you. Right. And so, it's like the income tax was first instituted to pay for the American Civil War in the 1860s. Right.
By the Confederates. By the Confederates in 1864. You're right. Mm-hmm.
And so, well, I mean, no, the Union did too, though, right?
No, I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure it was just the Confederacy.
I'd have to go back. I'm speaking of something. But point being, it was Civil War era.
Mm-hmm.
Then it went away. Then it came back, 16th Amendment, etc. So because people said, hey, you know what? That was a good idea. Why don't we do more of that? And someone in government says, hey, wouldn't it be great if everyone could have a little bit of this, and then it just eventually keeps coming, and then you can't get rid of it.
That's the fear.
What about this though?
And single payer health care too.
Trump got it. Ben Shapiro gave it to Trump on this one. So Bernie had come out and said, I think the government should give some loans, and then the government's now invested in a lot of these companies and trying to blend the two. And then Trump, when asked if he would do this, whether that made sense, he goes, well, sometimes I think it makes sense in a certain amount of cases. And like he got pounded from the Ben Shapiro types. Like, did you hear that? And what do you make of it?
So I didn't notice Ben Shapiro doing that, but that's sort of the essential difference, right? Ben Shapiro is sort of that more classic conservative, possibly a little bit more libertarian minded when it comes to economics, whereas Trump is a nationalist, right? He looks at companies as sort of part of the nation's infrastructure and wanting to work with what do they call it? Public-private partnerships to be able to protect industries, the same way that he looks at protecting workers through cutting immigration and fighting illegal immigration. And so in a lot of ways, Donald Trump really, and I always get in trouble for saying this, but he's kind of just like a Bill Clinton era Democrat when it really comes down to it.
Yeah. What do you think, Stephen? Any thoughts on government
on U.S. politics?
Well, no, but this could happen anywhere. Government partial ownership of industry. For this, because their nation's going through it as well. It's not like they're immune from COVID.
They're already socialists.
So I think you are right in the sense that people will look at this and start touting socialism as some sort of panacea to all the ills, but I think this is a very narrow and specific context with which socialist, quote unquote, typical socialist policies are being implemented to solve an incident. I think we know what happens if you have an entire, socialist system. We've run this experiment tenfold. I don't think we keep needing to have this argument, unfortunately. I'm about to release a podcast on this, by the way. If anyone wants to tune in to the Godless Spellchecker podcast next week on why socialism fails.
Go subscribe.
Yeah. Okay.
People are always going to push socialism. People will use that as an example if it does succeed. But I just think it's deeply unpopular at the polls, regardless of what people genuinely think or what the loudest voices tend to say about socialism.
Well, the thing that's already being said is how much we fucked up the testing, how it wasn't available, how people that are getting sick still don't have the ability to take
and that's the government
that
pointing the finger at. Yeah,
correct. And so they're going to be pointing at that and saying, well, if we only had a socialized system of healthcare, at least, then none of this would be a problem. You'd be able to go to the doctor. They'd probably ignore the fact that the tests aren't even available. It'd just be used as a bludgeon to say you could have gone to the doctor and gotten better, which obviously is not true because we saw what happened in Italy. So this is the concern, is that with this pandemic, even the way that it's been handled, which, for the most part, there's been good and bad, it's going to be used as a bludgeon during this next election, and every part of it's going to be picked apart. That's the concern.
Believe me, the culture wars are paused
brewing
right now.
Yeah,
they're
brewing.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. We talked about this already multiple times, but people probably weren't on. Is the whole this being referred to as the China flu, and in general the way that this is being referred to as a transphobic viral infection. Because it's
that was Vice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was wondering how someone's going to shoehorn trans issues into this. I thought that we were going to take a little break from making everything about trans issues for a while, but somebody found out how to do it. It was Vice.
But was
their argument that trans people are missing out on essential services because all our healthcare services are preoccupied with this virus? I think that's the angle they took, isn't it?
But it hasn't made a lot of rounds. I mean, it's kind of Vice is not really important at this point. No one's going there for.
Honestly, I'll say that too, right? Isn't it kind of interesting how all those woke headlines and controversies and whatever scandal, it just disappeared overnight.
Yeah,
it's like poof.
It was more important shit.
Or you're right. They've gone down in number.
Fake because it was never real. None of it was real. None of this woke crap was real. And suddenly when we're faced with an actual, real, honest to God, life or death situation, there's your survival instinct kicks in, your just biology kicks in, right? You know that, okay, I'm going to stop worrying about fake crap and I'm going to start worrying about what actually matters.
Well, the amazing thing that we learned through all this is everyone has a safe space. It's your goddamn house.
Yeah. So maybe I'm the weird one, because as soon as I realized how serious this was, I wanted to go out and read Judith Butler's latest book on gender theory. But maybe I'm the weird one. Okay, yes. I'm kidding.
Yes. Yes, you are.
What about a bad joke? But Boris Johnson, Donald Trump, Stephen, are they similar? The same?
No.
What's it?
No.
People will
this
say
is such a bizarre.
Or is it only the hair?
Comparison. It's the hair. It's the aesthetics, basically. I mean, could you imagine Donald Trump really, reeling off Latin poetry, for fun? You can. I mean, I am not I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, but I am not in with the leftist hysteria around Donald Trump. I do think Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. Mm-hmm. I have seen many people, otherwise sensible people, lose their head over Donald Trump. But if he was going to compare the two, Boris Johnson is very well educated. He's very smart. He's actually sounds like he's bumbling, but he's actually a very good communicator. I don't think Donald Trump is any of them things, really. And obviously that's not to say he's a terrible president, but I don't think he's a good communicator. I don't think he's eloquent. I don't think he's particularly thoughtful. I don't think he's particularly educated. Boris Johnson is. So the comparison stops as far as the hair.
Is there as a follow-up?
or the fact that they're both perceived by the far left to be right-wing Nazis.
So is there a
basically.
Boris Johnson, like, is it BDS? You know, I guess that's something totally different. Is there a Boris derangement syndrome?
I think there's a similar outlook in terms of the Tory government, and there has been for a long time, and a lot of that was well earned by the Tory government until recently. What I found in British politics, strangely, is that as times have gone on, the quote unquote right wing parties have moved closer to the centre, whereas the left wing parties have moved further to the left. And that's made people like me, who are sort of typical left-wingers, vote for the Tories in the latest election, because whilst the left were tearing each other over on trans bathrooms and screaming at anyone who thought that Islamic terrorism might be worth focusing our attention on, or wanting to have an open and reasonable discussion about mass immigration, where they were screeching about that, the Tories were making more sense on it. And what's strange, what's really bizarre, I'm from North Manchester. This is a Labour heartland in the UK. They lost seats in this part of the country that Labour had held for 50 plus years to this, right, quote unquote, right wing conservative government, because that government is now appealing more to the standard working class person than the left wing socialists are, which is a really strange turnaround. So I think the left is in this country for the time being is pretty much dead. So I don't know. And the thing is, as we saw after Trump was elected, the left are doubling down on all their hysteria and their silliness. So I can't see that changing anytime soon.
Stephen, do you not find Trump entertaining at the least? I don't know if you've been watching the coronavirus briefings every day,
yes,
but it is the most entertaining TV you can ever possibly find.
Yeah, and I defy anyone not to smirk at the word kung flu. And it's been hilarious watching people lose their head over that and try and make that a focal point. I do appreciate, every now and then, I do think you need someone to come in and rough things up and do things differently and not take any shit and not toe any sort of PC line. And Trump does that very well, and he appeals to a vast number of Americans for that reason alone, I think.
But Michael Moore actually had a line about that once. He said, who'd say, obviously a far left guy, but he said, look, a lot of working people see. They don't see Donald Trump as a candidate. They see him as a hand grenade that they want to throw at Washington.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere that in a lot of states where the WWE wrestling is highly popular, they were states that were highly in favor of Donald Trump, and this idea of this trash talking, adversarial kind of power really appealed to these people. I thought it was that very strange correlation there, and I think
there's a few good there's like one good YouTube video on Trump as compared to pro wrestling, but like I've wanted to do an entire documentary on this,
right? So there is something there,
how he's using pro wrestling tactics, the same tactics and techniques, gimmicks, feuding, trash talking, promos that if it's someone who was raised watching pro wrestling as a kid in America, that I see him doing the exact same stuff every day.
So here's my question then, and I mean this sincerely with Donald Trump, because a lot of people will credit him for his genius in the sense that he's the trolling chief. He's doing this on purpose. It's a conscious effort for him to push buttons. Now, I'd kind of like to believe that. My own personal perception of the situation is there's no filter. You get what you see from Donald Trump. There's no further layer. I don't think he's that thoughtful. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Like when people call it 4D chess.
Yes.
They say, he's playing 4D. He certainly trolls from time to time, like when he says, I'm never going to leave office. I'll be running in 4 years and 8 years and 12 years, etc. That's obviously trolling, but no, I don't think that there's some magical plan that he's got worked out and that he's 10 steps ahead of everybody on everything. That being said, I do think that he has a more instinctual gut instinct in terms of how he deal with specific individuals and how to kind of make his political opponents. He has this interesting trick where he's able to get them to self-implode rather than actually defeating himself. It's quite remarkable to see because he constantly does it. And again, as you say, it's just by pressing buttons and then causing them to go haywire.
Well, it's just outlasting his opponents. We had a conversation about this, I don't know how many hours ago, but it was, giving him odds and seeing now with Biden clearly being the Democratic nominee, pretty much, have people seen enough from Trump in 4 years in order to give him a sliver more of the vote? Or is Biden that much more palatable than Clinton was 4 years ago, where between the two that, Biden's going to take it with all of those people that decided to either stay home or vote for Trump 4 years ago? And I'm kind of torn between the two. I don't know if he's gotten enough support by showing that he's been able to do the job for 4 years.
Well, so that's the strategy, right? So the strategy is the new method of politics, right? The new politics of Donald Trump, something that America wants to continue with. Obviously, that's being tested right now. Or is Joe Biden, who, he's the nostalgia candidate, right? If I'm Joe Biden's campaign manager right now, I'm saying, do as little events as possible. Don't get into debates. Don't really get out in front of people. Just have your name ID. Throw up ads all over the place. People remember the name Joe Biden. He's got great name ID in the United States. People remember him as the vice president.
Can he remember himself as the vice president? No, that's the question.
Well, there's obviously some issues there, but again, right? It's that name. It's just that name that people are going to vote for, and we clearly saw that in cases where he was winning states against Bernie, where he didn't even have campaign offices.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, that is really true. It's kind of amazing. Now, Stephen was saying,
sad.
Like, do you feel like when saying like Trump's not an intellectual, like if they saying that or he's not smart, like, or do you feel like Trump has a different sort of intelligence, or is this he's smart but he's not as expressive, or he's only expressive to a certain amount? Like, I wanted to kind of like Stephen had made the point. I wondered if you had a counterpoint to like how you feel on Trump and intelligence and just acumen for the office.
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Trump, my take on it is, I think that he's got a lot of street smarts. I mean, he's from Queens. He grew up collecting rent in, not the best or highest income areas with his dad, and he certainly remembers that and took those lessons to heart. One of the areas that I have seen him actually be, he doesn't talk about it very much, but the only time where his book smarts sort of come out more is when he talks about finance. It doesn't usually come up much, but you get him talking business finance. He's actually quite well read on it and go pretty far on it. And I think he's just done so many deals that he's probably encountered a lot of it. Plus, he did actually go to the Wharton School of Business, where finance is a huge focus. And so I think that you'll see that more there. But yeah, definitely when he's speaking more, and certainly at the rallies, I've been to a ton of those recently, just covering them for One American News. I mean, it's a stand-up act, right? It's almost like stand-up comedy. So he's trying to, he's using tactics that reach a wider amount of people, and he knows where his base is. He's not trying to talk to the coastal elites, right? He's not trying to talk to Georgetown or Amherst or Cambridge, Massachusetts. No, he wants to talk to the union worker in Michigan. He wants to talk to the guy that was working at the plant in Wisconsin. He wants to talk to, a steel worker that's trying to find a job in Pittsburgh, right? That's who he's trying to reach.
Okay.
I think he serves some sort of emotional need in a way that others haven't. And I think there's a sense that, it's amazing how he's managed to do this, but I think there's a sense from the society in general that politicians are out of touch and almost look down and hold themselves up higher than the general population. I think Donald Trump has managed to convince people that, I'm one of the people. This multi-millionaire businessman who's had this extraordinary life. He's just the same as the blue collar worker in Wisconsin or whatever. And I think that's more about his people skills more than anything. He appeals to so many people, and we've got to deal with that. I think, or whoever's going to challenge him has got to deal with that fact. Because
FDR had that same ability to go back to the Great Depression, World War II. I mean, you're talking a guy who's born in the lap of luxury. FDR just raised an aristocrat by any measure, right? By any measure, and yet the people loved that guy. They still love that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange how it works. I mean, America versus Great Britain. You guys, you want the story of the week. You want a war hero. You want the guy who says it, like it is, who's going to revolutionize America, and there's a lot of sloganeering. In England, we're more like, well, he sounds smart, and that's it. That's it, basically. There's a kind of anti-intellectual aspect to American politics that I find 100%. Fascinating.
Obama wasn't like that. That was the exact opposite. He was a well-spoken black man. Boom, done.
Yeah,
take my money.
Well, it's again, that's America's a big country, right? We have multitudes, right? So that's sort of the but again, Barack Obama also had a side of him where he was sort of talking out the side of his mouth. That's and the true. Navy, we used to say coking and joking, and
there was all this majesty about the fact that he could be the first black president. That loomed large over his tenure.
Sure.
Don't forget that tan suit.
It was about America. It was once again this huge story about America breaking boundaries and doing something that had never happened before. There was so much. It was so Hollywood in that sense. So it wasn't just a typical, smart, spoken guy. There was so many more layers to that presidency.
Yeah, he could hang out with a comedian and do well.
America's background story, our origin story, if you will, is always sort of the scrappy underdog, right? The army of farmers versus the professional soldiers, right? And so that's just built into America's sort of cultural and sociopolitical DNA.
Yeah, but there's a fuck you component to Trump that no other candidate I think has ever had. And my question is, that carried through in 2016 because we had never had one. Does that novelty still apply 4 years later? How many people are still willing to, say fuck you and throw the grenade? I don't know. I would imagine that it's decreased. I mean, just like anything, novelty decreases over time.
I'm not sure. I think he will still win, and it's because everything that people tried in the run-up to the election with Trump didn't work, partly because of this fuck you attitude, and they didn't realize that it didn't work, so they doubled down and tried the same things again. And all that his base will do will say, see, we was right, that these people are insane. These people don't have a counter.
The base doesn't matter, right? It's how many of the central, the Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan voters can you get on your side? And the question is, has enough happened?
Speak to that based on some data that I've looked at over the past few cycles since the 2016 election, and we're actually starting to see this interesting compression in the United States. You could call it polarization. I think compression makes more sense, though. It's this idea that, and I've talked to other political operatives about this. Hey, Lauren. Is that the middle?
Can you hear me okay?
Hey.
Hey, Lauren.
So just to finish out my thought, the middle almost doesn't exist significantly anymore in electoral politics. And I'm talking from numbers I've seen in Pennsylvania and Ohio, that it really does come down to how much of your base can you drive out to vote on election day, rather than that proverbial, who can we swing that's in the middle. It's those, and I think it's just more of people have sort of made up their mind on politics right now. You're on this side or you're that side. You hate them or you love them, right? The in between, it's not there enough to swing the election anymore like it used to be.
You don't think there's enough people who voted, who either were considering Yang or considering Tulsi, who are kind of teetering one way or another? I mean, the same thing happened in 2016 with the people who ended up being Bernie bros. They could have gone one way or another, and they stayed home.
I think they stay home.
You think they stay home in 2020?
I do.
Okay, so just wanted coming in, Lauren Chen from Blaze TV, big friend of the program.
Hold on, do you not go by Roaming Millennial anymore?
No,
Okay.
not really. It's been like since I started doing a lot of in-person events, people who are not online are apparently not as cool with just calling someone roaming face to face. So
Right. No, I just doxed her.
I have a human name now.
Okay, cool.
No, I knew that she'd come out, but I don't know if it was still like a moniker that was used.
Right.
All right.
And Jeremy,
I'm not taking anyone else's slot here, am I?
No, you hang out.
We're in the quad box.
Jeremy,
Steven, it's the quad box. This is what we love.
Right, we're gonna play Hollywood Squares, or YouTube Celebrity Squares.
I thought you was going to go all disc jockey then. We're going to play Shania Twain. That doesn't impress me much.
So that's awesome. But and
Can I make a
Jeremy, the
request?
Quartering has got an impressive gaming channel. Also talks about social cultural politics as well. Jack, somebody in the chat, Le Plemery or something, informed me that you were correct. It was, in fact, we're both right, but it was instituted income tax in the Civil War by the Union. So,
by the way, Jeremy, shame on you for not being here in person, you bastard. That's all I have to say.
You all look disgusting to me, so I didn't really want to be in the same room.
Disease-riddled.
I feel safe in my bunker.
That's right. I'm teeming with Corona, Jeremy, so it's a good thing.
the viral.
I've been in that room before.
The viral load is strong on this one.
So Sean, nice. Well, but that's a real term.
Sharing
viral
it to
load.
YouTube.
But okay, so Sean texted me. He's like, Diamond and Silk refer to Trump as the first black president. Like, what do they mean? What do you think they're getting at there? I mean, this is almost like a poem, right? Like, what does it mean? I was never good at poems.
I'm not touching this one.
No one?
You're on your own, guys. You're on your own.
Okay, well,
I can say I'm saying this, that I've been in the room with Diamond and Silk when they've talked about that, and they talk about they talk about the fact that he's actually delivering in terms of unemployment numbers prior to all this for Black Americans, and then also just because of the attitude, because of the I believe the word they used was swagger.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, I guess, how people started calling Barack Obama the first gay president after he came out in support of same-sex marriage. Yeah, that was the thing that happened. I mean, not a ton of people, but I don't know if I agreed with it then, and I don't know if we can call Trump the first black president. Although I will say that I think maybe even more so than Barack Obama, he's actually taken measures to improve Black lives. I mean, all lives, right? Because if we're talking about things like Black entrepreneurship, Black unemployment, they're at historic lows under Trump.
What do you guys say to the counter argument that sure, unemployment numbers are low, but those are shitty paying jobs, they're gig economy jobs, they're not doing much, it's like a little scrap here, a little scrap there, and that was the whole Andrew Yang message, is that those numbers don't reflect reality of how well people are doing.
AOC said this too. Yeah.
I don't know
if we look at things like wages are actually rising for the first time. I mean, like the last few weeks aside, wages are rising for the first time in a really long time. And also, if we're looking at things like unemployment going down, it's still better than, I would rather have a bad job than no job. And not only that, but we're seeing the labor participation rate also go up. So things are clearly not perfect. I'm not saying there's no room for improvement, but it's hard to deny that things are better than they were 4 years ago.
Well, it's really unlikely to move up in a company and achieve a good paying, high responsibility carrying job if you aren't working at all. So, sometimes entry level as it may be, you're more likely to move up in that company than not being employed.
Okay. No, it's a valid point. I was more so talking about policies that may increase wages. And so that's what the Democrats are pushing, is high minimum wage. But, the counter argument to that is, of course, if you leave business alone, they're going to be willing to pay people more. And this is probably a great way to talk about the stock buyback issue that's come up in the news lately. And Mark Cuban's statement that he said that any companies that get bailed out during this crisis should have a moratorium on buybacks until the end of time. So what do you guys think about that?
Well, I'd like, before we go into this deep, dark rabbit hole of fascinating American esoteric issues.
What, you guys don't have stock buybacks in the UK?
I've got an announcement. My bladder is actually quite full, and it's 1 a.m. So as lovely as it's been chatting to you both, Brian, Dimitri,
and
Sean's knocking around somewhere. I think it's great what you're doing, by the way, using your time to raise money for the. Maybe it's a good time to give the charity a plug.
Yeah, that's right. We're doing this, the CDP is what they're calling it, but it's the Center for Disaster Philanthropy. These are helping out people that are particularly feeling the pinch from COVID-19. They've done a lot of good work from Louisiana flooding in 2016 and just kind of helping getting people back on their feet because we're facing a ton of uncertainty. So that's where all the super chats are going, not to Myth Informed, but to them. So thanks everyone that's donating. And thanks for all you guys taking the time to come in.
Awesome. Thanks for inviting me in. Nice to see you guys as well.
Stephen,
Hopefully
we'll see you in
again this year, all going well.
Yes.
You know, if we can avoid the apocalypse, that'd be nice. So take care of each other.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, Stephen.
Nice morning.
I know.
Okay, stock buybacks. Who wants it?
Well, I didn't hear anything about Mark Cuban's statement yet, and I was following the stock buybacks with I think the 4 senators, but aside from that, I don't know if I'm caught up on the situation.
No, so the 4 senators thing was them offloading stocks and doing insider trading. This is more so that after the Trump tax cuts, what the companies ended up using that money for was not to hire more people, which in turn, or pay their employees more.
I see, yeah.
Instead, they bought back their stock and made money for the shareholders and the C-suite. So, you know, if we bail out these companies, will these fuckers do the same thing? And in which case, exactly.
Of course they will.
Well, and that's the whole point. How do we prevent that? So, as the biggest Republican in the room, Jack, what do you think?
mean, honestly, like that's the funny thing, right? Like I'm totally against this, right? That absolutely cannot happen, right? It absolutely cannot happen. The United States government does not exist for the benefit of U.S. corporations. It exists for the benefit of U.S. people. Those include the employees of these companies, right? Obviously, companies are American institutions. We want to make sure they're around. We want to keep things moving, etc. But I mean, you look at something like the airlines. Everyone's talking about the airline industry is going to have a huge issue. Well, that doesn't, okay, if an airline goes out of business, that doesn't mean that the airplanes don't exist anymore. Right. That doesn't mean the infrastructure doesn't exist anymore. A new company will come along, or investors will come along and say, hey, eventually people are going to want to travel by air again. Let's buy these airplanes for, you know, perhaps pennies on the dollar or whatever it is, from a company that was stupid enough to put all of their excess cash into these stock buyback programs, these scams, essentially to enrich their own pockets if they were already working out better, rather than actually having, like, you know, an empty nest fund, or excuse me, a nest egg, for emergency preparedness.
Right.
That's a frustrating thing about the airline industry bailout. That's the most frustrating thing. I think it's 50 billion or 60 billion they're already saying they need. Perhaps we need better businesses that don't completely crumble when people stop flying for like a week or 2 weeks. And I don't think that buyouts historically have led to more innovation and better competition either. So it may be cold, but I mean,
it happened in 08.
Like Jack said, someone's going to buy them.
It happened in 08, 09. Trump has already said multiple times that he's going to help them out and that it wasn't their fault. Okay, in air quotes. So is the libertarian position so strong in this country that he's going to walk that back? Or are we probably talking about yet another bailout? And if that happens, the American people get so pissed, or the centrists among us are like, fuck you, Trump, you went back on your word, and we're going to stay home.
Yeah, I mean, I think he might actually do it, but people, from everything I've seen, people are really, really against this. I've seen more support for the idea of like temporary cash payments to individuals or maybe small businesses rather than giant corporations like airlines, which, I mean, no one likes anyways. But if we're talking about like the libertarian stance, I also think that when it comes to like something like airlines and just these businesses not doing very well, I don't know if you guys realize how much of a ticket actually goes toward taxes and fees, not actually the airline prices. But I think if, like Jack said, we wanted to encourage innovation rather than just bailing out these, I mean, in a lot of ways, inefficient companies who do things like punch old men and kill dogs on airplanes, which United we haven't forgotten. Why don't we just try easing up on those regulations? I think in the long term, that'd be a bigger boon to the airline industry than just bailing them out.
And before Jeremy answers, I was at Adam Rocksher World said, "Hey, Lauren, it's Adam popping in to say hello. When this crisis is over, I'll take you and Liam out to Taco Bell again in my red Honda." Smiley face. So there you go.
Nice. Yeah, he's our like.
Do tell.
It was for the last the Minds IRL event. It was, I don't even know what time it was. It was maybe midnight, maybe later than that, and we were really hungry and there was no food, so he took us to Taco Bell, which I appreciate.
Nice.
Yeah, since
at least you didn't lock him out of his hotel room.
No, that's just for you.
Yeah, it was fun. Since the after party wasn't next to the convention center, right? We had used our initial one with Pittman. It was kind of like find your way over there. So I actually went. I drove with the redheaded libertarian and Rucka and his date over to the thing. So yeah, everybody just kind of grabbed different planes. It was a lot of fun. But Jeremy, what do you think? Stock buybacks, bailing out?
No, I mean, I think I don't think it'll be enough if Trump bails people out, and I do believe it's more than likely that he will. I don't think it's enough to make people stay home. It's not going to make somebody who voted for Trump in 2016 become a Democrat. It's not going to make them, that's not, and I think anything that's happening in this window right now over the next, maybe for the first quarter of this year, maybe the second quarter, I think in general, people will see as him his supporters will see him as trying to do the best he can, like the cash payments to everybody. You don't really see a lot of resistance to that, even though financially it may not be the best thing to do. So there's a lot of people that are kind of bending their own rules right now because, well, we don't really know.
Well, I think that the public will like it personally. Obama and Biden ran on 2012 as Osama bin Laden is dead and GM is alive.
Well, what's interesting is so technically the airline bailout, from what I understand, isn't really about the airlines. Is about the contract companies that employ all the wage people that make like $15.71 an hour or something on average. So I think if it was to offer some relief to the thousands of people there, maybe. But then again, there's corporations like Amazon right now that just opened up 100,000 new jobs and raised pay. So maybe people displaced from the airline industry could go work for Amazon. It's not tough to replace a $15 an hour job. I don't think.
Say, though, one thing, kind of a meta issue that's very different between the TARPs of 2008, 2009 versus now is the way social media has changed everything. And there's a lot more hyper vigilance and just sort of meta awareness that goes on, not only of our government, but of companies. And I mean, look, we're all talking about an issue like this where, a decade ago, maybe Ron Paul would be talking about it, like nobody else. And so I really think that it's so much easier to hold people's feet to the fire now, which is why I love social media so much, that any of these shenanigans are going to be called out very quickly if it does end up happening. And I think any of the politicians that go, I mean, look at the couple of senators that just got caught, right? They've got, I mean, they were practically publicly flogged for the last couple of days about this. And so, we always talk about the negative aspects of social media, but hopefully this could be one of the good ones.
Bullying can be good.
The amount of the speed with which media is picking up stories and hitting Trump with them is fun. I've never seen anything like this. During those briefings every day for coronavirus, all those people who are asking questions, I literally just read it on Twitter 8 hours ago. I'm like, how is this? And they're trolling Twitter. They're looking for the hot takes, like the China virus shit, and then they're lobbing it at him, and he has to field these questions. The amount of speed to answer has never been shorter, and I think it's only going to be improving our politics.
Side note, I do think it's rather, I don't think it's a good look right now for reporters who are universally frowned upon by most people to be lobbing these ridiculous questions. Like I saw trending yesterday, Trump attacks some reporter, some big headline, and it was just him answering a stupid question, about who said Kung flu? We need to know. Who do you think said, like, who the fuck cares? I don't think that Americans give a shit, but the reporters also run with that stuff on Twitter and end up looking like morons.
And not even that. I don't know if you guys saw the thing of Kellyanne Conway, but someone asked her about that, and she was like, "Come up here and tell us who it was. Come up here and tell us who it was.
Yeah,
That's terrible. We want to know. Come up here and tell us." And they wouldn't. So I don't know. I mean, if that happened, it's very unprofessional, but it's one of those things where it's like hashtag that happened.
But of course it happened. No one heard of that phrase up until that briefing. Now I'm referring to it as the Kung flu. Like it backfired
that's been
so
around
bad.
For a while. We did a stream about Kung flu.
Yeah.
So I know a little bit about this situation that I don't want to get too much into.
Careful.
All I can say is it definitely didn't happen.
Oh, it did not.
Oh, it did not.
It definitely didn't happen.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
I was figuring that if I was going to back that it didn't happen, it was going to be that just people in the White House, they're not that cool. They wouldn't have known about Kung flu.
Oh,
like they're not down with the memes.
You'd be surprised.
All right. Okay. Hey, I defer to you.
I know for a fact that there are people in the White House who know exactly what 4chan is.
Okay.
I would love to know how much, if anyone has any guesses, how much Andrew Yang and his pretty unexpected rise and subsequent fall impacted at all the Trump presidency, this relief effort that's going on, and in general, maybe any policies that end up going forward. Is there any place to put him in the cabinet for any reason? I mean, it's pretty historic what he did, and it seems like now we're seeing some remnants of it in the Trump presidency. So it's pretty shocking.
I could honestly see some kind of like task force position for him or something like that, like an advisory role. I don't know about cabinet, but like some sort of
whatever,
extending an olive branch out and sort of annexing Yang and what he's got.
Is it because he's the least toxic of the Democrats and willing to talk to Fox News and everyone and their mother about what he thinks we should do with the economy?
Well, it's just that he comes to this world from such a different position than most other candidates. He really was running more of an independent campaign, even though he did eventually sort of endorse the sort of establishment position for the Democrats. But I think people didn't really see him as a partisan. They saw him, I mean, his whole slogan was humanity first.
Yep.
And so because of that,
I thought it was math.
I think this moment presents an interesting path for him to be able to do that.
The thing about Andrew Yang is he's known for UBI, and when people started floating the idea of a temporary UBI for coronavirus relief, I saw people saying, "Bring on Andrew Yang. He knows more about this than anyone." That is patently false, though. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's championing this idea, and he's made it popular for sure. But he is by no means an economist. Based on the policies he's put forth, I question his math ability just in terms of numbers and debt. But I mean, I think what I see him doing that is cool is he is trying to point to issues that no one else is talking about. Things like automation. He spent a lot of time talking about that. His answer to it is UBI, which I don't think would work. But I mean, I could see him maybe as like an advisory for the administration to say, hey, this is something you guys need to be looking at. I don't think he has enough expertise to be in a cabinet position.
Yeah, that's where I was going. You know, I know he's campaigned for UBI, but I mean, there are literally, I'm sure there are hundreds of more qualified people out there. If you wanted to bring in an expert right now.
That being said, though, I mean, we were talking about sort of the political liabilities of this. I mean, that would really, really help Trump's bona fides.
That's what I was going to say.
That would, I mean, that would protect the flank so well right now.
Yeah, I definitely would support him appearing to. What you don't want is to look like you're ignoring possible solutions for partisanship. Yep. So if you just bring him in, you know, I think that's just a win all around. You know, evilly, it's just a good campaign. If I was on his campaign, I'd say, well, yeah, dude, make a big deal about it and bring him into the fold. And Yang really hasn't been super toxic, and he's not really that I've seen like obsessively politicizing everything and trying to use everything to dunk on everybody. So I think it would be a pretty smart move.
Well, if he were smart about it, if he did want to do that, he could try to brand this like any type of relief they do under Andrew Yang's name, and that way, if it goes great, then you can say I'm the person who reached across the aisle. But if it goes terrible, oh no, this was Andrew Yang's plan. I mean, I tried to give him a chance, but you really
I tried to stop him.
Precisely.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, aren't we forgetting something? Like the person that won the very first two Democratic debates, like, is there any effect of Marianne Williamson on this, presidency? Maybe Secretary of Dark Psychic Energy? Any thoughts?
We need the dark psychic energy to fight the bug.
Yes.
We must explore all possibilities.
All options regardless of censorship.
Yeah, probably not enough crystals around is what's causing this.
Okay.
Crystal border around every airport, and then just up the Gulf and down Florida and all around.
Yeah. I really did enjoy her. I have to admit that there's something charming about that kooky old lady that I felt maybe no one else did.
Well, hey guys, I actually I'm gonna have to duck out here. It's actually my wife's birthday tonight, even though we are under soft quarantine, and promise her we make a movie night.
Okay, awesome, Jack. Hey,
Hi.
thanks so much,
Jack.
Tell her
Awesome
happy
having
birthday.
you.
Much love.
Jack. Hope to see you in July. So, you guys, we have didn't see the 50, the 50. So
Come on.
For the quartering, says Jeremy under for more fake mustache. All right, 4 more fake mustaches for Lauren. I don't get that. Can we explain? It's a cryptic super chat. 4 more fake mustaches.
It's
That's
a
pretty clear.
mystery to me too.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, I think. It's 4 mustaches.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
It's funny. So this is a thing it's really hard if you're starting like a live stream show to not step on anyone's toes, because there's like every slot is booked. Sunday and Wednesday at 9, you have Matt and Blonde. Then there's the Incredible Salmine, of course. Steven Crowder's also live. So we're really trying to be good, but we did our stream does happen Wednesdays at 8 p.m. So then sometimes the TISM watchers come over, and the first time they were referring to my mustache. And I remember like we had a commercial break thing going on that was pre-recorded, and like I like on the chat, our editor who's doing the switcher is saying like they're saying you have a mustache, and I was like, do I? And then like both him and Liam like were looking like and it's like, what do you mean like no I don't. I did wax my upper lip just in case. I was like maybe the camera, but no. Yeah.
Okay, see I'm with you, Lauren. I didn't even get it. I had no.
That was a Dankula inspired meme. I think she starts as we wrap up. So, he said it. If you really want to get under a girl's skin, you ask her if that's a real mustache, and then you just watch them squirm. And then that's basically exactly what happened, which it was a good payoff.
Well done. Yeah. Well, it is for charity. It is for the Center for Disaster Philanthropy. Oh, helping out the COVID-19 pinches on specific areas. So thanks so much, Jeremy, for that donation. Everybody else that's donated.
I thought it was a way to reach across the gender aisle and be one with the trans folks who may have mustaches.
Oh, no, Lauren's way more of a man than I am.
Agreed.
Yeah, when Steven was like, oh man, he got texting, he had big news, and I'm like, oh man, please don't tell me you're pregnant. Like he'd gotten texted, like maybe that test came back. Who knows? Men can have uteruses, right? At least Planned Parenthood tells
like
me.
Blair
So.
White does that. She'll always do that, like I'm pregnant, like fake out. But there is always that, like the first few seconds where I'm like, oh yeah, but it's like it's toying with people emotionally.
So we had been doing this stream for quite a few hours now. So we'd covered topics running the gamut, but we wanted to get your guys' take on overreaction, right amount of reaction, underreaction to the situation. Obviously, those of us that are in Wisconsin have the same experience. And Lauren, how about yourself in Canada? What's your wonderful Prime Minister been been doing about this?
Well, it's funny. There was news a few days ago that Canada would be shutting down the border to all non-Canadians and non-residents, and I was like, never thought I'd see the day Trudeau would do this. All right, but then like a few days later, it came out that the Mounties were assuring charities, "Don't worry, we will still be allowing illegal immigration." And then that's when I was like, okay,
for real.
But it's like, no, they said that. This is what the RCMP said, and then I was like, should we ever be allowing illegal immigration? And also B, should we especially be doing it during a quarantine? But it's funny because Trudeau has now finally come out and said, now we will be stopping illegal immigration. Like, no, it's not allowed anymore, guys. And
Racist.
It's like, right. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like we talk about immigration a lot, and it's usually about mass migration, about the show. And I feel like a lot of people think that I'm like really draconian. I'm not. Like, I don't think that like if you cross the border legally, you should be like flogged or whatever. Just like go back, try to come in the right way. I feel that's pretty reasonable, but there should be, you can't just say just come in illegally. That's fine. So yeah, they're taking it seriously here. All the restaurants are closed. All the stores really are closed. Everyone who can work from home is being told to work from home. That's the thing. I don't know anything about infectious diseases. My family thinks I'm a hypochondriac. I think I got coronavirus in December because I was super sick. I don't know. So it's really hard. I haven't really been weighing in on the seriousness of it, but I do know that we are like seriously causing some economic damage. Whether it's worth it to protect, the people who are vulnerable, I'm not sure, because I don't think we know how much damage we're doing either way. So.
Well, obviously, at some point you can spend a certain amount in healthcare, and maybe I don't know what the exact numbers are, but let's say that the U.S. can spend $50,000 per person on healthcare, and a country like Chad can spend $2 or something per person. At some point there is only so much that you can spend, and you do have to look at the economics of what you're doing. I mean, this is healthcare all the time. If you're selling medical devices to the hospitals, they'll often say, "Well, you're just too expensive. We can't use you." Then doctors are also being pushed by the hospitals to like, are you sure you need that? Because we have all kinds of levels, and only use the super expensive one for very specific patients, and then everybody else kind of gets the less expensive one. There's huge price pressures. So why wouldn't, you would think a healthcare crisis of this magnitude, we must consider this. And it just seems like I haven't heard anyone want to publicly talk about that. Because when you see a potential 2 million deaths, it's frightening.
It's not frightening to me. I think it's fine. Weed them out. But the ultimate, that was a joke. But I do think, I think that we're doing our part. We're all in Wisconsin, so we're all, well, except for Lauren, But I think that people are going to start to get restless by April 1st.
Yeah.
I don't think that people that like Jim Bob, who runs a home repair or a tool shop or whatever, he's going back to work. I think that he's not gonna, the True Value store here, the hardware stores, all these like independently owned and run businesses, I don't know how long they're gonna accept the social pressure. So I support, helping, as they say, flatten the curve and buying us time. But at the same time, like, life has to go on. And if you listen to some people, you'd think that there were bodies piling up in the streets. And it's a frustrating argument to have with people because there's only two sides of it online. One, you're not scared enough, or two, you just don't know. And that's where a lot of these like doomers are, like, bro, you don't even know, man. I saw this grainy video from China, and there's 9 million bodies on fire. Look at these thermals. And like, okay, how do you react to that? You can never win that argument because you just look like a jerk. And also, let's say hypothetically you run this out to the end and it isn't the end of the world. Then all these doomers will just say, well, it's because we did all this stuff.
Because we did all this.
Yeah, so it's self-fulfilling, and it's such an annoying argument to have with people who are so scared. I mean, the fact of the matter is the overwhelming majority of people survive this at an exceedingly high rate. It's probably been around since freaking Thanksgiving time. People have had it and gotten better, and no one cared.
And all of a sudden now everything's closed. What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm more on your side with that. Like, I'll give you till April 1st, but unless I see bodies piling up and getting stacked like cordwood, I'm gonna start leaning towards like, look, we need to reopen the economy. We need to get through this, but.
Well, what if it was Italy? Like, take a situation that's actually happened in real, not theoretical. Like, what if it's the situation in northern Italy where they are kind of maxed out in their critical care unit beds?
But they have an extremely high percentage of at-risk people?
They do. That 99% of the people that have had an underlying condition. Yes. So 1% haven't. But still, I mean, we owe. Like anyone that if you get hit in a car accident, you have a head injury. You're in a world of hurt, but there's a room for you, and the doctors will do what they can. You get a fighting chance.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks to think that there's not enough. We can't even give you a fighting chance because there's not enough room. I think that's the argument. But what?
Yeah, it is. It's like it's not the same. But to me, I will admit it's flawed. But every time I hear this type of argument, I hear, well, yeah, we could stop all car accidents if we just ban driving. Like, people are gonna get sick. You know what? My biggest concern is that this is going to be the reaction we have next year when there's another scary name flu, because there will be. We've had 10 different ones in the last 10 years, and everything's been relatively fine. What makes this one so different? Well, it's an election year. Add China to the recipe, which is a fear multiplier. Then you add social media, 24-hour news cycle, politicizing this. And you get the perfect storm where the country is completely shut down. Like,
I think it is, like, I don't want to make it seem like I'm downplaying it. It is, it's more fatal than the flu, but Jeremy's right. Like, looking at it, the way people are reporting about it, you would think that it's something like 1 in 5 people who are dying from it, which is not the case, thank goodness. And again, I'm not saying that I have the answers. I'm not a public health expert, but I think the people who are kind of going doom and gloom, we need to do this until August. I have heard some people say, I don't think that they realize that is not an option for some people. Mm-hmm. Some people need to get back to work, or else they will not have food. They will not have money to buy food and things like that. And it's at that point when people get desperate, then bad things are also going to happen. Yeah. So I think you'd be mistaken to overlook how much this is hurting people right now, just economically.
Yeah, and that's true, and that's why we're doing this. And a Rex super chat from, I think I'm getting this right, hopefully, Rex Avisis. Thank you all and the other guests for your efforts in the videos during these tenuous times. I know that we can defeat this virus if we remember to keep our cools and help each other whenever and however we can. Yeah, thank you so much, and that is true.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. But yeah, what do you think? I mean, keeping our cool. Are we keeping our cool? Are we freaking out? Because in some ways, you do want to react. It's hard to say what a freak out is.
No, this is freaking out. Of course. I mean, when you have, every single business closing down, when you are forcing 100% of the population into these type of rules, and it's going to get a little worse, I think. I still believe that by the first week in April, the government is going to start lifting some of this stuff. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm wrong. There are plenty of doomers out there who think it's going to last for the rest of the year. I don't think the economy will let it. But I think it's certainly, like Lauren said, which is a frustrating conversation to have with people. There's been 2 deaths in Wisconsin, as far as I know. One was a 90-year-old and the other was 50. So, 50, okay. But there was probably 100 flu deaths, and people are going to start to need to see some proof that this is as serious as CNN and Fox News keep telling us, because they want us to sit in our chair and listen to every word out of their mouth.
Yeah, but think of it from the perspective of the current administration. So they're looking at this and they're going, all right, how do we get reelected? If we do nothing and this blows over and it's great, then fantastic, right? If we do nothing and there's massive death, the Democrats can pin it on Trump. That's it. He loses the election.
They're going to do
like a motherfucker.
Sorry.
No, but let's think of the opposite. Let's say he fucks the economy sideways, which is what's happening now, and continues to do it through April, and things happen, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. We did it because we did it. In that case, he can say, well, the economy's fucked, but you know what? I did my job. I saved it all. the fault is the coronavirus. He has an excuse at that point. So it behooves the current administration to fuck the economy because he has an excuse in order to prevent anyone from pinning the blame on him. Does that
Well,
make
I think
sense?
regardless
Go
of
ahead,
what
Lauren. Yeah.
Trump does, he's going to get screwed for this. There are threads going around about how in January, Trump actually took action to restrict travel from China. And he was smeared as a racist. They had officials coming up saying, no, this is not effective. He doesn't know what he's doing. We all know this won't work.
Yeah.
Fast forward a few months later, and now not only are they still calling him a racist, but everyone is doing these travel bans. And they're also saying that he didn't act soon enough.
Soon enough, yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not saying his response has been perfect because, again, I don't know what perfect response would be, but I don't think there's any way he can come out in the media's eyes looking good on this because he never will.
100% agree with that. I think that he's fucked no matter what. Biden's gonna run on the fairy tale that he would have done better, even though there's really no planning for it. I mean, if you read The Room and a lot of these the media's, they're literally mad that Trump doesn't have a crystal ball and that he didn't see this was coming 6 months ahead of time. I actually think the economy is worse because is more damaging to him because he ran so strongly on what he was going to do for the economy. And if people are out of work, 401ks are in the tank, and by the way, I think the virus is going to run its course. I'm not sure that Trump can really, how do you say, like, what percentage of an impact is he really going to have? I mean, it's been running wild for 6 months or longer. It's going to run its course. So people are going to look at November like, holy shit, like I'm broke now and my business is closed and the coronavirus wasn't the world ender that everyone expected. So I think it's worse if he lets the economy tank.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've actually seen people online kind of cheering for the stock market crash, saying, take that, you rich people, you billionaires. I don't think they realize that these are people's retirement funds, right? 401ks. It's not just millionaires that are affected by the market. So, yeah, this is hurting a lot more people than I think most realize.
No, that's
one of the most one last thought, because it really grinds my gears, is watching all these people with clearly no money, like nonstop reposting Trump's like, if the Dow ever drops 1,000 points, the president should be impeached. It's like you're literally cheering for, people who are 63 and have worked their whole life now having to work an extra year because their 401k tanked. Like, so you could own Drumpf. Like, is that what the political discourse is?
No, good point. Pittsburgh, thanks for the super chat. Says Lauren in the Quartering is the best crossover since Infinity War.
I mean, I can't. I mean, there's really no proof otherwise.
Yeah,
it does make a good juxtaposition.
But I'd say we brought in some pretty spicy donations. That's a saying.
Yeah, let me. I will retweet this actually.
Yeah.
Have you guys talked about? I saw Jeremy did some videos about it. Have you guys talked about the whole Marvel?
No.
Snowflake safe space.
Oh my God, we didn't talk about Marvel at all today.
Tell us. I don't know if I know this.
Okay, well, apparently, and I thought this was a parody. Most people did. Marvel has come out with a new version of the New Warriors, and one of the characters is named Safe Space, and the other Snowflake, unironically, in order to reclaim those terms. And they are twins. At least one of them is non-binary. It's just, it seems like, yeah, I mean, a parody of 2016. What a anti-SJW commentator would make in 2016 to parody SJWs.
Yeah,
that's what they've done.
The best part about it is well, I mean, there's just so much good, but the video, the announcement video itself has, I believe, well, let me just look because I'm pulling it up right now.
Did it get ratioed?
What's that?
Did it get ratioed?
Oh,
well, I mean, you'd have to let me know. I don't really know what qualifies as a ratio, but it has 2,900 thumbs up, which is pretty solid. But it also has 108,000 thumbs down.
that's a ratio.
What did it say? What did you say that post that? What did that one say?
the post, it was like they released a video clip of the creator who apparently used to write for BuzzFeed talking about these characters, and people
Gibble Smith, yeah.
Yeah, people kind of cut up the video and started sharing it, and that's how I first saw it shared by this other account. And I thought, there's no, like, this isn't even good parody because it's so on the nose. Like, it's not even clever. This is just derivative. But then I actually saw the original Marvel tweet of the longer video going on, and I watched the whole thing, and I was like, oh no, this is real. Yeah.
The funny thing was, Shu, God bless her heart, I know she's going through a tough time right now. She tweeted out, she fell for it. She scanned it. She was like, this is totally a joke to own the get woke, go broke people. I'm like, no, sorry, dear. Like, you haven't been watching Marvel like I have. This is literally new Marvel. And I actually have a video coming out Monday. They actually have a trailer that they released 2 days later that is about to get just as bad of a ratio, in which they reinvent Children of the Atom, which is like Cyclops and stuff like that, except they made it, and they're, in their words, now I don't want to spoil them. Oh, I'm so excited for this video on Monday, but they posed in the video like, what would the Zoomers say? We're making a comic book for Zoomers.
What the hell
and I'm
is
like,
a Zoomer?
Well, they're Gen Z, but they don't buy comic books, and the average comic book buyer is male and almost 40. But the hilarious stuff is like, one of them is a mod on a mutant subreddit, and one of them has a TikTok, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, you couldn't write a better parody, and it's real.
It just screams of hello, fellow kids. Like, this is what the kids like. And it's not just that for the New Warriors that there was the woke safe space and Snowflake. The other characters were also terrible. I mean, one of them is a regular overweight teenager who just has a magic backpack like Doraemon. Yeah. It's like, just give the backpack to someone who has powers. But
it's like Jumanji.
Powers, Google.
Right? Remember the guy that just had the backpack in Jumanji, right? Like,
yeah.
That was So that's what it is. Wow.
But that's where they stole that from, probably, now that I think about it. Like, the shape of Marvel Comics is, I don't know, it's an abomination. The reason Marvel prints comics is one, to maintain their licenses. So that's why they don't give a shit about it. They don't make any money selling comic books, but they do it to maintain their licenses and to also hire these kind of woke artists to write these books. And the funny thing is, internet gas. That's right. He was exposed. B Negative was exposed to his grandfather's, and I quote, internet gas, and get some sort of powers. Like, it's so, Lauren probably described it the best way. It'd be like what a shitty anti-SJW would make for a comic book. Like, it would be just, I don't know. I wouldn't even have supported it. It would have been the kind of Kickstarter I would have laughed at. Nobody's buying this book. Nobody's buying Children of the Atom, and everyone's going to laugh at it. And by the way, the sad part of this, sorry, this is a sore subject for me, but the sad part of this is people that run comic book shops, okay, and like trading card shops, these are the people that sell books. And these people are getting butt fucked by these terrible books that they can't sell. So instead of giving people another sweet Batman book or a new Batman series or Spider-Man or X-Men, they're worried about this garbage. And comic book stores are dying. They were never, maybe you could say in the late 80s, maybe you could run a successful business there, 70s. But it's not like these guys are making $100,000 a year selling books. They love comic books. They open a store in like the cheapest retail space they have, so that other fans can come in and buy books, and then they get shit like this, and it does, and they're pissed, and they can't stay open because who's going to buy that stuff?
Well, hey, I was just saying there is a toilet paper shortage going on. Just saying.
That's true. It's true. That's true.
What about I feel like that kind of toilet paper is like, you might get AIDS from it type of toilet paper. Like, you don't even want it for that.
I might consider it, but it's also glossy paper.
I want to know how this relates to capitalism, in that I mean, Marvel is still out to make money. So they could be doing A/B testing, where they release Deadpool 2, which is not PC. It's got the fat white guy who has no powers, and he was hilarious, unironically. And then you have something like this. So if and when this absolutely tanks, do you think that studio is dumb enough to keep doing this? Or because we're in a capitalist society?
But
no, what were they going to go bankrupt? I mean, come on.
And before you answer,
I think they would. I used to think that capitalism, like companies will do whatever the market. I think there are people who are so committed to their ideology that they're willing to take these huge losses because they keep pumping this stuff out. And it's like it wouldn't have taken a fortune teller to know that people wouldn't like this, right? It's like read the room. But they still did it. And that's so many people must have been involved in this project. And at no point someone said, hang on, everyone will totally hate this. I don't know. I think these people just have a mission.
They're
they
just
don't care.
scared of being called out as yet another Nazi? So let's say that this fails. And now they have ammunition like, hey, we tried this before. And by the way, the rest of the world is getting really, really good at animation. We don't need Hollywood anymore. I don't know if you guys, fucking Jeremy, you better have seen Guardians. I think that's what it's called, which was a Russian-made movie where it's like one guy who's a half bear and then three other fucking superheroes. That thing was amazing from the most man-oriented country on Earth. And that was made like a true, I don't know, comic book.
Well, I think that, first of all, yes, it is amazing. But second of all, Marvel, this shit does not transfer normally to their movies. The first time we really saw it, it's like all this
Captain Marvel.
Well, I was gonna say that was the first time that kind of woke culture transferred to movies, and they made $1 billion. So they don't really have. And by the way, of course they did, because it was sandwiched right before the biggest movie of all time, and it was marketed as required reading, and normies watch Marvel films. So it's a very different world between what they put on the big screen and what they put on paper and comic books. None of this woke bullshit is ever going to get a movie because no one buys it. But they do it, I think, because they just don't. The amount of money they make or don't make selling comic books is so negligible to like a 500, or $1 billion movie, that there's not a lot of blowback for failing. There's a numerous number of books that have come out and failed. I mean, they made Iceman gay, for fuck's sake. Why? I don't know. But like, nobody's buying these books anyway, so they don't really know. I mean, they rebooted the Captain Marvel comic book 5 times. The only reason, by the way, that she got a movie is because they wanted to push the agenda and they had the opportunity to do it. I would bet any amount of money, and although you can never prove this, if they released Captain Marvel now, it would never have made $1 billion. Never. Nobody wanted that movie.
That's interesting, Jeremy. Well, I want to read a quick super chat by Adam Roxer World. Says he's donating because Jeremy's beard is sexy. Give that beard a good tug.
That's a little. I mean, it's a little. All right, here you go. Go to my OnlyFans if you want the real stuff.
Aren't there streams where you do this for sexual purposes? Is that what
Liam told me what OnlyFans was. We did a video about simping, and he told me what that was.
Wait, what's simping?
It's where really average-looking women get really pathetic men to give them money. Like, and by the way, more power to them.
Wait, they have to be average looking?
The men. What?
They have to be average looking?
Well, I mean, if they were good looking, I mean, I guess that's just me being a dick. I'm sure there are good looking women down there.
So, I mean,
it seems so specific. I'm like, because if they're too good looking, then it's believable. But if it's average looking, it's like,
I don't know.
Well,
more
let
pathetic.
me put it this way. All the famous OnlyFans people, to me, are suboptimal looking and have just the worst personalities. They might be a hard 7 if I was rating them, physical attributes, but they're like a 2. But I'll name names. I mean, would you, if I saw Amaranth on the street, I'd be like, she looks like a skank. But like,
I don't know.
For whatever reason,
Not touching
OnlyFans
it.
works for her.
Oh my God.
I wish we were advanced enough where Sean could pull up a picture. No.
I know.
Like Jamie from Joe Rogan's
Jamie,
podcast.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was a question I had this whole time. I totally forgot about it. Do you guys think that Trump should go on Rogan if he gets an opportunity? Because you know Rogan would have him on.
No, he wouldn't.
Yes, he would.
I
Come
think
on.
he should. I don't think he would. I think Trump should do it. I don't think Rogan would have him.
I think
Yeah, I don't think so
I think
either.
Rogan would for sure have him on. My question is, I think Trump and his advisor would say no, because that guy talking for 3 hours, you know that would be more detrimental than positive.
Well, you're probably not wrong, but I mean, we just disagree. I don't think Rogan would ever want him on his show. I think Rogan strongly dislikes him, and also knows that that's a big deal. Like, he knows the media backlash for that. He took enough having Alex Jones on. Him putting Trump on there, I think, would just be too much heat for him.
Yeah, but he's had Bernie Sanders on, and he's openly
I know,
because
but
he
people
likes
don't
Bernie.
care, and people don't care that he's had Bernie Sanders on and that he has mostly left-wing guests when it is political. It's great that he has right-wing guests, but it's like the blowback only goes one way, right? So having Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard and all that doesn't make up for having Trump, and I think people would be so mad at him for having Trump. And also, I don't think he personally is interested in having Trump on because he doesn't like him.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I don't think he ever would. I think he's more partisan than you think. And I do agree it would be probably, I don't know. I think Trump could chop it up with him. I don't think Trump can say a lot that will hurt him because his
he said a lot
fandom
already.
knows. What's that?
He said a lot already.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Like, his fandom knows stupid shit comes out of his mouth. Okay, so if he says something stupid, could you imagine him sparking a joint? Oh my god! I mean, it's just. I mean, look at the way everyone went after Elon for being on the show. You know, they had tried to get his fucking security clearance removed. You know, so it's. I don't think that it would. I think it would be amazing. Maybe after his presidency.
Yeah, that's...
Maybe if he wins re-election and he has nothing to go after.
Yeah.
God damn.
I don't know if Trump would enjoy it though. I mean, Trump seems to want to do it. He loves the rallies.
He
right?
likes sycophants.
Yeah, but Joe Rogan is not going to be that.
Yeah, that's
and
what I mean.
he wants a place where people are going to cheer. I mean, you're not necessarily going to get that. Like, maybe with a live audience, you know. But I don't see Trump having fun with it, so I don't see him doing it. That's my thought. And I just wanted to ask Adam, Rocks Your World. I mean, I've been working on this for 6 weeks.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry. Come on.
Don't even.
Nobody likes my jokes. All right, whatever.
It's okay. Talk about Star Trek.
I smiled.
No, good. All right, well, we'll take it.
You got one smile from Laura.
I got one smile.
I laughed bigly.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm going to start simping now.
Well, you have the look. But I'm just saying that. No, I love you, buddy.
Well done. I love it. Go on.
No, I think it would be interesting, but simping is a national disaster. Young men, I'm going to sound a little MRA here, but I mean, I don't ascribe myself that way, but there are enough people that look after young women. Young men enter in what is, in my opinion, a toxic fake relationship in which they get some sort of emotional exchange for money. It sets them up for a lifetime of disappointment. It sets them up for a lifetime of loneliness because they believe that they need to pay for women's attention and that's the way it should be. And I know it's been this way. I'm not saying it shouldn't exist. I know that's always an argument against disliking it. I just strongly dislike it and want young men to go out in public and buy a girl a drink. Like, that's how you get laid. You don't get laid paying some anonymous e-girl money.
Yeah, but you need to...
Yeah, and I think...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Well, I think the mentality these men are having is that, like, oh, women like men who can take care of them and who have money, which is true. So therefore, if I give this e-girl money, she'll support me. It's like, you're totally misconstruing what's happening there because women also like dominance. And I mean, I know a lot of confidence, and I know a lot of like incels and MRAs will disagree with me, but women like having to work for a guy's attention. Like they do.
Oh,
like
hell yeah.
women, I know, like a lot of the like incel threads, they'll say like women, it's all the men who are doing the chasing, women don't have to do anything. That's not
Bullshit.
true. That's
Yeah,
absolutely not true. So women are attracted to confident men who they see as having market value to other women. But when you're just kind of simping for them and doing this like worm Jerry passive, like putting them up on a pedestal, like that's not attractive.
That doesn't seem to be the reason why they would do that. My personal theory from how you described it is a fundamental fear of failure, which everyone has, but it's magnified in 21st century society. When all of our interactions are digital and you don't have an opportunity to fail in a face-to-face, like how many times does someone tell you to go fuck yourself? Not on a daily basis.
Yeah.
But online, not in person. Like your wife's not going to do that very often.
Yeah.
So imagine now putting that into a bar scenario where you have to walk up to someone. They would effectively tell you to fuck yourself because, let's face it, that's what men end up getting told as they come up to a woman at a bar. So you got to be okay with that, and then be able to sit down and be like, you know what, I'm worth more than this. I didn't need her acceptance anyway. So can you take that 15 minutes of like self-reflection after you get shut down? Most people can't. So they shit themselves.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Oh no, Jeremy, go ahead.
Oh, just quick thought. That's just called having bad game. I mean, if you have to be able to take rejection.
Yeah, but you can't ascribe that to bad game, because 90-some% of people are going to have, even if they have good game, they'll have bad game moments. Because again, women are in the position of rejection, and they will reject the vast majority of men that approach them. So you got to be ready.
I've absolutely had girls come up to me at a bar and buy me drinks, though.
Sure.
I mean, I think that.
Listen,
I'm
not everyone is
disagreeing
endowed
you.
with a sexy beard like that. So
That's true.
You have the genetic lottery.
And how do we know that's the game, Jeremy? How do you know that they want to get laid? Like maybe they're just looking for validation from the woman. Like they're giving them money. They're probably going to get back some smiles and happy. Like maybe that's all they're going for.
Which is
because they've never gotten that.
Sad.
Yeah, but I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I want men to think more of themselves than paying for a smile. And if you get out and you join clubs, you join a bowling league, all this boomer stuff, I'm telling you, I had a bowling league until it got canceled last week. It's full of single, good-looking girls.
By the way,
who would have thought?
By the way, completely offended you never invited me, given my love for bowling, Jeremy.
Well, I heard you were busy. I mean, I don't know. You're welcome to join the league.
About bowling, I think that's actually, I know the drinks thing is what people think of when you think of asking people out. I think the asking to buy someone a drink, that only works for a small amount of men who make a good first impression. Like there are guys out there who I think they can work on their confidence, but I don't know if they'll ever get to the level of, yes, you can buy me a drink. If that
you
makes
need a long con.
Yeah, exactly. Something where you can join a bowling alley, you can at least kind of let people warm up to you or like get to know you and then ask them out that way. It might be less intimidating than just going up to strangers cold.
But you can work on that. You can work on yourself, and that's what a lot of people don't know. And now that, Jordan Peterson has dropped off a goddamn cliff because of his own, issues, we understand. But he was helping men feel confident about themselves.
Yeah.
That's long gone. Yeah. The next profit is not around the corner. So, who do men have to look forward to other than the what's the charisma guy who's on YouTube, has millions of followers?
Charisma on Command.
Charisma on Command. The guy's brilliant, but he's not popular enough. I mean, he needs 3 times as many followers and everyone to watch his videos.
Yeah.
Well, what's sad is that I think a lot of this used to be from their fathers, right? This not necessarily dating specifically, but learning that confidence and that kind of male gravitas that a lot of men are lacking. I think that's why so many young guys are having trouble.
Well, masculinity continues to be
under attack, and just not practiced. Like, confidence is something that men or women can have, of course, but that part of masculinity is getting out and going and having the confidence to fail, and that is part of it.
It's not exclusively men. But the more media says, well, that's not okay. You can't accost a woman and ask her to buy her a drink. By the way, that doesn't even happen anymore, I don't think. I've like never seen like a dude like, hey, babe, can I buy you a drink? No, they play in a darts league or whatever. You kind of see each other around at the pub. Then you get to talking. You break the ice. Maybe you both smoke and you go outside and you make a smoke break. And that's how it happens. So you just got to be out interacting with people and you'll find someone. I have got friends that it just breaks my heart. They're like good. They earn good money. They're in their early 30s and single and totally okay with it. And I'm just looking down the road and I'm like, God damn, you guys are going to be so sad. Like you're going to be 60 years old, still alone, and it's going to be the fucking worst. But so I try to go out of my way and encourage them and say, hey, you know, do this, do that, join. You don't have to be a pickup artist. You just have to put yourself out there.
So get a bitchin' wrist protector and get yourself to the bowling alley, I think. Right?
I'm telling you. The boomer stuff. Join a bow league. If you like to shoot, join a shooting league. If you like bowling, I don't even like bowling, but it's like, it's Saturday night. I don't want to go to the pub every Saturday night, so I go bowling.
Okay, well, and also I get a lot of kind of angry guys saying there are no good girls out there, like everyone's a feminist or like you know, woman of ill repute, I guess is the nice way to maybe say that. If you are a guy who is looking for a single girl who like wants a relationship, wants all the serious stuff, go to a church. Like so many churches, like it's a problem. There are all these single girls looking. I've heard friends say they've had to cancel singles event because there's only women. Like it's you know, maybe like I'm not saying you have to convert to something you don't believe in, but you can lurk. I don't know.
There's so many non-denominational mega churches.
Yeah.
Wait,
you know, there's like 3 by my house.
Lauren,
and you know what?
Are you too mainstream to say skank ass bitches?
Yeah, I try not to swear, but yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I carry over a lot of my self-censorship in real life. So now like I say things are spicy or I say things that are like, you know, oh, the bad guy from WW2 and people are like, what? I'm like, oh, Hitler. Because I can't say it on YouTube anymore.
I've stopped saying like Corona because I try not to say it on stream, so I unironically say the Rona just all the time now because I don't actually want to say it.
It's beautiful.
I say the bug or the coof. These seem, you know, or the thing that's happening.
Okay, fair enough. I'm quick. I'll get some super chats here. Pittsburgh, thanks for the $2 super chat. Again, all of these are going to the Center for Disaster Philanthropy to help people that are pinched with COVID-19 and the distress that it causes, both medical and financial. I just want to see Trump get asked about DMT. I suspect that'd be on Rogan.
Yeah.
That would be kind of a cool thing. Would it
and he would ask. He would ask.
Yeah,
him.
He would. And Exploding Prinny, $10. Thank you so much. Has anyone thought about covering the death of Playboy magazine? Check out the final print issue, spring 2020, and you will understand why it died. Might be good for a funny or sad video.
And let's welcome Peter Boghossian to the chat.
Peter Boghossian, if you did not know, a professor at Portland State University and author or co-author of the Conceptual Penis Gender Studies Hoax and the 20 papers to legit journals, Dog Park Humping, classic Sokol hoax. Welcome, Peter Boghossian. This was good stuff.
And former MythCon speaker.
And former MythCon speaker that he was on the docket, and that's the thing. Then Peter actually called us off.
Kilroy, that's what it was. Sorry.
And Peter, he was supposed to be at MythCon 5, right? And Roman, you were there, and Jeremy, you were there.
Yeah.
And Peter had called us not too long before that, and he's like, guys, I've got to cancel. I can't tell you why, and I'm really, really sorry. And I'm like, and he told both Sean and I this, and we're sitting there trying to like figure out what's going on. But I'm like, it's legit. I can hear the concern in his voice. He's not making this up.
Peter, I called you an asshole.
We found out later what happened, Peter, was you guys were writing 20 different papers, getting them processed, and you were going to release this yourself. But then the Wall Street Journal caught you. Am I correct? And right around MythCon 5 time.
Oh, shit.
Hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, that's good.
That's better.
Yes.
Is that good? You hear me?
Yeah, that's good.
Hey,
Cool.
we're mic buddies. Nice.
Hey there, Roaming. How you doing? And
Good,
nice to
yeah.
meet you for the first time. Good to see you guys.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, cool. My
yeah.
buddy recommended this. Yeah, my house is totally packed. My son's home. I have all these extra people because of the pandemic living here, so I'm basically living and I don't sleep with my wife, so I'm because she's a healthcare professional and I'm immunocompromised. So here I am in the basement. I can give you a tour of the basement if you want to see it. It's my little workout room with bottles of bleach and such that I'm using, and so here I am. I'm kind of stuck in here, and I live
Spartan
down
is how
here.
I describe it.
I'm glad you said why you don't sleep with your wife, because the first thing that came to mind was like some shit go down.
No, it's because she goes to the hospital and she's an actual liberal. You know, she really wants to help people. So yeah, so it's good to see everybody, but I'm sorry it's under these conditions, and sorry I had to cancel for the event. I apologize for that, but I think that was excusable and forgivable.
It was, yes, yeah, and yeah. Claire had told me right at MythCon that would be coming out in like a couple days, and I'm like, wow. And then when it broke, it was something. And then you guys were on every internet talk show around, and I loved when you and Lindsay were out there like talking about what you did. It was fantastic.
Yeah, and what was interesting is, and I think this is an evolutionary mechanism of belief formation. So instead of saying, "Oh wow, geez, there may be a problem here," disciplines that place an agenda before the truth, what they did was they just doubled down and called us Nazis and stuff, and maybe there is a problem here, and maybe we need to take a sincere look at this. So
are you saying?
Yeah,
wait, are you
it's
saying?
unfortunate.
I was gonna say, sorry to interrupt. I'm just kind of meeting you formally, but are you saying you aren't actually a Nazi? Are you saying that what I've read isn't true?
He's from Portland State. Be
all
careful.
Lies. Yeah, you get that so many times a day, and I think one of the things that this recent turn of events has taught me is that we really have to say we simply cannot listen to these people anymore. I mean, we can't, they're just, if there were ever a time where we can completely disregard anything that they have to say, now is that moment. So
well, it's funny how few of those are. I've got a couple videos talking about world ends feminism most affected. I think that was on, I feel like that was on Slate or something like that. It's classic, classic good 2016 feminism. But for the most part, a lot of it, I think Jack was talking about that too earlier. It really has. I mean, I also saw trans people most affected by coronavirus, but like people are just groaning at these articles now, not like they were in 2016 when they were getting 40,000 retweets.
So I've often wondered, if I may just kind of tell you what's on my mind, since I'm stuck down here and like talk to nobody. I've often wondered what the effect would be when something actual happens. Like we mollycoddle people long enough, we prevent them from. My daughter is in middle school, and at very, very, very early on, I asked her if they told her about social distancing and hand washing, and she said no. And when she asked the teacher said, because we don't want to upset or even traumatize students. Oh. And I think that that's a fascinating response. I think you see that just now. You want to know what happens to a populace that we have told that it's a virtue to be a victim, and that they can run to somebody if they're offended or outraged, and that they are inherently, we have created almost a full generation of people, and we have instilled the virtue of fragility in them. And so I've been wondering, what would happen if something real came along, an actual problem? Now we have an actual problem, and we're seeing the consequences of that.
Yeah,
but
well,
it's funny to see.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, Lauren.
Go.
I mean, we do 3 episodes a week, one of which is a live show that has 4 segments. So we're constantly looking for stories. And what I've got to say is that what I've seen is that all of the little, for the most part, there's a lot less of this petty bickering about like, oh, this controversial thing or this controversial thing. I think people are kind of realizing we have bigger things to focus on, and that's what we're talking about. You still have the whole Chinese virus racist thing, but I think we're seeing less of the other stuff.
Yeah, and then you wanted to say, tell me your name again. I'm so sorry.
Jeremy.
Jeremy, you wanted to say something.
Well, I was just gonna say that I think it's, just to add to your point, it's funny to, I'm trying to spend less time on Twitter, but I think it's funny. We live in the best time ever to be quarantined, and there are people out there that are tweeting like they're in Auschwitz. That it's just oh my God, what? Oh, I have unlimited entertainment. What am I gonna do? I hope that this will harden some people up. Probably won't.
No.
But I do think humanity is strong. And I think that when you look at things through the lens of social media, like you go down to Louisville, people aren't whining about it. You go down to, you stay off the coasts, people like here in Wisconsin, the MythCon guys nobody gives a shit. Like people were actively mad that the bar closed and life just went on. So
we're mad at the governor for closing shit down.
So why aren't all these people who are freaking out that everything is a social construct, and one way of knowing, standpoint epistemology, one way of knowing is just another good as any other way of knowing, and everybody has their own individual truth? Where are they now?
Having a mental breakdown somewhere.
Where are they now?
In the safe
space? Where is this idea that we need diversity, et cetera, et cetera? Why aren't they clamoring to have trans people on research production teams?
Well,
why aren't they setting? I'll tell you the answers. I'll tell you my hypothesis or my conjecture. Why aren't they saying, well, geez, what's the sexual orientation and racial self-identification of the coronavirus researchers? They're not saying it because they don't believe it, because they know it's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
They know it's and they've known it all along, and it takes the reality come along and slap you around. Recognize that, look, if you want to get out of this mess, that's what gets us out of this. It's not ideology, it's not propaganda, it's not constantly harping and finding grievances and racial injustice and sexual discrimination. And no, they have created a whole architecture of thought for themselves that is literally it doesn't even come up to being a house of cards, because at least cards are real. You can see that this is completely illusory. And now that we have a global pandemic, I do hear some of these lunatics talking, but I don't hear a lot of these people continue their denigration of science and this idea that everything is a construction and my truth is just as good as your truth. Okay, your truth is just as good as my truth. Drink a glass of beer and think that's going to protect you from the coronavirus.
No.
Well,
so it's totally bankrupt. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think what we're seeing is that under duress or in a bad situation, all of a sudden everyone becomes a pragmatist. So you're right. They're absolutely throwing this. I mean, when this first started, maybe December or January, there was that viral tweet. I forget who it was from, saying that Trump's coronavirus team was too white and male. Yeah. But that, I think even most people who might previously be on board the diversity train were like, is this really the best time to worry about this? Which is great, because I think there's been a realignment of priorities. This is actually something that matters, not just false grievances.
Yes, and you said it. Sorry to interrupt, Jeremy.
No, go ahead.
What you said is absolutely the case. It matters. Right? When something matters, the more something matters, the less an exogenous force can come in, like diversity. That's why they don't have diversity on professional football teams or basketball teams, because there's an outcome that matters. Mm-hmm. If you want to produce a vaccine or cure, whatever you want, you cannot fuck around with exogenous variables. You have to say, you can't say, well, how does this guy self-identify? What has his been? Where has his genitalia been in the last 5 years? All of those things, they're not even illusory. They don't even rise. They are false. They are wrong-headed. And hopefully, if anything else, we can use this as an opportunity to slap some sense into ourselves and start revaluing science and evidence and reason and truth. But as long as we have an infrastructure in place that's almost set up to it's like a backward roadmap. It's like the opposite of what leads us to reality. As long as these people continue to crank out this nonsense, we'll be in trouble. But you're right. It's because it matters.
Yeah,
and
but-
now that everybody knows that matters, then reality, oh, well, geez, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if there's a trans person on the research team.
Peter, it's wishful thinking if you think that this is going to go away, because people are so sick of this Rona stuff. The minute that this is over and we have a moment of respite, you're going to have this wave crashing of, well, let's look at how the aftermath of this disaster, what impact it had on the LGBTQ community, or whatever the fuck it is. All of that is coming. It's just that pent up whatever social pressure. It's only a matter of time. And Brian, you wanted to
Yeah, I was going to say, but and this is the absence of woke scolding, and that's Top Dog 762 gave $20 to our charity
25.
fund. 25, sorry.
Don't shortchange him.
Did I screw that up? 25. Thank you so much. That's great. Sean Hooper, $5 said, the next Marvel superhero, Captain Bernie Bro, who has the ability to cloud the minds of his enemies with nonsensical math. You know that, Peter, that put that in the camp for the next time around. Also, Adam Rocks Your World. Peter, it sucks that you weren't able to make it to the last MythCon. You missed out on my amazing Polish bison vodka. Next time, Nazorandi, or something like that. Can you read that? Nazorandi?
Na zdrowie.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Insert Eastern European epithet. So, thanks. I just want to say that's actual social justice or actual helping.
And
I mean,
all of these
because-
donations are going to the CDP.
Yes. All these are going to help the relief of these victims, rather than saying who is the most impacted and who is the most narcissistic about this kind of thing. But go on, Peter. Like, yeah, I kind of interrupted a thought.
No, Jeremy had a.
Oh,
Jeremy was
Jeremy.
going to say something.
Oh, well, I was just going to say that I do believe that it will they will lose an audience after this. Of course, the content will still exist, the outrage culture, but I think a lot of it is really built and thrives in times of excess. People were just doing so well that they had to literally invent reasons to be unhappy or to invent victims. When faced with real victims, you know, like you both, Lauren and Peter said, I don't think they're going to care as much about misgendering when, you know, that there's real problems happening. And I'm hoping that people will have some perspective going forward. But
yeah, and we also have to remember that this is not a one-sided thing. The Trump administration, and I really don't want to get into this too much, the Trump administration has been an epic failure, an absolute catastrophe at every level of stupid. And so to criticize one without criticizing the other, I think is partisan. You're a partisan hack and you're biased. It's just that I happen to swim in this pond and I see the kind of stuff that's being produced. If I lived in D.C., et cetera, and I understood the mechanisms in place. I just read this thing, I think it's in the Atlantic, a fantastic piece. The DA approved. The Trump administration has been an epic catastrophe. So I think that
Haven't
it would
you
behoove
seen
all of us
the
here to be
approval
honest.
percentages? They seem to contradict that. All-time highs right now.
I'm sorry, say it again.
55% approval rating. This just came out, I think, yesterday.
But I think that was of the management of this. I don't know if that was overall
Correct.
approval rating.
Yeah, but Peter's saying that the management of this crisis has been disastrous, but the approval ratings and the daily briefings and all that seem to contradict that premise.
Well, two things. One, I'll point you to the FDA. Two, Andrew Sullivan is probably one of the world's best writer. He wrote a piece just today about people tend to rally around the commander in chief during times of crisis.
The flag effect, yeah.
Yeah, so that could elevate it. There are a number of reasons, and remember, I can't remember the exact percentage, but I think it's about 40% of Americans don't know that the Earth revolves around the sun. So those people are also in that poll, right? So you have people who
I mean,
are
statistics are. I was gonna say, like, that survey is, they surveyed 513 people.
okay, let's say they were wrong by half. Then you're still looking at 1/5 of the American populace who doesn't know. But the point is that we have such profound ignorance, again, and my bias, et cetera, it comes down to the educational system and the values that we've adopted as a culture and a society, and they've come home to roost. But my larger point is, I think it would behoove all of us to look at our own biases during this and that's why I didn't want to go off too much on the Trump administration, and say, okay, if we're going to criticize one side of the spectrum, we also have to criticize the other side of the spectrum, and we also have to take an honest look at our tribe, our ideological what role we, and I think that's the most honest way forward at this point.
Well, I want to ask, I mean, you guys said that this crisis is going to bring people together, we're going to be better off for it, and I somewhat disagree with that, and the premise here is that we ended up all being in our houses, inside of our little echo chambers, because we follow particular people on Twitter and YouTube, whatever it is. So this, in my opinion, was the wrong type of crisis to bring people together because we were isolated. If this had been a bomb, like an air raid, and we all had to go to public shelters and all huddle with each other, and you'd have, a trans person and a MAGA hatter and whatever it is, all in the same bus terminal, hunkered down together, that's something that would have brought the populace together. I don't fundamentally think that this is going to change anything come April or May.
That's a really bold pro-terrorism take from you, man. I'm surprised to hear that the end justifies the means. But I think that I don't know if it will bring people together. I've got a dip, but I will say as a silver lining, I'm really looking forward to all of the great technological advances that are going to happen in a really short period of time. I think telecommuting is going to make big strides forward.
Yes.
I think bandwidth is going to make and medicine is going to make big strides. And I'm just going to look at that and say, hey, this is a good possible outcome.
Okay. Hey, well, Dave's looking on the bright side. There's finding the silver lining.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All right,
Jeremy,
thanks,
for
Jeremy.
being so
Good to meet
positive.
you, Peter. See you
All
later.
right, give
See
that
you guys.
beard
Right.
one, that sexy
Yeah,
beard
actually,
one more
I
time.
have to run too, but it was great to talk to all of you guys. Thank you everyone who's watching, and
Good
hope
to see you again.
We'll see everyone in Milwaukee.
All right. Thanks, Lauren.
Bye.
Bye, Lauren.
So Peter, dude,
hey guys,
I want to ask, like, there was some, like, you got hauled up on charges when you did the hoax, right? Your point was to show that the function of academia, that the process of peer review, which is supposed to be a self-correcting thing, was broken, and this is why you were running the hoax. But I don't know who leveled the charges, but they said, well, you guys faked data, because in the dog park episode, you actually had listed tables of data and said this is how many dogs we've seen, and that you inspected the genitals of the dogs.
Everybody loves that paper, but the other papers were just as ludicrous. But
that one had the data. That one had the data, so they could trump up a charge and say, hey, you guys, you obviously, if you're fudging data, this is against academics.
You should explain what this is, because most people listening probably have no idea.
Okay, but either way, I wanted to ask: did you get in
background.
trouble for this, and maybe give the background of the dog park, or why you were doing what you were doing? So, but my question was, did you get in trouble? So why don't you start at the beginning?
200 and say that again. There was lag.
Start at the beginning on why you guys were doing the hoax in the first place, and what the consequences were.
Okay, so I don't want to spend too much time on this because I feel I've talked it to death on Rogan and Rubin and so many other venues, but we have to be able to trust what comes out of the academy. We have to be able, there has to be some place that's not fake news. There has to be some place where people can look and point to and say, aha, that's what it means to say I know. People of the best minds in the field have tried to falsify that. That's what it means. So we can rely on this to make public policy, to inform our decision making, etc. There are certain sectors of the academy, of our university system, and that have gone completely off the rails. They're completely based on a faulty architecture, and we wanted to expose the fact that truth was less important than promoting an agenda was. So for the vast majority of people in what we term grievance studies, genders, almost anything with the word studies on it, puts an agenda first. They're activist disciplines. They make they don't hide the fact. In fact, they shout it from rooftops. They're activist disciplines. And we wanted to expose those as exactly what they are through lunacy.
So you're
second
talking
part of your
feminist
your
studies
question.
and
feminist geography, fat studies,
African American.
So we wrote 250,000 words. I think we got busted in the Wall Street Journal. We got 7 papers accepted or published. We had 7 more under review. Do I know that they're all going to get published? No, but I think they had a very good chance.
And this was
at least
just to explain.
6.
This was a Sokol hoax. So you guys wrote like a fake paper that sounded like a real pro-feminist paper. Anyway, let's just explain. So
sorry, my dog needs to come in.
No, that's all right.
Actually, this is Savannah. This is Savannah. She almost never hangs out with me. Hi, honey.
So Peter and 2 other researchers.
Sokol
go ahead.
Style hoax after the physicist and mathematician Alan Sokol. Hold on a second. Savannah, come here. Yeah, good dog. So the people, to say the least, people were not happy with me, but only certain people not happy with me. People who had been, Richard Dawkins calls them pretentious charlatans. The pretentious charlatans weren't happy with me. Everybody else was jumping from the roof. Because people had been, like Charlotta Stern, people have been crying this problem for years, or longer than that, decades. So very quickly, the university brought me up on 3 charges: fabricating data, failure to go the IRB, which is human subject. So they looked at the journal editor's subject. So instead of defending why they published it, they said that they were some just that, like the Tuskegee folks. That's where that stuff comes from. And then the third one, let's see, a plagiarism. I actually pled guilty to plagiarism, but they refused to accept my guilty plea. I pled guilty to plagiarizing Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf, and they said no. Because that would have meant that they published Hitler, right? But anyway, my point in this whole thing is to say we are now in a pandemic, and we need places to go. We need the CDC. We need to trust our institutions. Part of the problem is that we have a significant number of people who don't trust President Trump, and for excellent reason. I don't trust him one iota. I think he's a complete moron. Even worse than that. So when we lose confidence in our public institutions, when that trust is eroded, it has to have consequences. It has consequences because create conditions outside yourself, like these journals, right? If you're thinking that the dog parks, or you keep mentioning the dog park paper, or petri dishes for canine rape culture, which is a line I put in the paper, and there's just like a rape emergency, a perennial chronic rape emergency of the dog park, you then go to your local authority, your town hall or whatever it is, and you say, hey, look, there's a problem with dog rapes here in the dog park. We got to close down the dog park. So all of these papers act in concert to push social agendas. We see that now in the tech industry. We see that in media. We see that through every sector of the society and the economy, where social justice with an uppercase S and an uppercase J, where woke culture has invaded. As my friend Gad Sad said, it's parasitized the workings of systems. So the question is what to do about that. But let's bring it back to our current situation for a second. And if I'm talking too much, let me know. There's a tremendous amount of information.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to finish at a time.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lack of trust in our public institutions. We need to regain trust in public universities. It is so freaking simple. It is beyond simple. Here's how you do it. You put intellectual diversity. You value intellectual diversity. You have a conservative. You have a Marxist. You have a libertarian. You have a green. You have a behaviorist. You have a Skinnerian. You have whoever you want to have. You have intellectual diversity. So when people see papers coming out of in peer-reviewed journals, for example, coming out about, I don't know, global climate change, when conservatives see that, they point and they say, why should I trust that? The academy is filled with far leftists and radical liberals. Well, they're right. It is. So they don't trust that. So the first order of business is to re-inject diversity, to stop the culling of conservative and moderate voices from the academy. That's our first order of business. So then we could survive a corrupt academy. We can survive it. We could survive corrupt, which I believe the Trump administration is completely corrupt. We if not corrupt, then completely inept. We could survive a loss of confidence in the judiciary, to a certain extent, the executive branch, et cetera, et cetera. But now it's even penetrated the legislative branch, with allegedly people have sold their stock, people in the Senate, on the intelligence committees. But the problem is now we're held hostage to both of those poles. We're held hostage to the irrationality and anti-science views of those in the White House, and the irrationality and the anti-science views of those in the academy. It's a double whammy.
Can I ask how you would propose to do that? Because there's an argument to be made about the fact that right-leaning people don't want to go into academics because I don't know if this is true, but they can get better paying jobs, so fuck those jobs, and that's why the libs end up getting them. That's one argument that's made. And two is if you try to pick for diversity of opinion, aren't you doing the same thing as saying, okay, we need a black, we need a trans, we need a this?
No, the latter is a very easy question to ask. To understand why, you have to understand what they mean by diversity. What they mean by diversity is homogeneity of opinion. They want everybody to have opinion, but they want them to look different in terms of sexual orientation, trans status, self-identification, racially. That's what that means. So repeat the first part of your question because I want to answer it directly.
The first part is, and I've heard, I don't know how true this is that conservatives or conservative-minded folks and libertarians simply don't want to go into academics because they're not as well-paying fields, and they could do better.
Yeah, there certainly could be some truth to that. I don't know. Often when you want to talk about critical thinking, you want to, and you're trying to solve a problem, a good critical thinking tip to anybody who's listening is you just flip it around. You say to yourself, how do we make this problem worse? How do we make the problem worse that there's a vast culling of conservatives among other people, and I'm not even a conservative, far from it. How do we make that problem worse? How do we institutionalize more strict mechanisms to cull those diverse voices further? And when you figure that out, you just flip it around. I'll give you a very, very quick example. There's a guy, are you familiar with the paper, The Case for Colonialism?
Yes.
Okay, that was done by a colleague and a guy who's subsequently become a buddy of mine, Bruce Gilley. And he argued, and I've actually had a conversation with him about this, it was a defense of colonialism, but not the way you think it was. It was a defense of colonialism for the alternatives. Well, people went crazy about that. They wanted to take his job, etc. They wanted his PhD. There was an online – I mean, people went utterly berserk. The journal editor received quote-unquote credible death threats. So instead of engaging in the marketplace of ideas, you threaten to murder someone whose ideas you don't like, right? You don't like someone's ideas? Let me tell you what you do. You write another paper, a peer-reviewed paper, and you humiliate them in the public square. You don't even need to humiliate them. You just show why their ideas are wrong, and the marketplace of ideas, that's how you compete. Okay, so he proposed a class on conservative political thought. Now, keep in mind, he told me at dinner that he is not a conservative himself. He self-described to me as a moderate centrist, right? But Steven Pinker calls that the left pole. When everybody's on the far left, if you're even a little bit down from the pole, you look like you're a neo-Nazi.
Yep.
Right? So his course was rejected because of lack of diversity. But look, everybody knows it wasn't rejected because it had a lack of diversity. That's insane. That's nonsense. But what that did, the situation that then conservative media pick that up and they look at it and they say, look what they do to moderates now. Look what they do to liberals. Look what they do. So that further erodes trust in the system. Now, is it the case that conservatives could probably get better paying jobs? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But I couldn't. That might be borne out by the empirical data. I'm the wrong person to ask. That's outside my specialty. But for sure, it is an attractive opportunity to teach at a university and shape young people and have a job for life if you publish well with all the prestige, et cetera, that comes with it, although not the money, to be a conservative, for example, economist in academia.
Peter, would you...
But we have to provide an environment for those people where they're free to speak their opinions about economic matters, just as an example.
Oh, just one quick. Adam Rocks Your World, $5 super chat. Thanks. I'm heading out in a couple minutes. It was fun hanging with you, Dima and Brian. Hopefully see you all in Milwaukee.
Of course.
Hey, thanks, Adam. We appreciate it. Thanks for the donations.
Thank you.
To a good cause. All right, Dima, you had a question.
Peter, I wanted to ask, do you think that this is something where the market can come up with a solution? So you have all of these universities across the country. Are they all in this enormous goddamn echo chamber? Why isn't there one single one like the University of Chicago or whoever it is that says, you know what, we'd like to try this out? I mean, what's preventing one of them from differentiating and being the bastion of truth?
Yeah, okay. So can you put a pin in that question for just 20 seconds, and I want to just linger on your last question, then I'll answer it. How do you make the problem worse of a lack of diversity? You do what Elizabeth Warren wanted to do, and no, you do. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say this, and half your listeners are going to call me a Nazi. What you do, what you don't do. She wanted to exonerate from their loan. No more loans. Everybody's loan is repaid. The problem with that is, while it's nice to help people or however you want to frame it, the problem is that those disciplines that are untethered to reality will keep on chucking along unchecked. They need to be tethered back to reality. We need to see, how many of these folks get jobs, what, the pedal has to hit the metal in terms of finances, and what are people learning about. And if you do that, you make the situation worse. Okay. I just want to say that because I think that is a horrible idea, and I sincerely hope that Biden, if he does get it, does not entertain that idea. Okay,
Wait,
so next,
are you proposing?
Give me this.
Yeah, well, before we even go to that, since you already brought this up, are you then proposing that we maybe cut student loan assistance in that, hey, you can't get a loan in order to learn underwater feminist basket weaving, so you can't even get into this discipline to begin with, then that discipline dies on the vine, and then we get more disciplines that actually have gravitas to them?
Yeah, well, here's the problem. The problem is that we need to study issues of race and gender and sexuality. We have to have answers to profound questions about how people live their lives. But it needs to be done right. It needs to be done rigorously. It needs to be done with the scientific method first and foremost. And it ought to be done without an agenda.
Okay.
So
they're just corrupted right now beyond repair, is what you're saying.
I become increasingly pessimistic. I don't think it can be repaired. But here's what if there's any silver lining in this, and this is going to sound like an insane thing to say, that it's not a silver lining. I think tier 1 schools will always survive. Harvard's, Princeton, Yale's, they're going to be fine. Everybody wants to send their kids there. I think tier 3 and tier 4 schools are in serious trouble now. I think that they've been running massive budget deficits from offices of equity, diversity, including grotesquely overpaid university administrators. I think that when we come through this, I think many schools are going to be bankrupt in the 3rd and 4th tiers. So to get back to your question, here's what I suggested, and I put it on Twitter. Insert university. I told this to the dean. She wasn't a big fan of this idea. That when you're in the social justice orbit, it just sucks you in, and I really do believe you're incapable of it. It damages your rational mind. It damages your thinking. It's really like propagates mimetically in your mind. I was going to use a coronavirus, but I thought that would be too vulgar and
no, it sounds like the event horizon. You just can't get away from it. It's sucking you in.
Yeah, because it has this structure in place where the worst thing, the most unimaginable thing, is to be a bigot. And people have used that. That's the nuclear bomb these folks have. Bigot, racist. So when you suggest anything, so that defensive mechanism for these ideas, because they don't learn the other side of the coin. So people just immediately go to this idea of racist. You should really watch the last video that Anthony Magnabosco put out talking to a social justice person on camera. He used street epistemology, which I made in my first book. It's a way of asking people questions to help them, just to help them be more reflective about what they believe. It's a wonderful video. Magnabosco.
Okay, Anthony Magnabosco, street epistemology. Okay.
Yeah.
So, did you have more to add to that?
I'm looking it up now.
Well, I figured I'm talking way too much, so I'd shut up and give you guys a chance to ask.
I feel you that it's interesting that the economic crisis might suck up some of those colleges, and you're right. In some cases, may not be a bad thing. Obviously, I don't want to see the economy contract, but we'll see. Now, when you talked about not trusting institutions, what about things like the WHO? The CDC and like the APA, which is the Psychological Association, are those corrupted, and are we in danger?
Yes, I can speak to the APA and others, the MLA. They are corrupted. just go back to 1 second. What I was going to suggest is, if you want a brand emerging from this, if you're an administrator or dean, provost, etc., here's the brand that I suggest. Insert university, like University of Kentucky. I just made that up. The place to go to have difficult conversations. That's your brand. And from that brand follows your marketing, your revenue, your advertising. The social justice thing is dead. I think the plague is going to really kick it in the groin very significantly. And we need to move forward. People have a hunger. They want to know the truth. They want to have their beliefs challenged. They want to be. That's why my class is always filled. It's not that I'm necessarily I have any kind of secret pedagogy or anything. I don't. I just challenge people's beliefs, and people want that, so that they come. I think that's the next branding opportunity for a college and university to stay fiscally solvent. So the problem is that now to your question, the problem is that this woke culture, social justice culture, is so pervasive, and James Lindsay documents this extensively. It's in medicine. It's in crazy ways of triaging patients. It's in the Google memo. It's in media. I mean, look at The Guardian and all the Douglas Murray put some fascinating stuff out recently about the trans issues in The Guardian. I can't speak for the CDC, but I can say exactly what I said to Lauren and Jeremy. Every time you take something, you add something else, your goal becomes more distant. So if you add diversity on a basketball team, the likelihood of winning drops dramatically.
Yeah, but
every time you say blank and go ahead.
No, well, you cut out for a sec. That means that you need some sort of objective metrics. And if in academia, I mean, you could say that maybe that's employment, and you could say, well, University A is super woke, and the graduates from that university are, half as likely to get a job as University B that had diversity of opinion.
Yeah,
but then
those are secondary. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to get that these are.
So how are you supposed to? You brought up your basketball idea, and that makes sense. You either win a game or you lose a game. If you're trying to inject, you brought up your solution to academia is, hey, get diversity of opinion. I still don't understand how a university would go about, what did you tell your dean? How are they supposed to do that? How are they supposed to sell that to the populace? What kind of ads are you going to be running to get students to come to your state?
That's a secondary consideration. I'm not saying 1, 2, I'm not saying it's my only solution. I'm saying it's a really good, cheap way to start. And 3, you do have an objective metric. You have truth, and you can figure out truth by looking at methodologies. You can look at the methods people use to arrive at knowledge. That's the essence of street epistemology. That ought to be the essence of how you live your life when you wake up. Nobody presses the coffee machine and thinks that by pressing the coffee machine, miniature what are those miniature rhinoceroses are going to fall from the ceiling? Right?
Yeah, but Peter, what if we're in a post-truth world?
Go ahead.
That's the question: is if they don't care about truth, the only thing that's going to make them act is dollars and cents, and that's why I keep coming back to this brass tacks. How it seems like dollars and cents is the only way that you're going to move the needle at a university. So how are you going to do that unless at a federal level you cut funding from these bloated institutions, in which case they have to, shrink by attrition?
Okay, so there's a lot there.
I know.
There's a great article by James Lindsay and Helen Pluckrose on Aereo magazine about why we need university systems and why it's unclear at this point what the alternative is. When you said that they don't, so they have a precarious relationship to the truth. It's that I mentioned before with Lauren and Jeremy, this idea that has become in vogue now. We've turned from it's not just that they don't deny that there's an objectively knowable world. It's much more nuanced than that. It comes from Foucault. They look at the world through these power structures and embedded power structures, and power serves to keep itself in place. So they have a more nuanced and complicated idea of the truth. But and then if you suggest something like the scientific method, they tell you that it's colonial of the white oppressor. So I'm not arguing at all that this is a very, very complicated problem to help the academy help itself so that people will trust our institutions again. But I am saying that there are places. It's a long road and it's a path ahead. And right now there is an opportunity for us to make some changes. It seems fairly obvious to me that life will never go back to the same after this, and this is an opportunity.
I'm just surprised why the solution isn't to cut off the spigot, because it seems, and maybe I'm just oversimplifying this, but if the money keeps flowing, they don't care, because students are going to continue to get loans. The bubble's gonna keep growing. They'll keep paying the university. The university's going to hire more administrators, and so it's like a virus. It'll keep multiplying. What if instead of dissolving all the loans, you cut off the loan funding and you say, you have the money?
That's what they said in the chat. Someone said that just in the chat, but go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, here's the problem with that. The problem, it's not that if you cut that, then areas of human inquiry in which we need to as I said, we need to understand race and sexuality and gender, but they need to be done right. So if you just wholesale want to start cutting our
right,
the universities are the engines of knowledge production, and once you can't just, or you could, I suppose, capriciously start saying that we're going to cut this, we're going to cut that, but then how are these things? The problem is that people are using the wrong methods to study things. The problem is not the existence of the universities in the first place. So we need to help these disciplines retether themselves to reality. That's the problem, and we know the way to do that. This is not a secret. It's you do that through science. You do that through, it's peer-reviewed testing. I mean, double-blind placebo. And in some disciplines like anthropology, they use different methods. But now we've switched to things like autoethnographies, where people write about their feelings. And they, one of the papers we published was on poems. That Lindsay wrote it entirely himself. It was like the internal monologue of a bitter divorced feminist. He's using the word pussy and stuff. It's the only fight I ever got with him. I said, this will never get published. Don't put this in. Take out the word pussy. Please, I'm begging you, don't do this. It's a total waste of my time. And I think I put this as a 000, like 13 places, 1% chance to get published. Sure enough, the thing gets published. So the problem is that there is this crap that is being put forward, and he got it from an online teenage poetry generator, by the way, and he just changed a couple of words around. He wrote it about 4 or 5 hours, the whole thing. 7 of those in 7 years is tenure. So the problem is those sorts of journals, those sorts of fields, those sorts have to be reined in. But the way is not a universal cut in funding, because there are people who are doing some really, really good research in these fields.
Yeah. Okay. And so, but you're saying the thing that what this is require peer review. Now, obviously, that requires talking. So if you're going to have effective peer review, you need to have this reviewed by people that disagree with you, which means uncomfortable conversations, which brings me to like a book that your latest book, How to Have Impossible Conversations. And I read this on audio, I listened to this on audiobook. And it was really good. I think it was about a 6.5 hour audio listen. Tell us about what can be learned from that.
So before I tell you what I think can be learned, have you used any of the techniques or strategies?
Yeah, my biggest one that I would fail on is I would be the I think you call it the informant, the messenger. So when something bad happens, like this one's over here, and so I want to talk to a progressive. My brother is in the academy, right? Leans liberal, maybe borderline progressive. I'll come up to him like, look at what just happened in Vermont. They attacked Charles Murray, and they attacked the professor that was supposed to argue against him, like the physical violence. Like, here's the problem. So I'm being the messenger rather than actually discussing this with him. I'm being the informant. So it always would run because he's right on the defensive, saying, "Look, that's an outlier. I don't like that," and we never actually get to anything substantive.
You have to explain that better because I didn't understand it. I don't.
So he asked me if I use it. So explain what. Am I getting it right?
Okay, so you hit on the book has 36 techniques. 35 are very well sourced from the evidence. They're from multiple domains of thought: hostage negotiation, applied epistemology, various psychology, you name it. It's all in there. So we synthesize those and we put them in 36 techniques. 35 of those are evidence-based, and one of those is just, we have no idea what it is. It's just speculative. But the idea is that when people have conversations with each other, what often happens is they're just delivering a message. And in How to Have Impossible Conversations, what we did was we broke that idea down. So this is what this means. Here's what the research literature says. If you think to yourself, oh, if they just had this one piece of information, they would change their mind, then you're delivering a message. So remember the Ken Ham, Bill Nye debate?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So two things. The question that was asked at the end was from, I think it was from my first book, a disconfirmation. What evidence would change your mind? Thing is, think about Ken Ham. There is simply no evidence that would change his mind. So you giving him evidence makes you a messenger. Yep. And we know that doesn't work to change people's mind. In fact, it makes it worse because it elicits something called the backfire effect, and they become more confident in the crazy beliefs that they have. So you're absolutely right to hone in on that. That's a very important theme of the book. But I will say, in all honesty, most people won't do that. And here's why. Most people will not stop themselves from providing evidence because they'll think if I tell them this, they'll change their mind. Okay, how is that more clear so far?
Mm-hmm.
So what you do is there are 6 technique chapters in the book, and they build from beginning to advanced to conversing with an ideologue. And maybe if we can to touch on these conversations when you're trapped in a room with somebody for who knows how many months at this point, or a house. I think would behoove us to do that. But the key is that we know for a fact that there are ways to have effective conversations. And what I said before about critical thinking, if you want to think of how to solve a problem, think of how to break it, right? Okay. Exonerating everybody's loans is a way to break it, because those disciplines will just become completely unhinged from reality. If you want to have a conversation with someone, what's a bad way to do it? Well, there's a whole section on this. You don't scream at them. You don't call them a moron. You don't freak out. So if you know that's the case, you can just flip those and do it. Now, can I segue? Sorry, I'm talking a lot. I have so much information to convey. Can I segue to being stuck in a house with people?
Yeah, no problem. But one other thing that I did pick from the book was you said the disconfirmation is good, right? But if you do talk to somebody like a Ken Ham, right, that says there's nothing that can disconfirm my hypothesis, you can either A, stop talking to them, or if you're going to continue the conversation, don't challenge, don't try to win them over, but just ask questions to see why they think that way. And you can actually gain a lot of ideological information that you may not have known. So somebody else who may not be as radical, you at least understand the belief system a lot more. So there's a lot to listening. So even if you're talking to a complete radical, it's not unproductive if you can understand more about why they believe it, even if it's crazy.
Yeah, so that's vital. That's the epistemology. There are only 2 big words in the book. One is epistemology, how you know what you know. And the key to have these conversations is to figure out someone's epistemology. How do they come to knowledge? Now let's relate this back to what we had discussed prior in the conversation. When you're talking about methods that people use, how do you know the dog park is like a rape environment? Well, there's a paper, and this is what they did. Or we wrote a paper, Dildos, this is for advanced mature audiences podcast, that said, ask why aren't men, self-anally penetrating? Well, and then we answered that question, and we said it's related to trans hysteria, and we made up all this bunch of nonsense. But we took that on the basis of such a small sample, that it was completely unreasonable to conclude that. So even if that, you might think that there's an inkling of truth in that. So the thing in these conversations is to figure out what is someone's method of knowledge. And if the method of knowledge that they're using is one that will help everybody arrive at truth, then you should adopt it. If it's not, then the conclusions that they come to can't be trusted. Look, if I said to you 8 months ago, hey man, I sent you guys a text, sent Brian a text, and listen, dude, in 8 months there's going to be a pandemic, and sure enough, there's a pandemic now. That was incredible. How did you know that? And I'm like, well, So asking your cat is not a reliable method to come to truth, even if it yields a correct answer. So we need to figure out people's epistemologies are the way that people come to knowledge. It doesn't matter if it's in the academy, in the street. That's why it's called street epistemology. It doesn't matter if it's you're in a house with people. You need to figure out how someone knows what they know.
So I just wanted to ask, if you're not talking to a Ken Ham and you're talking to someone who's more reasonable, is the first thing that you do at the very beginning ask them, what information would I have to convey to you to convince you otherwise? Do you have to start with that question?
No, you should never start with that. That should be an early line, but never. You have to repeat. This is from Rappaport's rules. I think it's in chapter 5 of how to have possible conversations. One of the first things you should do, and then I got to go because my family just came back from probably our final shopping trip. One of the first things that you need to repeat the claim back to them. Daniel Dennett talks about this in Intuition Pumps. You need to get it so that they say to you, that's right. That concept of saying that's right is from hostage negotiations. So when you do that, you know what they're talking about. Then what you do is you ask them to, again, these are bundled in suites of ideas, but you can ask them to place it on a scale from 1 to 10. How confident are you in that belief? With a 1 being I don't believe at all, which no one will say. 5 being maybe, a 10 being I absolutely believe it. The closer somebody gets to a 10, the more ideological that belief is, unless they have some domain-specific expertise. Like they're a plumber and you're asking them how the plunger works or something like that. But in ideological matters or ethical matters, that's different. So one of the keys to speaking to people across a political moral divide, we've done the work for you. You just follow the template. That's it. It's just literally that simple. And you don't provide evidence. You ask questions.
Okay.
So it sounds a lot more research than Ben Shapiro's video on how to talk to your liberal friends. So I guess this is it's a good source material for people to read as they're stuck in rooms together, as they're social isolating, but they're around family and they may be going crazy. So go out and download Peter's book.
Yeah, and if you're just looking for a laugh because you can't take any more bad news, seriously, read these things, and you quoted that one, and I'll just read the title. Going Through the Back Door, Challenging Straight Male Homo Hysteria, Trans Hysteria, Transphobia Through Receptive Penetrative Sex Toy Use. This stuff is hilarious. So, I mean, a lot of it's filled with this bullshit jargon, but there's little jokes for the reader all the time.
Yes.
So, and they're in there. They're just like, little truffles to be eaten as you go through. So check this out. It's all online. It's really funny.
Yeah, they're all the papers are publicly available. They're on a Google Drive. All the reviewers' comments are publicly available. They're on the same Google Drive. We had total transparency. We hid nothing. And look, you make the decision yourself. You think that this qualifies to be published in a peer-reviewed journal? Great. Then but don't go off of what you hear in the media. Read it yourself and make your own decision.
Yeah.
Peter, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Yeah.
This has been awesome, and we wanted to thank everyone who tuned into the live stream.
Well, we'll let Peter go, and then we can do some fun stuff.
Well, thanks for being our anchor man. We appreciate that.
Yes, thanks for coming in with that energy at the end.
I know that I got a text that said that you guys were exhausted at the end of this, so I figured that was my motivation for talking even more, because I know that if you've done this for so many hours, I figured I'd just take that up. So I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Thank you so much, and if all goes well, I'll see you very soon.
Yes.
See you in July.
See you in Milwaukee, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
You so much.
Stay healthy, man.
Right on, guys. My pleasure.
Later, brother.
Yeah, so...
wanted to thank the chat for hanging out with us all day. 12-hour stream. This is a long time.
Brian, you did 11 hours.
I did a good chunk of this. So, Dima, you were here.
He's also
it's
on
great.
drugs. Come on.
I might be on drugs, but I just want to say, hey, thanks for hanging out. This was really fun. Thanks to all of our special guests, a lot of which would be speakers that came in. That was great. We really appreciate your guys' donations.
I hope we see some chopping up of this, because it was interesting seeing some of the people that were together. I mean, Jeremy, Lauren, Peter, Jack.
Well, I think we saw a few conversations that would be really interesting to have.
Alice and Carl.
Yeah.
Alice and Sargon, and then
I mean, there's so many because
that's true.
Because we really didn't have it wasn't like, hey, here's the cutoff, you're off, and I kind of like that we did that.
Yeah, did you random order that, or did you like?
No. We had our schedule.
I know that, but
there was a
did
couple
you?
of people that were I had to fill in. So like when
Okay.
Carl came in, he was like, because he's busy. So like he's like, hey, can I join? And he, Alice, it was Alice, and I'm forgetting who else was on. A bunch of other people.
Mike.
Dank and
No,
Mike.
Dank came on after.
It was Mike
'cause
and
Carl
Alice.
was on for like 3 hours.
I can't remember.
Yeah, it was a lot of people, but so yeah, some were scheduled, but some we kind of just like Jack and or actually no, Jack was scheduled, but some people we kind of filled in.
Mhm.
But it was interesting because people stayed long, so I thought it was really cool.
No, it was funny. I think the funniest joke was Dank said how we could solve 2 problems by putting Mike and Alice in the same room. That was just comedy gold.
Yeah, I think Rucka and Carl, they always, well, at least Rucka always goes at it hard with.
Rucka just doesn't shut up. So we gotta figure out. He's very passionate, and
I love
DMA,
his
you're the
passion.
only one that can slow him down.
I love his passion.
That's because I understand what he's trying to say, and everyone else is so. That's how I used to debate him at the very beginning, because I wasn't figuring out he's so religious about his views. It flies past people because they're concerned about roads and laws.
I've been saying you need to get on his Rucka React stream forever.
Yeah.
You guys still have not set it up.
I know.
I don't know what the hell. I don't know what's wrong with you guys.
I'm just.
Well, the funny thing is, it was seamless outside of your $6 bill.
No, I know.
The equipment.
Yeah,
held
so
up,
if you weren't at the
everything held up.
beginning of this stream, we got shut down a half an hour into it, unknown, nobody had the internet. We turned off the Wi-Fi and just hooked up an Ethernet cable. But then we lost the internet. We're like, okay, what happened? Turned on the TV, and it's like, call to reconnect services, and my cable bill is overdue by $6.36.
Yeah, they shut us down.
Bastards.
That was the only hiccup.
I know, and then they said, "Oh, there's a very long wait to speak," but thankfully they had a pay online thing, so I just quick whipped that out.
Yeah, it was really.
These telethons are fucking hard, and yeah,
they're hard.
So
And
remember
and
to check the
anybody-
cable bill before you do a
anybody-
stream.
Anybody listening not live can still go to Center for Disaster Philanthropy and donate.
Yeah.
Directly to the charity. I hope some people did. The links in the description.
Yeah,
I hope some people in the
every
chat did
single
too.
super chat, 100% goes to the CDP.
Yep.
It's an awesome organization.
And depending on how much we might match some of it too.
Yeah,
So
we vetted we vetted because we know that some charities are bullshit and they take admin fees. CDP is really good about this.
Yeah, and actually, if you go
no.
on CDP, what you can do too, like in normal times, your donation, you can actually send it to what fund you want.
Yeah.
So you for this one, it's the COVID fund, but they have other funds, so you can direct your money flow to however you want to do it.
Yeah, and then LeProne says you should have pushed the advertising this more. Stream could have even had thousands of viewers, but we kind of came up with this at the last minute.
I mean,
and,
also
you're right. It's a good critique.
Our channel has 12K followers.
We weren't
we don't have.
This was our first time, but it's a good point. This was a lot of fun. I was not exactly sure how this would work out.
Yeah, no, it was good, and I hope others. I hope we start a trend. Maybe have some other people doing some streams for the charity because it's gonna get bad. Brian, and we've been talking about this. The economy's gonna be bad. There's gonna be a lot of people.
I'm with Jeremy
hurting.
on this. I think April 1st, this shit done.
Yeah, but it's going to
the
sting for a while.
economy's still gonna
Some of
hurt.
the jobs are already gone and not coming back.
Exactly.
So, and we had at least one person in the chat that was laid off, right? There's could be easily more than that. And
my company alone, there's no way we're going to be like April 1st. Oh, let's hire everyone back. No, it's going to take some time. I mean, we're so freaked out. It's just kind of like 2008 where no one wanted to spend money. No one wants to spend money after a recession.
Right.
During
Get
recession.
that freedom dividend.
well,
son.
then there's a lot of other people that are worried. That haven't lost their jobs. Am I on the bubble?
I'm
right?
worried. My job's on the chopping. All of us are. Outside of maybe medical devices in the
it depends. I mean, right now, medical devices.
The ventilator specific.
Yeah, if you're medical device ventilator sales, you're rolling.
PR, marketing, even journalism kind of picked up. Now, I mean, so there's some that are going to do well in this, unfortunately, but there's a lot that, people are scared.
Yeah, it's we'll see. There's a lot of unknowns. The reason why the market is in such dire straits is because nobody knows. Like when the market sees the light in the tunnel, it'll bounce.
Yeah,
So
legal fees.
I guess the most important point here is that if it's not April 1st, we are not anticipating that this shit lasts into the summer. So the Better Discourse conference that's going on during the DNC is
in Milwaukee.
Is for sure going to be happening.
Well,
all of the again, I said
with an asterisk, right? You can't say for sure.
If the DNC, now here's the thing: if the DNC cancels, we have to cancel.
We're canceled.
No shit. But what I'm thinking, what the DNC might do is what the Olympics might do, and a lot of these people might do is they might push it to a later date. In which case, then we will push it to a later date.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
We'll follow the DNC.
But the point being is that the plan is still to continue, and obviously with every conference that we've run, we've always refunded tickets if situations occur or whatever it is. So
100%.
we have never fucked anyone.
So if you
over
buy your
ever.
tickets today and it doesn't happen, we'll refund you and full refund. It's not like we're gonna take a percentage or any of that.
And
full
all the people that were on today are pretty much all speakers, right?
A lot of them. Most of them.
Yeah, most of them are speakers. So it's gonna be a blast.
Or have been speakers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or who may even likely still be there.
What?
Even though they're not speakers.
No, that's a good point. I mean, we have an amazing.
These events are a lot of fun. So assuming we can do it, they really are a blast.
Plus Milwaukee in July. Great.
I know, and you do get viewpoint diversity at this conference. It's not a bunch of right winger. I always seem to run into the progressives. I'm sitting down next to them, just talking.
Yeah.
We seem to get along, and I'm like, so who do you like in the election? People are like, oh, I'm totally voting Bernie.
Although I don't know this Taylor woman who was on
Taylor Hudak.
She's progressive.
I mean, progressive with a bunch of asterisks.
Well,
because
she's
none
kind
of her positions
no,
were progressive.
No. She's kind of progressive in the same way Mike is. I mean, that is.
And Mike's a Bernie guy. She had Bernie leanings.
Yeah, exactly.
She said I like a lot of what Bernie does, but I think he's weak on certain things.
She's not a radical progressive. I think that's what you're thinking.